In his freshman year, could a daily allowance of 100,000 be sufficient? While other students scrambled for food during breaks, Lin Bai had already attained financial freedom, complete with luxury cars, opulent villas, and the affection of the charming campus belle. All of this, however, stemmed from a single green hat. Upon entering university, Lin Bai found himself unexpectedly betrayed by his girlfriend, Chun Shuyuan, who, disillusioned by his financial status, left him for a wealthy heir, taking her seat beside him in a BMW X3. Little did they know that the wheels of fate were subtly turning. Lin Bai activated the urban tycoon system, wherein completing specific tasks would yield unforeseen rewards. Luxury cars, villas, yachts, planes, and the campus beauties offering their affections money flowing abundantly. What more could one desire? His ex-girlfriend wanted to reconcile? Which ex-girlfriend? There were simply too many. She would have to wait in line. Chapter 1. You're not as wealthy as he is. I'm sorry, Lin Bai. You're not as wealthy as he is. This was the last message sent by Chun Shuyuan. In response, Lin Bai had texted, "You weren't like this before," but it now bore a red exclamation mark. Approximately a week prior. October, Jiangcheng University. The October heat in Jiangcheng was outrageous. Freshmen had just completed 2 weeks of military training and were ready to embrace the 7-day National Day holiday. Some traveled, others shopped, while the remainder huddled in their dorms, enjoying air conditioning and gaming. On the second floor of the East District cafeteria, Emmy Shui, Bing Cheng, Lin Bai adeptly prepared a cup of bubble tea, handing it to a plump senior with a cheerful smile. "Thanks." The senior flashed a playful grin before turning to leave. Finally, Lin Bai had a moment to rest. He wiped the sweat from his brow, pulled out his phone, and dialed the video call for baby. As a freshman himself, Lin Bai appeared neat and tidy, sporting black-rimmed glasses, not particularly handsome, but still pleasing to the eye. Unlike his peers, Lin Bai's first priority after military training was to find a part-time job to earn some extra money. He was in dire need of funds. Lin Bai's family background was challenging. Both parents were farmers, and supporting a university student was no small feat. A monthly allowance of 500 yuan was meager compared to his fellow students, yet it represented all his parents could provide. Lin Bai had never resented his parents, thus he seized every opportunity to earn money and alleviate their burden. Lin Bai, as the video connected, a girl with rosy lips and a radiant smile appeared on the screen. She seemed to be walking, her expression oddly peculiar, but Lin Bai failed to notice anything amiss. "I'm almost done, Shuyuan. Let's grab a bite together." Chun Shuyuan, Lin Bai's high school classmate and now his girlfriend, had formally begun their relationship after their college entrance exams, eventually enrolling in the same university. In truth, Lin Bai's academic performance could have secured him a spot in a prestigious 985 institution, but he chose to forego that opportunity to remain with Chun Shuyuan, settling for Jiangcheng University instead. He had no regrets, for his affection for Chun Shuyuan drove his every endeavor. "Lin Bai, sure, that works. I'd like to meet your friend as well," Lin Bai interjected, not allowing her hesitation to linger. Suddenly, a male voice interrupted, and Lin Bai felt a pang of unease. "Got it, Lin Bai. Well, I'll be at the East District cafeteria shortly." With that, the video call ended, and Lin Bai, gripping his phone, felt a flicker of apprehension. After 2 hours of part-time work, he received 30 yuan and quickly changed out of his Mi Shui Bing Cheng uniform, donning his denim shorts and a white t-shirt before racing out. Mi Shui Bing Cheng was on the second floor, while Chun Shuyuan and her companions occupied the third. Upon ascending, Lin Bai spotted Chun Shuyuan among the crowd, her appearance striking. Today, she wore her hair in a ponytail, light makeup accentuating her features, dressed in a white sundress that exuded purity, reminiscent of her high school uniform days. Approaching the table, Lin Bai recognized 2 others, a handsome young man named Li Yu and a girl who was the epitome of beauty in their foreign languages college, Qin Ruowei. Qin Ruowei had been unanimously chosen as the beauty of their cohort, her skin as smooth as jade, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, radiating an aura of untouchable sanctity. Noticing Lin Bai's approach, Qin Ruowei briefly glanced his way before returning her focus elsewhere. "Lin Bai, you're here. Have a seat," Li Yu greeted warmly, gesturing for him to join. Lin Bai hesitated, as the table was a tight fit. Chun Shuyuan and Li Yu occupied one side, while Qin Ruowei sat alone on the other. "Perhaps we could switch seats?" Lin Bai suggested, furrowing his brow. Li Yu appeared taken aback, glancing at Chun Shuyuan. Chun Shuyuan bit her lip, looking at Lin Bai. "You could take a seat. Ruowei won't mind." With Chun Shuyuan's encouragement, Lin Bai felt compelled to comply, taking a seat beside Qin Ruowei with a heavy heart. I wasn't sure what you'd like, so I ordered a casserole, Liu said, sliding a dish in front of Lin Bai. Lin Bai frowned, gently pushing it back. No thanks, I'll order for myself. He was acutely aware of his financial situation, and 18 yuan casserole could easily suffice for 2 meals. The reason was simple. Poverty. Eat up, Lin Bai. Liu is treating us, Chen Shuyuan chimed in. Lin Bai glanced at Chen Shuyuan, his mouth opening, but ultimately remaining silent. He withdrew the 20 yuan he had just earned and placed it on the table, picking up his chopsticks to begin eating. Liu appeared surprised, chuckling lightly. It's just 18 yuan, there's no need. Let's keep things separate. Your money is hard-earned by your parents, not a windfall, Lin Bai replied without looking up. His words subtly reminded Liu not to flaunt his wealth derived from parental support. Qin Ruowei, catching the undertone, cast a fleeting glance at Lin Bai. Liu, understanding the implication, squinted slightly, pocketing the 20 yuan before handing it to Chen Shuyuan. Here, I have no pockets, please keep this for me. Chen Shuyuan smiled as she accepted it, placing in her BAGT that moment. Lin Bai noticed that Chen Shuyuan had changed her bag, though he wasn't well-versed in fashion. He recognized the LV logo prominently displayed. Chen Shuyuan's family situation was somewhat better than his own, but not to the extent of affording luxury goods. Lin Bai, Liu wants to invite us to tour Jiangxing tomorrow. It's just a casual outing to get acquainted, Chen Shuyuan proposed. Lin Bai lifted his gaze, his expression complex. That I have work, you know that. Chen Shuyuan bit her lip. Lin Bai, it won't cost anything that you said, he'll cover all expenses. Chen Shuyuan's continuous defense of Liu did not escape Lin Bai's notice. He was not oblivious to the undertones. Shuyuan, Lin Bai, if you don't want to go, that's fine. We can go without you, Liu interjected. Qin Ruowei raised her hand at this moment. I won't be going, I have other matters to attend to. Liu turned to Chen Shuya and said, Then Shuya, let us go together. Chapter 2, The 100 Daily Rich System. Chen Shuai subconsciously glanced at Lin Bai, tightening her grip on her bag, remaining silent. Sometimes, not refusing is tantamount to acquiescence. At this moment, Lin Bai felt as if his heart skipped a beat, a tightness engulfing him. His hand holding the chopsticks trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a mechanical voice resonated in Lin Bai's mind. Ding. Conditions met. Congratulations to host Lin Bai for successfully activating the Urban Rich System. Loading Rich System. The abrupt sound momentarily blanked Lin Bai's mind, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Lin Bai had few hobbies, one of which was reading novels, and he was well aware of what a system entailed, especially the significance of a rich system. It symbolized wealth. The importance of money was self-evident, as illustrated by the current situation where Li Wai could effortlessly snatch away the love Lin Bai had painstakingly cultivated with a mere bag. Observing Lin Bai's silence, Chen Shuai shot an annoyed glare at Li Wai, discreetly pinching his arm under the table. Li Wai merely smiled in response. Qin Ruo, I observed the scene, setting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth. I have finished eating and have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. With that, Qin Ruo I stood up, lifted her plate, and with her strikingly long legs, vanished from sight. Li Wai's gaze lingered on Qin Ruo I for quite some time. In terms of appearance, Qin Ruo I significantly surpassed Chen Shuai, being lauded as the campus beauty, complemented by her enviable long legs. However, Li Wai was acutely aware of his own worth and recognized whom he should pursue and whom he should not. I am satisfied as well, Li Wai. Let us depart. Chen Shuai addressed Li Wai in a gentle tone. To outsiders, she and Li Wai appeared to be a perfect match. And your friend? Li Wai gestured toward the silent Lin Bai, who had his head lowered. Chen Shuai cast a complex glance at Lin Bai, then said, Let us go. With that, the two of them departed with their plates, leaving Lin Bai alone. At this moment, Lin Bai was entirely preoccupied with the sudden emergence of the rich system. Ding. Rich system loading completed. Host, Lin Bai, Strength, 3, Speed, 2, Endurance, 3. Overall rating, extremely poor. System level, 100. Current daily cash subsidy available for extraction, 100. Note, the source of system funds is legal and compliant. The host may use it with confidence. Upon reading the system prompt, Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. 100? What kind of rich system is this? 100 a day? That seems rather paltry. The rich systems he had previously encountered often boasted millions or even billions. Why had it been reduced to a mere 100 for him? Where is the fairness in this? This was undoubtedly a cold shower for Lin Bai. Ding. The host can elevate the system level by completing tasks, with higher levels increasing the cash subsidy amount. Fortunately, the system provided timely reassurance, allowing Lin Bai to breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, when calculated, 100 a day amounted to 3,000 a month, which was 6 times more than his monthly living expense of 500. What more could one possibly desire? Raising his head, he noticed Chen Shuai had already departed. Although he had remained silent, he was aware of the actions of Chen Shuai and Li Wai. He had forsaken a prestigious 985 university to attend the same school as Chen Shuai, and yet, after merely concluding military training, he found himself in this predicament. Turning around, he saw Chen Shuai and Li Wai laughing together at the entrance of the first-floor cafeteria. Lin Bai averted his gaze and resumed vigorously shoveling rice into his mouth. Ding. Host's resentment level has been met. Main quest triggered. Main quest. Make Chen Shuai regret and plead for reconciliation. Quest points, 100. Ding. Host's malnutrition detected. Side quest triggered. Side quest. As a wealthy individual, one must possess a healthy body. Side quest details. Persist in running 1,500 meters daily, perform 30 push-ups daily, and complete 70 sit-ups daily. Check in for 1 week. The host may choose to accept or decline the side quest. Please select A. Accept and complete. Reward. The latest Huawei Mate XT folding phone. B. Decline. Receive the title of Lazy Prince. The voice of the system in Lin Bai's mind temporarily distracted him from chewing, and he skeptically inquired, Lazy Prince? A title? Beep. Lazy Prince title granted. With this title, the host's endurance is permanently set at 5. Lin Bai paused, pondering endurance? What endurance? Beep. Clearing his throat. Lin Bai coughed, noticing the peculiar stares around him. He hastily grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth and stood up, heading towards the dish disposal area. I accept. Beep. Host has accepted the side quest. The side quest commences. Please complete all check-in tasks before midnight tonight. Wishing the host a pleasant life. Lin Bai set down his dishes, returned to the Su Being Ch Ing milk tea shop, donned his work uniform once more, and wore a smile as he expertly resumed his duties. 2 hours later, at 4:30 in the afternoon, Lin Bai concluded his day of part-time work, receiving 30 yuan for the afternoon's labor. Thank you, Brother Lu. After bowing in gratitude, Lin Bai neatly folded his work uniform and placed it in his locker. Brother Lu was the owner of the milk tea shop. Lighting a cigarette, he gathered his artistic long hair behind his ears and inquired with a smile. Aren't you going out to have some fun during the break? Lin Bai did not turn around, responding while dressing, No, I won't. Brother Lu pursed his lips, brushing off the dirt from his floral shirt. Is it a lack of money? If you need cash, you can ask me for an advance. I trust you. Having changed his clothes, Lin Bai turned around, picked up his backpack from the floor, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Thank you, Brother Lu. I have money and other matters to attend to. I must be off. See you tomorrow, Brother Lu. Watching Lin Bai exit the milk tea shop, Brother Lu exhaled a long plume of smoke, nodding appreciatively with admiration in his eyes. Jiangcheng University boasts 4 playgrounds: the East District, West District, South District, and Central District playgrounds. Among them, the Central District playground is the largest and most populated. Lin Bai opted for the farthest, yet relatively less frequented, South District playground. Due to the holiday, most students had left campus, leaving only a handful behind. Upon arriving at the playground, Lin Bai set down his backpack, performed a brief ankle stretch, and began to jog around the rubber track. Lin Bai's physical condition was indeed poor, standing at 1.8 meters tall. He weighed less than 120 g. The rubber track measured 400 meters per lap, and after 1.5 laps, Lin Bai was already panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Initially believing that 1,500 meters would be easy, he soon realized he had underestimated the task. Unable to continue running, he collapsed onto the grass, gasping for breath. Beep. Reminder to the host, 1,500 meters must be completed within 15 minutes, otherwise, it will be deemed a failure. The system seemed to anticipate Lin Bai's thoughts, delivering a timely reminder. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 3. Encouragement from the system. Lin Bai, rarely uttering a curse, pushed himself up and resumed running. The second lap, the third lap. Upon completing the third lap, Lin Bai felt an excruciating soreness in his calves, his feet aching as though they were not even his own. With 1,500 meters requiring nearly 4 laps and time dwindling, Lin Bai felt the task slipping beyond his reach. Hey, Lin Bai, you're running too? Just as Lin Bai leaned against his knees, panting, a fragrant breeze approached him, followed by a graceful figure. Lin Bai turned to see Qin Ruo jogging up to him, performing a few stretching exercises. Compared to Lin Bai's amateurish efforts, Qin Ruo appeared remarkably professional, both in her attire and technique. Lin Bai wearily waved his hand, rendered speechless from exhaustion. How could he end up like this after just a few laps? Qin Ruo was intrigued. Lin Bai extended 3 fingers. 30 laps. Qin Ruo's voice rose, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. 3 laps. 3 laps. This time, Qin Ruo's tone conveyed even greater surprise. After scrutinizing Lin Bai from head to toe, she doubled over with laughter. You look like this after just 3 laps? Are you alright? I'll go ahead, you can rest. With that, Qin Ruowei strode away, her fragrant presence dissipating behind her. As Lin Bai watched her retreating figure, the words "are you alright?" echoed in his mind, prompting him to punch his thigh in frustration. Stupid leg. Move. Under the influence of a woman's playful taunt, Lin Bai finally completed the 1,500-meter run 15 minutes later, collapsing onto the grass. Beep. Congratulations, host. On completing the 1,500-meter run, Lin Bai lacked the energy to respond to the system. After a considerable pause, he mustered the strength to rise and remove his shoes. The shoes, purchased from a bargain site for 29.9 yuan with free shipping, had caused several blisters and emitted a dreadful odor. Fortunately, the playground was not crowded, allowing Lin Bai the courage to remove them. The thought of 4 sets of 30 push-ups and 4 sets of 70 sit-ups made him lie back down on the grass. A look of despondency etched on his face. After a while, Qin Ruowei finished her run and walked slowly towards the exit of the playground. Passing by Lin Bai, she caught a whiff of something and covered her nose, quickening her pace. Observing her reaction, Lin Bai tilted his head to examine his dilapidated shoes. A fierce glint in his eyes. After nearly an hour, Lin Bai finally accomplished 4 sets of 30 push-ups. By the time he finished, night had fallen, and it was past 7 o'clock. He returned to his dorm, his body aching all over. The dormitory housed 4 people. The other 3 roommates were locals of Jiangqing. 2 had gone home, leaving one behind engrossed in a game of League of Legends. Wow, Lin Bai, did you just crawl out of a latrine? You stink. Hurry up and shower, Zhao Fengting remarked, focused on his screen, his head not turning. You can do it. Go AD. Zhao Fengting's face was glued to the laptop screen, fingers flying over the keyboard. Lin Bai glanced at him, dropped his backpack, stripped off his clothes, slipped into his slippers, and took his toiletries into the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, Lin Bai felt revitalized. He climbed into bed, hooked his feet into the gap at the end, placed his hands behind his head, took a deep breath, and began his sit-ups. For someone accustomed to training, 70 sit-ups were trivial. However, for Lin Bai, the challenge was immense. After barely completing 30, he lay back down, his chest heaving, the phone beside him beckoning him to scroll through Douyin or watch a show. Beep. Reminder to the host. Think of Chen Shuyuan. She is likely rolling in the sheets with Li Yu right now. The system's abrupt statement jolted Lin Bai upright, and he shouted, "Shut up." Below, Zhao Fengting jerked in surprise, removing his headphones and turning to gaze at Lin Bai in confusion. Huh. Sorry. I wasn't talking about you. Carry on. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively, lying back down. Zhao Fengting sniffed, replaced his headphones, and returned to his game. My cannon minion. Lin Bai had no time to care. The system's words were painful, yet undeniably true. Beep. Avoidance will not solve your problems. Women are attracted to strength. Only when you have 8-pack abs and sufficient wealth can you reclaim your lost dignity. The system continued its relentless commentary. Lin Bai pressed his palms behind his head, his gaze hardening, and resumed his sit-ups. Beep. Yes, exactly. Think of your parents. Consider that your monthly allowance is only 500. Remember that you gave up a prestigious university for Chen Shuyuan. The system relentlessly exposed Lin Bai's wounds, laying them bare before him. After completing the final sit-up, Lin Bai let out a furious roar and slammed his fist against the wall. Thud. Below, Zhao Fengting recoiled, his headphones falling off, and he rose to turn around, his fingers anxiously fidgeting. Lin Bai, can you wait until I finish this game before you go off? Lin Bai ignored Zhao Fengting, for he had finally completed the task assigned by the system. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing the first day of the side quest. Progress, 17. Please continue to maintain this momentum. Finally achieving his goal, Lin Bai sighed with relief, took his phone, and opened WeChat. Upon entering his moments, the first post was from Chen Shuyuan, featuring a photo of her wearing sunglasses, dressed lightly, holding a bubble tea, with the dazzling nightscape of Jiangqing behind her. Captioned, "This is exactly what I want as I grow up." Gazing at Chen Shuyuan in the photo, Lin Bai felt a whirlwind of emotions. Discontent with her materialism mingled with resentment over his own sacrifices. Ultimately, the blame lay with him. He was simply too poor. Poverty was the original sin. The system had spoken truthfully. Only when one possesses sufficient strength can they reclaim their lost dignity. As night descended, fatigue enveloped Lin Bai, and he quickly fell asleep, the glow of his phone screen illuminating Chen Shuyuan's sweet smile. The next day, Lin Bai rose early as usual and headed to the South District playground to run laps. After a day of intense training, every part of his body ached. Yet, this soreness stimulated a fragile nerve within him, as if only through this pain could he momentarily forget Chen Shuyuan and the unhappy thoughts that plagued him. Hey system, can I withdraw yesterday's subsidy now? After completing a lap, Lin Bai sat on the grass, removing his shoes, grimacing in pain. Beep. Please do not call me Brother Gua. Refer to me as system or the most powerful and handsome being in history. I want to withdraw yesterday's subsidy. Subsidy of 100 yuan has been issued. Please check your account. After the system's notification, Lin Bai indeed received a text alert indicating that 100 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Your account ending in 6832 has received 100 yuan, current balance, 5,648 yuan. Observing the balance, Lin Bai made a decision. He opened Douyin on his phone, entered the shopping section, found the official flagship store of Hongxing, selected a pair of authentic sports shoes, and completed the purchase for 165 yuan. Chapter 4. Is this guy really that short on cash? After finalizing the payment, Lin Bai exhaled deeply. It was only because of the system that he dared to buy such an expensive pair of shoes, facilitating his task completion. If he had to run 1,500 meters daily in those worn-out shoes, his feet would be ruined in no time. Jiangcheng, being a central city, had swift delivery. The shoes would arrive the next day. Lin Bai surveyed the surroundings. The school was already quiet during the break, and at this early hour, he was the only one on the South District playground. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and began running barefoot on the rubber track. Freed from the confines of his old shoes, Lin Bai felt significantly lighter and soon completed 2 laps, though his feet were slightly sore. Just as he prepared to start a 3rd lap, the familiar figure of Qin Ruowei appeared once more. Qin Ruowei also spotted Lin Bai, particularly taken aback by his barefooted running, her mouth slightly agape. "Good morning, Ruowei." Lin Bai greeted her cheerfully as he jogged past. Qin Ruowei stared at him as he ran off, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Did he just call me Ruowei? After shaking her head, her ponytail swayed, and with a resigned smile, she began to run laps as well. Just 15 minutes later, Lin Bai finally completed the 1,500-meter task and collapsed onto the grass to rest. Before long, a gentle breeze wafted through, and Qin Ruowei approached Lin Bai, her brow furrowed as she glanced at the worn-out shoes he had placed aside. Subsequently, she retrieved 200 yuan bills from her pocket and extended them towards Lin Bai. "Here, go purchase a decent pair of sports shoes." Lin Bai did not pay heed to the money but instead fixed his gaze intently on Qin Ruowei's eyes. One lay down while the other stood. As the morning glow illuminated the lawn, caressing the girl's slightly perspiring nose. "What are you staring at? This is a loan. Remember to return it when you have money." Qin Ruowei felt a bit embarrassed under his scrutiny, tossed the money onto Lin Bai, and then turned to run, continuing her laps around the rubber track. Lin Bai's gaze followed Qin Ruowei for quite some time, observing the 200 yuan bills that still carried the girl's fragrance. He revealed a helpless smile. What was this from Qin Ruowei? A charity? Why could he not muster any anger? Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest content. Win over Qin Ruowei. Make her fall for the host. Quest reward. 2025 Mercedes-Benz GLE. Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, then sat up straight, his eyes widening in disbelief. A Mercedes GLE? The one worth 7 to 800,000? Beep. Precisely. Lin Bai rubbed his face, feeling somewhat dazed. Being poor did not detract from his love for cars. He had adored them since high school. Having once purchased a booklet introducing world-renowned automobiles, fantasizing about one day driving a Koenigsegg, it could be said that he could identify any car on the road with just a glance, its brand, model, engine displacement, price range, and common issues. The Mercedes GLE. A car worth over 700,000, something he had never dared to imagine before. Is there a time limit? In his excitement, Lin Bai added this crucial inquiry. Beep. Yes, before the end of the first semester of freshman year. A semester, now just beginning, affording him a mere 4 months to win over the campus beauty, Qin Ruowei. Would not be an easy task. You also think Qin Ruowei is beautiful, right? Observing Qin Ruowei's graceful figure in the distance, Lin Bai engaged in silent communication with the system. This girl, Qin Ruowei, is not only beautiful but also kind-hearted. She is well suited for you. Go for it, young man. Indeed. Lin Bai replied emphatically and then began doing push-ups. At 10 in the morning, Lin Bai returned to the 2nd floor of the Dong District cafeteria, donned his work uniform, and commenced his usual part-time job. With fewer students during the holiday, the workload was considerably lighter. After 2 hours of part-time work, Lin Bai removed his uniform, preparing to have a meal when Luo Gu, the milk tea shop owner, approached him, cigarette in hand. Wait a moment, Lin Bai. Lin Bai turned to see Luo Gu arranging his long hair behind his ear. Are you free today? There's a job. Do you want to take it? What kind of job? How much? Lin Bai instinctively inquired about the pay. The city library donated some books to the Xingfu Welfare Institute, 2 trucks worth. We need someone to unload them this afternoon. It will take 2 to 3 hours, and I can offer you 200 yuan. How does that sound? Quite a decent earning, right? Luo Gu continued, patting Lin Bai's shoulder. Seeing you work so diligently, you were the first person I thought of. What do you say? Luo Gu indeed took care of Lin Bai, who needed money, so after a moment's thought, he nodded in agreement. All right, thank you, Luo Gu. Great, go have your meal. I'll call you when it's time to leave. After departing the milk tea shop, Lin Bai spent 6 yuan on the simplest meal of rice and a few vegetables, settling in a corner to eat. Although this bowl of rice was usually sufficient for him, he surprisingly found himself still hungry. He pondered that it might be related to his high-intensity exercise, so he added a bit more rice. In the afternoon, Lin Bai returned to the milk tea shop for his part-time job. Just before 3 o'clock, Luo Gu called, prompting Lin Bai to change out of his work uniform and head downstairs. Below, Luo Gu was waiting in his Chang'an CS-75. After Lin Bai got in, Luo Gu drove straight to the Xingfu Welfare Institute. The institute was not far, located next to Jiangxing University, merely 2 to 3 kilometers away, and they arrived swiftly. Upon reaching their destination, the 2 delivery trucks also arrived promptly. Luo Gu patted Lin Bai's shoulder. Go ahead. Lin Bai said little, waiting for the trucks to park before he began unloading the books. There was a special cart for transporting books. After filling one cart, Lin Bai pulled it into the Welfare Institute. Each round trip took about 10 minutes, and completing the unloading of all the books from the 2 trucks would take around 3 hours. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, while he was busy transferring the books, Qin Ruowei, who was playing with several children in a small room within the Welfare Institute, noticed him. Qin Ruowei approached the window with mild surprise, watching Lin Bai as he tirelessly transported the books back and forth. Does this guy really need money that badly? Due to the distance and the trees blocking the view outside the window, Lin Bai remained unaware of her presence. After transporting a couple of loads, Lin Bai's shirt became soaked with sweat, clinging to his skin uncomfortably, prompting him to remove it and continue working bare-chested. This revelation took Qin Ruowei by surprise, causing her to quickly turn her face away. Pervert, she muttered, yet she could not resist stealing glances, murmuring to herself, this guy has quite a nice physique. Indeed, Lin Bai may not have realized that after a day of tasks, his body had developed a clear muscle definition. Typically, a day's workout would not yield such results, but it was largely thanks to the system's encouragement. After more than 2 hours, Lin Bai finally finished transporting all the books and sat in the shade to rest. Luo Gu approached with a woman in her 40s or 50s, who appeared familiar and wore a warm smile. I appreciate your hard work, young man, the woman said, handing Lin Bai his payment of 200 yuan along with a bottle of mineral water. Lin Bai graciously accepted, tucking the money into his pocket and gulping down half the bottle. Thank you. Luo Gu patted Lin Bai's shoulder, introducing, this is Sister Lu, the director of the Welfare Institute. Sister Lu, I told you this kid works diligently, haha. Lin Bai felt a bit shy from the praise and quickly put on his now-dry short-sleeve shirt. Excellent. I will contact you next time I have work, Sister Lu remarked. All right. Thank you, Sister Lu. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. After waving farewell, Lin Bai and Luo Gu drove away. Just after their departure, Qin Ruowei emerged from the room and approached the director. Strangely, the director displayed a hint of respect, slightly bowing. Miss Qin, you have spent the longest time here this time. How much did you give him? The director appeared puzzled. Who? Qin Ruowei raised her chin slightly, gesturing towards the direction Lin Bai and Luo Gu had just left. That part-time student. The director suddenly understood. 200. That was the agreed price. Miss Qin, do you know him? Qin Ruowei smiled without elaborating. Goodbye, Sister Lu. I will come again next time. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the parking lot, where she entered a purple Xiaomi SU7 and drove away. Inside the car, Qin Ruowei tightened her grip on the steering wheel, murmuring, 200. Do you really want to avoid being in my debt? By the time Lin Bai returned to school, the sky had darkened. His stomach growled with hunger as he hurried to the cafeteria, ordering a large bowl of rice along with a plate of vegetables, devouring his meal ravenously. Indeed, with the increase in Lin Bai's physical activity, his appetite had grown significantly, consuming more than twice his usual portion. Halfway through his meal, a familiar fragrance approached, and Qin Ruowei sat down opposite Lin Bai with a tray. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to chew as he glanced around. It was mealtime, and the cafeteria still had a fair number of students present. Moreover, with Qin Ruowei's status as the campus beauty, it was hard not to draw attention. As she settled down, Lin Bai found himself at a loss. During the meal, Qin Ruowei tucked her long hair behind her ears and nonchalantly remarked without even glancing his way, before delicately taking small bites of her dish. Her plate, though modest in quantity, contained exquisite delicacies, perfectly balanced, while Lin Bai's meal could easily be likened to swine fodder. As he resumed chewing, he recalled the 200 yuan that Qin Ruowei had given him that morning, which he now retrieved from his pocket and placed on the table, sliding it towards her. Here is your money back, thank you. Upon seeing the 2 crisp red notes, Qin Ruowei's hand momentarily froze mid-air. I'm not in a hurry. If you need it, keep it for now. Lin Bai flashed a radiant smile. I have money, and I dislike the feeling of being indebted to others. Take it." With his words leaving no room for argument, Qin Ruowei reluctantly accepted the money. Yet, as she grasped the notes, images of Lin Bai laboring to earn that money surfaced in her mind, leaving her with an inexplicable heaviness in her heart. Lin Bai continued to eat, oblivious to her thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have laughed, for those 200 yuan were indeed the same he had just received from her. Suddenly, a chicken drumstick landed on his plate, and Lin Bai looked up to see Qin Ruowei casually eating her vegetables. "I have a small appetite and can't finish this," she explained. Lin Bai stared at her in a daze, fully aware of her intentions. Today, Qin Ruowei wore a simple white dress that concealed her long, fair legs. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her features akin to a painting. However, it was her kindness that truly captivated Lin Bai more than her appearance. He hesitated to touch the chicken leg, pondering, "Do you realize the impact you have on a boy when you do this? If I were to fall for you, would you take responsibility?" At Lin Bai's abrupt candor, Qin Ruowei's movement faltered, and she promptly returned the chicken leg to her plate. "I find your statement rather reasonable." Lin Bai replied, "Can I take it back now?" "No." The two fell into an unusual silence, each lost in their thoughts, until Lin Bai finally finished his meal. "Oh, Ruowei, there you are. I've been searching for you." Lin Bai was interrupted before he could finish his sentence, glancing at the newcomer. A handsome young man impeccably dressed in a white shirt and tailored trousers, exuding charm. In stark contrast, Lin Bai's sweat-stained face stood out. Though Qin Ruowei did not look up, she recognized the newcomer. Lin Bai surveyed the two and stood up, stating, "I'm done eating, you both. Sit down." Lin Bai was interrupted again, and upon seeing Qin Ruowei's authoritative expression, he scratched his nose in confusion and reluctantly sat back down. For the first time, the boy's attention shifted to Lin Bai, but it was indifferent, merely glancing over before he naturally settled beside Qin Ruowei. "Ruowei, how can you consume such food? What if you get an upset stomach?" Qin Ruowei set down her chopsticks, took a napkin to wipe her mouth, and turned to the young man. "Yuan Fengkai, I do not like you, nor will I ever. Please do not waste your time on me. Do you understand?" Yuan Fengkai, the dashing young man, was taken aback by this direct confrontation, staring blankly for a moment before processing her words. Even Lin Bai, who was merely an observer, was astonished. "Ruowei, what is it about me that you find lacking? Just tell me, and I will change. You are great, but I simply do not have feelings for you. With your qualities, you can surely find someone better and more beautiful than me. That is all." With that, Qin Ruowei stood up, carrying her plate. "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." Lin Bai, focused on Yuan Fengkai, heard her voice and pointed to himself. "Me?" Qin Ruowei rolled her eyes and ignored him, turning to leave. Lin Bai glanced at Yuan Fengkai, silently crossing himself, and also prepared to depart. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." Just as he had taken a few steps, Yuan Fengkai's voice called out, prompting Lin Bai to halt and turn back, puzzled. Yuan Fengkai approached Lin Bai, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Lin Bai felt uncomfortable under Yuan Fengkai's gaze, as if he were being assessed like a mere spectacle. "Is there something you need? You and Ruowei. Do you think it's possible?" Finally, it was Lin Bai's turn to interrupt. Yuan Fengkai, unfazed, pondered before nodding. "True, my apologies." Lin Bai chose not to respond, turning away to leave. Back in the dormitory, his roommate Zhao Fangting was engrossed in a video game, as usual. Lin Bai refrained from disturbing him, took a shower, washed the clothes he had worn throughout the day, and then laid down to begin his sit-ups. His abdominal muscles ached intensely. Today's 4 sets were more grueling than yesterday, yet he persevered through the pain. Beep. "Congratulations, host, on completing today's check-in task. Check-in progress is at 27. Keep up the good work. Victory is within reach." Lin Bai exhaled deeply, and upon turning his head, he spotted Zhao Fangting's large head resting on the edge of the bed, observing him with an indescribable expression. Chapter 6. We are not compatible. "What are you doing?" Lin Bai recoiled slightly. "Lin Bai, are you in love?" Zhao Fangting's words struck like a thunderbolt. Lin Bai hesitated, amused by the absurdity. "What on earth are you talking about?" Zhao Fangting regarded him with suspicion before his expression shifted to one of eager curiosity. "Or have you developed feelings for a girl? Tell me, I could help." "You're insane. Sleep." Lin Bai dismissed Zhao Fangting, turning his back and pulling the blanket over him. "Come on, let us chat. It's just the two of us in the dorm, and after a long day of gaming, it's rather dull. If it's dull, let us run together in the morning. I'd rather not. Anyway, Lin Bai, dating can be quite expensive. My advice is to focus on making money first. Once you have it, finding a partner will be a breeze. Don't you agree?" Tired from the day, Lin Bai had no time for idle chatter, quickly drifting off to sleep with soft snores escaping him. Zhao Fangting rolled his eyes and returned to his gaming. The next day, at exactly 6:30, Lin Bai awoke to the alarm, freshened up, and headed out. After purchasing breakfast, he ate while making his way to the South District playground. On the way, Lin Bai casually checked his social media and, after scrolling past a few posts, he stumbled upon a recent update from Qinshuya. Please take care of me in the future, Mr. Li. Accompanying the text was a photo of two hands tightly clasped together. Beneath the post were numerous comments, as they shared many mutual friends from high school, allowing them to see each other's remarks. Mr. Li? Has Lin Bai changed his surname? Haha. Are you out of your mind today? It can't possibly be Lin Bai. I see. But perhaps it's for the best. Xiaoya deserves better. And Lin Bai isn't quite suited for her. Exactly, Xiaoya, stay strong. Be yourself. These comments pierced Lin Bai's heart like a series of needles. When Qinshuya had agreed to be Lin Bai's girlfriend, countless boys had their hearts broken. Now, those very individuals finally had their moment to gloat. Reading this, Lin Bai's mood soured abruptly, and he hastily stuffed a bun into his mouth, shutting off his phone, and sprinted towards the South District playground. He longed to sweat, to run, to feel breathless. Upon arriving at the playground, he found it as empty as he had imagined. He removed his shoes and placed them on the grass before beginning to run barefoot along the track. 1 lap, 2 laps, 3 laps, 4 laps. After completing 4 consecutive laps, Lin Bai finally stopped, collapsing onto the grass, gasping for air, the blood from his scraped feet seeming to go unnoticed. Lin Bai was unsure why he felt such anger. If he had to pinpoint a reason, it could only be a sense of unwillingness. After 3 years of high school with Qinshuya, treating her so well, sacrificing his admission to a prestigious university, only for Li Yu to swoop in within a few days. This stark disparity was difficult for Lin Bai to accept. As thoughts spiraled, his anger intensified, and he flipped over to start doing push-ups, continuing until he had completed over 50. Amidst heavy panting, Lin Bai finally recognized his own strength, raising his hands to inspect them. Wow, have I really improved this much? Certainly, it is essential to consider the capabilities of this system. Lin Bai did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he continued with his push-ups, completing 4 sets of 30 before ceasing his exertions, putting on his shoes, and departing. On the second floor of the East District cafeteria, at the Mi Shui Bingqing outlet, he approached the counter. Hello, 1 matcha milk green, please. A familiar voice resonated, prompting Lin Bai to look up and behold Qin Ruowei, who stood there with her hands clasped behind her back, a smile gracing her lips. Today, she had elegantly tied her long hair into a lovely bun secured with a hairpin. She wore a loose white t-shirt on top and light denim shorts below, her long, snow-white legs making her an object of admiration for any man who laid eyes upon her. Ruowei, you. All right, please wait a moment. Taken aback by her beauty, Lin Bai quickly resumed his routine, and before long, he had prepared the matcha milk green as requested. Neatly packaged and presented to Qin Ruowei. Here is your milk tea. She nodded, placing a beautifully packaged box on the counter. For you. Before Lin Bai could react, she turned away, clutching the milk tea and leaving. Hey, you haven't paid. Lin Bai extended his hand, but Qin Ruowei had already vanished from sight. Confused, he opened the box and realized with a start that it contained a pair of Puma sneakers. Indeed, the box revealed a brand new pair of athletic shoes. In contrast to automobiles, Lin Bai's knowledge of footwear was rather limited. He could not discern the value of the shoes before him. However, what mattered most was that he could not accept them. Qin Ruowei had already reached the staircase leading to the 3rd floor, seemingly ready to dine. Lin Bai remained unhurried, with a few minutes left before his shift concluded. After finishing his part-time job and changing out of his work uniform, he noticed Brother Luo inspecting the Puma sneakers with a look of astonishment. Wow, did you hit the jackpot? Lin Bai, perplexed, replied, No, I didn't buy them. Are they really expensive? I see many people wearing this brand. It shouldn't be that pricey, right? Brother Luo shook his head in disbelief, pointing at Lin Bai and then at the shoes. What do you know? These are from the Nitro Foam series. The lowest price is over 800. I've never owned such expensive shoes. You don't want them, do you? Lin Bai was utterly bewildered, and as Brother Luo reached for the sneakers, Lin Bai quickly snatched them back and dashed outside. I'm off to eat. Brother Luo, see you this afternoon. Watching Lin Bai's retreating figure, Brother Luo could only shake his head with a wry smile. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Lin Bai gathered his meal and instantly spotted Qin Ruowei amidst the crowd. She was simply radiant. So much so that anyone seated near her would feel diminished in comparison. Balancing his tray and the shoe box, he disregarded the curious gazes of his classmates and sat down directly across from her. Classmate Qin, this gift is far too extravagant for me to accept, and then just throw it away. Lin Bai was about to explain that he had already purchased shoes that had just arrived, but before he could utter a word, Qin Ruowei interrupted him. Throw it away? That wouldn't be proper. I bought it for you. If you refuse, what else can I do? Wear them myself? Lin Bai was momentarily speechless. The shoe size was indeed the same as his, and a few days prior, during a running session, they had exchanged sizes. You needn't overthink it. I see potential in you, maturity and ambition. This pair of shoes is my investment in your future. Qin Ruowei, with her beauty and kindness, possessed a keen understanding of others' feelings and a discerning eye for opportunity. Lin Bai found himself increasingly enamored with her. Do you know what the best investment for a young man is? Lin Bai swallowed his food with great effort before speaking. What? Qin Ruowei inquired, lifting her gaze. To be his girlfriend. At this, Qin Ruowei momentarily froze, swiftly regaining her composure and feigning nonchalance as she lowered her head to continue eating. Don't say such nonsense. We're not suited for each other. Lin Bai noticed the flush creeping to her ears, leaving him puzzled and compelled to consult the omniscient Guogu. Guogu, what is going on with her? Contradiction. Contradiction? Please elaborate. Qin Ruowei harbors a fondness for you, though it has not yet blossomed into love. There remains a distance to traverse. Love requires compatibility and mutual respect. And you currently lack the qualifications. At least in terms of external appearance, you fall short. Lin Bai suddenly comprehended, glancing down at his attire, which amounted to no more than 200 yuan, a stark contrast to the shoes. I ought to present myself better. Not for any other reason but to uphold my dignity, he resolved internally. Side quest activated. Side quest content. People are judged by their appearance. Within 8 hours. Improve your personal presentation to meet system standards. Note, the host has only 8 hours to complete this task, during which all expenses will be covered by the system. Failure to meet the required standards by the end of the time limit will result in the host needing to repay all incurred expenses. Lin Bai had not anticipated that this would trigger a side quest. As he contemplated the requirements, his mouth slowly opened in realization. This was a golden opportunity for a free makeover. All expenses within the 8-hour limit would be covered by the system, exclusively for enhancing Lin Bai's external appearance. However, he felt uncertain about the system's exact standards. I'm done eating. I'll take my leave. Lin Bai wanted to inquire further about the system's criteria, but Qin Ruowei had already finished her meal and was preparing to depart. Habitually, he reached out and grasped her hand. Wait. Qin Ruowei froze, her gaze falling upon their clasped hands, while astonished eyes surrounded them. Lin Bai quickly retracted his hand. Apologizing, sorry, I got a bit distracted. Qin Ruowei displayed little reaction. Is there something on your mind? Lin Bai pondered briefly. To meet the system's standards, the best approach would be to seek guidance from an aesthetically discerning female companion, and the most suitable person for him was none other than Qin Ruowei. Thus, he inquired, do you have plans this afternoon? Qin Ruowei tilted her head, considering, nothing significant, do you? No, come with me to shop. I want to buy a few things and improve my appearance, but as you know, I'm unfamiliar with this area. Lin Bai's eyes were sincere. To his invitation, Qin Ruowei showed no signs of resistance. Rather, a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. Furthermore, being a girl, she naturally enjoyed shopping, and she recognized that Lin Bai had not ventured outside the campus since the semester began, making her aware of his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded, sure, that sounds good. When shall we leave? Aren't you working part-time? Lin Bai thought to himself that at this point, there was no need for a part-time job. This afternoon could potentially earn him a fortune equivalent to 4 years of part-time work in college. I want to go this afternoon. I'll finish my meal and leave. Glancing at the time, he noted it was nearly 1 o'clock. Time is money. And Lin Bai devoured his meal with haste, clutching the shoe box as he and Qin Ruowei exited the cafeteria together. He paid no heed to the curious glances from those around him. Following behind Lin Bai, Qin Ruowei observed something peculiar. Despite his financial constraints, he exuded an indescribable confidence and poise, qualities she found admirable. The two of them each procured a shared bicycle, and Lin Bai briefly returned to his dormitory to shower and change into the new sneakers gifted by Qin Ruowei. Upon seeing the fresh shoes on his feet, she smiled slightly. Very nice, they suit you well. Subsequently, Lin Bai summoned a ride through his phone, directing it to the nearest Walmart. Upon entering the mall, they passed a hair salon, and Qin Ruowei halted Lin Bai, pointing toward the establishment. Let us get a haircut first. Lin Bai glanced at the salon, which was exquisitely decorated, and the stylists appeared exceptionally professional, undoubtedly charging a premium. However, recalling that the system would cover the expenses, he dismissed such concerns and nodded. All right, it's all in your hands this afternoon. Qin Ruowei smiled, her lips curving in delight, and led the way into the salon, with Lin Bai following closely behind. Greetings to both of you. Shall we proceed with the haircut together? Qin Ruowei pointed at Lin Bai, suggesting that he design a hairstyle. Hair salons relish hearing such a statement, as designing a hairstyle is quite costly, thus yielding them considerable profit. Before being taken away by the staff, Lin Bai approached the cashier to inquire about the price. Hello, how much will it be? At that moment, Qin Ruowei came up behind him, tugging at his sleeve. I have a membership at this salon. You need not worry about it. Lin Bai understood that Qin Ruowei was concerned about him spending money. And he chuckled while shaking his head. That's a separate matter. How much is it? The young lady at the cashier calculated the total and replied, Good day, sir. The total is 2,800, and our deputy manager will personally design and trim your hair. Observing Lin Bai's insistence, Qin Ruowei's fondness for him diminished slightly. She believed she knew him well, and to her, his behavior seemed somewhat pretentious. Upon hearing the price of 2,800, Lin Bai did indeed feel a pang of discomfort, but fortunately, it was not his money. Let's proceed with the card. Lin Bai produced his bank card and handed it to the staff. The staff member, beaming, accepted it, processed the payment, and Lin Bai entered his password, successfully deducting 2,800. After the transaction was completed, Lin Bai felt relieved to follow the staff to the shampooing station. Watching Lin Bai's retreating figure, Qin Ruowei felt perplexed and turned to the young lady at the cashier. Are you certain you just charged 2,800? The young lady glanced at the receipt and nodded with a smile. Yes, indeed, it is 2,800, madam. Qin Ruowei shook her head, puzzled about how Lin Bai could afford such an amount. He certainly did not appear to be someone with 2,800 to spare. Of course, such inquiries were best left unspoken. Qin Ruowei could only sit in the waiting area, scrolling through her phone as she waited. The entire process lasted over 3 hours, during which Lin Bai nearly drifted off to sleep. Finally, around 4 in the afternoon, Lin Bai's new hairstyle was completed. Gazing at the meticulously styled hair in the mirror, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the cost was indeed justified. Qin Ruowei approached, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Lin Bai's new look. Not bad at all. It looks significantly better than I had imagined. As Lin Bai stood up, he instinctively reached out to touch Qin Ruowei's head, but halfway through the motion, he realized the impropriety and awkwardly withdrew his hand. You've worked hard. Let me treat you to a lavish meal once we're done. Qin Ruowei smiled gently. It's nothing. Let's go. After leaving the salon, the two wandered aimlessly through the mall, entering and exiting various stores. The details of their excursion need not be elaborated. Another 3 hours passed, and by nearly 7 in the evening, Lin Bai finally received the system's acknowledgement. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest Clothes Make the Man. All expenses incurred during this time have been covered by the system. Looking at himself, Lin Bai noted that his once plain white t-shirt had transformed into a pristine white shirt from the Gu Ergo brand, and his casual jeans had been replaced by stylish cropped pants from the Fan Air Deng brand. Additionally, he carried an assortment of bags filled with various clothing styles. The total expenditure amounted to over 30,000, and for the first time, Lin Bai truly understood why girls adored shopping so much. Exiting the mall, Qin Ruowei glanced at the handsome and charming Lin Bai, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable delight. Chapter 8. Where has my little Bai gone? That delight resembled a sense of pride akin to having crafted a perfect work of art with one's own hands. What would you like to eat? It's on me. Lin Bai turned, and as their eyes met, Qin Ruowei, resembling a thief, quickly averted her gaze. Anything is fine. There's a place called Xiaoyu nearby, and I've heard the food is quite good. Then let us go to Xiaoyu. On the way to Xiaoyu restaurant, Lin Bai took out his phone, accessed the group purchase for Xiaoyu, and sighed in relief. The time for the task had already passed, and he was genuinely worried about not being able to afford the meal. Presently, he had just over 600 yuan on him, along with an additional 100 that he hadn't withdrawn yet, which was stored in the system and could be accessed whenever needed. A meal for two at Xiaoyu would likely cost around 1 to 200 yuan, which would have been considered extravagant for his former self. However, now, he had the system, so having money was merely a matter of time. Moreover, having Qin Ruowei accompany him throughout the day made him feel a bit guilty, and treating her to dinner seemed reasonable. On the contrary, Qin Ruowei found herself somewhat perplexed by this seemingly impoverished young man. She had witnessed Lin Bai's feet being worn raw by those cheap shoes, and had seen him forego meat in his meals for the sake of saving money. She had even seen him labor for over 3 hours in the sweltering heat to repay her 200 yuan. All of this seemed to contradict the 30,000 yuan worth of shopping he had done that afternoon, shrouding Lin Bai in an air of mystery that made her curious to explore further. At the Xiaoyu restaurant, illuminated by candlelight, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei sat across from each other, the ambience rendered slightly intimate by the flickering flames. I apologize. I truly had no idea it would be like this. Should we remove the candles? Lin Bai felt awkward. Qin Ruowei smiled. It's fine, let them be. If I'm not shy, why should you be? Lin Bai refrained from saying more. Qin Ruowei's choice was indeed correct. The food at Xiaoyu was delectable. Arguably the best Lin Bai had ever tasted outside of home. Thank you for spending the afternoon with me. It was hard work. Lin Bai expressed his gratitude sincerely. Qin Ruowei lowered her head. It's nothing. I often shop alone. That's good. Feel free to call me whenever you want to shop. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruowei lifted her head, set down her cutlery, rested her chin on her hand, and gazed at Lin Bai with her beautiful eyes. Lin Bai, I have a question that I'm particularly curious about. You must have seen Li Yu and Chen Shuya's social media posts. Don't you feel angry at all? Lin Bai raised his head and smiled. What good would anger do? I have no money and cannot provide Chen Shuya with what she desires. Even university admissions are competitive. It is only natural for her to choose Li Yu. Lin Bai's response caught Qin Ruowei's attention, and she continued to eat in silence. You need not worry too much. Chen Shuya is not worthy of you. In matters of the heart, worthiness is irrelevant. What matters is willingness, Lin Bai stated naturally, sharing his perspective. Just then, the system's voice unexpectedly echoed. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing side quest 2. The reward has been issued. A vehicle will be delivered to your door tomorrow. So please keep your phone accessible. The system's announcement rendered Lin Bai momentarily stiff. At that moment, the allure of a Mercedes GLE paled in comparison to the fact that Qin Ruowei seemed to have developed feelings for him. Initially, he had thought this task would be a long and arduous endeavor with a high failure rate, yet unexpectedly, observing Qin Ruowei as she fiddled with her steak, Lin Bai took a deep breath, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and seized the opportunity. Would you be willing to be my girlfriend? Qin Ruowei's movements froze, and she slowly raised her head. Huh, why would you suddenly ask me that? I don't know. Qin Ruowei stumbled over her words, unable to meet Lin Bai's gaze. Under the candlelight, the blush on her cheeks spoke volumes more than 1,000 confessions. With the system backing him, Lin Bai felt more confident than ever. He gently grasped Qin Ruowei's delicate hand, speaking earnestly. Ruowei, I like you. Qin Ruowei did not resist. She slowly raised her head. Her face flushed. After several seconds, she hurriedly withdrew her hand, pretending to focus on her meal. Oh dear, let's eat first. Lin Bai chuckled. All right, take your time. Don't choke. After their meal, the two returned to campus. Lin Bai escorted Qin Ruowei to her dormitory entrance, waving goodbye under the curious gazes of passing students. Go on up, rest early. See you tomorrow. MHM. Qin Ruowei merely responded with an MHM, turning toward the dormitory door. Halfway there, she halted, turned around, and rushed to Lin Bai, leaping into his embrace. Caught off guard, Lin Bai's hands, laden with bags, hung awkwardly in the air, his body stiffening. See you tomorrow, Qin Ruowei said with a smile, releasing Lin Bai and sprinting into the dormitory. It was only then that Lin Bai composed himself, inhaling the familiar scent lingering on his clothes, vivid and clear. The breeze on his way home felt sweet, and Lin Bai experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. A startled cry echoed from the male dormitory 306. Lin Bai casually stuffed his clothes bag into the wardrobe and raised an eyebrow at Zhao Fangting. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Fangting cautiously approached Lin Bai. What have you done with my little Bai? Return him to me. I will fight you. With that, Zhao Fangting jokingly lunged for Lin Bai's neck. Lin Bai, speechless, gently pushed him away. In the next moment, with a thud, the tall Zhao Fangting was propelled 3 to 4 meters back, crashing into the table before coming to a halt. Zhao Fangting stared at Lin Bai in shock, while Lin Bai gazed at his own palm, both wearing identical expressions of astonishment. You dare to push me? With such strength? They exclaimed in unison. You seem quite proud of yourself. Zhao Fangting looked innocent. Lin Bai realized that his recent training, coupled with the system's covert enhancements, had significantly increased his strength. To validate his hypothesis, Lin Bai immediately called upon the system. System, show me my current attributes. Beep. Acknowledged. Host, Lin Bai. Strength, 4. Speed, 3. Stamina, 4. Overall rating, poor. System level, 1. Progress, 0-100. Daily cash subsidy available for withdrawal, 100. System balance, 100. After reviewing the attribute panel, Lin Bai silently affirmed his suspicions. Both strength and speed had increased by 1 point, and his overall rating had improved from abysmal to poor. He noted an additional system balance, representing his daily withdrawal amount. The only unchanged aspects were the system level and the daily extractable amount. Having spent the past few days familiarizing himself with the system, Lin Bai inquired based on his deductions. Is it true that only by completing mainline tasks can I earn points to upgrade the system level? Beep. Correct. Lin Bai mused, realizing the urgency of completing the mainline tasks to make Chen Shuya regret seeking reconciliation, thus acquiring 100 task points. With these 100 points, the system could upgrade to level 2, increasing the daily extractable subsidy. This was the path to long-term success. Chapter 9. I admit I almost believed it. Having clarified these thoughts, Lin Bai approached Zhao Fangting and sincerely apologized. I truly did not mean it. I've been training and am still adjusting. With that, Zhao Fangting relented. Circling around Lin Bai, I suppose you do have a conscience. But little Bai, what's come over you today? You seem like a different person. Chen Shuya must be regretting her choice. Lin Bai merely smiled mysteriously, choosing not to elaborate. Enough talk. I've been out all day, time to sleep. Later that evening, around 8, Lin Bai climbed into bed and resumed doing sit-ups. As he removed his shirt, he noticed the gradually forming six-pack abs and pectoral muscles. He immediately jumped off the bed and stepped onto the electronic scale his roommate had bought. 158. Lin Bai was astonished by the number. Just 3 days ago, he had weighed under 120 pounds, and now, in only 3 days, he had gained nearly 40 pounds. Who would believe it? Gazing at his perfect muscular contours in the mirror, Lin Bai felt increasingly confident. Wow, is this for real? Zhao Fangting reached out to touch, but Lin Bai gently swatted his hand away. Returning to bed, Lin Bai glanced at his phone and noticed several messages from Qin Ruowei. Are you back? I had a great time today, thank you. I'm willing. Reading her 3 messages made Lin Bai smile. Just got back, lying down. He continued. You better remember this. Your boyfriend is Lin Bai, a 6-foot-tall hunk. After sending the message, Lin Bai resumed his sit-ups. During his workout, his phone chimed with incoming messages from Qin Ruowei. He knew it was her, but did not rush to reply, maintaining his rhythmic exercise. He could now perform over 100 sit-ups consecutively. During a brief rest, Lin Bai opened his phone to find multiple messages. He got it. By the way, have you really forgotten about Qin Shuya? You've been slow to respond. Lin Bai could guess the expression on Qin Ruowei's face on the other end. His assumptions were confirmed. Qin Ruowei and Qin Shuya were roommates, and at that moment, she was alternating between lying down and sitting up, frequently checking her phone. Her face a mix of hope and anxiety. Of the 4 roommates, only the 2 of them were present, as Qin Shuya and Li Yu had gone out. I say, my beautiful Qin, are you working out up there? A roommate teased. Just as Qin Ruowei was about to respond, she received Lin Bai's message and quickly opened it. I was just working out. I do 280 sit-ups every night before bed without breaks. Also, how can you compare yourself to Qin Shuya? Don't you think that is unfair? To put it bluntly, no one can replace your position in my heart. Remember that. After reading the message, a smile blossomed on Qin Ruowei's face as she lay back down and began typing. Is this for real? I want to see. Below, the other 2 roommates exchanged knowing glances and stealthily crawled onto Qin Ruowei's bed. Sensing their approach, she turned around. What are you doing? After a playful scuffle, her 2 roommates pressed her for information. Quickly tell us, who is that guy? Is he from our school? Qin Ruowei nodded, yes. Is he from our department? She nodded again, yes. Hearing this, the 2 girls were visibly surprised. Wow, which divine being has captured our Ruowei's heart in such a short time? Spill it. Qin Ruowei, giggling from their teasing, earnestly pleaded, no, I'll tell you in a couple of days. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, after completing his sit-ups, Lin Bai picked up his phone and snapped a photo of his sweaty abdomen. Look, just finished training. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Check-in progress, 37. Keep up the good work. After sending the message, Lin Bai turned to see Zhao Fangting also exercising earnestly, motivating himself. I want abs too. I want a girlfriend. However, after a few attempts, he collapsed onto the bed, gazing at Lin Bai. You little rascal, tell me honestly, who is that girl? Lin Bai thought for a moment. Feeling there was nothing to hide, and replied, Qin Ruowei. Zhao Fangting was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little Bai, you really know how to spin a tale. I admit, I almost believed you. Qin Ruowei, she's the beauty of our department. 9 out of 10 guys are vying for her attention. You and I? Let us not kid ourselves. Dreaming of such a goddess is futile. Lin Bai, disinterested in explaining, simply turned away. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I'm going to sleep. With that, Lin Bai pulled out his phone. Noticing Qin Ruowei hadn't replied, he assumed she had fallen asleep. You must be asleep. I'm off to bed too. Need to rise early tomorrow. Good night. After sending the message, Lin Bai tossed his phone aside and quickly succumbed to sleep after a long day. On the other side, the 2 roommates, unable to extract any useful information, finally gave up. Qin Ruowei, finally able to check her phone, blushed upon seeing Lin Bai's photo of his abs. She then snuggled under the covers and secretly admired the picture for a while, eventually saving it before drifting off to sleep, a smile lingering on her face. The next day, the holiday had unknowingly reached its 4th day, and the number of students on campus had visibly increased. In the morning, at the same time, on the South District playground, Lin Bai, dressed in sportswear and Puma sneakers, jogged on the track, accompanied by the youthful and vibrant Qin Ruowei. Having confirmed their relationship, they had naturally agreed to run together. The 2 individuals had originally grown closer through their shared passion for running. Lin Bai completed 1,500 meters in one breath, feeling invigorated and capable of running 2 or 3 more laps. This was a stark contrast to the clumsiness he experienced on their first day of running. Following the run, they transitioned to doing push-ups. Lin Bai performed his push-ups while Qin Ruowei sat nearby, hugging her knees and gazing at him with admiration. Lin Bai, I feel that you have changed significantly from a few days ago, Qin Ruowei exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Lin Bai, also aware of his transformation, teasingly asked, so, do you prefer the old me or the new me? Qin Ruowei blushed and turned her gaze away. I won't answer that. After effortlessly completing 120 push-ups, Lin Bai took a generous sip from the water bottle handed to him by Qin Ruowei, only to hear her inquire, "What are your plans for today?" Lin Bai tightened the cap of the bottle and replied, "I am continuing my part-time job, as you know." Qin Ruowei was taken aback. "What? You still have a part-time job?" Her reaction stemmed from the fact that, after spending an entire day together yesterday, Lin Bai's image in her eyes had shifted. He was no longer the impoverished boy she once knew. However, Lin Bai still needed to keep his part-time job, a notion that completely caught Qin Ruowei off guard. Unbeknownst to her, it was not that Lin Bai enjoyed working part-time, but rather that he was in dire need of money. With his system level still at 1, and having started dating a campus beauty, Lin Bai felt an intensified sense of urgency. As they walked towards the East District cafeteria while chatting, Lin Bai playfully retorted, "What about you? What are your plans?" Qin Ruowei bit her lip, uncertain. "I suppose I will head home for a bit." Her home was conveniently located within the city of Jiangqing. They rose and strolled towards the cafeteria, unaware that their affectionate behavior had attracted the attention of some students on the playground. One student recognized Qin Ruowei and discreetly took a photo from a distance, not knowing who they would share it with. After escorting Lin Bai to the Mi Shui Bing Cheng milk tea shop, Qin Ruowei watched as he changed into his work uniform. She playfully tugged at his collar, adopting an adorable yet fierce expression. "Behave and focus on your part-time job. No flirting with other girls, or else there will be consequences." Witnessing her mock ferocity, Lin Bai could not suppress his delight. In a moment of spontaneity, he leaned in and lightly kissed her cheek. "At your service, my lady." Qin Ruowei's face turned crimson, and she shot him a playful glare before turning and jogging away. Suddenly, Luo Gu appeared from nowhere and playfully punched Lin Bai's shoulder. "You rascal. When did you two get together?" Lin Bai smiled. "We just started." Luo Gu gave a thumbs up, impressed. "Not bad. You've managed to win over the campus beauty, but..." His expression shifted to one of concern as he looked at Lin Bai, seemingly hesitant. "Xiao Bai, I don't want to dampen your spirits, but there's a saying about beautiful women bringing disaster. Many suitors are after Qin Ruowei, so you should be prepared." Lin Bai understood Luo Ji's intentions well. He had resolved to face any challenges that came with dating Qin Ruowei. He was equipped with a system and had no reason to fear. "Thank you, Luo Gu. I will be cautious." As two girls entered the milk tea shop, Luo Gu signaled Lin Bai to continue working and took his leave. "Hello, ladies. What would you like?" Lin Bai resumed his daily routine. However, this time was different from before. The two girls, upon seeing the handsome Lin Bai, covered their mouths and whispered to each other, occasionally stealing glances at him. "1 American coffee, 1 latte, less sugar and less ice, please." Lin Bai smiled slightly as he began preparing their drinks. Seizing the opportunity when Lin Bai was distracted, the two girls stealthily snapped a photo of him and posted it on the campus wall. "Ladies, hurry over." Location, Mi Shui Bing Cheng on the 2nd floor of the East District cafeteria. "That's all I can do." Lin Bai remained blissfully unaware of the impending attention he would face, diligently preparing the drinks. "Here are your drinks. Have a nice day, and we welcome you back next time." After bidding farewell to the two girls, Lin Bai habitually sat down to scroll through his phone and pass the time. Before long, a group of 3 girls rushed in. "Hello, ladies. What can I get for you?" Lin Bai greeted them with a smile. 1 banana milk tea, 1 overnight lemon water, 1 snow-topped milk tea. Lin Bai began operating the machine to take their order. After they completed their payment, he started making their drinks. Just when he was halfway through, 2 more girls burst into the milk tea shop, followed by several others. In a matter of moments, the small shop was filled with students, and the number continued to grow. Students began taking pictures of Lin Bai, and it was then that he realized what was happening. Luo Gu, who had been chatting with the female owner of the neighboring shop, noticed the commotion and stepped outside. "Everyone, make way. I'm the boss. Let me through." Luo Gu quickly assessed that Lin Bai was overwhelmed and squeezed through the crowd to assist. Amid the noise, he approached Lin Bai, who had a look of desperation in his eyes, and flashed him a peace sign. "An hour plus $20. Previously, Lin Bai earned 15 yuan per hour, making it 30 for 2 hours. Now, the rate had increased to 35 for 1 hour and 70 for 2. This was considered a rare high salary for part-time work. Feeling rejuvenated, Lin Bai and Luo Gu went into a frenzy. The content on the campus wall did not go unnoticed by other students. Qin Ruowei, who had just returned home, saw it, and Shen Shuya, who was in Li Yu's BMW X3, also noticed. Qin Ruowei stomped her foot and hurried into her room, grabbing a few change of clothes. Ignoring her mother's puzzled calls, she returned to her purple Xiaomi SU7 and turned back towards the school. Meanwhile, Chen Shuya enlarged some of the photos. Feeling that the handsome guy in the pictures looked familiar, ISN Mi Shui Bing Cheng on the 2nd floor of the East District cafeteria, where Lin Bai works part-time? Chen Shuya murmured. Li Yu, who was driving, instinctively rested his hand on Chen Shuya's thigh. What are you looking at, babe? Where do you want to go next? For some reason, Chen Shuya suddenly lost her desire to continue exploring. She furrowed her brow and pondered, darling, I'm feeling a bit tired. Let us head back. Liu glanced at her and hesitated for a moment. All right, after 4 days of wandering, it is indeed tiring. As you wish, we shall return. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, a simple photo taken by a fellow student was causing a significant stir. At that moment, Lin Bai was completely engrossed in his work, wishing for 3 heads and 6 arms to manage the overwhelming crowd. The influx of students at the milk tea shop showed no signs of diminishing, and the majority were girls. Your milk tea, miss. Have a nice day. After sending off yet another female student, Lin Bai wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at the time. Barely an hour had passed. He had never felt time drag so painfully. Just as he was busy, his phone rang. Lin Bai took a moment to glance at the caller ID, revealing an unfamiliar number. As a freshman, he feared missing an important call, so he smiled apologetically at the classmates in front of him and answered. Hello, who is this? Hello, is this Mr. Lin Bai? A stranger's voice came through the line. Yes, this is he. Who am I speaking to? Hello, Mr. Lin. I am a staff member from the Jiangxing Mercedes-Benz dealership. You purchased the latest model of the GLE from us, and I am here to deliver your car. Is it convenient for you? Lin Bai smacked his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this matter. Looking at the bustling crowd in front of him, he knew he had no time to leave. I'm sorry, but I may not have time right now. Where are you? Can you bring it to the East District cafeteria? Absolutely, that is perfectly fine. And where should I deliver the keys? The keys? I'm working part-time at the Mi Shui Bing Chung on the 2nd floor of the East District cafeteria. Just come in and call for me. All right, Mr. Lin. Please hold on. After hanging up, Lin Bai returned to his tasks. In the parking lot behind the cafeteria in the East District, a driver clad in professional attire parked a brand new Benz GLE, exited the vehicle, and hurriedly entered the cafeteria with the car keys and contract documents in hand. Almost immediately after, Qin Ruowei's purple Xiaomi SU7 arrived and parked beside the Benz. After disembarking, Qin Ruowei lingered her gaze on the Benz for a moment before dashing towards the cafeteria. On the 2nd floor of the cafeteria, Lin Bai was preoccupied with various tasks when the driver arrived at the entrance, finding it nearly impossible to squeeze through the crowd. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. Chapter 11. The pretty boy you're looking for is not quite right in the head. The driver waved the Benz keys in his hand and called out loudly. Upon hearing the voice, Lin Bai turned to look, and the many female students nearby followed suit. The driver, with a broad smile, waved the keys. Excuse me, everyone. I'm not here to buy milk tea, just delivering something, and I'll be on my way. Thus, the driver navigated through the crowd to the counter, slightly bent over, and presented the keys and related materials to Lin Bai. Mr. Lin, here are your car keys and the relevant documents. Please keep them safe. I've parked your car in the lot behind the cafeteria. Remember to retrieve it. Everyone was taken aback. Not only the female students in close proximity, but even Luo Ge beside them was bewildered. With Luo Ji's experience, he immediately recognized that those were the keys to a Benz GLE. Yet, he could not fathom how a poor student earning $15 an hour at his milk tea shop could possibly own a Benz GLE. What on earth is happening in this world? Lin Bai was quite uncomfortable with the attention and loathed the ostentation. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the keys and documents. Thank you, that will be all. No need to thank me, it's my duty. If you need anything, here is my business card, just give me a call. The driver respectfully handed over a business card before exiting the milk tea shop, running into Qin Ruowei, who had come looking for him. And couldn't he help but admire her beauty. As the two brushed past one another, Qin Ruowei reached the entrance of the shop and called out to Lin Bai, who was busy inside. Lin Bai. Upon hearing her, Lin Bai looked up, waved to her, and motioned her to come in. The other girls turned around, some recognizing Qin Ruowei, covering their mouths in surprise, while others began to inquire. Everyone, please make some room. Let my girlfriend in, I need assistance. Lin Bai spoke up, providing Qin Ruowei with reassurance while also indicating to the girls present that he was already taken. Indeed, upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Qin Ruowei was quite pleased. She walked into the shop under the varied gazes of the crowd and made her way behind the counter. Lin Bai affectionately ruffled her hair and pointed to the cash register. Could you help me operate this? It's quite simple. After a brief tutorial, Qin Ruowei quickly grasped the task, thus becoming Lin Bai's assistant, increasing the staff from 2 to 3. Lin Bai initially believed this would deter the other girls and alleviate his workload. However, the reality proved to be the exact opposite. Qin Ruowei was the belle of the Foreign Languages Institute. The number of girls had indeed diminished, but the number of boys had dramatically increased. Finally, at noon, after exchanging a few words with Luo Ge and receiving his payment for the morning, Lin Bai hurriedly took Qin Ruowei away from the perilous milk tea shop. On the 3rd floor, in a corner seat. Didn't you go home? Lin Bai helped Qin Ruowei break open her chopsticks and inquired. Qin Ruowei feigned anger and shot him a glare, pulling out her phone to access the campus wall, locating the post from that morning and displaying it to Lin Bai. Upon seeing the post, Lin Bai finally understood the reason for all the commotion and felt quite helpless. "Oh, so you were worried I would be abducted? Silly girl." Lin Bai affectionately ruffled her hair. The two ordered Huang Minji, and Qin Ruowei took all the meat from her bowl and placed it into Lin Bai's. "I don't like eating meat. You should have more." Watching Qin Ruowei's gesture warmed Lin Bai's heart. His appetite had surged during this period, compounded by the heavy workload in the morning, so he genuinely wasn't sure if that single bowl would suffice. He said nothing more and began to indulge. "You're really here." Just a few bites in, an unwelcome voice intruded. Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei turned in unison to find Yuan Fengkai standing before them. His expression grim. "What does it matter where I am?" In the presence of Yuan Fengkai, Qin Ruowei reverted to her icy demeanor, aloof and unapproachable. Yuan Fengkai was infuriated. Plopping down across from them, his fists clenched. "Qin Ruowei, what is your relationship with him?" Yuan Fengkai pointed at Lin Bai, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Ruowei, which displeased Lin Bai greatly. Noticing Yuan Fengkai's accusatory finger directed at Lin Bai, Qin Ruowei frowned, set down her chopsticks, leaned closer to Lin Bai, and entwined her arm with his, looking toward Yuan Fengkai. "Lin Bai is my boyfriend. We have already established our relationship. Are you satisfied now?" Upon hearing Qin Ruowei's declaration, Yuan Fengkai appeared incredulous. "How could he possibly be worthy of you, Ruowei? Are you out of your mind? Or are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Value is not determined by worthiness, but by willingness." Qin Ruowei parroted Lin Bai's words from the previous day, delivering them verbatim to Yuan Fengkai. Yuan Fengkai slammed his palm on the table, rising in fury. "Qin Ruowei, I, Yuan Fengkai, have wealth and status. If you're going to find someone, at least choose someone who isn't a pathetic part-timer to irritate me. Do you think I have no temper?" Lin Bai was unconcerned about Yuan Fengkai's attitude towards him, but he would not tolerate anyone insulting Qin Ruowei, his girlfriend. Thus, as a man, Lin Bai slowly stood up and fixed his gaze on Yuan Fengkai. "Apologize." Yuan Fengkai thought he misheard, leaning closer. "Huh, what did you say?" "I said, apologize to my girlfriend. Right now?" Yuan Fengkai rubbed his nose, looking as if he had heard the greatest joke. "Qin Ruowei, is this the kind of foolish boy you've chosen?" "I bang." Before he could finish his sentence, a dull thud resonated, drawing the attention of nearby students. Lin Bai seized Yuan Fengkai's hair, forcefully pressing his head down onto the table. "I will say this one last time, apologize." Yuan Fengkai never anticipated that Lin Bai would dare to lay hands on him. After a moment of fleeting shock, an eruption of anger surged forth. "You little brat. Do you know who I am? My father is the head of the campus security department. I'll make you regret this." Qin Ruowei was equally taken aback by Lin Bai's sudden aggression, covering her mouth in shock. Lin Bai's gaze was fierce as he held Yuan Fengkai's hair tightly, pressing his head down firmly on the table, leaving him unable to move. No matter how Yuan Fengkai struggled, his feeble physique was no match for Lin Bai's strength, and he could not escape. Knowing Yuan Fengkai's identity, Qin Ruowei contemplated briefly before choosing to side with Lin Bai, watching coldly without intervening. "Let me go?" After failing to free himself, Yuan Fengkai shouted hoarsely. Lin Bai remained unmoved, his expression stoic. "Apologize to my girlfriend. Once you do, I will let you go. You can forget about it. Lin Bai, right? If you think you can get away with this, you're mistaken. Don't be impulsive." "No." Mid-sentence, Lin Bai lifted the barely touched bowl of Huang Minji rice, hovering it above Yuan Fengkai's head. Yuan Fengkai was frightened. If that bowl of rice tipped over, the injury would be secondary, but he would never be able to show his face at Jiangqing University again. Chapter 12, The Unruly System. Seeing that Lin Bai remained unmoved, the bowl tilted slightly, and adhering to the principle that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses, Yuan Fengkai ultimately relented. "Stop. I apologize. I apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Upon hearing Yuan Fengkai's apology, Lin Bai finally released him, placing the bowl back on the table. "From now on, speak to my girlfriend politely. Now get lost." Yuan Fengkai raked his fingers through his hair, stepping back with evident fear and resentment in his eyes. "This matter will not simply be brushed aside. You shall await the consequences." With that menacing remark, he turned and fled. Lin Bai paid him no mind and glanced at Qin Ruowei. "Are you frightened?" Qin Ruowei smiled faintly and shook her head. The two surveyed the chaotic tabletop and decided to find another place to dine. "He should compensate us for our meal. You, having gained an advantage, still play coy. His father is the head of the school security office. Are you not afraid of retaliation?" "I care not who his father is. It is intolerable for him to bully you." Qin Ruowei smiled sweetly, then grasped Lin Bai's hand. Under the curious gazes of many classmates, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed a kiss against Lin Bai's cheek. Lin Bai was momentarily stunned, and as he processed what had just occurred, Qin Ruowei, blushing, tugged him away. The two found another eatery and ordered 2 bowls of noodles. As before, Qin Ruowei divided her half and offered it to Lin Bai. Let me ask you something, Lin Bai. During their meal, Qin Ruowei spoke. Go ahead, I am an open book. She gently tapped Lin Bai. My roommate wishes to know your identity. Do you think it appropriate for me to divulge it to them now? Lin Bai immediately realized that Qin Ruowei was concerned about Chen Shuya. After all, Chen Shuya was Lin Bai's ex-girlfriend, though nothing had ever transpired between them. After a brief contemplation, Lin Bai made a decision. He caressed Qin Ruowei's cheek and spoke earnestly. Once the holiday concludes, I shall arrange a meal with your roommates. And I will treat. Is that acceptable? Lin Bai's actions were a clear declaration of his intentions, and his decision to wait until after the holiday was due to Chen Shuya's return then. Qin Ruowei understood Lin Bai's meaning perfectly, feeling both satisfied and delighted as she nodded repeatedly. All right, let us eat. By the way, do you still wish to go to the milk tea shop after this? Do you want me to go? If you do not, then I shall refrain. Given the current situation, I would not manage to go anyway. Then let us forego that. How about we go out to play this afternoon? Sounds good. Where shall we go? To Habuxiang. It has been ages since I last visited. And I yearn for that shop's stinky tofu, hee. Lin Bai playfully pinched the bridge of Qin Ruowei's nose. Very well, I shall follow your lead. After their meal, the clock struck shortly after 1:30 in the afternoon. Hand in hand, they descended the stairs and, as was their habit, made their way toward the parking lot behind the cafeteria. Halfway there, Lin Bai suddenly recalled that, although he now owned a car, he was unaware of whether it contained fuel. The Benz GLE undoubtedly required 98-octane gasoline, and a full tank would cost at least 400 to 500 yuan. He had spent over 200 treating Qin Ruowei to a meal the day before, leaving him with just over 100, supplemented by 200 from his system account. Still rather impoverished. In contrast, Qin Ruowei's concerns were entirely different from Lin Bai's. She owned a car, a brand new Xiaomi SU7, top tier, and it was hardly inferior to the Benz GLE. Her primary worry was that Lin Bai might feel diminished in confidence upon seeing her vehicle, potentially creating distance between them. With differing apprehensions, they arrived at the parking lot, where the striking Xiaomi SU7 and the pristine black Benz GLE caught their attention. This Benz is truly exquisite. This Xiaomi SU7 is stunning as well. They spoke in unison, and the next moment, laughter erupted from both. Just then, they spotted a small door. Behind the East District cafeteria was a small gate that led directly to the street, perfect for hailing a taxi. Upon this realization, their eyes sparkled, and they exclaimed in unison, "Let us hail a taxi." With that, they exchanged another joyful smile. Habuxiang is renowned in Jiangxing for its culinary delights. Located near the famous landmark, Huanggalu. During peak tourist seasons, it is crowded, particularly favored by the youth. Lin Bai, visiting for the first time, was startled by the throng of people in such a small place. Were people drawn here solely for the food? Lin Bai was not so sure. Observing Qin Ruowei's happiness brought him joy as well. The two strolled through Habuxiang for over 2 hours before visiting the historic Huanggalu. The entrance fee was 70 yuan. But as students, they received a 50% discount, totaling only 70 yuan for both, which Qin Ruowei insisted on paying. In her words, Lin Bai had covered all their food expenses in Habuxiang, so she must pay for the entrance. Lin Bai did not object, but silently resolved to treat Qin Ruowei even better. After exploring Huanggalu, it was nearly 6 in the evening, and the sky began to darken. They hailed a taxi back to campus, and a weary Qin Ruowei leaned against Lin Bai's arm, dozing off, watching her peaceful slumber. With a light sheen of sweat on her delicate nose and her rosy lips, Lin Bai felt a surge of emotions, repeatedly admonishing himself not to entertain impure thoughts. Yet, at that moment, the system's mischievous voice chimed in. Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest details. Obtain Qin Ruowei's first kiss within 30 seconds. Task reward. Permanent endurance 1. Failure to accept or complete the task. Permanent endurance -1. Countdown begins. 30, 29. Upon hearing the task details, Lin Bai had no time to resist as his gaze fell upon Qin Ruowei's tightly shut eyes and then to her inviting lips. With only 30 seconds, and considering it was also his first kiss, the challenge was formidable. What if Qin Ruowei became angry? What if she refused to speak to him? What if she deemed him of poor character? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, placing him in a dilemma. 20, 19, 18. The system's countdown continued, urging him onward. The last time the system had explained the significance of endurance, its importance to men was self-evident. Moreover, the permanence of this task's endurance increase or decrease meant it could not be amended later. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown reached 10 seconds, Lin Bai suddenly came to his senses. Fixing his gaze on Qin Ruowei's closed eyes, he disregarded everything else and slowly leaned down to kiss her. The moment their lips met, a jolt of electricity coursed through Lin Bai's body, rendering him motionless. So soft, Qin Ruowei was equally taken aback. Her body felt wooden. And though her eyes remained closed, her cheeks flushed deeply. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. Task reward. Permanent endurance 1 has been activated. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Bai knew the task had been fulfilled, yet he did not pull away, for he was reluctant to do so. The fragrance lingering between Qin Ruowei's lips was utterly enchanting, intoxicating him as he unconsciously sought to savor more. Chapter 13. A man lacks his own opinions. The anticipated slap did not come. On the contrary, after an initial stiffness, Qin Ruowei's delicate arms wound around Lin Bai's neck, responding shyly. This kiss lasted a full 2 to 3 minutes before they parted, not due to a desire to stop, but because they had reached their destination, interrupted by the driver. Lin Bai paid the fare and, pulling the blushing Qin Ruowei along, hastily exited the vehicle. The night was dark, obscuring their features. As before, Lin Bai escorted Qin Ruowei to her dormitory entrance, where they embraced for an extended moment, reluctant to part. That is enough, Ruowei. The dormitory lights are about to be turned off. Only when a teasing voice from Qin Ruowei's roommate echoed from above did they finally release each other. I'm heading up. See you tomorrow. Qin Ruowei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowered her head, and jogged into the dormitory. As it was nighttime, those upstairs could not discern Lin Bai's features, only noting his tall stature. Upon her return to the dormitory, Qin Ruowei's 2 roommates immediately surrounded her, chattering incessantly with questions. Qin Ruowei, finding herself at a loss, replied, "Oh, please stop asking. After the holiday ends, he will treat us all to a meal. And you will naturally find out then. Is that for real? How delightful. If Qin Ruowi's boyfriend is indeed very wealthy and remarkably handsome, I must make sure to present myself beautifully, haha. As for us, perhaps it is best to refrain." Just as the 3 were engaged in light-hearted banter, the dormitory door swung open, and CHNSHY entered. "Oh, you are all here. What a coincidence," she exclaimed while hauling in a suitcase filled with numerous items. ZHUMN and WNXOL, Qin Ruowi's 2 roommates, approached her eagerly, peppering her with questions. "Where have you been these past few days? How is your relationship with LY progressing?" CHNSHY instinctively glanced at Qin Ruowi, who was seated at her desk, engrossed in a conversation with LNBI, completely indifferent to her presence. The jealousy among women can be quite formidable. Despite Qin Ruowi posing no threat to CHNSHY, her mere beauty rendered her a rival in CHNSHY's imagination. "Oh, it's just like that. By the way, let me show you the bag and jewelry LY bought for me. Can you help me determine if they are genuine?" CHNSHY boasted as she pulled out the gifts from her suitcase. Bags, shoes, clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics, almost overflowing her desk. The envious admiration radiating from ZHUMN and WNXOL brought CHNSHY immense satisfaction, gratifying her vanity. Seizing a moment while sending her messages, Qin Ruowi cast a brief glance at the items on CHNSHY's desk. With just one look, she discerned that most were counterfeit. There were hardly any authentic pieces. Of course, she could not voice this observation, as it bore no relevance to her. "By the way, SHY, I have some astonishing news for you. During your absence, Ruowi has also entered a relationship." "Yes, indeed. I almost forgot to tell you. Ruowi's boyfriend mentioned that he would treat us to a meal once the holiday concludes. I can't wait." The words of ZHUMN and WNXOL caught CHNSHY's attention. Although she felt a pang of jealousy, she recognized that Qin Ruowi was undeniably more beautiful than she, both in appearance and stature, as well as in grace. This was precisely why Qin Ruowi was regarded as the belle of the department. How could such a woman have found someone? The boy who won her heart must be exceptionally outstanding, surely more so than LY. Contemplating this, CHNSHY began to calculate her own schemes. Is that so? How wonderful. Ruowi's boyfriend must be extraordinarily handsome and capable, she remarked, her words betraying her insincerity. Qin Ruowi had no desire for excessive interaction with CHNSHY, but upon hearing her comment, she recalled something and inquired, "By the way, SHY, you haven't officially broken up with your ex-boyfriend, have you? Aren't you worried that LY will be upset?" ZHUMN and WNXOL exchanged glances, clearly unaware of this matter. CHNSHY smiled. "I've been too busy these days to address it. Given my current situation, LNBI is simply unworthy of me. However, I heard that LNBI gave up a 985 university to attend our GNGCH in university for you. Isn't that a bit cruel?" Qin Ruowi continued to probe. ZHUMN and WNXOL gasped, astonished by the extent of LNBI's sacrifice, which they had never anticipated. The most critical point was that CHNSHY was now essentially betraying Lin Bai, and it was disheartening to consider his plight. Well, it's not as if I forced him to give up on 985. If he lacks determination, is that my fault? I'll just send him a message to break up. CHNSHY's arrogance and selfishness were vividly displayed in this single statement. She pulled out her phone, located Lin Bai's WeChat, and swiftly composed a message. I'm sorry, Lin Bai, you're not as wealthy as him. Let us break up. After sending the message, CHNSHY gleefully displayed its content to her roommates. See, I've already broken up with him. QNRUWI, suppressing her discomfort, approached CHNSHY, her gaze fixed on the luxurious items meticulously arranged on CHNSHY's desk. Something doesn't seem right. QNRUWI's words drew the attention of the three girls back. What do you mean? What seems off? Which item? CHNSHY immediately inquired, her face a mask of worry and fear. QNRUWI surveyed the items and picked up a lipstick from the desk. Seeing QNRUWI handle the lipstick, CHNSHY let out a sigh of relief, smiling. This is something I bought online previously. It's not worth much. QNRUWI shook her head. No, what I mean is, among all these items, only this lipstick is genuine. Upon hearing this, the other three girls were left speechless, the dormitory enveloped in an eerie silence. Impossible. Are you saying that everything LY bought for me is fake? CHNSHY's voice trembled. QNRUWI nodded. Yes, they are all counterfeit. Initially, I didn't want to mention this, but it seems it's important now. If you don't believe me, I have a friend who specializes in this. You can take them to her for authentication. I can arrange it for you free of charge. CHNSHY sat there, utterly stunned, slumping in her chair as if her soul had departed. The next moment, she pulled out her phone, dialed LY's number, and turned to leave the dormitory. Watching her exit, ZHUMN and WINGSHIOL turned to QNRUWI. What has gotten into you today? You don't seem like yourself. It's nothing. It's getting late. Let us wash up and sleep, QNRUWI replied, choosing not to linger on the matter. Meanwhile, on the other side, the notification read, Congratulations, host, for completing today's check-in task. Side mission 1 check in progress, 47. Please continue your efforts. After completing his sit-up task, Lin Bai took out his phone and read the message from CHNSHY. After finishing the message, he felt a sense of melancholy. Chapter 14. I didn't realize you were such a little wealthy lady. He could not comprehend why the pure and charming CHNSHY from high school had transformed into someone like this in college. In the throes of these emotions, Lin Bai composed a message. You were not like this before. He then clicked send. The subsequent red exclamation mark left Lin Bai momentarily bewildered. He shook his head and chose to disregard her. He now had QNRUWI, who outshone CHNSHY by leaps and bounds in terms of beauty, figure, character, upbringing, and background. Did you see the message CHNSHY sent you? Don't worry. I've avenged you, he. This was a message from QNRUWI, and after pondering for a moment, Lin Bai grasped the situation. Avoid entangling yourself too much with someone like her. It won't be good for you. The two engaged in playful banter for over half an hour before falling into a deep slumber. On the fifth day, everything remained the same. In the morning, Lin Bai and QNRUWI exercised together. During their workout, QNRUWI informed Lin Bai that CHNSHY had returned to campus and recounted the events of the previous night. To which Lin Bai responded with a smile. After their run, the two went together to the package station to collect the HNGX INGRK sports shoes Lin Bai had ordered, and then they parted ways, each occupied with their own affairs. After watching QNRUWI depart, Lin Bai jogged toward the parking lot behind the East District cafeteria, eager to see his beloved BNCHGLE. However, is this your car? Is this your car? QNRUWI and Lin Bai pointed at each other in unison, their voices filled with astonishment. Following closely was their laughter, bending them over with mirth. QNRUWI approached Lin Bai, looking up at him. I am becoming increasingly curious about you. What exactly do you do? This car must cost around 700,000 to 800,000, right? Lin Bai smiled sheepishly. How could he explain that the car was a reward from the system, and that it was thanks to her? If he were to say that, regardless of whether QNRUWI believed him, she would undoubtedly think him mad. I've done a bit of business recently and happened to earn some money. So I sought out a beautiful girlfriend like you. Not wanting to embarrass myself, Lin Bai concocted a harmless lie. QNRUWI appeared pleased, continuing to inquire, then why do you hide it from me? Lin Bai was momentarily at a loss for words. QNRUWI eyed him suspiciously before her expression shifted to one of realization. I understand. You are concerned about hurting my self-esteem, aren't you? You fear that others might misconstrue my association with you as being motivated by financial gain. This is the rationale expressed by Qin Ruowei. Lin Bai would not dare to refute her, instead opting to agree, acknowledging her consideration for his feelings with a sense of forgiveness. And now, I intend to take a leisurely drive. I have yet to experience such a splendid vehicle, Lin Bai stated candidly. Qin Ruowei, with her hands clasped behind her back, mischievously leaned closer and inquired, "Would you mind if I joined you?" Lin Bai, of course, had no objections, his only concern being whether the car had sufficient fuel. "Let me check if there's gas." With that, Lin Bai seated himself in the driver's seat, while Qin Ruowei naturally occupied the passenger seat. After starting the engine, the fuel gauge indicated a full tank, prompting a sigh of relief from Lin Bai. "Good, the tank is full. Where shall we go?" Please take me home. I haven't had a meal with my family during this extended holiday." "Where is your home?" Lin Bai had obtained his driver's license during the summer after graduating from high school, having held it for just a month or two. He was still within the probationary period. Yet, his driving skills belied his novice status, displaying a remarkable proficiency attributed to his passion for and study of automobiles. Fenglin Xiaojin is not a town, but rather a residential community, consisting of merely 3 9-story buildings, each housing expansive units of over 400 square meters. The entire community spans 7 hectares, with the 3 residential towers surrounded by verdant landscaping and environmental architecture, situated in a prime location in Jiangcheng, where prices soar to a staggering 90,000 per square meter, a quintessential affluent neighborhood. Lin Bai parked at the entrance of the community, and following Qin Ruowei's guidance, the security guard registered Lin Bai before allowing him entry. The environment within the community was absolutely pristine, with rock formations and flowing water, and the roads were impeccably clean. "I didn't realize you were a little heiress," Lin Bai jested. Qin Ruowei shot him a glance, retorting, "As you mentioned, this belongs to my parents. It has little to do with me." Lin Bai turned to gaze at Qin Ruowei, his eyes brimming with affection. In this restless society, individuals like her, possessing such clarity and awareness, are rare. "It's just ahead, come up with me." Following her directions, Lin Bai drove to the building's entrance, which only had a single unit. Lin Bai waved his hands insistently. No, I won't go up. You can head back. I'll come to pick you up tomorrow." He was entirely unprepared to meet Qin Ruowei's parents, and considering how short their relationship had been, it hardly seemed the right moment. Qin Ruowei stared at Lin Bai for a moment before finally nodding. "All right then, I'll head up. I expect you at this time tomorrow. Do not forget me." With a fierce expression, she clenched her fist, but Lin Bai gently grasped her hand, cupping her face and kissing her. He did not overindulge, releasing her after approximately 10 seconds. "Go on, I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Qin Ruowei wiped her lips, uttering not a word as she opened the car door and hurriedly entered the building. It was only after she disappeared from view that Lin Bai turned around and drove back to school. Fenglin Xiaojin was a little over 9 kilometers from the university, and Lin Bai, unhurried, maintained a speed of around 60 kilometers per hour. As he crossed the Yangtze River Bridge, he lowered the car window, relishing the bustling traffic outside and the tranquil waters beneath the bridge. "Sir, I am indeed a student. Here is my student ID. I'm in Class 2 of the English department at the Foreign Language Institute, a freshman." At the entrance of Jiangxing University, Lin Bai was stopped, due to restricted access. His vehicle had not been issued a pass, and thus, the security guard prevented him from entering. Lin Bai pleaded his case, presenting his student ID for the guard's inspection. The guard scrutinized the ID and Lin Bai's face several times before finally raising the barrier. "If this car is yours, you should have obtained a pass earlier, otherwise, it could lead to complications." The guard handed back the student ID, offering a brief admonition. Lin Bai had not considered this matter before and inquired, "Where can I obtain this pass? I'm a newcomer and not well versed." "Go to the security office. They manage the entry passes." Upon hearing security office, Lin Bai instinctively thought of Yuan Fengkai, the head of the office, with whom he had an unpleasant encounter the day before. "Well, I suppose I will take things as they come," Lin Bai reassured himself. After greeting the guard, he drove into the campus. Lin Bai's dormitory was not far from the East District cafeteria, so he parked behind the cafeteria. Along the way, the brand-new Mercedes-Benz GLE attracted numerous envious glances. Lin Bai had become accustomed to this attention. As he passed the East District cafeteria, he fortuitously encountered Li Yu and Chen Shuya, who were exiting after their meal. "Wow, a Mercedes-Benz GLE? Is there someone at our school driving such an impressive car?" Chapter 15. Li Yu and I are merely ordinary friends, Li Yu exaggeratedly exclaimed, unabashedly expressing his admiration for the vehicle. Chen Shuya, not particularly knowledgeable about cars, could only recognize a few luxury brand logos. "He must be parking. Let's go see who this impressive person is. If he's a student, we could get to know him." With that, Li Yu hurried towards the parking lot behind the cafeteria, with Chen Shuya trailing behind. In the parking lot, Lin Bai parked in his usual spot beside Qin Ruowei's purple Xiaomi SU7, then exited the car to head towards the cafeteria for dinner. Just as he departed, Li Yu and Chen Shuya arrived, only catching a glimpse of his silhouette. Unfamiliar with Lin Bai, Li Yu did not recognize him, but Chen Shuya was different. Having spent 3 years together in high school, she was intimately familiar with Lin Bai's figure. Although Lin Bai's attire had changed significantly, she would never misidentify his back. Darn, we were a step too late. Li Yu lamented, slapping his knee in frustration. Chen Shuya paid him no heed, her gaze fixated on Lin Bai's retreating figure as he entered the cafeteria. Li Yu, is this car very expensive? Of course. The top model costs nearly $1 million. What do you think? At the mention of that price, Chen Shuya was taken aback. 1 million. This figure existed only as a concept for her, yet it triggered a memory, causing her brow to furrow. Li Yu, you still haven't answered my question. The bags and jewelry you bought for me are all fake. This marked the 3rd time Chen Shuya had broached the subject, and each time, Li Yu had deflected her concerns. Growing impatient at her persistence, Li Yu frowned and scolded, they are all authentic. Do you know how much they cost? We've only known each other for a few days. Do you really think that's possible? We're adults. Can't you use your brain and think? With that, Li Yu turned and walked away, leaving Chen Shuya in disbelief. She pursued him for a few steps, but was unable to catch up, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground in tears. After weeping for some time, the sight of the pristine black Mercedes startled her, prompting her to hurriedly wipe her tears and touch up her makeup with cosmetics and a mirror from her bag. Then, she turned and walked into the cafeteria. On the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, Lin Bai had bought his meal and sat in a corner, messaging Qin Ruowei. Since the mealtime had passed, there were few students in the cafeteria, alleviating any unnecessary worries. Lin Bai? Familiar voice interrupted his meal, and he turned to see Chen Shuya. Hello, Chen Shuya. She remained unchanged. Lin Bai had envisioned countless scenarios for their reunion. He had imagined pleading with her to reconsider, envisioned slapping her and calling her names, or even walking away as a stranger. Yet, when Chen Shuya stood before him, all he felt was tranquility. Chen Shuya was not as beautiful as before. This was Lin Bai's candid observation. Is there something you need? Lin Bai resumed his meal. Chen Shuya sat across from him, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Bai, her mouth agape in disbelief. It's really you, Lin Bai. You've changed so much. People inevitably change. You should be the most qualified to speak on that. Lin Bai replied, acknowledging her. Understanding his words, Chen Shuya's expression briefly flickered with embarrassment as she tucked a few errant strands of hair behind her ear. I apologize, Lin Bai, but Li Yu and I are merely ordinary friends. Lin Bai suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, having choked on his food. After taking a sip of water, he felt somewhat relieved, having finished his meal. He stood up, holding his tray. Your relationship with me is of no concern. I do not care. I already have a girlfriend, and it would be best if we did not meet again in the future. With that said, disregarding Chen Shuya's attempts to retain him, Lin Bai turned and left. Observing his departing figure, Chen Shuya's mind was consumed by confusion and disbelief. She could not comprehend why Lin Bai had undergone such a dramatic transformation in just a few days. Not only had his appearance changed, adorned in designer brands, but he also drove a luxury car worth $1 million. Just a few days prior, even if someone had told her this, she would have never believed it. Impossible. He cannot have suddenly become wealthy. It must be a facade. Could it be a rental? Perhaps. He rented a car deliberately to make me reconsider. How close I was to falling for it. Humph. Nevertheless, he does look quite dashing like this. With this thought, Chen Shuya felt much better. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Bai drove to the security office, preparing to handle the matter of his entry permit. This issue needed resolution sooner or later. In truth, he preferred not to drive, but it seemed necessary for obtaining the entry permit. The security office was located in the central area of the campus, housed in a separate 2-story red office building. The Mercedes GLE entered the yard, came to a stop, and he alighted, walking towards the room marked with an office sign. The office door was slightly ajar. Yet Lin Bai still knocked. Come in, a deep male voice called from within. Lin Bai pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding a solitary figure clad in a security uniform, seated and smoking. Lin Bai was unaccustomed to the smell of smoke. He frowned and approached. Hello, I need to apply for an entry permit. The man glanced at him. Student? Students can enter and exit the campus using their student ID. There's no need for an entry permit. I need it for my car. Upon hearing that Lin Bai owned a car, the man appeared momentarily stunned, then rummaged through a pile of forms before retrieving one and handing it to Lin Bai. Here, there is a pen over there. Fill in the information and give it back to me. Lin Bai took the form and moved aside to begin writing the required details. The so-called information consisted merely of the license plate number, owner information, and various other trivialities. Lin Bai quickly filled it out and returned the form to the man. All done. The man took the form, glanced over it, and was about to stamp it when he suddenly noticed something. He scrutinized the form carefully, then looked at Lin Bai. "You are Lin Bai from the School of Foreign Languages?" Lin Bai frowned, sensing an ominous premonition. "Yes." "Then it cannot be processed." Upon confirmation, the man set the official seal aside, tore the form into shreds, and tossed it into the trash bin, casually lighting another cigarette and leaning back in his chair, crossing his legs. "Why?" Lin Bai had a hunch about the reason, but still asked, "Why?" "You know the reason well enough. You dared to hit the son of our security office director. You think you can get an entry permit?" The man's response validated Lin Bai's suspicion, confirming it was indeed related to Yuan Fengkai. "My issue with Yuan Fengkai is personal. This is a case of vendetta." "Oh, you are indeed a college student." "I know nothing of such matters. My superior is Yuan Hai. I follow my superior's orders. That's infallible, right?" The man's retort left Lin Bai speechless, and just then, the system's task notification chimed again. Beep. Side quest triggered. Quest details. Obtain an entry permit for Jiangxing University within 1 week. Quest reward. A Supreme VIP card for Qingping Lu Restaurant. Quest failure. The host will receive the title of incompetent host, which will reduce the host's luck, charm, and endurance by half. Chapter 16. Have you had cosmetic surgery? Hearing the system's announcement, Lin Bai felt utterly despondent. He seriously suspected that this troublesome system was conspiring against him. "I accept." Lin Bai had no power or ability to refuse. However, what kind of place was Qingping Lu Restaurant? What use was a Supreme VIP card? Beep. Qingping Lu Restaurant is one of the most renowned dining establishments in Jiangxing. As a Supreme VIP, one can enjoy 16 privileges, including no reservations required and a 20% discount, with a spending limit of 1 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai suddenly understood. A spending limit of 1 million meant he could dine there without spending a dime. But did he need to pay back that million? Beep. Of course, what do you think? ISNT that's similar to a credit card? Hey, what are you daydreaming about? The security guard waved his hand, interrupting Lin Bai's conversation with the system. Lin Bai's gaze fell upon the guard. "All right, since you say so, I will seek someone who can make your superior listen." With that, Lin Bai turned and walked away, leaving no chance for the man to respond. Behind him, the guard scoffed. "How brazen. I've seen many students like you. When the semester ends and you flunk all your courses, you'll understand that university is not the same as high school." Lin Bai ignored him, returned to his car, and drove away. In the afternoon, with nothing else to do, Lin Bai returned to the Mi Shui Bing Chung milk tea shop to continue his part-time job. That's going to be troublesome. You don't know Yuan Hai. He is quite ruthless. You hit his son. He certainly won tea, let it slide. An entry permit? Don't even think about it. The shop was empty, and Lin Bai sat chatting with Brother Luo. Seeing Brother Luo's serious demeanor, Lin Bai pressed on. "Is there really no one in the entire school who can deal with Yuan Hai?" "There is. Of course, there are. The principal, vice principal, and head of the academic affairs office are numerous. The problem is, why would they risk offending Yuan Hai to help a freshman like you? You tell me." Brother Luo's words, though blunt, were not devoid of truth. In this world, Lin Bai currently held the status of a freshman, while the other party was the head of the security office. The disparity was stark. Noticing Lin Bai's predicament, Brother Luo gently nudged him. "If it's really hopeless, I have an idea for you." "What?" "Go find your little girlfriend's father. As long as he is willing to help, Yuan Hai is nothing." Lin Bai was taken aback. "You mean Ruowei?" Brother Luo nodded. "Exactly. Her father? Does he have any connections with our school? Can he intervene here?" Lin Bai looked baffled. Brother Luo chuckled. "Oh, you. I've been in this school for 10 years, and it wasn't he for nothing. Not only our school, but as long as her father is willing to intervene, he could manage all the schools in Jiangxing." Lin Bai's mouth fell open in astonishment. "Really? That's incredible. Indeed, that's why I say you've struck gold. Her father is the second in command of the education department, and Qin Ruowei is their only child. That's all I'll say. You can figure it out yourself." Brother Luo wore a mysterious expression, mixed with a hint of disappointment. This was the first time Lin Bai had heard about Qin Ruowei's family background. It was understandable since neither of them knew much about the other's circumstances due to their brief time together. However, after a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai's eyes glinted with determination. "No, I will resolve this myself. Using a cannon to shoot a mosquito would be too extravagant, and I do not wish to owe anyone a favor." Beside him, Brother Luo gazed at Lin Bai in a daze, ultimately shaking his head in exasperation and patting his shoulder. "Then good luck. I'm off to find Lin Mimi next door. My heart can't take the stress of being with you." Lin Bai made no effort to retain him. After finishing his part-time job in the afternoon, Lin Bai had a meal alone in the cafeteria and video called Qin Ruowei. Throughout the video call, Lin Bai refrained from mentioning the matter regarding the security office, as it was a matter of pride for him. After dinner, Lin Bai walked back to his dorm while continuing the video call with Qin Ruowei. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two ended their call. Room 306. Lin Bai pushed the door open and discovered his two roommates had already returned. Lu Xiaobin, a short fellow with a pot-shaped haircut, wore oversized black glasses that were half the size of his face. He loved reading and delving into technology, often tinkering with peculiar gadgets. Chun Jia, a burly man from the northeast, had a rugged demeanor, a muscular build, and a square face. Known for his loyalty and fondness for drinking, Zhao Fangting needs no introduction. Damn. The moment Lin Bai stepped through the door, a familiar sound resonated, evoking the same surprise and astonishment, albeit with a different timbre. Lu Xiaobin and Chun Jia stared blankly at Lin Bai, as if gazing upon a peculiar creature. Lin Bai, have you been reincarnated during our absence? Chun Jia and Lu Xiaobin sequentially inquired. Before Lin Bai could respond, Zhao Fangting, removing his headphones without turning around, remarked, I told you, yet you refused to believe. Lu Xiaobin and Chun Jia stood, examining Lin Bai as one would a monkey in a zoo. Lin Bai brushed past them, exclaiming, Don't bother me, I'm utterly exhausted after a long day. Approaching his bed, Lin Bai removed his clothing, preparing for a shower. What the? The familiar exclamation returned as Chun Jia lunged towards him, eyes wide with admiration for Lin Bai's physique. How did you train? Teach me, please. The allure of Lin Bai's muscles was irresistible to Chun Jia. Lin Bai pushed him away and entered the bathroom. Zhao Fangting, while engrossed in a game, encouraged Chun Jia, run 1,500 meters daily, do 120 push-ups, and 280 sit-ups. Keep it up. I believe in you, Chun Jia. You can do it. Chun Jia swallowed hard, suddenly leaning closer to Zhao Fangting. Are you saying he has been doing this every day? You'll find out soon enough. The shower for boys was quick. Moments later, Lin Bai emerged, returned to his bed, adjusted his position, and commenced his sit-ups. Zhao Fangting was still playing games. Lu Xiaobin was reading, while Chun Jia remained at the edge of Lin Bai's bed, gazing at him with starry eyes. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have completed today's check-in task. Current progress is 57. Please continue your efforts. After finishing his check-in, Lin Bai sighed in relief and turned to Chun Jia. Want a touch? Without hesitation, Chun Jia nodded vigorously. Lin Bai playfully slapped him. Go away. At that moment, Zhao Fangting concluded his game, stood up, and stretched. Brothers, let me share some monumental news. During your absence, our little Bai has become single. Upon hearing this, both Chun Jia and Lu Xiaobin turned their gaze towards Lin Bai. Seriously? Shouldn't we treat the brothers to a meal? Lin Bai's dormitory quartet had previously agreed that whoever became single first would treat the others to a feast. Although Lin Bai had been in a relationship with Chen Shuya, she preferred to keep their connection private, thus he remained silent. However, this development worked in his favor. With a glint in his eye, Lin Bai pondered the upcoming meal that would include Qin Ruowei's roommate, and he began to formulate a plan, pulling out his phone to message Qin Ruowei. I have 3 sons. I promised that upon finding a partner, I would treat everyone to a meal. Since I need to invite your roommate as well, why not organize a social gathering? Chapter 17. Can we add each other on WeChat? Sure. I was just thinking about this yesterday, but didn't have the chance to mention it. Qin Ruowei replied promptly. All right, I'll discuss it with them. However, you need to send me a video first for my roommates to see. Okay. After sending the message, Lin Bai sat up on his bed and clapped his hands. Attention. Sons, your father has just arranged a social event for you. Lu Xiaobin, Zhao Fangting, and Chun Jia stepped forward in unison, their expressions filled with excitement. Really, father? Of course. The event is scheduled for the evening after tomorrow. The location is yet to be decided. There will be 3 girls as well. The opportunity is yours to seize. Father. The trio erupted in exuberance, crowding around him. The following day marked the 6th day of the holiday, with roughly 80 of students returning to campus, revitalizing the atmosphere considerably. The class group chat buzzed with messages, creating a whirlwind of activity. Fortunately, Lin Bai was not a class officer. He only needed to contribute when necessary. After finishing his laps and completing push-ups, the class monitor announced in the group that assistance was needed to collect books. As a student of the Foreign Languages Institute majoring in English, with a gender ratio of approximately 3:7, Lin Bai could not ignore the call, especially with several boys absent. The 4 companions, known as the 306 for Mischiefs, set out according to instructions to the first floor of the teaching administration building to begin moving books. The book-moving process involved the entire college and was chaotic. A bustling crowd. Lin Bai, Chun Jia, Zhao Fangting, and Lu Xiaobin sat on a tricycle, awaiting the announcement of their class. Hey, 3 o'clock direction. The girl in jeans with wavy hair. Chun Jia exclaimed. 7 points. Average, Lu Xiaobin assessed. What about the one at 12 o'clock, wearing the blue sun protection jacket? Zhao Fangting inquired. Decent figure, face is okay, but a bit short. I'd give her a 75, Lu Xiaobin replied. Lin Bai merely smiled at their evaluations, believing that none could compare to Qin Ruowei. Amidst the chaos, he noticed an elderly professor descending the stairs. The professor, around 70 years old, held 2 books and wore a formal jacket and cloth shoes, moving slowly. Perhaps disturbed by the noise, the professor lost his footing and began to tumble forward. At his age, a fall from that height could be perilous. Many witnesses were unable to react in time, only gasping in shock, including Chen Jie, Lu Xiaobin, and Zhao Fengting. Where's Lin Bai? Zhao Fengting was the first to notice his absence. As for Lin Bai, he had anticipated the professor's fall before it occurred. Thus, as soon as the professor stumbled, Lin Bai dashed forward. The distance was not great, about 5 or 6 meters. Navigating through the crowd, Lin Bai ascended the steps and securely caught the falling professor. Are you all right, professor? The professor seemed momentarily disoriented and did not respond. At that moment, applause erupted around them, and Lin Bai turned to acknowledge the crowd with a smile. The professor regained his composure, standing upright and gazing at Lin Bai, grasping his hands. Thank you, young man. Without your help, I might have. Professor, there's no need to mention it. I'm glad you're fine. The professor chuckled, right? What class are you in? What is your name? I'm in class 2, Lin Bai, Lin for forest and Bai for white. All right, Lin Bai. I'll remember you. Not bad at all. The professor patted Lin Bai's shoulder and departed with his books. Lin Bai shrugged it off and returned to his friends. Just as Chen Jie was about to speak, when the announcement for Class 2 finally echoed through the hall. Next, Class 2, please come collect your books. The 4 leapt off the tricycle, pushing it towards the window to begin gathering the stacks of books. By the time they finished, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Lin Bai needed to pick up Qin Ruowei and could not afford to delay. He skipped lunch and drove straight to Fenglin Xiaojin. After picking up Qin Ruowei, Lin Bai drove away. At the same moment, a serious-looking middle-aged man, around 40, standing before the floor-to-ceiling window at Qin Ruowei's home, observed the entire process with a contemplative gaze. She has grown up. It's time for her to date, he mused. His wife approached from behind and gently patted his shoulder. The woman bore a resemblance to Qin Ruowei, and though she had aged, she maintained her beauty, with time leaving few marks upon her face, lending her an intriguing charm. I have no objections to Ruowei dating, but she shouldn't choose recklessly. Most are merely 19 or 20. How many could afford a Mercedes GLE? Do we truly know this boy's background? Faced with her husband's concerns, the woman had no immediate response. After a moment, she suggested, how about this? When our second son returns in a few days, let him investigate at the school. If that is acceptable? The man nodded slightly. Yes, but be discreet. They are just students. Understood. Inside the car, the journey continued. Lin Bai remained blissfully unaware that he had already caught the attention of Qin Ruowei's parents. After merely 1 night apart, Qin Ruowei clung to Lin Bai's arm as if they had been separated for a year, humming and babbling in a manner that was far from the aloof demeanor typically expected of a campus belle. Upon returning to school, Lin Bai first dined in the cafeteria before escorting Qin Ruowei back to her dormitory. Each had their own matters to attend to, making it impossible for them to remain entwined continuously. Once back in his car, Lin Bai organized his thoughts. Currently, only 2 tasks set forth by the system remained unfinished. The primary task was to have Chen Xia reconsider and seek reconciliation, while the secondary task involved obtaining an entry permit within a week. The primary task would not take long, as the dormitory social event was just 2 days away, and Chen Xia would undoubtedly regret her decision by then. The pressing concern was acquiring the entry permit, a secondary task with a week-long deadline. Yet Lin Bai had no inkling of how to approach it. Engaging with Yuan Hai was simply out of the question. He lacked the qualifications. Confronting Yuan Fengkai would inevitably drag Qin Ruowei into the fray, something Lin Bai wished to avoid. After contemplating for an extended period without arriving at a solution, Lin Bai felt his scalp itching with frustration. Suddenly, a series of knocks on the car window jolted him from his thoughts. Turning his head, he saw a graceful young woman standing outside, signaling for him to lower the window. Lin Bai was certain he did not know her, but obliged, asking, "Hello? Is there something you need?" The young woman was fairly attractive, though she paled in comparison to Qin Ruowei. Upon seeing Lin Bai's face, her eyes brightened for a moment before she raised her phone. "Hello, Junior. Can I add you on WeChat?" Lin Bai was at a loss for words. Who claimed that girls were not proactive? Who suggested that they were reserved? Such assertions were utterly absurd. "I'm sorry, senior, but I already have a girlfriend." Lin Bai replied with a smile, preparing to raise the window. "Wait, does adding someone on WeChat necessarily mean dating? You're a freshman, there is so much going on. As a senior, I can offer you guidance." Lin Bai considered her words and decided to acquiesce. The senior displayed a triumphant smile, swiftly making her way to the passenger seat and opening the door to enter the vehicle. "Junior, you're impressive. What does your family do? Driving such a nice car as a freshman? Must be a rich kid," she exclaimed as soon as she settled in. Lin Bai shook his head with a wry smile. He was far from a rich heir. More accurately, He was a poor second generation. I'm Fu Rao, with the character Fu as in to give. She introduced herself, extending her hand. Lin Bai. He replied. Fu Rao, I happen to have a problem that I'm unsure how to resolve. Could you help me brainstorm some solutions? Go ahead, I can handle anything. With that, Lin Bai briefly shared his conflict with Yuan Fengkai and his inability to obtain the entry permit. After listening to Lin Bai's account, Fu Rao stroked her chin thoughtfully. This is tricky. Yuan Hai is notoriously protective of his son. You've struck him, making this situation difficult to navigate. Lin Bai rolled his eyes, fully aware of the complications. Of course, I know it's not easy. Aren't you supposed to be capable? Oh, don't rush me. I only said it's difficult. That doesn't mean there's no solution. Lin Bai leaned in closer, eager to hear her plan. The senior feigned profundity, saying, in this school, there are plenty of individuals capable of dealing with Yuan Hai. It's just a matter of whether you can find them. Come on, I'll take you to meet someone. If you can enlist their help, this matter will be easily resolved. Who? Lin Bai inquired. Peng Shuahai, the only first-level professor at Jiangxing University. Not only Yuan Hai, but even the principal or the mayor of Jiangxing would show respect to Professor Peng. Given the absurdity of Fu Rao's claim, Lin Bai questioned, why would Professor Peng help me? You don't know? Professor Peng cannot stand injustices, especially within the school. And considering you are a freshman, you must learn to leverage these advantages. Now drive. I'll lead you to Professor Peng's office. He should be there at this hour. With a mindset of desperation, Lin Bai drove under Fu Rao's guidance to the administrative building in the central district. The two exited the car, with Fu Rao leading the way while Lin Bai followed closely. They approached the office door, and Fu Rao knocked. When the door opened, a young woman who appeared to be a student greeted them. Hello, Mu Shuejia, Fu Rao said politely. Fu Rao? Looking for Professor Peng? Mu nodded and pushed Lin Bai forward. This is Lin Bai, a freshman from the Foreign Languages College. He has been bullied, so I brought him to see Professor Peng. Afterward, Fu Rao turned to introduce Lin Bai. Mu Qinsa, first-year graduate student, assistant to Professor Peng. Lin Bai extended his hand. Hello, senior. Mu Qinsa briefly shook Lin Bai's hand and said, all right, Professor Peng is free this afternoon, come on in. The two entered the office, which was filled with books and various materials. Mu Qinsa led them to an office desk piled high with books, where an elderly man was engrossed in studying one of the volumes. Professor, Fu Rao is back with a freshman who has been bullied, she announced. Upon hearing this, Professor Peng lifted his head and, upon recognizing Lin Bai, was momentarily taken aback. It's you? Professor Peng smiled. What a coincidence. Please, have a seat wherever you like. Indeed, the professor before them was the same elderly gentleman whom Lin Bai had saved from a fall earlier that day. Fu Rao and Mu Qinsa exchanged glances. You two know each other? The professor waved his hand dismissively. It's more than just knowing. This young man saved my life. At this revelation, both Fu Rao and Mu Qinsa were astonished, while Lin Bai hastily shook his head, insisting, no, it wasn't that serious. Let us not dwell on that. You've been bullied? By whom? With the professor back on topic, Lin Bai recounted the details of his grievances with Yuan Fengkai and the situation involving Yuan Hai. After Lin Bai finished his account, Professor Peng removed his glasses, exhaling deeply as he looked at Mu Qinsa. Where's my phone, Mu? Mu Qinsa rummaged through the stack of books and found the phone, handing it to Professor Peng. Professor Peng took the phone, opened the contacts, and after a lengthy search, finally located Yuan Hai's number, dialing it directly and switching to speakerphone. The reason for using speakerphone was not for Lin Bai and the others to hear, but rather because Professor Peng himself had difficulty hearing. What brings you to call, Professor? Yuan Hai, clearly startled, took several moments to respond. What's up, Professor? Please don't scare me. Professor Peng interrupted without hesitation. Yuan Hai, are you going to continue meddling in young people's affairs? Let them handle their own issues. You're not just losing face, you're also jeopardizing your reputation. If you can manage, then do so. If not, I'll call Xiaoping to find someone to replace you. At this, Yuan Hai nearly fell to his knees on the other end of the line. No. Please don't, Professor. I was wrong. I won't interfere anymore. Just let Lin Shueshing come over now. I'll arrange the entry permit immediately. Hearing this, Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the issue was finally resolved. Professor Peng glanced at Lin Bai and continued, let me remind you, Yuan, that this young man saved my life. Do you understand what I mean? There was a brief silence on Yuan Hai's end. Understood. Completely understood. Understood, Professor. I know what to do. Well, that's settled. I won't be calling you again next time. Understood. Professor Peng abruptly hung up the phone and turned to Lin Bai. I apologize on behalf of Jiangxing University for having someone like Yuan Hai. As Professor Peng was about to get up, Lin Bai hurriedly pressed him down. No, Professor, how could I dare do that? I am grateful for your assistance. Professor Peng did not insist and rummaged through his desk until he found his business card. Here, it has my phone number. If you encounter any insurmountable issues at school in the future, just give this old man a call. Lin Bai solemnly accepted the card. Thank you, Professor. I will keep it safe. Well, off you go, study hard. As Lin Bai left the academic affairs office heading towards the security office, he felt utterly bewildered. Chapter 19. What is your relationship with her? He had yet to emerge from the surreal experience, pondering how a perplexing problem that had troubled him for 2 days could be effortlessly resolved with a single phone call from Professor Pong. Lin Bai slapped his own face to confirm he was not dreaming. Hey, how do you plan to thank me? A voice from the side interrupted, filled with playful arrogance. Lin Bai turned to see Fu Rao, his eyes reflecting a deep respect for fate. What is this? Just when he was worried about how to resolve the issue with his access card, Fu Rao appeared at his door to assist him. Is this the script of a child of destiny? Truly extraordinary. Hey, why are you in a daze? I must tell you not to think about being cheeky. All right. At the very least, treating me to a meal wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Seeing Lin Bai lost in thought, Fu Rao had to remind him. Lin Bai snapped back to reality and smiled. Of course, but there is still some time. I'll first take care of the access card. Would you like to join me? Sure, I have nothing else to do anyway. With that, the two of them got into the car and headed to the security office. Upon arriving at the security office, as soon as the car stopped, Lin Bai and Fu Rao heard a distinct argument. Exiting the vehicle, the quarrel became clearer, originating from within an office. Do you even have a brain? It's just an access card, not a big deal. I almost lost my job over this. I'll screw you over. The expletives were quite colorful, replaced here with asterisks for decorum. Lin Bai could roughly guess who was inside, and he knocked on the office door. The shouting abruptly ceased, followed by the doors swinging open to reveal a man in his 50s. Lin Bai, you've finally arrived. Please come in. The man's expression changed as he courteously invited Lin Bai and Fu Rao inside. Upon entering, Lin Bai immediately spotted the old man who had denied him the access card the previous day, standing rigidly against the wall. Lin Bai found it amusing as he looked towards Yuan Hai. Director Yuan, I apologize for the trouble. Yuan Hai, the man in his 50s, waved his hands repeatedly. Not at all, not at all. What is your license plate number? I'll get it done right now. With the pressure from Professor Pong, the access card was processed remarkably smoothly, completed in just a few minutes. All right, Lin Bai, I've entered your license plate number into the system. The security will no longer stop you when you enter or exit the school. Yuan Hai bowed and scraped, his face filled with flattery. Lin Bai did not wish to linger with such a person, nodded, and left with Fu Rao. Beep. Congratulations, host, for completing side mission 4. Mission reward, Qingping Lu Supreme VIP. The reward has been issued, and the VIP number corresponds to the host's mobile number. Upon hearing the notification of mission completion, Lin Bai finally let go of the tension that had been weighing on him. Compared to this VIP, what truly motivated him to accomplish the task was the punishment for failure. Let us go. It's just about time for a meal. Would you mind if I invited my girlfriend along? Fu Rao smiled brightly. Of course not. I'm eager to see what your girlfriend looks like. Is she as beautiful as a senior? Lin Bai shook his head. You'll find out when you meet her. At the East District Cafeteria on the 3rd floor. Wow. Aren't you the renowned beauty of the foreign languages department? She is your girlfriend? Upon seeing Qin Ruowei, Fu Rao instantly recognized her, astonished. Qin Ruowei smiled gently. It's just students playing around. Don't take it seriously. Fu Rao shook her head vigorously. No. I genuinely thought it was a joke before, but you are even more stunning in person than in photos. You truly deserve the title of department beauty. The senior is very beautiful and graceful as well. Lin Bai watched the two women engage in flattery, feeling a bit helpless, and quickly shifted the topic. I owe a great deal to the senior today. She helped me immensely. Under Qin Ruowei's inquisitive gaze, Lin Bai recounted the events of the afternoon to her. Initially, Qin Ruowei harbored some hostility towards Fu Rao, but upon hearing Lin Bai's words, all animosity dissipated. Thank you, senior. After expressing gratitude to Fu Rao, Qin Ruowei playfully twisted Lin Bai's arm in a circle. You should have told me about such a significant matter earlier. Do you consider me an outsider? Huh. Lin Bai sensed Qin Ruowei's displeasure and dared not speak, merely focusing on his rice. Fortunately, Qin Ruowei was not unreasonable. After a mild reprimand, she let Lin Bai off the hook. Lin Bai, Ruowei, what are you two doing together? Amid their cheerful conversation, a familiar voice interrupted from nearby. The three turned to see Chen Shuya and Li Yu with their trays standing before them. Their expressions mirrored each other, their gazes darting between Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei. Particularly Chen Shuya, who had observed their intimate interactions, her feminine intuition hinted at something amiss, and her expression darkened. After a fleeting moment of shock, Lin Bai pointed to the available seats. What a coincidence, let us sit together. Chen Shuya was determined to get to the bottom of things. Plopping down heavily beside Lin Bai, her tray thudding down as she stared at Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei. As for Li Yu, Being able to dine with a beauty like Qin Ruowei was a dream come true, but with no space left beside Lin Bai. She had to sit next to Fu Rao instead. Fortunately, Fu Rao was also quite attractive, and Li Yu accepted the arrangement with pleasure. Lin Bai, what is going on here? Qin Shuya directly confronted them, her tone accusatory, causing both Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei to feel irritated. Let us eat, Shuya. The cafeteria was bustling with students, and Lin Bai wished to avoid a confrontation with Qin Shuya. However, Qin Shuya was already fuming and unwilling to relent, giving Lin Bai's arm a fierce tug. You need to explain yourself. What is your relationship with her? Qin Shuya's voice was loud, drawing the attention of many students nearby, including Fu Rao, who wore a look of amusement. Lin Bai paused, slowly setting down his chopsticks and turning to Qin Shuya with a calm demeanor. By what identity or qualification do you pose such a question? Qin Shuya was taken aback, her mouth agape, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Bai continued, you were the one who said I was broke and broke up with me. And now you question my personal relationships? Don't you find that amusing? Qin Shuya fell silent, her grip on her chopsticks tightening. Lin Bai, I assure you, Li Yu and I are merely ordinary friends. Upon hearing this, Li Yu's face turned a shade of deep crimson. Meanwhile, Fu Rao's gaze flitted among Qin Shuya, Li Yu, and Lin Bai, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as if she wished to record the moment. At this time, Qin Ruowei could no longer remain passive. She set her chopsticks down, took the initiative to link her arm with Lin Bai's, and directed her gaze toward Qin Shuya. Indeed, Shuya, Lin Bai is my boyfriend. And we confirmed our relationship during the days you and Li Yu were out having fun. Shuya, Lin Bai is a wonderful guy, and if you don't cherish him, someone else surely will. Qin Ruowei's declaration left both Qin Shuya and Li Yu stunned, their mouths agape in disbelief. Chapter 20, An Exquisite Meal. You two are together. Li Yu's voice crescendoed in surprise. Qin Ruowei cast a glance at him, and in the next moment, she turned Lin Bai's face towards her, kissing him on the lips before their very eyes, making her intentions abundantly clear. Applause erupted, as Li Yu and Qin Shuang simultaneously turned to look at Fu Rao. Fu Rao averted his gaze, the rhythm of his clapping gradually diminishing until it ceased entirely. I shall eat. You may converse, he muttered, lowering his head to his meal, while Li Yu again looked up at Qin Ruowei. Ruowei you. Ruowei is indeed what you call her? Qin Ruowei interrupted coldly. Li Yu's expression turned awkward. Qin, he is not worthy of you. Am I not better than him? Upon hearing Li Yu's words, Qin Ruowei's countenance grew even colder. Lin Bai is more handsome than you, taller, more ambitious, healthier, more perceptive to human affairs, drives a more expensive car, earns more money, and has been with me for a longer time. Tell me, how is he not deserving of me? How could you even compare with him? Qin Ruowei's fervent declaration left not only Li Yu and Qin Shuang stunned, but even Lin Bai was taken aback, his throat tightening as he realized she was aware of such intimate details. Li Yu's expression darkened, and Qin Shuang interjected. Qin Ruowei, you truly lack shame. Enticing another's boyfriend in my absence, are you? You cunning vixen. I shall expose you. Bring your infamy to light. As she spoke, Qin Shuang pulled out her phone, aiming it at Qin Ruowei and Lin Bai, ready to capture the moment. Lin Bai snatched the phone from Qin Shuang with a frown. Are you out of your mind? Qin Shuang was taken aback, pointing to herself. Me? Are you scolding me? What of it? Do you even realize what you're doing? Do you acknowledge that I am your boyfriend? Is that how you perceive me? I am making it abundantly clear. Qin Shuang, from the moment you abandoned me to travel with him for 4 days and nights, flaunting your affection, we have ceased to be. Furthermore, this is the message you sent. Qin Shuang, open your eyes and see clearly. We have broken up. And who I choose to be with is of no concern to you. Do you understand? Lin Bai presented her with the breakup message she had sent him, his tone more assertive than ever. Qin Shuang panicked, shaking her head and waving her hands. No, it isn't like that. Listen to me, Lin Bai. It was she. Yes, she was the one who instigated our conflict that night, which prompted me to send that message. Qin Ruowei, you wretched woman. Slap. Lin Bai could no longer contain himself and retaliated with a resounding slap. The sharp sound brought a sudden silence, leaving Qin Shuang momentarily stunned, and causing the onlookers to hold their breath. Fu Rao, who had been quietly eating, nearly choked on a bean, hastily rummaging through his bag for tissues. Enough, Qin Shuang. I refuse to discuss this any further. A breakup is a breakup. You follow your path, and I shall walk mine. We share no connection. With that, Lin Bai returned Qin Shuang's phone to her, took Qin Ruowei's hand, and turned to Fu Rao. Apologies, senior. I regret that you had to witness this. This meal is on me. I shall treat you next time. After speaking, Lin Bai, hand in hand with Qin Ruowei, strode away, followed closely by Fu Rao. As they walked through the cafeteria, students stared at the pair, an unusual hush enveloping the room. Qin Ruowei, feeling Lin Bai's firm grip, smiled sweetly. The atmosphere returned to its usual clamor as the trio departed. Chen Shuang, with a dazed expression, was lost in thought. Li Yu, seizing a disposable cup of water, hurled it at Chen Shuang, exclaiming, "Wretched creature." After which, Li Yu also turned to leave. Chen Shuang, momentarily taken aback, soon realized Li Yu had already distanced herself. Li Yu, dear, wait. I was wrong. Dear, please wait for me. I am sorry. Downstairs, Lin Bai drove, with Fu Rao and Qin Ruowei as passengers. Wow. What an exhilarating meal. That was quite the experience. Lin Bai felt a mix of helplessness and amusement, first driving Fu Rao back to her dormitory. Fu Rao, not from the Foreign Languages College, resided in the Northern District. After delivering Fu Rao to her dorm, she leaned in at the car window, raising her chin at Lin Bai. I have experience dealing with girls like Chen Shuang. Should you need assistance, just give me a call, little brother. With that, Fu Rao turned and left, exuding a carefree demeanor. Lin Bai shook his head, dismissing it as unimportant, and drove towards the dormitory. I apologize, Ruowei. Lin Bai intended to express his regret for how his personal matters had affected her. The day's events had been entirely unwarranted for Qin Ruowei. Qin Ruowei interrupted him. It's fine. I am quite pleased. At least you chose to stand firmly by my side. Lin Bai grasped her hand. I shall always stand by you. Qin Ruowei beamed with joy, reciprocating his grip. By the way, Lin Bai, since Chen Shuang is aware of our relationship now, should we still invite her to the upcoming dormitory social? This was indeed a pertinent question. Lin Bai pondered for a moment, pursing his lips. It matters not, you decide. She holds no significance for me now. Very well. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Bai took a shower and completed his daily regimen of 280 sit-ups. Beep. Congratulations, host, on completing today's task. Current progress, 67. Continue striving. Victory is within reach. He had successfully completed 6 days of tasks. Gazing at his perfectly sculpted physique in the mirror, Lin Bai found it hard to believe such transformation had occurred in just a week. This was not merely a change, it was a metamorphosis. Once he completed tomorrow's task, he would fulfill side quest 1, and the latest Huawei folding phone would be his, allowing him to finally replace his old phone that had served him for 3 years. Furthermore, his system balance had reached 500, having only withdrawn 100 on the first day and saving the rest. Keep it up. Lin Bai encouraged himself in the mirror, brimming with vitality. Meanwhile, in another part of the campus, at Qin Ruowei's dormitory, upon her return, she found Chen Shuang already there, weeping incessantly, while their roommates, Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli, were attempting to console her. Seeing Qin Ruowei enter, Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli hurried over. Ruowei, you have finally returned. What on earth transpired? Observing the mixture of concern and curiosity on their faces, Qin Ruowei cast a fleeting glance at Chen Shuang. You brought this upon yourself. With that, Qin Ruowei set down her bag and turned towards the bathroom. Behind her, Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli exchanged glances before encircling Chen Shuang again. Chen Shuang was in a volatile mood, having not only failed to win Lin Bai back, but also lost Li Yu in the process. It could be said she had lost both her lover and her soldier. Women are such peculiar beings. While she had discarded Lin Bai like a worn-out shoe, any approach towards him by others would provoke their hostility. Do not ask. I am utterly exasperated. Chen Shuang shrieked, climbing onto her bed and covering her head with the blanket, leaving Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli in shocked silence. Under the covers, Chen Shuang retrieved her phone. Although she had deleted Lin Bai's contact, she remembered his number and immediately began typing a heartfelt message. In Lin Bai's dormitory, his phone vibrated. Thinking it was a message from Qin Ruowei, he pulled it out only to find it was a text from Chen Shuang. Lin Bai, please do not abandon me. Think of our shared past. We were high school classmates, having experienced so many joyful moments together. Without quoting the details, Lin Bai shook his head, chuckling bitterly at the message. He chose not to reply and, after exchanging some messages with Qin Ruowei, fell into a deep sleep. The following day, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei met as usual to jog at the Southern District playground. Today marks the final day of the holiday, and all the students of 99 have returned to school. Even in the early morning, the South District playground is bustling with people running, including Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei. After their run, they transition to push-ups. While Lin Bai is engaged in his exercise, Qin Ruowei sits beside him, hugging her knees and asking, Lin Bai, did Chen Shuya message you last night? She did. My phone is over there. You know the password. Take a look yourself. With a mischievous smile, Qin Ruowei takes Lin Bai's phone, beginning to peruse the messages from Chen Shuya. There are not just 1 or 2 messages, but about 5 or 6, though Lin Bai had fallen asleep before he could read them. Qin Ruowei reads them intently, and after finishing, she leans forward playfully and asks, you don't have any thoughts about it? Seeing her playful demeanor, Lin Bai pulls her closer, pinning her beneath him. You've been rather bold lately. Startled, Qin Ruowei instinctively crosses her arms over her chest, her face flushing. What are you doing, acting like a rogue? Lin Bai finds it difficult to restrain himself as he gazes at her delicate face so near. However, with so many students around in broad daylight, he refrains from any impulsive actions and instead rolls onto the grass, resting his head on his arms. I do not relish the idea of backtracking, especially not on something that has soured. Qin Ruowei perceives the underlying meaning in Lin Bai's words and leans in closer, tilting her head with a serious expression. Lin Bai, I feel a bit sorry for her. Lin Bai turns abruptly, gently touching Qin Ruowei's forehead. Are you all right? Qin Ruowei swats Lin Bai's hand away. Oh, I just think that since you two are high school classmates, is it too cruel for us to act this way towards her? Lin Bai is at a loss for words and lightly pinches her nose. What are you thinking, you little brainiac? Is what she did to me not cruel? True. Then she deserves it. With that, Lin Bai breathes a sigh of relief, realizing a significant flaw in Qin Ruowei's character, her excessive kindness. Kindness is indeed a beautiful trait, but when taken too far, it can become self-destructive. Another matter that weighs on Lin Bai's mind is that, by all logic, Chen Shuya's actions should count as a main storyline task. Beep. Congratulations, host. Main storyline task completed. Task reward, 100 points, effective immediately. System upgrade. Current attribute panel. Host, Lin Bai. Strength, 5. Speed, 4. Stamina, 6. Overall rating, average. System level, 2,01000. Current daily cash subsidy available for withdrawal, 1,000. System balance, 500. Just as he reflects on this, the system's voice resonates. Indeed, the messages Chen Shuya sent last night have been interpreted by the system as regret and a plea for reconciliation. His main storyline task has finally been accomplished. The system level has also risen. With the level upgrade comes an enhancement of all attributes, and naturally, Lin Bai is most thrilled about the increase in his daily cash subsidy. It has surged from 100 to 1,000, a tenfold increase. Calculating further, that amounts to 1,000 a day, which totals to 30,000 a month and 360,000 a year. This figure surpasses the annual salary of most individuals in society, and Lin Bai is merely a freshman. What a delightful prospect. Beep. New main storyline task triggered. Main storyline task content. Secure Qin Ruowei's first blood within a month. Task reward, 500 points. The triggering of this new main storyline task was anticipated by Lin Bai, yet its content far exceeded his expectations. Are you serious? Beep. This system never jokes. Receiving confirmation. Lin Bai instinctively turns his head, only to find Qin Ruowei gazing at him with anticipation. He momentarily diverts his gaze, feeling somewhat guilty. To be fair, Lin Bai is a pure-hearted young man, untouched by romantic experiences. Securing Qin Ruowei's first blood within a month presents an extraordinary challenge. However, the reward of 500 points is compelling. Points are the only material for system upgrades, exclusively available through main storyline tasks. Thus, he must complete it. Lin Bai. Today is the last day of the holiday. We start classes tomorrow. Do you have plans for this evening? Qin Ruowei's eyes sparkle with excitement at the thought of tonight's social gathering, as it is the day Lin Bai will formally introduce her to his friends, and she will introduce him to her roommates. To them, tonight's gathering is significant. Lin Bai, however, has not made any plans. He ponders for a moment and shakes his head. No, I'm not familiar with the surroundings, you decide. Qin Ruowei readily agrees, promptly pulling out her phone to consult the dormitory group chat. Ladies, where would you like to eat tonight? As soon as the message is sent, replies flood in. Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli start bombarding her with suggestions. Just as the two are embroiled in their debate, Chen Shuya's message suddenly appears. Can I bring a +1? Li Yu is coming with me. He suggests Qingping Lu Restaurant. Upon receiving Chen Shuya's message, the group chat falls silent. Qin Ruowei frowns, and Lin Bai, having seen the message, recalls that he possesses a supreme VIP status at Qingping Lu Restaurant. He nods and says, sure. Let's go to Qingping Lu Restaurant. Qin Ruowei shakes her head. You don't understand. The expenses at Qingping Lu Restaurant are quite high. Not suitable for students like us. Besides, it's just a casual gathering. It's unnecessary. I'll tell her. After saying this, Qin Ruowei messages Chen Shuya in the group. Shuya, the expenses at Qingping Lu Restaurant are too high. Let us change the venue. Lin Bai watches Qin Ruowei send the message without intervening. This is Qin Ruowei, always considering others' feelings. It's fine. Li Yu said he would treat us. Let us go to Qingping Lu Restaurant at 7 p.m. Chen Shuya's message pops up in the group chat. Chapter 22. I can't swallow this anger. Upon reading the message, Qin Ruowei furrows her brows, ready to retaliate with her fingers poised over the keyboard, but Lin Bai stops her, shaking his head. Don't mind them. If they want to act out, let them. But there are no buts. Rest assured, I am here. Lin Bai tightens his grip on Qin Ruowei's hand, giving her a reassuring look. Seeing this, Qin Ruowei refrains from further protest. By the way, we should invite Fu Rao Jie this time. We didn't properly thank her last time. Lin Bai recalls this matter. Sure, you can tell her. Qin Ruowei gently leans against Lin Bai. Just then, messages from both Lin Bai's class group and Qin Ruowei's class group pop up, prompting them to rise and return to the dormitory to attend to their own affairs. Around 5 p.m., in the parking lot of the East District Cafeteria. Wow. Zhao Fongting, Chun Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin stare in awe at the brand new black Mercedes-Benz GLE before them, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. All three have dressed their best for the occasion, with Chun Zhe donning a suit complete with a bow tie, clearly taking the gathering seriously. Is this really your car? They ask, still in disbelief that the Mercedes belongs to Lin Bai. Lin Bai remains silent as he retrieves the car keys and presses the button. Beep. The car unlocks. And the three hesitate for a moment before eagerly rushing inside to explore. Hey, Zhao Fongting, don't mess around. Qin Ruowei has already driven off in her purple Xiaomi SU7, responsible for picking up her roommates and Fu Rao, while Lin Bai handles his own roommates. A plan they had settled earlier in the day. Thus, Zhao Fongting, Chun Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin remain unaware that Lin Bai's girlfriend is Qin Ruowei. Amid the raucous excitement, the Mercedes-Benz GLE leaves the school, heading toward the destination, Qingping Lu Restaurant. Situated in the Chu Hehanjie area, Qingping Lu Restaurant is one of the core locations in Jiangcheng, located 16 kilometers from Jiangcheng University. During the peak hours of commuting, after nearly an hour, Lin Bai finally arrived at his destination. Qingping Lu Restaurant, as its name suggests, hinted at a certain elegance. A Mercedes-Benz came to a halt at the entrance, and immediately, a dedicated doorman approached to assist several individuals in exiting the vehicle. As Lin Bai and his companions stepped out, they gazed in awe at the resplendent decorations of the establishment, adorned with vibrant lights. Sir, allow me to park your car, the doorman said with utmost respect, bowing slightly. Lin Bai, realizing the situation, handed the car keys to the doorman. Thank you for your hard work. It is my duty, sir. Please, allow me to escort you inside, where you will be attended to by our staff. Under the doorman's guidance, the four entered through the grand entrance, greeted by a smiling receptionist clad in uniform. Good day, esteemed guests. May I inquire if you have a reservation? Lin Bai furrowed his brow. Let me make a quick call. Please hold on. He then took out his phone to call Qin Ruowei, eager to confirm their arrival. To his surprise, as soon as the call connected, he heard a clear argument on the other end, causing him to worry immediately. Are you all right, darling? I'm fine. It's Li Yu arguing with the staff here. Have you arrived? Hearing this, Lin Bai sighed in relief. Yes, we're in the lobby. Come inside. You'll see us right away. Lin Bai did not hang up, gesturing to the receptionist as he followed her into the inner lobby. Inside, Li Yu, Chen Shuya, Qin Ruowei, Zhou Min, Wang Xiaoli, and Fu Rao had gathered in front of the cashier's counter, where Li Yu was embroiled in a heated dispute with the front desk staff. Confused, Lin Bai approached and stood beside Qin Ruowei. What is going on? Qin Ruowei glanced at the others and led Lin Bai to a quieter corner. Is it just my imagination, or did that woman we just passed by really call herself Qin Ruowei? Our campus beauty. Yes, it seems so, Zhao Fongting, Chun Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin replied, their expressions blank, resembling three fools in Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli's eyes. Damn, the godfather is serious. In a nearby corner, after ensuring no one was watching, Qin Ruowei spoke softly. Qingping Lu Restaurant requires reservations, and today is fully booked. Li Yu did not make one. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. No available spots? Reservations are necessary? Indeed. Qingping Lu enjoys a stellar reputation, requiring reservations 3 days in advance. Li Yu is causing a scene, believing her silver membership grants her special privileges. What should we do, Lin Bai? Should we find another place? Understanding the situation, Lin Bai smiled, pulling Qin Ruowei closer by the waist. Call me hubby and I'll handle this. Seeing the mischievous glint in Lin Bai's eyes, Qin Ruowei gently punched his chest. Stop being inappropriate. Don't let others see. Let go. Lin Bai released her, leading her back to the cashier. Meanwhile, the argument between Li Yu and the front desk had escalated to a fever pitch, with Li Yu banging on the counter, her tone agitated. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? I've spent over 100,000 here, and now I need a reservation just to eat? This is outrageous. The front desk attendant maintained a professional smile, bowing slightly. I sincerely understand your frustration, sir, but we truly have no available tables at this moment. We are merely following the rules. Please do not make it difficult for us. Lin Bai had not paid attention earlier, but now he noticed that the front desk attendant was quite attractive. With her alluring figure and captivating smile, her beauty rivaled that of Qin Ruowei. The difference lay in their essence. Qin Ruowei exuded a pure charm, while this attendant embodied a seductive allure born from the tumult of life. It was only natural that someone in her position at Qingping Lu would possess such captivating looks. I don't care. I want to eat right now. I must have my meal today. If you can't resolve this, get your manager. Liu began to act irrationally. The front desk attendant grabbed her intercom. Manager, please come to the front desk. After calling, she turned to Liu. I have informed our manager. He will be here shortly. Please wait. I cannot wait. I'm starving. I want my meal. Liu continued to pound on the counter, causing even the seasoned front desk attendant to furrow her brow. At that moment, the timid Chen Shuya gently tugged at Liu. Darling, why don't we just go somewhere else? It's just a meal. Liu, already frustrated, glared at Chen Shuya. Nonsense. Is this just about a meal? I want to swallow my pride. You can resolve this? What can you do besides shouting here and wasting time? Qin Ruowei's cold voice cut through the tension, causing Liu to pale. I said I can resolve it because I can. If your father were truly useful, would we be waiting now? I understand your pride, but dragging all of us into this mess is excessive. This blunt statement came from Fu Rao, showing no restraint. The front desk attendant's gaze shifted between Qin Ruowei and Fu Rao, silently expressing admiration. Just as Liu found herself cornered, a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly plump, approached quickly. Good day, esteemed guests. Please share your concerns with me. The group turned to see the man's name tag reading lobby manager. Upon seeing the manager, Liu's demeanor weakened considerably, and she stammered to articulate her demands. After listening to her grievances, the lobby manager chuckled heartily. I apologize, Miss Li, but you must understand that dining here isn't a privilege for just anyone. We are fully booked, and if we were to forcefully accommodate you, it would mean asking someone else to leave. Who do you think we should ask? Mr. Su from Jianfeng Engineering? Mr. Wang from Yangchuan Wine Industry? Or perhaps the young owner from Luoha Group? The lobby manager, displaying his adeptness, left Liu speechless. Each name mentioned was someone Liu could not dare to provoke. Miss Li, let me remind you, these individuals are among the more approachable ones. What are your thoughts now? The lobby manager maintained a smile, while Liu's expression fluctuated between anger and despair. Ultimately, Lin Bai took a deep breath, glancing at the front desk attendant. Excuse me, could you assist me in checking a number? Lin Bai's voice captured everyone's attention, and Qin Ruowei, puzzled, stepped closer with a frown. Lin Bai subtly shook his head and addressed the front desk attendant, providing his phone number. The system indicated that a VIP number was synonymous with his mobile number. Please check this number for me. After stating his number, Lin Bai fixed his gaze on the front desk attendant, his eyes betraying a hint of concern. As it was his first time utilizing this VIP service, uncertain of its efficacy. In the next moment, the front desk attendant gasped, stepping back 2 paces while pointing at the computer screen. Manager, you need to see this. The lobby manager frowned, unaware of what could elicit such a reaction from the seasoned front desk attendant. As he approached the counter, he began to scold her. Stop overreacting. You've seen plenty of situations. Before he could finish, upon seeing the computer screen, the lobby manager wore an expression mirroring that of the front desk attendant. In an instant, both rushed from behind the counter, standing before Lin Bai. We sincerely apologize, Mr. Lin. We failed to recognize you and inadvertently offended you. Please do not take it to heart. In that moment, everyone around turned to Lin Bai, their gazes as if they were beholding an extraterrestrial being. The stark contrast between Liu and Lin Bai was undeniably evident. Lin Bai gently touched his nose, inwardly reflecting that this supreme VIP was indeed more advantageous than he had anticipated. Ahem, is it possible for us to dine here? Yes, absolutely. Please, this way. The lobby manager nodded eagerly and led Lin Bai forward. Lin Bai glanced at Qin Ruowei, offering a subtle smile, as the group followed closely behind. Liu and Chen Shuya lagged behind, choosing to approach the female receptionist instead. What do you mean? Didn't you say there were no available seats? What is happening now? Are you playing with me? Even the receptionist, who usually maintained her composure, couldn't help but roll her eyes. Mr. Li, the gentleman Lin is a Supreme VIP client here, entitled to a special private room. What? Supreme VIP? How could he possibly have that status? Liu stood frozen, utterly bewildered. The receptionist maintained a polite smile. So, Mr. Li, I personally suggest you accompany Mr. Lin upstairs. What do you think? Liu was at a loss as he left the reception desk. On their way to the elevator, the oblivious Chen Shuya inquired, what is a Supreme VIP? Is it really that impressive? Liu turned to her. It's not just impressive. A Supreme VIP card is not something that can be obtained with money alone. My father once mentioned a business owner who spent over 2 billion here, trying to secure a Supreme VIP card, but failed. Chen Shuya, who only had a concrete understanding of money, began to grasp the magnitude of the Supreme VIP status, her sentiments growing increasingly complicated. How could he possibly have a Supreme VIP here? No one answered their questions, and just as the elevator doors were about to close, the two hurriedly squeezed in, sharing awkward smiles. The elevator was vast, accommodating about 10 people without feeling crowded. The lobby manager pressed the button for the 8th floor. Standing beside Lin Bai with a smile, detailing the specifications and amenities of the private room they were about to visit. Qin Ruowei, still in a daze, was led by Lin Bai, unsure of what had transpired. She was aware of the supreme VIP status at Qingping Lu restaurant because her father had one. It was precisely because her father had it that she understood the immense difficulty of obtaining a supreme VIP card there. She couldn't fathom how Lin Bai, a mere freshman, managed to acquire it. What other secrets did he hold? As their acquaintance deepened, Qin Ruowei found herself increasingly perplexed by this initially pitiful young man, even feeling a twinge of crisis. Especially at the reception desk earlier, when the receptionist's gaze at Lin Bai confirmed his supreme VIP status. As a woman, Qin Ruowei recognized that look all too well. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the lobby manager personally led them to a private room and opened the door. Please, esteemed guests, enter. Upon entering the room, Lin Bai was utterly astounded by the scene before him. A swimming pool, a cinema, a billiards table, a dining area, a lounge, a play zone, a self-service area, and a gym. This was no ordinary dining room. It was akin to a more luxurious, larger-scale party venue. Wow! Zhao Fangting, Chen Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin exclaimed in unrestrained awe, sharing the same sentiment as everyone else, including Qin Ruowei. Although her father had a supreme VIP status here, she had never set foot in such a place. This is amazing. I've decided not to attend classes tomorrow. Zhao Fangting completely let loose, laughing as he dashed into the room. Chen Zhe and Lu Xiaobin followed closely, along with Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli. Mr. Lin, there's a QR code menu on the table. You can scan it to place your order. Of course, if you need anything, just press the call button, and I will be at your service at any time. Internally, Lin Bai was more shocked than anyone else, nodding repeatedly. All right, understood. Thank you. The lobby manager smiled and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Lin Bai slowly approached the window, with Qin Ruowei closely following. At around 7 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the night view of Jiangqing, with the stunning lights of Chua Hanjia in full view. Chapter 24. She is not suitable for you. Lin Bai, how much have you been hiding from me? Qin Ruowei's voice broke the silence, tinged with a hint of playful reproach. Lin Bai managed a bitter smile. He couldn't answer. The existence of the system itself was illogical, and he had no way to explain it all. Turning to meet Qin Ruowei's bright gaze, Lin Bai took a deep breath, grasped her small hand, and drew her into an embrace. Ruowei, it's not that I don't want to tell you many things. It's just that I cannot. If you trust me, give me a little time, and I will reveal everything to you. Sensing Lin Bai's sincerity, Qin Ruowei unconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck. All right, I believe you. Just as she finished speaking, a howl echoed, followed by the bizarre shouts of Chen Zhe, Zhao Fangting, and Lu Xiaobin. Qin Ruowei hurriedly pulled away. Her cheeks flushed as she turned away from the trio. Lin Bai, equally helpless, shot a glare at Zhao Fangting. What are you doing? Are you all so bored? The three held trays filled with exquisite food, munching as they spoke. I say, by go, are you for real? When did you two get together? Why do you care when we got together? You should worry about yourself instead. It seems you're not even looking for someone, are you? As he spoke, Lin Bai subtly gestured towards the girls, Fu Rao, Zhou Min, and Wang Xiaoli. The three fell silent for a moment, and then Chen Zhe was the first to set down his tray, tidy his bow tie, and stride towards Fu Rao. Observing this, Lin Bai and the others grew curious, eager to see how Chen Zhe would initiate the conversation. The group huddled together, including Qin Ruowei. Fu Rao was wandering in the self-service area, her tray filled with various desserts, unaware of Chen Zhe approaching her from behind. As they passed the self-service section, Chen Zhe plucked a small red flower from a fruit platter and approached Fu Rao. Life's journey, a beautiful dream, stretches long. Fu Rao was startled by the sudden singing behind her, instinctively retracting her neck and turning around to see Chen Zhe holding the small red flower aloft. Hello, beautiful. My name is Chen Zhe. May I have the pleasure of knowing you? Fu Rao scrutinized Chen Zhe with a curious gaze, tilting her head to glance at Lin Bai and the others. The next moment, she lightly slapped Chen Zhe on the head. How old are you? You haven't even matured yet, and you're trying to find a target. I'm your senior. Chen Zhe was taken aback, and Fu Rao pointed towards Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli. Those two are your targets. Take your little red flower and go. With that, Fu Rao shoved Chen Zhe away, returning to Lin Bai and the others with her tray. Lin Bai felt a sense of impending doom, hastily raising both hands. It's not my fault. They all volunteered. Fu Rao shot Lin Bai a fierce glare and grabbed Qin Ruowei's hand. Come on, Ruowei, let us go over there. I'm not playing with these annoying men. Qin Ruowei flashed a playful smile and followed Fu Rao away, while Lin Bai turned to Zhao Fangting, who pointed at Zhou Min. My target is her. I must succeed. Await my good news. With Lu Xiaobin left alone, Lin Bai puzzled. Why aren't you going? Wang Xiaoli is quite nice too. Compared to Wang Xiaoli, I'm more interested in her. As he spoke, Lu Xiaoban nodded towards Chen Shuya, who was beside Li Yu. Lin Bai choked on his saliva, pointing shakily at Chen Shuya. Her? Do you even know her? No, 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 Xiaoban, listen to me. She isn't suitable for you. Lu Xiaoban looked at Lin Bai with a puzzled expression. You make it sound like you know her very well. I know Li Yu is her boyfriend, so what? Lin Bai's mind raced, unable to disclose that Chen Shuya was his ex-girlfriend. Upon entering university, Chen Shy explicitly emphasized her desire for no one to know about her relationship with Lin Bai. Consequently, Lin Bai has never disclosed his connection with Chen Shy to his 3 roommates. They merely regard her as Li Y's girlfriend. Particularly, as Lu Xiaoban has developed feelings for Chen Shy, it is even less likely that he would speak of it. Clearing his throat, Lin Bai encouraged Lu Xiaoban with a firm pat on the shoulder. Although the private room offered free self-service, there were still items to order. Lin Bai scanned the QR code on the table, entering the ordering interface. As the menu appeared, Lin Bai was left dumbfounded by the prices displayed. 5 steamed fish, 988. Steamed king crab, 36.66. French foie gras, 1888. Flavorful original soup, 98. The cheapest option was merely a bowl of ordinary soup for 98. It was utterly astonishing. For a moment, Lin Bai was at a loss regarding what to order. With so many people present, should he perhaps order a whole roasted lamb? Although he was a supreme VIP with a spending limit of 1 million, that amount still required repayment, not a gift. Given his current system level, indulging in such a feast would leave him struggling for 3 months. No. The more Lin Bai contemplated, the more absurd it seemed, and he realized he needed to devise a plan. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Is that you, Lin Bai? Turning around, he found Li Bai standing behind him, holding a bottle of beer. Clearing her throat, she said, well, today is unexpected, since you booked the private room. Let me handle the ordering. Lin Bai was momentarily taken aback, realizing that at this moment, Li Bai was surprisingly less irritating. Noticing Lin Bai's silence, Li Bai awkwardly smiled. I know this is unreasonable, but I promised to treat everyone, and I cannot go back on my word. Therefore, I hope you will accommodate me. Lin Bai felt elated at her words. Unreasonable? Quite the opposite. He understood that Li Bai was attempting to salvage a bit of lost face. Yet he feigned an expression of difficulty. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Bai, aware that her actions carried an element of hypocrisy, frowned and pondered before resolutely stating, all right, I am not ignorant of etiquette. As long as you allow me to handle this order today, I will defer to you in the future. I shall be your subordinate. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and scrutinized Li Bai. He realized that she was not as foolish as she appeared. Very well, you may proceed. Lin Bai put away his phone and gestured for her to take the lead. Li Bai visibly relaxed and began scanning to place the order. Familiar with the expenses at QNGP NGL restaurant, Li Bai felt a pinch at the thought of the bill, but she had to uphold her boast, for failing to do so would jeopardize her standing at the university. As Lin Bai walked toward FRO and QN Ru WI, he noticed that Lu Xiaoban was indeed engaging with Chen Shy. He glanced at Li Bai and shook his head. The situation felt peculiar. The subsequent dinner festivities are not elaborated upon, but by 9 o'clock, the group departed, primarily to avoid the 10 o'clock curfew at the dormitory. The significance of the first class for all freshmen the next day was self-evident. Upon settling the bill, which totaled over 140,000, Li Bai managed to regain a measure of her dignity. Chapter 25. Say it again if you dare. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Fngt, Lu Xiaoban, and CHNZH were animated, chattering incessantly. Each had fared well, securing contact information from their desired female companions, including Lu Xiaoban and CHNZH. Although FRO had initially rebuffed CHNZH's advances, the latter's persistent persuasion eventually wore her down. CHNH, being from the northeast, was bold, meticulous, and quite unabashed. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have completed today's check-in task, achieving a 77 progress rate. Side task 1 is complete. Task reward. The latest WI foldable phone, Mate XT. Please bring identification and collect it tomorrow at the XXX phone store. Completing the final sit-up, Lin Bai felt a surge of accomplishment for finishing the 7-day fitness check-in. The acquisition of a new phone was secondary. More importantly, his physical attributes had significantly improved, with muscle development that money could not buy. Wang XN is the most beautiful, all right? What are your eyes seeing? Nonsense. My FRO is the most beautiful. Did you not see her devilish figure? CHNZH posed flamboyantly, appearing rather eccentric. Chen Shy is the most beautiful and purest. Her eyes are simply captivating, Lu Xiaoban declared, removing his glasses with a distant gaze. Listening to the other 3 debate which girl was the most beautiful, Lin Bai felt speechless and retrieved his phone to check the class schedule, setting an alarm before closing his eyes. The first class of the morning began at 9 o'clock. As usual, Lin Bai rose at 6:30, running with Q in Ru Wi. After their run, they enjoyed breakfast before returning to their dorms to freshen up and prepare their books for class. The four companions from Lin Bai's dormitory set out together, joining the throng of students heading to the classroom. The term set out was apt, as the number of students on the path was overwhelming, densely packed. Furthermore, the majority of students from the foreign language department were girls, and a glance revealed a sea of long, fair legs. Upon entering the classroom, the four immediately noticed their classmates sitting neatly, with the male and female class monitors addressing the assembly from the podium. The students recognized the four, particularly Lin Bai. The last time the class had seen each other was during military training, all dressed in uniforms that obscured their appearances. Moreover, Lin Bai's transformation over the past few days left the female classmates in awe. The four exchanged glances, and Lin Bai, leading the group, took a seat at the back. "You four, do you know you're late?" No sooner had they settled than the male class monitor pointed at them, reprimanding. The four looked bewildered, with Liu Xiaobi glancing at the clock, noting that it was only 8:55. How were they late? "Don't you check the group messages?" The female class monitor frowned and inquired. Again, the four were perplexed. Lin Bai pulled out his phone and entered the class group to review the notifications. At last, he found the message, which totaled several hundred words, indeed stating that everyone was expected to arrive half an hour early to class. However, the message had been sent last night around 8, while they were enjoying themselves at QNGPNGL, and thus they had not paid it any heed. "Apologies, class monitor, we didn't see it. It's our fault." Lin Bai sincerely apologized, acknowledging their mistake. The female class monitor was understanding, but the male class monitor continued his scolding. "Arriving late on the first day of class shows a lack of organization and discipline. You four live together. Not one of you noticed? Are all four of you blind?" Faced with such a rude tone from the male class monitor, Ceoromance could no longer hold back and frowned. "Wang Pichuan, we've already apologized." "Isn't it a bit excessive to say that?" Wang Pichuan shot a fierce glare at Ceoromance, ready to respond. But the female class monitor pulled him back. "Enough. The teacher is coming. Let us start the class." Seeing this, Wang Pichuan had no choice but to temporarily suppress his displeasure toward the four. Ceoromance glared menacingly at Wang Pichuan's retreating figure, thinking he was full of himself. "Humph." His voice was not hushed, and Wang Pichuan, who had just sat down, heard him, angrily rising. He turned and pointed at Ceoromance. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare." Ceoromance, being from the northeast, was not intimidated and prepared to stand up to him, but Lin Bai held him back. After restraining Ceoromance, Lin Bai calmly regarded Wang Pichuan. "Class monitor, this is our first class. You wouldn't want to leave a bad impression on the teacher, would you?" Wang Pichuan gave Lin Bai a deep look before finally pointing at Ceoromance and sitting back down. "Bai go." Ceoromance exclaimed angrily. Looking at Lin Bai shook his head, acknowledging that the matter was indeed their fault. "No more fussing around. Let's focus on our studies." He introduced the three to their respective partners, and they held Lin Bai in high regard, refraining from any remarks. Almost immediately after Wang Pichuan settled into his seat, the classroom door swung open, and a teacher entered, carrying books and making their way to the podium. "Hello everyone. Who is the class monitor? Please provide me with a class roster." The female class monitor, Chao Ying, stepped forward and handed the teacher a list of names. "All right, let's commence our lesson. My name is..." The first class was college English, spanning 2 sessions, each lasting 45 minutes, with a 10-minute intermission in between. Lin Bai, a student capable of entering a prestigious 985 university, found the English classes quite effortless. As the bell rang signaling the end of class, the teacher exited the room, and the students had to rush to their next classroom due to varying locations for each lesson. As Lin Bai and his companions gathered their belongings, Chao Ying called out to them as they passed by Wang Pichuan. "Wait a moment." The four halted, as Chao Ying distributed a form to each of them, advising, "This is for the school clubs. Everyone must sign up for at least one and submit it before 6 in the evening. Also, since you missed this morning, our class is organizing a gathering this weekend to help everyone get acquainted. Be sure to keep an eye on the group messages." Compared to Wang Pichuan, Chao Ying's manner of speaking was far more approachable. Lin Bai again expressed his apologies. "I sincerely apologize, class monitor. We will pay close attention to the class group messages." With a smile, Chao Ying replied, "Let us go together." Setting aside her role as class monitor, both Chao Ying and Wang Pichuan were peers of the same age and status as them. Beside Chao Ying was another girl, quite attractive, with sparkling eyes, fair skin, adorned in a floral long dress, and her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding a pure charm. Lin Bai had learned her name during military training, Li Runin, the most beautiful girl in their class, often referred to as the class flower. The group walked towards the classroom, chatting and laughing. While Li Runin occasionally stole glances at Lin Bai, her gaze unusual. The second class was educational psychology, followed by lunch. Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei had arranged to meet on the second floor of the East District cafeteria, where they ordered a clay pot dish and 2 bowls of rice. Settling into a corner to eat. With so many clubs like the chess club, dance club, music club, and calligraphy club, is participation mandatory? Lin Bai inquired, his expression reflecting discontent as he examined the club registration form. Chowing had mentioned that everyone must sign up for at least one, and Lin Bai was quite reluctant to engage in these activities. If only there were a fitness club, I might consider it. Qin Ruwei took the form from Lin Bai, scanned it briefly, and pointed to a specific section. Here, sign up for this. The National Flag Guard? Lin Bai looked puzzled. Yes, the National Flag Guard, which recruits new members from the freshmen every year. However what? I heard that the selection criteria for the National Flag Guard are exceedingly strict. Fu Rao told me that last year, 168 people applied, but can you guess how many passed the assessment? Qin Ruowei's expression was playful. 100? Lin Bai guessed. Not even close. There are fewer than 70 members in the entire National Flag Guard. Out of those 168 applicants last year, only 3 succeeded. Lin Bai was taken aback by the alarming acceptance rate. So few? The elimination rate is indeed too high. Qin Ruowei waved her delicate fingers. No. The National Flag Guard rarely eliminates candidates. Rather, the training intensity is so rigorous that they begin at 5 in the morning and train for another 2 hours in the evening. Very few can endure it. So, it would be more accurate to say that most students withdraw voluntarily. And you, I believe you can stick it out. Just imagining you in military attire marching in formation is so exciting. With a dreamy expression, Qin Ruowei captivated many nearby boys. Her words sparked Lin Bai's curiosity about the National Flag Guard. After all, he had already developed a routine of daily exercise, making it a fitting endeavor. All right, let's embrace this challenge. However, Lin Bai squinted, adding, if I manage to get into the National Flag Guard, what reward will you bestow upon me? Noticing Lin Bai's mischievous grin, Qin Ruwei suddenly recalled something, her face flushing crimson as she lowered her head to eat. I won't discuss this with you. You naughty boy. Lin Bai took great pleasure in seeing Qin Ruwei shy, and as he thought of the main mission given by the system, which had yet to yield any results, he felt an urgent anxiety. Given their current relationship, any romantic notions seemed far-fetched. Patience, Lin Bai reassured himself internally. He pulled out a pen from his backpack and inscribed National Flag Guard on the form. Unbeknownst to them, a man in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, wearing sunglasses and leisurely sipping a milk tea, watched them intently from a corner of the cafeteria. The bustling environment around them did not distract the man, whose gaze remained fixed on Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei until they finished their meal and exited the cafeteria. The afternoon break lasted 2.5 hours, and with no classes, Lin Bai planned to pick up his new phone. Brother, how much can I withdraw now? Beep. System balance, 1,600. Seeing this figure, Lin Bai felt elated. He now received a daily allowance of 1,000 yuan, a sum he found difficult to exhaust. Withdraw it all. Beep. Total balance of 1,600 yuan has been transferred. Please check your account. XX Bank. Your account ending in 6832 has received 1,600 yuan, current balance, 23,648 yuan. Gazing at the balance in his mobile banking app, Lin Bai felt a whirlwind of emotions. For many, 2,000 plus yuan might seem trivial, but for him, a student with a monthly allowance of merely 500, it was significant. His first act was to transfer 1,000 yuan to his mother. As with many parents, his mother promptly initiated a video call. Lin Bai sought a secluded corner to answer, and faced with his mother's concern and inquiries, he remained relaxed. Mom, don't worry. This is all my earnings from a part-time job I took during the break. Moreover, I partnered with some classmates to start a small business, and I can comfortably support myself. You and Dad won't need to send me living expenses anymore. Please accept the money quickly. I have class this afternoon, so I can't chat now. After alleviating his mother's worries, Lin Bai ended the call, knowing that if he mentioned his afternoon classes, she would continue talking for quite a while. After hanging up, he felt relieved as his mother confirmed receipt of the transfer, sensing an infinite sense of freedom. Qin Ruwei had afternoon classes, so Lin Bai did not wait for her, driving away from the school to the nearest Huawei mobile store. Shortly after the Mercedes left the campus, a BMW X7 followed at a leisurely pace. With heavy traffic on the road, Lin Bai remained unaware of anything amiss. Inside the BMW, the man from the cafeteria, still wearing sunglasses, drove with one hand while scrutinizing a form with the other. In the passenger seat sat Wang Peichuan. If Lin Bai had seen this scene, he would have been utterly taken aback. Brother Yulong, I have Lin Bai's complete information here. Wang Peichuan wore a smile. his tone servile. The driver, the same brother Yulong Wang Peichuan referred to, paid him no mind, continuing to drive while examining the form, occasionally furrowing his brow. The Huawei mobile store was not far from the school. Moments later, Lin Bai parked his car by the roadside and entered the store. The BMW also found a parking spot not far away, where brother Yulong casually tossed 200 yuan to Wang Peichuan. Well done, now go on. And remember what I told you. Wang Peichuan pocketed the money, nodding repeatedly. Rest assured, Yulong Gu, as the class monitor, he cannot escape my grasp. Go ahead. I will contact you if needed. After a series of respectful nods, Wang Peichuan exited the vehicle. Yulong Gu gazed towards the nearby Huawei mobile store, continuing to peruse Lin Bai's information. After about 10 minutes, Lin Bai emerged from the store, a smartphone bag in hand, appearing quite pleased as he drove away. This time, Yulong Gu did not follow but instead opened the car door and walked into the Huawei store. Hello, sir. Are you looking to purchase a phone? Not for a phone. The young man, Lin Bai, what did he buy here? Yulong Gu inquired directly. The saleslady hesitated for a moment. I believe he purchased the latest Huawei Mate XT foldable phone. Yulong Gu furrowed his brow. He knew the price of that model and shook his head as he left the store. Night. Fenglin Town. At 20 years old. From a rural family where his parents worked in agriculture, Qin Ruowei's family earned less than 30,000 a year. Qin Ruyang placed the documents gently on the table, lit a cigarette, and looked across at his son, Qin Yulong. Do you find this information credible? Qin Yulong pondered for a moment. It does seem a bit strange, but I can assure you the details are entirely authentic. The father and son fell into silence, both realizing the oddity of the situation. Can a family with an annual income of 30,000 afford a Mercedes-Benz GLE? Or a phone worth over 10,000? It seemed implausible. Moreover, during the National Day holiday, Lin Bai was still working part-time, living on a meager monthly allowance of 500. It was said that he was quite infatuated with a high school classmate named Chen Shuya, willingly sacrificing the opportunity to attend a 985 university. During the holiday, Chen Shuya traveled with another boy, and it was during those days that Lin Bai grew closer to Xiao Wei. I think this fellow is rather decent. Just a bit peculiar. I shall observe him more closely. Chapter 27. What qualifications do you have to mock me? Upon hearing this, Qin Ruyang raised his eyebrows. Is that so? Very well. I will arrange for you to assume a suitable identity to approach him. You must uncover the truth. Understood, Dad. You can rest assured. As Qin Yulong stood to leave, Qin Ruyang recalled something. By the way, have you properly handled the handover of matters in your unit? Don't let anything go awry. It's all sorted, Dad. I'm not a child anymore. I'm off to bed. Qin Yulong waved his hand and exited the tea room. Elsewhere, at Jiangxing University's Central District Playground, a group of 20 to 30 young men and women in military uniforms stood in a straight line, while several leaders conducted the registration process. Over here, Lin Bai. Qin Ruowei pulled Lin Bai into the crowd, arriving at the flag guarding team's registration desk. Numerous students were signing up for the flag guarding team assessment, easily numbering 2 to 300. The team had specific requirements. Male students must be no shorter than 178 centimeters, and female students no shorter than 165 centimeters. As a city in the central southern region, this rigid requirement disqualified many. Fortunately, Lin Bai met the height criteria. The registration process was straightforward. Fill out a form and receive a set of camouflage clothing, which they wore during military training. After more than half an hour, registration concluded, and the call for assembly was made. Qin Ruowei embraced Lin Bai. Good luck, Lin Bai. If you pass the assessment, I have a surprise for you. Lin Bai looked at her earnestly. What surprise? Qin Ruowei's cheeks flushed, urging him toward the gathering point. Hurry up. At the assembly point, Lin Bai stood alongside other students who had successfully registered, forming a square formation. The captain of the flag guarding team stood on a platform, raising his voice to explain the rules. First of all, congratulations to all of you for successfully entering the flag guarding team assessment process. However, do not rejoice too soon, for this is merely the first step. Based on my experience, less than 1 in 10 will ultimately remain. He continued outlining the assessment rules. The entire evaluation will last 1 week. Each of you will start with 100 points. Gather here at 5 in the morning for 2 hours of training, and again at 8 in the evening for another 2 hours. Arriving late will result in a 10-point deduction. The same goes for leaving early. If you are late twice in a row, it will be considered as voluntarily withdrawing. After 1 week, we will select the top 10 based on the remaining points. Is that understood? The captain's voice was resounding, and everyone could hear him clearly, even without a microphone. Just as he finished explaining the rules, a notification sounded. Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest details. Successfully enter the flag guarding team with full marks. Quest reward. Favorability detection card. One-time use. Lin Bai gazed at this unfamiliar item, puzzled. What is a favorability detection card? Beep. The favorability detection card can measure the favorability of any opposite sex towards the host, within a range of 0 to 100. Oh, I see, Lin Bai mused, stroking his chin. This item is quite valuable. It's akin to a form of mind reading. If only it were permanent instead of a one-time use. All right, if everyone understands, you may disperse. Assemble here at 5 tomorrow morning. Training. After the assembly concluded, Lin Bai and Qin Rui sat on the lawn for a while. Many students were out for a night run, gathering in groups, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Bai rested his head on Qin Rui's lap, and she cradled his head, both remaining silent. Suddenly, Qin Rui leaned down and pecked Lin Bai on the lips, quickly retreating. Lin Bai, stirred by her boldness, flipped over and pinned her down for an indulgent kiss. As it was night, the lawn was dimly lit, obscuring their surroundings, allowing their kiss to linger for quite some time. However, the moment Lin Bai's hand instinctively ventured toward Qin Rui's bosom, she seemed to be jolted and pushed him away. You rogue, you are getting carried away. After scolding him, Qin Rui sprang up and dashed away, while Lin Bai, with a hint of regret, chased after her. Wait for me. I can't see you. Qin Rui's reaction reaffirmed the challenge of winning her heart within a month. The following morning at 4:30, Lin Bai awoke to the relentless sound of the alarm clock. Though accustomed to early rising, he found himself lying back down upon glancing at the time. Yet, just as he was about to drift off once more, the thought of the system task and Qin Rui's expectations jolted him upright. In the dormitory, only the varied snores of his 3 roommates filled the air. Lin Bai tiptoed out of bed, quickly washed up, donned his military training attire, and headed straight for the Central District playground. At around 4 in the morning, the school was shrouded in mist, with no students in sight. Lin Bai jogged and arrived at the assembly point precisely at 5 o'clock. Dozens of students had already gathered, some arriving even earlier than him. The captain, now dressed in camouflage, glanced at his watch. As the clock struck 5, he whistled. All right, time's up. Listen up, everyone. We will be divided into 10 teams, and each team will have a designated instructor. All actions must strictly adhere to the instructions of your respective instructors. Various instructors were assigned roles. Some recorded tardiness, while others were responsible for training Lin Bai and the others. Lin Bai was fortunate. The instructor for their team was a female student, wearing camouflage. Her fair complexion and charming dimples appeared whenever she smiled, making her quite endearing. Her cute appearance caused Lin Bai's team to be less serious. Everyone, attention. As the instructor spoke, a few boys in the line couldn't help but laugh, as her voice was too youthful and sweet. The next moment, the instructor approached the laughing boys, pointing at them. You, and you, step forward. The 4 boys stepped out as the instructor placed her hands behind her back and commanded, attention, at ease, march in place, lift your legs. All individuals had recently undergone military training and could comprehend the commands. As the voice of the female instructor resonated, the 4 participants synchronously executed the first step of the march, maintaining their stance without faltering. The instructor turned around, and under the astonished gaze of Lin Bai and the others, retrieved 4 bricks tied with ropes from a box, attaching one to each of their insteps. The intensity of this training exceeded anything they had experienced before, and one among them could no longer contain himself. Is this how we play? He exclaimed. Lu Cheng. No report before speaking. 10 points deducted. The instructor proclaimed loudly. Nearby, an officer responsible for recording scores promptly deducted 10 points from Lu Cheng's total. Consequently, the others hesitated to speak out. Despite her gentle tone, the instructor had established an undeniable authority. No one could fathom the agony of balancing bricks on their feet unless they experienced it firsthand. After enduring for over a minute, the first participant collapsed. Zhou Zheng and 10 points deducted. Then came the second. Yuan Ping, 10 points deducted. The third followed suit. Zheng Zitao, 10 points deducted. When the last one fell, the instructor refrained from deducting points. Observing the 4 who were now massaging their legs, her expression remained cold. Look at your pitiful state. How dare you laugh at me? What qualifications do you have to mock me? Chapter 28, Class Gathering. The first to be penalized for speaking was Lu Cheng, who could no longer restrain himself and shouted. Report. Speak. If you have the capability, demonstrate for us. If you can endure longer than we did, I will concede. What Lu Cheng voiced was, in fact, the collective thought of Lin Bai's entire squad. After all, the girl seemed exceedingly immature, without her camouflage uniform. Lin Bai truly questioned whether she had even graduated high school. The instructor scoffed. Very well. Let us make a bet. If I last longer than you, you will withdraw from the assessment. What if you lose? Lu Cheng, evidently provoked, retorted, if I lose, I will voluntarily resign from the National Flag Guard. Deal. Upon hearing Lu Cheng's agreement, the instructor promptly picked up a brick and affixed it to her instep, then executed a flawless marching stance. The members of Lin Bai's squad fixated on the instructor, observing her unwavering posture. Thus, 1 minute passed, then 2, and then 3. After 3 minutes, the instructor turned to Lu Cheng and inquired, "Do you wish to continue?" Lu Cheng's expression turned ashen, rendered speechless. The instructor removed the brick from her foot, executed a 180-degree turn, and loudly addressed the attendance officer, Team 6, Lu Cheng. Disqualified. The attendance officer nodded and swiftly recorded the information. Lu Cheng, after several violent breaths, angrily hurled his cap to the ground and stormed away. Similar situations unfolded in other teams, resulting in a cacophony of reports echoing throughout. Naturally, others were continually disqualified. Following Lu Cheng's incident, no one in the squad dared to underestimate the youthful instructor, and compliance markedly increased. Under the instructor's guidance, Lin Bai and the others commenced 2 hours of training. After 2 hours, the assembly concluded, marking the end of their first training session. Lin Bai acknowledged that he had underestimated the intensity of the National Flag Guard's training. Fortunately, his physical fitness had improved, and passing the assessment under normal circumstances would not be overly challenging. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Bai freshened up and shared breakfast with Qin Ruowei, followed by a packed schedule of classes. With 3 classes on the agenda, Lin Bai found little time to spare. By 6 in the evening, after school, he hurried back to the dormitory, barely finding time to complete homework before changing into his camouflage uniform and rushing to the central playground. At 6:30, the new recruits of the National Flag Guard lined up punctually, and the familiar instructor approached Lin Bai's Team 6 to commence drills for the 9 members. The 2 hours of training felt interminable, during which Lin Bai sensed an unsettling gaze from the stands. Turning his head, he spotted a man clad in military training attire, casually reclining in a chair, sipping a bottle of cola, and wearing sunglasses in the evening, obscuring his features. Lin Bai was certain this individual had not been present in the morning. His identity remained a mystery. However, the man's demeanor suggested a status far superior to others. Although the sunglasses concealed his gaze, Lin Bai felt certain this person had been observing him intently. Disturbing, Lin Bai muttered under his breath. A week of training could be considered neither long nor short. From an initial count of over 200 participants, only around 30 remained by the 7th day. Lin Bai finally grasped the meaning behind Qin Ruowei's remark from a week earlier. The majority of those eliminated, more than 200, had either failed to endure the training or succumbed to the temptation of oversleeping. Perhaps this was the very essence of the National Flag Guard's training. Lin Bai successfully passed the assessment with a perfect score. Curiously, throughout the process, the soldier in sunglasses remained present yet silent, merely observing from the stands, which felt peculiar. "Congratulations on entering the National Flag Guard. You have worked hard this week. I wish you a pleasant weekend. Report back on Sunday afternoon for the National Flag Guard." Dismissed. With the captain announcing the remaining individuals' acceptance into the National Flag Guard, Lin Bai finally completed his side quest and received the associated reward. Below, Qin Ruowei, who had been eagerly awaiting, rushed to embrace Lin Bai's arm upon hearing the dismissal. "My boyfriend is amazing," she exclaimed playfully. Lin Bai, however, had not forgotten the matter at hand and smirked at her. "I fulfilled my promise to you. What about you?" Qin Ruowei's ears flushed crimson. "What is the rush? Let us go eat." Lin Bai was genuinely curious about the surprise she had prepared for him. However, on Monday, the class monitor mentioned a class gathering planned for the weekend, prompting Lin Bai to detain Qin Ruowei. "Ruowei, there's a class gathering tonight. Come with me." "Oh, is that so? I shouldn't join your class gathering. I'll wait for you to return." Lin Bai contemplated her words, recognizing their validity. Bringing others to a class gathering might indeed be inappropriate. After some thought, he replied, "Then you wait for me in the car. I'll just pop in to say hello and leave." Okay. The gathering was scheduled at a party venue located near the university town, a popular spot among college students for its blend of dining, drinking, and entertainment. At 7 in the evening, Lin Bai drove with Zhao Fangting, Chen Zhe, Lu Xiaobin, and Qin Ruowei to the gathering location. The 4 disembarked, leaving Qin Ruowei in the car. "I'll wait for you." Lin Bai nodded, gently caressing her cheek before turning to join the others as they headed toward the party venue. Upon entering the room, the cacophony of laughter mixed with DJ music enveloped him. Apart from the 4, everyone else had already arrived and was in high spirits. "Lin Bai, over here." Following the sound, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. "Why aren't you out having fun?" he inquired with a smile as he approached Li Runin. Li Runin, holding a bottle of mineral water, sat on the sofa watching television, though her mind seemed elsewhere. "I can't drink, and I don't know how to play, so I'm just sitting here. What about you? Why did you arrive so late? I thought you weren't coming." Due to the loud music, Li Runin leaned in closer to speak. At this distance, Lin Bai could even catch a whiff of her delightful fragrance. Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest details. Use the favorability detection card on Li Runin. Task reward. Female beauty attribute panel unlocked. The system notification momentarily left Lin Bai in a daze. Female beauty attribute panel? What on earth is that? Beep. The female beauty attribute panel is designed to score women based on their appearance, ranging from 1 to 9. This panel assists the host in swiftly identifying exceptional women. The system's explanation was easily comprehended, and Lin Bai was suddenly enlightened, realizing it was indeed a remarkable feature. He then turned his gaze towards Li Runin. The moment their eyes met, Li Runin quickly averted her gaze and pretended to sip from a bottle of mineral water. Lin Bai was not naive. He sensed that Li Runin harbored a slight affection for him, though he was uncertain of its depth. Hang Go. Activate the affection detection card. Beep. Affection detection card in use. Target: Li Runin, age 19, please wait. Beep. Detection successful. Li Runin's affection towards the host, 65. Side quest completed. System reward: female beauty score attribute panel has been activated. Upon hearing this level of affection, Lin Bai was astonished. He had not anticipated that Li Runin would hold such a high regard for him. This level of affection was certainly sufficient for a romantic relationship. As Lin Bai was lost in his astonishment, the system's voice echoed again. Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest: a man's love is vast. Win over Li Runin within a week. Quest reward: 500 points. Quest failure: death. What? Lin Bai sprang to his feet, his face a mask of disbelief and confusion. Li Runin was startled and stared at Lin Bai, asking, "What's wrong, Lin Bai?" "It's nothing, nothing at all." Lin Bai, though tumultuous within, feigned calmness and sat back down. "Hang Go, what is the meaning of this? Are you aware I already have a girlfriend? This system is rather improper." Beep. Do not question the decisions of this system. Please cherish your time. This reminder from the system made Lin Bai realize that failing this side quest could spell his doom. Since inheriting the system, this was the first time he felt his personal safety was at stake. "Hang Go, did you not say that only main quests yield point rewards?" Lin Bai recalled this crucial detail. Beep. Main and side quests are determined by their importance. This side quest is equivalent to a main quest in significance. Fine. Lin Bai thought. He would not press further as the authority of explanation lay with the system. Looking back at Li Runin, he found her observing him with curiosity. Feeling somewhat guilty, he hastily changed the subject. "It's rather dull, I senti it?" "Yes, it is a bit tedious." "Lin Bai, may I ask you a personal question? I heard you have a girlfriend?" As she posed this question, Li Runin took another small sip from her mineral water, her face betraying her nervousness. Lin Bai was uncertain how to respond. If he admitted to having a girlfriend, Li Runin would surely be disappointed, potentially diminishing her affection and complicating his task. Conversely, if he claimed he did not, his conscience would weigh heavily on him, for he genuinely cherished Qin Ruowei. After much internal conflict, under Li Runin's hopeful gaze, Lin Bai suddenly smiled and retorted, "You seem quite interested in my romantic life. Do you perhaps have feelings for me?" Li Runin was taken aback by Lin Bai's unexpected counter, completely unprepared. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away, muttering, "No way." However, her reddened ears betrayed her, prompting Lin Bai to take a deep breath and lean a bit closer to her. "Runin, actually Lin Bai. It's your turn, come here." Lin Bai's sentence was abruptly cut off by Wang Peichuan's voice from a distance. Looking over, he saw several boys gathered around Wang Peichuan, seemingly engaged in an arm wrestling match, with several girls watching. Wang Peichuan, bare-chested, showcased his muscular arms and beckoned Lin Bai with a taunting gesture. Li Runin frowned, her gaze towards Wang Peichuan tinged with disdain. Lu Xiaobin approached Lin Bai, saying, "Brother Bai, help us get revenge." Zhao Fangting also chimed in. "Ergu has already downed 5 cups. Brother Bai, help us get our revenge." After spending over a week together, the camaraderie among the four had deepened. Just 2 days prior, Chunja had taken the initiative to assign ranks among them. Naturally, Lin Bai was designated as the eldest brother, Chunja as the second, Zhao Fangting as the third, and Lu Xiaobin as the fourth. As the eldest brother, Lin Bai could not stand idly by while his younger brothers were bullied. So he rose and approached Wang Peichuan. "Come on, Lin Bai, you're the last one. Let us arm wrestle and drink. Whoever loses drinks. Are you up for it?" Lin Bai did not respond, but instead patted Chunja on the shoulder, asking, "You okay?" Chunja waved dismissively, "I'm fine." Chunja had been drinking foreign liquor mixed with soda, which Lin Bai had experienced before. Its after-effects were substantial. After consuming 5 cups, Chunja would undoubtedly be feeling the impact. Lu Xiaobin helped Chunja to his feet, and Lin Bai took a seat, facing Wang Peichuan. "1 cup at a time is too slow. I have limited time. Let us make it a bottle. Whoever loses drinks." Lin Bai gestured, and Zhao Fangting promptly brought an unopened bottle of whiskey and placed it in front of him. Wang Peichuan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Bai's audacity and fell silent. That whiskey was undiluted. Downing that bottle would certainly land him in the hospital for a stomach pump. Turning to Lin Bai, who wore a calm smile, Wang Peichuan's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Li Runin, who was watching closely. With a fierce look in his eyes, he slammed his right arm down on the table. Boom. All right, let us go. Lin Bai observed Wang Peichuan's small gesture with a smirk and extended his right hand to grasp Wang Peichuan's. The moment their hands locked, Lin Bai understood why Chen Jia, the burly man from the northeast, had lost 5 times in a row. Wang Peichuan possessed a powerful grip, evidently someone who frequently engaged in arm wrestling, seemingly there to flaunt his strength. Unfortunately for him, this time he had encountered Lin Bai. The wager of an entire bottle of liquor drew even more onlookers to the table. Go for it, boss. Crush him. You got this, Bai Gu. Zhao Fangting and Lu Xiaobin cheered from behind. Among the students, one took on the role of referee, loudly declaring begin. As the command was issued, Wang Peichuan's expression hardened. And like previous rounds, he exerted immense force with his arm. Based on prior experiences, no one had withstood his initial surge of strength. The one who lasted the longest had been Chen Jia, but he too had succumbed, and 5 times at that. However, this time how is this possible? Witnessing Lin Bai's arm remain completely still, Wang Peichuan's face displayed shock for the first time, his eyes wide in disbelief. Lin Bai tilted his head slightly, tauntingly saying, "Is that all the strength you possess?" This comment was akin to throwing fuel on the fire, especially with Li Runan watching intently. Wang Peichuan clenched his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he had. This time, Lin Bai's arm finally began to move, gradually being pushed down. Seeing this, Wang Peichuan felt a glimmer of hope and pushed harder, his face turning crimson from exertion. But just before Lin Bai's arm was about to touch the table, it halted abruptly. Is this truly your full strength? Upon hearing this, Wang Peichuan felt an unexplainable surge of unease. Immediately after, a force surged through Lin Bai, rendering any notion of resistance impossible, as his hand slammed down on the table, emitting a dull thud. Bang! Ouch! Wang Peichuan yelped in pain. Hopping around while clutching his arm, and behind him, Lu Xiaobin and the others sprang into action. Yay! Lin Bai stood up, clapping his hands, and looked towards Chen Jia and the others, pointing at the whiskey bottle on the table. You 3, keep an eye on him and make sure he finishes this bottle. I'm off. Chapter 30. The surprise I desire is not this. The trio understood that Qin Ruowei was still waiting in the car and did not say much more. Got it, boss. You go on ahead. We'll handle the rest. Hee. The 3 surrounded Wang Peichuan, and Chen Jia's fists cracked ominously. Lin Bai nodded slightly, turned, and walked towards the door of the room. The commotion behind him was a tangled mess, but he paid it no mind. As he pushed open the door and stepped outside, a hand suddenly stopped it from closing, and shortly after, Li Ruonan emerged as well. With her back to him, Li Ruonan closed the door, biting her lip as she gazed at Lin Bai. What were you about to say just now? Lin Bai could hardly recall his earlier thoughts, yet he was certain that Li Ruonan harbored feelings for him. What troubled him now was how to win Li Ruonan's heart within a week, not to mention the difficulty of the task itself. What would happen if he truly succeeded with Qin Ruowei? And what about Li Ruonan? Would he be straddling 2 boats? Wouldn't that make him a scoundrel? No. If he failed the task, his life would be at stake. Concerns about being a scoundrel would be meaningless in comparison. With this determination, Lin Bai approached Li Ruonan, standing merely a fist's distance away. The door was behind her, leaving her with nowhere to retreat. And the atmosphere was thick with an intoxicating tension. I would like to invite you to dinner tomorrow evening. Would that be agreeable? His voice was low, yet Li Ruonan heard him clearly, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. Faced with Lin Bai's candid invitation, she nodded almost instinctively. All right. Observing her mixture of bashfulness and delight, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her, but he knew that such an action would surely frighten her away. Instead, he simply reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Go ahead and have fun. I have a few matters to attend to. Contact me via phone. Be safe. She replied. Without further words, Lin Bai turned and left, descending the elevator and vanishing from Li Ruonan's view. Once he was out of sight, Li Ruonan exhaled softly, lightly patting her chest. The thought of Lin Bai asking her out the next day made her unable to suppress a smile. In the elevator, Lin Bai continued to ponder. Both the side and main tasks had accumulated 500 points each, totaling 1,000 points. This meant that by successfully capturing the hearts of both Qin Ruowei and Li Ruonan, he could meet the system's requirements for an upgrade. At that point, the system would advance to level 3. The daily subsidy would rise to 10,000. 10,000 a day, 300,000 a month. An astonishing 3,600,000 a year. What an extraordinary income. Although he would likely disappoint many along the way, disappointing was far preferable to losing his life. Ding. The elevator reached the first floor, and Lin Bai stepped out, returning to his car. You're back. In the vehicle, upon seeing Lin Bai, Qin Ruowei's face lit up with a sweet smile. Simultaneously, a number appeared above her head, visible only to Lin Bai. 8. Out of a perfect 10. Qin Ruowei's beauty score was an 8. Such a score was commendable, deserving of the title campus flower. Gazing at her, Lin Bai felt an inexplicable sense of indebtedness and reached out to caress her cheek. Have you been waiting long? Qin Ruowei shook her head vigorously. No. Guess what gift I prepared for you? She clasped her hands behind her back, wearing a mysterious expression. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. A watch. Qin Ruowei was taken aback. Huh? How did you know? Did you peek? Caught off guard by Lin Bai's accurate guess, her lips pouted in displeasure. Lin Bai chuckled. It had merely been a lucky guess. What is wrong with the watch? Let me see. Reluctantly, Qin Ruowei handed him the watch box, and Lin Bai recognized the logo on it immediately. Baume Mercier, the Air Commander, with a brown leather strap and a sapphire dial. Lin Bai had a modicum of knowledge about watches and knew this brand was prestigious, with even the cheapest model costing over 100,000. This is too extravagant. I can't accept it. With just a glance, he closed the lid and returned the box to Qin Ruowei. Pouting, she retorted, if you don't want it. Who will? Fine, I'll just throw it away. With that, she lowered the car window and prepared to toss the box out, her demeanor indicating she was not joking in the slightest. Lin Bai quickly snatched it back. No, I want it. Qin Ruowei laughed, playfully poking his nose with her finger. That's more like it. Remember, you cannot refuse anything I give you from now on, understood? Hand it over. I'll help you put it on. Lin Bai obediently extended his left hand. The burden of beauty's grace was hard to bear, especially with the task just issued by the system weighing on his mind. Lin Bai felt even more indebted to Qin Ruowei. The only way to alleviate this sense of indebtedness was to first win her heart. With that thought in mind, Lin Bai grasped Qin Ruowei's neck and kissed her fiercely. After 2 or 3 minutes, they parted, both breathing heavily. Darling, the surprise I wanted isn't this. Qin Ruowei looked confused. Huh? Then what do you want? Before she could finish her sentence, she seemed to guess something, her face flushing as she turned away. No. Lin Bai, that's too fast. Qin Ruowei's apprehension mirrored the greatest dilemma Lin Bai faced. It was too soon. They had only officially established their relationship 2 weeks ago. For any serious and pure-hearted college student, such a timeline was simply impossible. Lin Bai did not press the issue. All right, let us go eat. The next day, Saturday, a day of rest. Lin Bai, as usual, rose early to go for a run, while Qin Ruowei drove herself home. After finishing his run, Lin Bai brought breakfast for his 3 roommates, only to find them still deeply asleep upon returning to their dormitory. They had all indulged the previous night, and the room was thick with the scent of alcohol. Lin Bai opened the window to let fresh air in and sat down in his chair. Hanggu, withdraw all subsidy funds. Beep. Received. Current withdrawable subsidy amount, 6,000 yuan. Credited. Please check. XX Bank. Your account ending in 6832 has received 6,000 yuan. Current balance, 70,048 yuan. Over 7,000. As Lin Bai read the message from his mobile banking app, his hand trembled with excitement. This was merely a week's worth of income at level 2 of the system. Now he needed to figure out how to make his money work for him, to multiply it. Saving in the bank was too slow, investing was beyond his expertise, and starting a business was out of the question due to a lack of time, energy, and experience. After much contemplation, he could devise no effective strategy and decided to set the matter aside for the moment. Around 11 in the morning, his roommates finally awoke, and after consuming the now-cold breakfast, they began gaming under Zhao Fengting's encouragement. Lin Bai, not particularly skilled at League of Legends, was berated thoroughly after 2 games, before furiously smashing his keyboard and storming out. For the entire afternoon, Lin Bai rode a bicycle, exploring the campus extensively. Chapter 31. Consider yourself lucky. It was indeed his first time thoroughly exploring the school, which was far larger than he had anticipated. The campus housed over a dozen departments, with their school of foreign languages being just one among many, including the business school, arts and design school, civil engineering school, and so forth. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Bai received a message from Li Ruanan. I'm ready. Where shall we eat? Glancing at the message and then at the still bright sky, Lin Bai did not respond. Arriving at the East District cafeteria, he took the driver's seat of his car and parked by the road outside the girls' dormitory to wait. Just past 6, as dusk fell, Lin Bai texted Li Ruanan back. Sorry, I was just driving. I've arrived outside your dormitory. Please come down. My plate number is XXX. You have a car? Great, I'll be right down. Apart from Qin Ruowei and her 4 roommates, Lin Bai had not mentioned his car to anyone. He preferred not to flaunt it. Before long, within 2 or 3 minutes, Li Ruanan dashed out through the small door. Today, Li Ruanan adorned herself in a delicate light blue dress, her long hair cascading casually around her shoulders, with a subtle touch of makeup gracing her features. Lin Bai spotted her from his car, alighted, and waved, beckoning her over. Upon hearing his voice, Li Ruanan approached with a smile, and upon recognizing Lin Bai's vehicle, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this your car? Yes, get in. Lin Bai replied. He opened the passenger door for her, then returned to the driver's seat, starting the engine and merging into the flow of traffic. Unbeknownst to Lin Bai, a familiar BMW X7 trailed leisurely behind his car, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters. Inside the vehicle, Li Runin gradually accepted the reality that this luxurious car belonged to Lin Bai. "Oh my goodness, you are truly impressive, Lin Bai. You already own such an exquisite car." Her gaze sparkled with admiration, undoubtedly elevating her regard for him. Lin Bai glanced at Li Runin's score, noting it was a 7. This rating was 1 point lower than Qin Ruo's, a conclusion that seemed both reasonable and scientifically sound. "Where shall we dine, Lin Bai?" Li Runin inquired, her eyes wandering to the scenery retreating outside the window. "We will arrive shortly," he assured her. Half an hour later, they pulled into the parking lot of Qingping Lu restaurant. After handing the car over to the valet, Lin Bai led the astonished Li Runin into the establishment. The cashier was the same young woman from their previous visit. Recognizing Lin Bai instantly, she greeted him with utmost respect. "Good day, Mr. Lin. How many guests will be joining you, and what type of private room would you prefer?" As she spoke, a number appeared in her mind, 7. She too was a beautiful woman, rated a solid 7, akin to Li Runin, though the only distinction lay in their ages. "It's just the two of us." "A smaller room will suffice," Lin Bai replied. "Certainly, Mr. Lin, please follow me," she responded, leading them into the elevator, which ascended to the 17th floor. The attendant guided them to a private room marked with the number 09, opening the door and gesturing for them to enter. "Please, do take a look and let me know if it meets your satisfaction." Lin Bai and Li Runin stepped inside, surveying the surroundings. Compared to their previous visit, this room was significantly smaller, yet still larger than many restaurant private rooms, and even exceeded the size of many residential apartments. The overall area was around 200 square meters, featuring a simple dining table, exquisite dishes, a small hot spring pool, and a large bed nearby. Upon noticing the bed, Li Runin felt an unexpected flush of warmth rise to her cheeks, her fingers nervously fidgeting. "It's quite nice. I am very pleased," Lin Bai expressed, satisfied with the attendant's selection. These individuals encounter various patrons daily, honing their perceptive abilities to gauge guests' preferences with remarkable accuracy. "Very well, Mr. Lin. If you require anything, simply ring the bell. I shall take my leave now." With a respectful bow, the woman exited the room, closing the door behind her and turning the "Do Not Disturb" sign. Within the confines of the room, only Lin Bai and Li Runin remained. It was Li Runin's first experience in such an upscale venue, leaving her somewhat at a loss. "Lin Bai, we could simply have a casual meal here. The expenses must be quite steep, right?" Lin Bai did not respond to her question. After ordering a few dishes, he turned and gently grasped Li Runin's hand, leading her toward the floor-to-ceiling window. Li Runin's body stiffened, as if she were a marionette being guided. Arriving at the window, they overlooked the enchanting nightscape of Jiangcheng, and Li Runin was momentarily mesmerized. "Isn't it beautiful?" Lin Bai inquired softly, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind. Overwhelmed, Li Runin's eyes brimmed with anxiety as she clutched Lin Bai's hand tightly. "Lin Bai, I'm not ready yet." Understanding that rushing things was unrealistic, Lin Bai refrained from any further bold actions, merely holding her from behind. I like you." After a moment of silence, Li Runin mustered her courage to speak, her cheeks reddening like a ripe peach. Faced with Li Runin's confession, Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he turned her to face him and leaned down to kiss her. The moment their lips met, Li Runin's body froze in place, immobile. With a modicum of experience, Lin Bai guided her gently, allowing her to slowly acclimate to this novel sensation. Waves of unfamiliar feelings surged through Li Runin, rendering her weak and unsteady, compelling her to cling to Lin Bai's neck for support. Just then, the doorbell chimed. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Your ordered dishes are ready. May I bring them in?" Lin Bai felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have delayed the order. Now it was too late. Reluctantly, he released Li Runin, turning to open the door while she averted her gaze. The exquisite dishes were served, and the two sat across from each other, enjoying their meal amidst the enchanting Jiangxing nightscape, engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, in the parking lot below, the driver's side of the BMW X7 was littered with cigarette butts. Qin Yulong stared intently at the entrance of Qingping Lu restaurant, glancing at his watch intermittently. "Damn it. If that little brat dares to keep me waiting, I swear I'll skin him alive," he growled, tossing a cigarette butt out the window and lighting another. As he ignited the new cigarette, Lin Bai and Li Runin emerged from the restaurant, walking side by side. Upon seeing them, Qin Yulong quickly adjusted his seat and discarded the freshly lit cigarette. Watching as Lin Bai and Li Runin got into the car and drove away, he too started his vehicle, stealthily following behind. He trailed them until they entered the campus, at which point he exhaled a long sigh of relief. "At least you have a conscience," he muttered, turning his car around and merging into the traffic. At the school, Lin Bai parked behind the eastern cafeteria, walking shoulder to shoulder with Li Runin towards the dormitory in silence. In truth, Lin Bai had confidence in his ability to win over Li Runin at that moment. Yet he found himself hindered by his own emotions. The shadow of Qin Ruowei lingered, dampening his spirits. Thus, their time together culminated in a simple meal. Well, Lin Bai, I suppose I should let you go here. I had a wonderful time tonight. Thank you. Chapter 32. I want to allow you to speak of him that way. As they approached the girls' dormitory, Li Runin paused, turning to face him. Lin Bai regarded her with a mixture of emotions, wanting to say something but finding himself at a loss for words. All right, get some rest. Hearing this, Li Runin lowered her head, understanding the unspoken sentiment. She then turned and slowly walked toward the dormitory building, while Lin Bai remained behind. After taking a few steps, Li Runin halted, suddenly spinning around and hastening back to Lin Bai, looking up at him. Do you like me? The abruptness of her question left Lin Bai momentarily dumbfounded. In the hours we spent together tonight, you have never directly answered my question. This time, Li Runin's expression was resolute, even stubborn. Lin Bai pressed his lips together, uncertain of his feelings for Li Runin. Denying his affection felt disingenuous, yet acknowledging it would complicate his feelings for Qin Ruowei. After much contemplation, he shook his head. I don't know. Li Runin smiled brightly, genuinely happy, at least not having been rejected. She then leaned in closer, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Actually, I know you are with Qin Ruowei. Lin Bai recoiled in surprise, furrowing his brow at her. You know? Precisely because I know, I want to take you from her. Li Runin's declaration was firm and unapologetic. Lin Bai was rendered speechless. The realization that Li Runin had deceived him ignited an inexplicable anger within him. He stepped forward, grasping her neck gently to pull her closer. Do you view me as a fool? Lin Bai exerted a bit of pressure, prompting Li Runin to tap his hand, leading him to immediately ease his grip. After catching her breath, Li Runin smiled and said, You are no fool. You have upheld your principles, which caught me by surprise. Lin Bai, do you truly think I cannot measure up to her? At this moment, Lin Bai belatedly realized that the purity he attributed to Li Ruonan was merely a facade. The Li Ruonan before him was cunning and skilled, willing to sacrifice her innocence, exhibiting a ruthless nature. Recalling everything that transpired in the private room of Qingping Lu restaurant, Lin Bai felt a wave of dread. He could hardly fathom how Li Ruonan would react if anything truly happened between them. Why did you tell me all this? Lin Bai posed the crucial question. Li Ruonan could have continued to conceal the truth from him. Why had she chosen to reveal it? Lin Bai was perplexed. Because I sensed your helplessness. And I was curious. Could you tell me why? Upon hearing those words, Lin Bai was taken aback. What kind of creature was this girl? She could perceive such things? He squinted at her for a long while before suddenly asking, If I said I must have your innocence, that without it I would perish, and only you could save me, yet I do not like you, would you save me? Upon understanding Lin Bai's question, Li Ruonan fell silent momentarily before bursting into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with laughter. Do you think you're writing a novel? Lin Bai chuckled. Ha ha ha, let us just treat it as a joke. It's getting late. Let us just forget about everything that happened tonight. Lin Bai waved his hand, no longer hesitating, and turned to leave. Li Ruonan remained still, watching Lin Bai's figure gradually fade into the night, her eyes growing red. Meanwhile, in Feng Lin Xiaozhan, at the Qin family study, Qin Yang was absent, leaving only the siblings Qin Yulong and Qin Ruowei. Qin Ruowei was dressed in a pale yellow silk nightgown, her dark hair cascading loosely, her gaze filled with panic. Where did you take these? The tea table was strewn with numerous photographs depicting Lin Bai and Li Ruonan's entire journey from school to Qingping Lu restaurant. Qin Yulong lit a cigarette, realizing now what sort of person Lin Bai was, regretting he had come. No, it must be a composite. You can't fool me. Qin Ruowei stood up, her body trembling slightly. Qin Yulong furrowed his brow, gazing at his beloved younger sister, and sighed. Sister, with your qualities, what kind of man can't you find? Why must you be entangled with this rat droppings? Shut up. He is not rat droppings. I won't allow you to speak of him like that. I'll ask him myself. Qin Ruowei cried, dashing out of the study, colliding head-on with Qin Yang. Ruowei? Qin Yang reached out, watching Qin Ruowei run away, frowning as he entered the tea room. At a glance, Qin Yang spotted the photographs on the tea table, flipping through them briefly before his brow furrowed deeper. Are they still at Qingping Lu? Qin Yulong shook his head. No. They just had a meal and returned to school. Strangely, upon hearing this, Qin Yang felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Did you not tell Ruowei? Qin Yulong shrugged. I didn't have the chance. In Qin Ruowei's room, decorated entirely in pink, replete with plush toys, and exuding a delightful fragrance, she returned, locked the door, and immediately pulled out her phone to video call Lin Bai. As the call rang once, Qin Ruowei hurriedly hung up, tossing the phone aside. Pacing anxiously in her room, What if they were really at the hotel? What should she do? Qin Ruowei was caught in a dilemma. Not calling would drive her to madness, yet calling would expose her to a harsh reality she was unprepared to face. Ding ding ding. The ringtone of the video call sounded, and Qin Ruowei dashed to her phone, seeing it was Lin Bai calling. She quickly answered. Lin Bai appeared on the screen, shirtless and drying his wet hair. What's wrong, darling? I was just in the shower. The setting was clearly his dorm room, and Qin Ruowei sighed in relief. However, after alleviating her worries, an overwhelming sense of grievance washed over her, and her voice trembled. Where did you go tonight? On Lin Bai's side. He sensed something was off with Qin Ruowei's emotions. After a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly. I had dinner with a classmate at Qingping Lu restaurant, and just returned. Lin Bai's sincerity caught Qin Ruowei off guard. She had braced herself for a lie, yet this revelation left her speechless. With whom? Li Ruanan, from our class. The class flower? Yes. So you just had dinner? Nothing else. Lin Bai was at a loss for words. Where was her mind wandering? Why did you go to eat? And at Qingping Lu? Initially uncertain, Lin Bai's doubts solidified after Qin Ruowei's barrage of questions. He realized she already knew about the incident. Moreover, it was evident that Li Ruanan had not informed her, which indicated that Qin Ruowei had planted spies around him. This thought ignited an inexplicable anger within Lin Bai. Did you send someone to monitor me? Chapter 33, Captured. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruowei recognized her misstep and hastily denied it. No, I didn't send anyone to monitor you. I was unaware. The more she protested, the worse it became, her words tumbling over one another. Lin Bai took a deep breath. Let us leave it at that, Ruowei. We can discuss the rest when we meet. Get some rest. With that, he hung up the call. Watching the call end, Qin Ruowei felt her heart race again. After a moment, she opened the door and stormed into the tea room. Who gave you the right to do this? This is my own affair. Please don't interfere. Qin Ruowei was furious, her tone almost pleading. Qin Yulong frowned. Your father and I are doing this for your own good. You are too young. People's hearts can be deceptive, and you cannot see through them. My choices are my own. I deserve whatever comes my way. Is that not right? Please, just stop meddling in my affairs. If you continue to surveil Lin Bai, I will never see you again. With that, Qin Ruowei turned to leave, slamming the tea room door behind her. Qin Yang and Qin Yulong exchanged glances, both frowning. So, what do you think after getting to know him? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Yulong gathered his thoughts before responding. He is quite a decent young man, not arrogant or rash, and his physical condition is also good. Upon hearing Qin Yulong's assessment, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Oh, even you think he has good physical attributes? He must be quite remarkable. A loud bang interrupted their conversation. It was evident that Qin Ruowei had left. Qin Yang sighed. Let it be for now. I will arrange to meet this young man. I want to have a word with him. All right. In the dormitory, Lin Bai was preparing for bed, already lying down, when he received a message from Qin Ruowei. I'll arrive in half an hour. Let us discuss this in person. After reading the message, Lin Bai glanced at the time. It was just past 9:50. The dormitory would soon be locked, and Qin Ruowei wouldn't be able to enter. He started drafting a message to dissuade her from coming, but halfway through, he realized he wouldn't be able to convince her. With no other choice, Lin Bai got out of bed, dressed quickly, and rushed out of the dormitory to wait for her outside the school gate. Half an hour later, outside the east gate of Jiangcheng University, a purple Xiaomi Su-7 came to a stop. Qin Ruowei, clad in her pajamas and draped in a coat, jumped out and sprinted towards Lin Bai, throwing herself into his embrace. I'm so sorry. Leaning against the car, Lin Bai gently stroked her back, feeling her emotional turmoil. It wasn't intentional. It was my brother and my dad. I just found out. I'm so sorry, Lin Bai. Lin Bai thought to himself, as expected. After calming down, he began to ponder, ultimately concluding that Qin Ruowei wouldn't have sent anyone to spy on him. Considering her father's identity, the most likely culprit was indeed her father. Now, Qin Ruowei's words confirmed Lin Bai's suspicions. Without saying a word, he lifted Qin Ruowei's chin and kissed her, swallowing her tears and grievances completely. After several minutes, the two parted ways. Qin Ruowei had regained much of her composure, nestled in Lin Bai's embrace like a gentle little kitten. Let's head to the hotel. Lin Bai broke the silence. Qin Ruowei abruptly lifted her head, her delicate face flushed. Huh, right now? Lin Bai showed her the screen of his phone. It's almost 11 o'clock. The dormitory is locked. Unable to resist, Qin Ruowei lowered her head again, leaning against Lin Bai's chest, slowly nodding, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Ruowei's car was parked by the roadside at the school entrance. Lin Bai drove her to the nearby commercial street, reserving the finest hotel room available. A couple suite with a circular bed, dressed in her pajamas with a coat draped over. Qin Ruowei exuded a unique beauty that even the receptionist couldn't help but stare at. After completing the check-in process, Lin Bai took Qin Ruowei by the hand and led her to their room. Upon entering, Lin Bai inserted the key card, and the lights illuminated. The soft pink glow created an intimate atmosphere, complemented by the large circular bed draped with curtains and various suggestive artworks adorning the walls, causing Qin Ruowei's cheeks to flush instantly. Lin Bai closed the door and wrapped his arms around Qin Ruowei's waist from behind, his warm breath brushing against her ear, rendering her weak. Lin Bai leaned in, a possessive kiss silencing everything. Qin Ruowei shuddered, instinctively clutching Lin Bai's hand. In her haste, she had only donned her pajamas and a coat, leaving her bare beneath. This certainly facilitated Lin Bai's advances. His hand began to wander, gliding over Qin Ruowei's smooth, flat abdomen, ascending further until it reached its pinnacle. A soft moan escaped Qin Ruowei's lips as she unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Bai's hand. At that moment, she realized she lacked any strength. Her body felt as if it were devoid of bones. An unusual sensation enveloped her nerves, leaving her mind utterly blank. The two collapsed onto the large bed, their heavy breaths rising and falling in a rhythmic crescendo. The following day, Sunday, a day of rest. Around 10 in the morning, Lin Bai awoke to find Qin Ruowei curled up in his arms, resembling a docile little kitten in slumber. Remembering how they had been restless until 4 or 5 in the morning, Lin Bai shook his head with a wry smile, feeling a twinge of tenderness as he gazed at Qin Ruowei's serene face. He leaned down and gently kissed her forehead. "What time is it, dear?" Qin Ruowei murmured sleepily, her thoughts still hazy, the term of endearment rolling off her tongue easily, perhaps a testament to last night's endeavors. Oddly enough, her words ignited a fervent reaction in Lin Bai, who swiftly rolled over, pinning Qin Ruowei beneath him. "What are you doing? I haven't even recovered yet." More than an hour later, nearing noon, Qin Ruowei felt like a puddle of soft clay. Even moving her fingers was an exertion. Sweat dampened the sheets, remnants of tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Clad in proper attire, Lin Bai leaned down to kiss her forehead. "You rest well. I'll go buy some food and your clothes." Qin Ruowei felt as though she lacked the strength even to speak. Lin Bai tucked her in before turning to leave the hotel. The commercial street lay just below the hotel, while it lacked high-end luxury boutiques. There were plenty of ordinary clothing stores. Lin Bai casually entered a women's clothing shop, selecting a set of lace lingerie, a simple white t-shirt, and a pair of denim shorts for Qin Ruowei. To his surprise, the total came to less than 500, far more affordable than he had anticipated. Afterward, Lin Bai purchased 2 servings of Qin Ruowei's favorite fish noodles and began his way back to the hotel. On the way, Lin Bai's phone rang, and thinking it was Qin Ruowei recalling something, he answered only to find a message from Qin Shuya. "Lin Bai, can we meet and have a good talk?" Upon reading the message, Lin Bai frowned, hesitating for a moment before pocketing his phone, choosing to ignore it. In hindsight, everything he had done for Qin Shuya seemed foolish. A woman like her was not worthy of his feelings, and he had no desire to dwell on the past. He merely wanted to sever ties with her completely. Returning to the hotel room, he found Qin Ruowei still asleep, clearly exhausted from the previous night. Lin Bai placed the noodles on the table and approached the bed, gently patting Qin Ruowei's rear, eliciting a soft sound from her. "Time to rise, sleepyhead. The sun's shining on your backside." Qin Ruowei opened her beautiful eyes, their gazes locking for a moment before she buried her head under the covers. Her voice muffled yet clear. "Don't look, turn around." Lin Bai couldn't help but chuckle. Having seen everything last night, there was nothing left to hide. Nonetheless, understanding her modesty, he placed the clothes he had bought on the bed. "I've put your clothes here." Then, Lin Bai moved to the window and drew back the curtains, revealing the disarray that spoke of their wild night together. A hand emerged from the covers, tugging the lingerie Lin Bai had purchased inside, as she began to dress. Observing her adorable demeanor, Lin Bai felt a surge of desire and abruptly flung the covers aside. Qin Ruowei was utterly mortified, curling up and covering her face. "What are you doing?" With a grin, Lin Bai loosened his belt, pouncing on her like a hungry tiger. By 3 in the afternoon, after countless reminders from the hotel, the two finally got ready and checked out. Qin Ruowei walked awkwardly, her steps slightly unsteady, occasionally casting reproachful glances at Lin Bai. In the car, Lin Bai started the engine and drove toward the school. Not long after, his phone rang again, connected to the car's Bluetooth. Qin Ruowei's gaze inadvertently fell on the screen displaying Qin Shuya's name. Lin Bai frowned, tossing his phone to Qin Ruowei. "Block her for me." Qin Ruowei held the phone, hesitating. "Are you sure you want to block her?" Lin Bai looked at her, a smile on his face. "Why not? Are you not afraid of rekindling old flames?" "You dare." "Humph. Fine. I'll block her and delete her." As Qin Ruowei was operating the phone, another message from Qin Shuya popped up, and out of curiosity, she clicked on it. After reading the content, she felt speechless and showed the message to Lin Bai. "Look, She's threatening you. Lin Bai turned to read the message. Lin Bai, you will regret this. He shook his head. I have to report to the National Flag Guard this afternoon. Your car is at the school entrance. I'll drop you off, and then you can drive. Okay. As she spoke, Qin Ruowei skillfully blocked and deleted Chen Shuya's number. Upon returning to school, Lin Bai drove straight to the National Flag Guard to begin his reporting process. After parking the car, Qin Ruowei returned to her dormitory, yearning for a restful break. On her way back, she couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night, her cheeks warming as she touched her face and murmured, "Beast." Humph. To this day, she still couldn't believe she had given herself to Lin Bai so readily. In her plans, it was supposed to take at least 6 months to reach this stage, yet she felt no regret. The emergence of Li Ruonan had instilled a sense of urgency within her. As a woman, no method was more effective than surrendering her body to a man. Lin Bai, being inexperienced, meant that at least Qin Ruowei was his first woman, granting her a natural advantage. Lost in her thoughts, Qin Ruowei returned to the dormitory. Inside, Zhou Min was eating watermelon. Wang Xiaoli lay on her bed scrolling through her phone, while Chen Shuya was absorbed in her computer, hastily closing her laptop as Qin Ruowei entered. Ignoring her, Qin Ruowei glanced around casually and approached her bed, removing her shoes to prepare for rest. Ah, Ruowei, you're back. How was your time with Lin Bai? Zhou Min teased. Quite well. Lin Bai has been exceptionally kind to me, treating me to French steak last night. Qin Ruowei's words were dripping with arrogance, clearly aimed at Chen Shuya. The pungent scent of love hung heavily in the air. Ignoring Zhou Min's sardonic remarks, Qin Ruowei prepared to retire for the night. Ouch! While climbing the ladder, she inadvertently tugged at a sensitive spot, causing her body to stiffen and her brows to furrow deeply. This scene did not escape the notice of the other three, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhou Min approached with a watermelon in hand, supporting her with a curious gaze. Ruowei, do not tell me you and he. Chen Shuya and Wang Xiaoli understood Zhou Min's implication and turned their attention to Qin Ruowei. Particularly, Chen Shuya appeared inexplicably flustered, her expression betraying her emotions. Under the complex scrutiny of the three, Qin Ruowei bit her lip and nodded gently. Then, gritting her teeth, climbed into bed. How foolish you are, Ruowei. How could you let him have you so easily? Indeed, Ruowei, how could you allow him such ease? Men are creatures that cherish what they acquire with difficulty the least. Chen Shuya's face paled slightly, after a moment of intense emotion. She hastily approached Qin Ruowei's bedside. You are lying. Lin Bai would never. Chen Shuya's sudden and strange behavior caught the three off guard. Zhou Min rolled her eyes. I say, Xiaoya, you truly are something. Haven't you broken up with Lin Bai? Why the rush? Yes, Xiaoya. Li Yu is quite good. Are you attempting to straddle two boats? Facing the combined assault of Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli, Chen Shuya, realizing her disadvantage, wore a grim expression. After a long hesitation, she finally glared fiercely at Qin Ruowei and declared, Qin Ruowei, you do not understand Lin Bai at all. I spent 3 years in high school with him. I will let you see what the power of a white moonlight truly is. With that, Chen Shuya turned away in anger, returning to her position to resume her work on the laptop. Qin Ruowei could not be bothered with her, responding with indifference. Whatever, as she drew the curtains and lay down, retrieving her phone to message Lin Bai. Meanwhile, Lin Bai had just finished his registration, donning a military uniform devoid of insignia. His duties in the National Flag Guard included attending the flag-raising ceremony every Monday morning and participating in various official school events, which were rather complex. Upon returning to his dormitory with the attire, he disregarded the curious inquiries of the other three and climbed into bed, drawing the curtains as he lost himself in thought. With the completion of Qin Ruowei's main quest, only Li Ruonan remained. However, pursuing that path would not only harm Qin Ruowei, but would also pose a significant emotional challenge for himself. Therefore, after much contemplation, Lin Bai could only negotiate with the system. Hey, can we change the task concerning Li Ruonan? Beep. No. The system's refusal was swift and decisive, leaving Lin Bai feeling overwhelmed. If I fail to complete the task, will I truly perish? Beep. Yes. Chapter 35. Now we are acquainted. Lin Bai, feeling vexed, raked his fingers through his hair, but doing so would hurt Ruowei. You ought to understand that. Beep. I am solely responsible for issuing tasks. Your human emotions fall outside my jurisdiction. Beep. Reminder to the host, you have 5 days remaining. Please expedite your endeavors. The frigid system displayed no trace of emotion, leaving Lin Bai speechless. Just then, his phone rang, and assuming it was a call from Qin Ruowei, he picked it up only to discover it was Li Ruonan. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai answered, What is it? What are you up to? On the other end, Li Ruonan's voice remained as playful as ever. Lying down. I haven't eaten yet. Lin Bai replied, West District Cafeteria, see you in 20 minutes. Okay, hee hee hee. After hanging up, Lin Bai took a deep breath, his gaze hardening, and sat upright. Where are you going again? Lin Bai ignored Zhao Fongting, slipped on his shoes, and left the dormitory. West District Cafeteria, 3rd floor. The choice of venue was deliberate, as it was far from the East District Cafeteria, minimizing the chances of encountering acquaintances. Still angry? Li Ruanan sat across from Lin Bai with a plate of food and a cup of warm water in front of her. Lin Bai did not order anything, as he intended to dine with Qin Ruawei shortly. No, Lin Bai replied nonchalantly, his mind racing for a solution. Li Ruanan pouted. Are you that afraid of being seen by your girlfriend? What's the big deal? Nowadays, college students, who doesn't he have a few side relationships? I'm not asking for much. Just to be your little mistress, what do you think? Consider it? Li Ruanan leaned in closer, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Suddenly, Lin Bai looked up and met her gaze. 50,000. I'll buy your first night, and after that, we'll owe each other nothing. Indeed, this was Lin Bai's devised solution. At present, it seemed the only way to ensure his own survival while sparing Qin Ruawei any harm. Moreover, the system merely required him to obtain Li Ruanan's first blood without stipulating the method. Opposite him, Li Ruanan was momentarily stunned, after 3 to 5 seconds. She hurled her cup of water at Lin Bai. The water splashed entirely on Lin Bai's face. Go to hell, scoundrel. With that, Li Ruanan turned and fled, leaving Lin Bai no chance for explanation or redemption. Lin Bai had anticipated this reaction, choosing not to pursue her. He wiped his face dry, leaning back in his chair with a sigh. Oh, the 3rd floor of the West District Cafeteria was sparsely populated. Otherwise, Lin Bai would have garnered unwanted attention. After drying off, Lin Bai stood up, preparing to head back. At that moment, a commotion in the corner caught his attention. I say, Ceoromance, you are truly ungrateful. My brother Kai has both wealth and status. Do not treat him like a fool. Following the sound, Lin Bai spotted an old acquaintance. Yuan Feng Kai. Since the last incident, perhaps due to Yuan Hai's warning, Yuan Feng Kai had refrained from causing Lin Bai trouble, but now they had unexpectedly crossed paths. Lin Bai had no intention of engaging, but as his gaze swept over the girl seated across from Yuan Feng Kai, he froze in place. 95 points. Indeed, the number above the girl's head was strikingly visible. A score of 95 for her looks. Qin Ruawei barely rated an 8. What sort of celestial beauty could possess such stunning allure? Beep. Main quest activated. Main quest. Gain Ceoromance favor within 1 month. Quest reward, 5,000 task points. The system's voice chimed in, entirely as Lin Bai had anticipated. Given the system's nature, it would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to involve such an extraordinary beauty. Now, Lin Bai had no choice but to take action, steeling himself as he approached Yuan Feng Kai. Upon arriving, Yuan Feng Kai was facing away from Lin Bai, thus unaware of his arrival. As Lin Bai drew closer, he finally caught a clear glimpse of Ceoromance' visage, and upon their eyes meeting, Lin Bai's heart began to race uncontrollably. Her long, jet black hair cascaded to her shoulders, her complexion as fair as jade, with rosy lips and enchanting eyes framed by willow-like brows. A simple blink from her radiated an undeniable allure. Interestingly, despite her unremarkable attire, a well-worn white t-shirt and outdated fitted jeans that perfectly showcased her slender legs, Ceoromance's exquisite features and harmonious proportions could not be concealed. One could only imagine how breathtaking she would appear adorned in more elaborate clothing. Hey, are you ignoring me? Yuan Feng Kai's lackey waved a hand in front of Ceoromance' face, his tone rather unpleasant. Yuan Feng Kai frowned and turned around, her expression tightening upon seeing Lin Bai. What do you want? At this moment, the lackey also noticed Lin Bai, furrowing his brow. Kai Ge, who is he? Yuan Feng Kai gestured for her lackey to refrain from asking further, fixing her gaze on Lin Bai. Lin Bai, our matter is settled. What do you intend to do now? Lin Bai chuckled softly, tilting his chin towards Ceoromance. I am not here for you. I am here for her. Yuan Feng Kai was taken aback, and his little brother, unable to contain himself, stood up to berate Lin Bai. Who do you think you are to lay your hands on my brother's girlfriend? Are you looking to get yourself in trouble? Lin Bai was at a loss for words. He admired this type of student for their lack of discernment, merely barking without understanding the situation. Is this how you educate your underlings? Lin Bai fixed his gaze on Yuan Feng Kai, whose expression grew increasingly grim. Lin Bai, you already have Qin Ruawei. Ceoromance is a sophomore from the art design department. Don't tell me you know her too. Lin Bai ignored him, stepping forward to Ceoromance. Hello, classmate. Let us get acquainted. I am Lin Bai, a freshman from the School of Foreign Languages. Ceoromance looked up, her eyes reflecting curiosity as she examined the handsome junior before her. After a few moments, she set down her chopsticks and extended her hand for a brief shake. I am Ceoromance. Her voice was not particularly melodious, carrying a hint of hoarseness as if she had not spoken in a long time. Lin Bai turned to Yuan Feng Kai. Now that we are acquainted. Yuan Feng Kai's expression reached a breaking point, his fists clenched tightly, ready to explode. Lin Bai remained unfazed, his demeanor relaxed. Shall we take a walk, Su Yuming? Su Yuming glanced at Lin Bai, likely aware that he was attempting to help her out of a predicament. She smiled slightly and nodded, all right. Having nearly finished her meal, Su Yuming picked up her tray, and together they departed. Just as they turned, Yuan Fengsai's voice echoed from behind. Lin Bai, don't get too cocky. Su Yuming is not someone you can toy with. Don't say I didn't warn you. Without looking back, Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. Thanks for the reminder. Exiting the cafeteria, Lin Bai and Su Yuming strolled leisurely along the campus path. Thank you, Su Yuming expressed her gratitude, her voice sounding considerably smoother. Chapter 36. You've become popular, boss. Lin Bai smiled softly. If you truly wish to thank me, how about leaving your contact information? Su Yuming turned her head, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Bai, before continuing her leisurely stroll. Yuan Fengsai was right. Being too close would lead to trouble. You are a good person, Lin Bai. I do not wish to cause you harm. Lin Bai was taken aback, feeling a mix of disbelief and amusement. What is this? A good person card? I haven't even had the chance to show my worth, and I'm already being handed one? This was absurd. You think too highly of yourself. Lin Bai retorted without hesitation. Su Yuming halted, turning to face Lin Bai. Every new student is like this, fearless and carefree. It's quite endearing. After saying this, she resumed walking. Lin Bai frowned, feeling that Su Yuming exuded a sense of world weariness that made him uncomfortable. You are indeed very beautiful. I imagine you have many admirers? Lin Bai caught up a few steps to walk alongside her. Su Yuming simply nodded. Yes, but if given a choice, I would prefer to be more ordinary. Lin Bai scoffed internally. Then do you have a boyfriend? Dare not to have one. Well, I must return to my junior. Thank you for today, and I'll treat you to milk tea when I get the chance. Goodbye. Without realizing it, they had reached Su Yuming's dormitory. She waved her hand, smiled slightly, and without waiting for Lin Bai's response, turned to enter. Since Su Yuming did not provide her contact information, Lin Bai, of course, would not shamelessly ask for it again. Waving goodbye as he departed. Returning to the East District cafeteria, he met Qin Ruowei and they shared a meal together. Upon their reunion, Qin Ruowei couldn't help but recall those embarrassing moments, her cheeks flushing deeply. Having crossed boundaries, the two no longer concealed their relationship, comfortably dining together and displaying their affection publicly. Wow, Lin Bai, look. During their meal, Qin Ruowei, while scrolling through her phone, stumbled upon something shocking and presented it to Lin Bai. Lin Bai lifted his gaze, and upon seeing the screen, his expression soured. The screen displayed a post on the campus wall titled, Scoundrel Lin Bai, Return My 3 Years of Youth. The sensational title attracted a horde of onlookers. And the post itself was lengthy, containing around 1,000 or 2,000 words, replete with chat records between Lin Bai and Chen Shuya. These records dated back to their high school days when Lin Bai was still naive, fervently pursuing Chen Shuya. Now, with those cringeworthy conversations exposed to the public, even Lin Bai, with his temperament, felt overwhelmed. Damn, Chen Shuya has lost her mind. Lin Bai snatched Qin Ruowei's phone and quickly skimmed through the post. The comments section was already flooded with hundreds of condemnations directed at him. Some even dug up his class and dormitory information. This is outrageous. Are these people out of their minds? They believe Chen Shuya's one-sided narrative? Qin Ruowei was furious, beginning to respond to the slanderous comments. Lin Bai stopped her, shaking his head. It's pointless. People only want to see what aligns with their beliefs. The truth sometimes doesn't matter. But we can't let this incident escalate. It impacts you too greatly. No, I'll call Chen Shuya and demand she delete the post. With that, Qin Ruowei found Chen Shuya's number and dialed. The call was quickly answered, and Qin Ruowei spoke with an unfriendly tone. Chen Shuya, are you out of your mind? Do you have any idea how much that post affects Lin Bai? Delete it immediately. On the other end, Chen Shuya lounged casually, sipping her milk tea, wearing a mocking expression. Qin Ruowei, who do you think you are? You think I'll delete it just because you ask? Chen Shuya, this is slander. We can report you. Slander? The chat records are real. How am I slandering? Lin Bai is right there with you. Isn't? If you want me to delete the post, have him plead with me. If I feel generous, maybe I'll delete it. You beep. As the call disconnected, Chen Shuya wore an indifferent expression, her gaze fierce. Lin Bai, Qin Ruowei, I warned you that you would regret this. In the cafeteria, Lin Bai forcefully hung up the phone and handed it back to Qin Ruowei. It's futile. Calling her now would only be self-deprecating. Then what should we do? Lin Bai? At this moment, Qin Ruowei was even more anxious than Lin Bai, the party involved. Lin Bai was equally unsure of what to do, but he had a system. Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Method 1. Persuade Liu to borrow evidence of Chen Shuya's infidelity and retaliate in kind. Method 2. Courageously face the challenge, showcase your excellence, and silence others with your abilities. Method 3. Choose silence. the spotlight will eventually fade, and time will reveal the truth. Select one of the 3 methods to resolve the reputational crisis. Task reward: 1 week of bullish market. The system did not disappoint. Compared to Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei's bewilderment, it provided 3 solutions in an instant. Evaluating the 3 methods. Lin Bai first dismissed the third option. He truly did not want to entangle himself with Chen Shuya, but his forbearance had only emboldened her. He needed to make it clear that he had his limits. Secondly, he found method 1 a bit too extreme. Such a drastic approach did not align with Lin Bai's style. By contrast, he was resolute in his decision, silently declaring, "I choose method 2. Beep. Host has selected method 2. Courageously face the challenge, showcase your excellence, and silence others with your abilities." Recorded. What should I do, Lin Bai? If this continues, you'll be finished. Qin Ruowei was in a panic. With the system's guidance, Lin Bai felt emboldened. Grasping Qin Ruowei's icy hand, he spoke with unwavering conviction. "Do not worry, I will handle it." His firm tone and gaze alleviated some of Qin Ruowei's concerns, and she bit her lip, responding, "All right." Lin Bai's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Jia. He could guess the nature of the call and answered, "What's the matter? Have you checked the forum, my friend? You have become quite popular." Lin Bai thought to himself, as he rolled his eyes in exasperation. Enough. He abruptly ended the call. But before he could even set his phone down, it rang again. Lin Bai, feeling exasperated, initially assumed it was Chen Jia, but to his surprise, it was a call from the captain of the National Flag Guard. Furrowing his brow, he answered the call. "Captain, Lin Bai, is that post on the school's forum referring to you?" Faced with the captain's inquiry, Lin Bai did not conceal the truth. "Yes, Captain." After a brief silence, the captain continued, "Lin Bai, the National Flag Guard differs from other clubs. We bear the responsibility of representing the flag and the school. The impact of that post is considerable. After discussing with several vice captains, we have decided to temporarily revoke your status as a probationary member of the National Flag Guard. I hope you can understand." Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai's emotions became conflicted. Chapter 37, You Deserve It. Gripping his chopsticks tightly, he opened his mouth, yearning to explain, yet ultimately remained silent. "All right, Lin Bai, I assure you, if you can successfully resolve your personal issues and eliminate the negative impact, you are always welcome to rejoin our National Flag Guard family. Lastly, please return the uniform you collected this afternoon." Understood. After ending the call, Lin Bai leaned back in his chair, exhaling deeply, his entire being appearing utterly exhausted. Qin Ruowei rose to his side, linking her arm with his. "Lin Bai, rest assured, I will always stand by your side and help you find a solution." Lin Bai smiled gently, affectionately caressing Qin Ruowei's cheek. "Silly. The one who ties the knot must also untie it. I will handle this myself. Trust your husband." At the mention of husband, Qin Ruowei's face flushed crimson, casting a reproachful glare at Lin Bai. "Even at a time like this, you still can't be serious." After dinner, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei parted ways, returning to their respective dormitories. Upon entering his dorm, Lin Bai was swiftly surrounded by his 3 adopted brothers. "What happened, Bai Go? You and Chen Shuya?" Knowing he could not keep the matter hidden any longer, Lin Bai briefly hesitated before revealing the nature of his relationship with Chen Shuya to the 3. "So, Xiaobin, do you now understand why I advised you not to waste your time on her?" Lin Bai looked at Lu Xiaobin, his expression one of resignation. "Wow, Chen Shuya is truly something. She clearly betrayed Lin Bai, and now she is turning the tables," Zhao Fongting remarked, casting a glance at Lin Bai. Lin Bai did not engage in further conversation, retrieving the National Flag Guard uniform from his wardrobe. "I'm going to return the uniform." With that, he turned and left the dormitory. Watching Lin Bai depart, the 3 exchanged glances. After returning the uniform and re-entering the dorm, Lin Bai overheard Chen Jia, Zhao Fongting, and Lu Xiaobin vehemently arguing, each clutching their phones, typing furiously. Lin Bai leaned closer to observe. Discovering that the 3 were embroiled in a heated debate over the comments beneath the post, their voices raised. "You know nothing. Do you even realize who Chen Shuya is? Why is it acceptable for her to cheat on Lin Bai, but not for him to seek someone better? What kind of logic is that? Filthy scoundrel, bah? Nonsense. Have you considered the depth of Chen Shuya's hurt after 3 years of high school? You men are insufferable." Chen Zhou was driven to madness by the comments, angrily directing his frustrations at a training dummy. Lu Xiaobin and Zhao Fongting shared his sentiments. They knew Lin Bai's grievances and, as brothers, felt compelled to intervene. Yet, their voices struggled to make an impact amidst the overwhelming tide of public sentiment, facing personal attacks instead. Currently, the campus forum was dominated by Chen Shuya's post, having eclipsed even the popularity of the campus belle, Su Yuming. "Wait." Lin Bai noticed something and flipped to the second most popular post. "What type of man does campus belle Su Yuming truly like? The answer will exceed your imagination. Su Yuming? The one he met at the West District cafeteria this afternoon, who seemed to be named Su Yuming. Coupled with her astonishing beauty rated at 95 points, Lin Bai thought, what a coincidence. At that moment, Lin Bai confirmed that the Su Yuming he encountered earlier was indeed the current campus belle of Jiangcheng University. Boss, we can't hold it back. It's simply unstoppable. Zhao Fong Ting lamented, gripping Lin Bai's shirt with a pained expression. Forget about them. It's pointless. Just focus on what needs to be done. Lin Bai understood better than anyone the ferocity of online trolls. The backlash from Chen Shuya's post resonated particularly with many women, striking a chord with their grievances. The fervor of feminist movements was not something a few rough men could withstand. Disregarding his friends, Lin Bai took a shower, climbed into bed, and began browsing the forum, specifically seeking posts about Su Yuming. Meanwhile, in Qin Ruowei's dormitory, upon returning, she swiftly approached Chen Shuya. Do you have no shame? Are you unaware of the chaos you've caused? Why are you tarnishing Lin Bai's name? Zhou Min and Wang Shaoli shook their heads, opting not to engage. Chen Shuya leisurely snacked on seeds. Qin Ruowei, this is a matter between Lin Bai and me. It has nothing to do with you. How absurd. Lin Bai is my boyfriend now. How can it not concern me? Every time Chen Shuya heard those 3 words, she felt a pang of distress. She slammed the seed packet down and leaned closer to Qin Ruowei. Qin Ruowei, listen carefully. Lin Bai and I have known each other since high school. He sacrificed the chance to attend a top university for me, giving me 450 out of his 500 yuan monthly allowance. He eats instant noodles every day. Now you tell me he is your boyfriend? Do you think that after one night together, he belongs to you? How ridiculous. Yes, I did cheat, so what? If he cannot give me what I want, I will seek it elsewhere. Is that wrong? Now that he has money, drives luxury cars, and wears designer clothes, why should I give him up for you? Chen Shuya's words left Qin Ruowei momentarily speechless, shaking her head repeatedly. Chen Shuya, do you even realize what you are saying? You are unworthy of Lin Bai. I used to feel a bit sorry for you, but now I agree with Lin Bai. Those who are pitiable must also possess despicable traits. You deserve this. With that declaration, a sharp sound echoed as Qin Ruowei slapped Chen Shuya, staring at her in disbelief. Have you gone mad? Chen Shuya smirked at her. Qin Ruowei, do not shout at me. If I wanted to sleep with Lin Bai, I would have done so already. Why would I let you have him? Don't take advantage and then play the victim. You wretched girl. Zhou Min and Wang Shaoli, taken aback by Chen Shuya's sudden aggression, rushed to Qin Ruowei's side. Are you all right, Ruowei? Qin Ruowei shook her head, suddenly smiling as she picked up her phone. Chen Shuya, I have recorded our entire conversation. I am quite eager to see everyone's reactions when they learn the truth. Chen Shuya's expression shifted dramatically as she lunged at Qin Ruowei, attempting to snatch her phone, but was thwarted by Zhou Min and Wang Shaoli. Don't be angry. Shuya, we are all roommates. Get out of my way. Move. Chen Shuya desperately tried to seize the phone, but was blocked. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Ruowei quickly sent the recording to Lin Bai, in Lin Bai's dormitory. After browsing several posts, he finally garnered a clearer understanding of Su Yuming. Firstly, her beauty was undeniable, wild, intellectual, glamorous, enchanting, and pure. Su Yuming embodied all these elements, rightfully earning the title of Jiangcheng University's campus belle. Secondly, since her admission last year, she had been pursued by countless admirers, all of whom had been rejected by Su Yuming, leaving her single. This included the campus heartthrob, wealthy young heirs, and talented handsome men. Thirdly, Su Yuming's family background was not particularly affluent, a fact evident from her attire observed today. This also reflected her principles and boundaries as a person. With her stunning beauty, it is no surprise that she could easily attract wealthy suitors or receive transfers from admirers. Yet, amidst such temptations, Su Yuming remains steadfast and true to herself, proving that she is anything but ordinary. Fourthly, Su Yuming has a passion for esports, specifically for League of Legends, a game that Zhao Fongting has been playing. According to reports, Su Yuming hails from the Ionia server and boasts an impressive rank, seemingly a grandmaster. With this wealth of information, Lin Bai has formed a preliminary understanding of Su Yuming. Suddenly, a notification from Qin Ruowei interrupts his thoughts. It is a voice message. Chapter 38, Committing Offenses in Defiance. Curiously, Lin Bai clicks on it, and as he listens to the dialogue between Qin Ruowei and Chen Shuya, he gradually comprehends her intentions. However, Lin Bai realizes that merely having this recording is far from sufficient. A sudden sound interrupts him, causing Lin Bai to sit up straight in bed. The recording continues, with Chen Shuya's curses and the concern expressed by Zhou Min and Wang Shaoli, all confirming a harsh truth. Qin Ruowei has been struck by Chen Shuya. A surge of anger erupts within Lin Bai as he calls Qin Ruowei via video. When the call connects, she, however, turns off the video, allowing only her voice to come through. Lin Bai's tone is devoid of emotion as he addresses Chen Shuya through the phone. Qin Ruowei, her face marked by a clear slap, is applying ointment and glances at Qinshuya, sensing that Lin Bai is aware of the incident. Qinshuya, recognizing Lin Bai's voice, feels an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Qin Ruowei rises and presents the phone to Qinshuya, saying, "Here, you've always wanted to speak with my boyfriend. Haven't you?" Qinshuya glares at Qin Ruowei and snatches the phone, asking, "What do you want?" "Qinshuya, for that slap today, I will make you pay back tenfold. Mark my words." She retorts. Qinshuya sneers, "Lin Bai, you should focus on resolving your own mess first." With that, she tosses the phone back to Qin Ruowei. Taking the phone back to her place, Qin Ruowei speaks to Lin Bai. "I'm sorry, Ruowei, it's my fault. I won't let you suffer for nothing. Trust your husband." Qin Ruowei responds with a sweet smile before ending the call. Looking at the mark on her face, she realizes it doesn't hurt as much anymore. "Oh, trusting your husband. TSK. Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli begin to tease. Feeling shy, Qin Ruowei quickly hops into bed, ignoring them. Qinshuya's post has attracted the attention of nearly all the students and faculty at the school, including Yuan Fengkai, Li Runan, Wang Peichuan, Li Yu, and Su Yuming. Each person's reaction to the post varies significantly. Yuan Fengkai snickers at the screen, commenting, "Serves you right. Let us see how you turn this around." Li Runan frowns, contemplating whether to call Lin Bai, but ultimately refrains. Su Yuming merely smiles at the post, thinking that the junior is in trouble now. In contrast, Li Yu finds himself in a quandary, wondering if the harsh words in the post are too much. A night passes without further incident. The following day, Monday, Lin Bai rises as though nothing has transpired, maintaining his usual routine of jogging, exercising, having breakfast, and attending classes. He notices a significant increase in the number of gazes directed at him, many tinged with hostility, yet he brushes it off. With no classes in the afternoon, Lin Bai and his 3 roommates embark on a photo session, posing in front of a Mercedes, showcasing various charismatic stances, alongside the car emblem and a luxury watch gifted by Qin Ruowei. In summary, it is an exhibition of wealth. After taking numerous photos, they head to the 2nd floor of the East District cafeteria to find Luo Ge. "Ah, the famous figure of Jiangxing University has arrived. Please take a seat." Luo Ge greets them with his usual humor. Lin Bai orders the most expensive milk tea for his 3 roommates and himself before pulling Luo Ge aside. "Can you do me a favor? It's like this." "No problem. Among brothers, we don't need to say such things. I was actually thinking about how to assist you." "You've got something good going on?" Luo Ge responds affirmatively. After confirming the details with Luo Ge, Lin Bai returns to the dormitory. Upon arrival, Zhao Fengting logs into the campus forum on his computer to help Lin Bai create his account. Once set up, Lin Bai selects a photo of himself driving and uploads it with the caption, "They throw mud at me. I grow lotus from the mud. They throw stones at me. I build a small house with the stones. Hello everyone, I am Lin Bai." After composing the post, Lin Bai prepares to hit the enter key. But at that crucial moment, Chunja intercepts him. "Bro, are you sure you want to do this? Isn't it a bit too arrogant? You're currently in a heated situation, committing offenses in defiance?" The other 2 roommates nod in agreement, feeling that Lin Bai's actions might indeed be excessive. Lin Bai simply smiles and decisively presses the enter key, turning to face the 3 of them. "Do you know what it means to fight fire with fire?" After saying this, he ignores their concerns and sits down, reflecting, "I really should get a computer." Lacking one has made things quite inconvenient for him. Meanwhile, Zhao Fengting, Lu Xiaobin, and Chunja lean closer to the computer to browse through the comments on Qinshuya's post. After a night of fermentation, the post's popularity has only increased, garnering over 5,000 comments and more than 60,000 views, surpassing the total student population of Jiangxing University. This indicates that many are repeatedly revisiting the post. The comments section is overwhelming, filled with insults directed at Lin Bai, calling him a scumbag and making disparaging remarks about his family. The 3 of them shrink back, quickly closing the post. "Wow, there are comments already?" they exclaim as they notice Lin Bai's post has also received feedback. "What a scumbag. You still have the nerve to create an account and post. Go die, you bastard. Don't think that just because you're handsome and wealthy, you can do whatever you please. We, the women, are not so easily bullied. I advise you to apologize to classmate Shia quickly, or I curse your whole family to get hit by a car." Breaking news. Scumbag Lin Bai has created an account, ID, XXXX. Everyone go and berate him. The 3 of them exchange glances, gritting their teeth at the comments. Lin Bai joins them, glancing at the comments before shaking his head. The quality of this generation's online trolls is lacking. The 3 of them turn their heads in unison. "Bro, we think it's best for you to lay low for a while." Lin Bai remains silent, choosing not to engage with the post further. He returns to his seat, pulls out his backpack, and prepares to finish his morning assignments. "Shouldn't we reply to something? Just let them insult us?" one asks. "No need to respond. Let them have their say." After completing his assignments, the time approaches 3 in the afternoon. Lin Bai calculates his finances. He just received a subsidy of 1,000. And his bank account holds 7,000, giving him a total of 8,000. This is more than enough to buy a laptop. He promptly stands up, leaves the dormitory, and heads to the computer market to purchase a notebook. Zhao Fangting is immersed in a game, while Chunja lounges on the bed, chatting with someone and occasionally bursting into fits of laughter. Lu Xiaobin is engrossed in a book. Stepping outside, Lin Bai is struck by the sweltering heat. He remembers Li Runan's task, realizing he has made no progress. With only 4 days left to complete it, failure would mean dire consequences. If he were to fail, everything he has done thus far would become meaningless. Thus, Lin Bai dials Li Runan's number. Chapter 39, The Tide Turns. What is it? Li Runan answers the call, her tone displeased. Come downstairs. Accompany me to buy something. You expect me to go just because you say so? I might not want to. Lin Bai feels a wave of irritation and hangs up. On the other end, Li Runan stares at the disconnected call, muttering, "Humph. Scumbag." Upset. She flips over and continues watching videos when she receives a message from the class monitor, Wang Peichuan. Do you have some free time this weekend? A new bar has opened near the school, and I hear it's quite nice. Let us go enjoy ourselves. Upon reading the message, Li Runan instinctively wanted to decline, but for reasons unknown, she chose to agree. Sure, that sounds fine. Lin Bai went to the electronics market alone, faced with a myriad of brands and models. He was dazzled, eventually deciding to trust domestic products and purchased a Rongyao laptop for 3,200 yuan. Lin Bai, who neither played games nor engaged in video editing, had modest requirements for computer specifications, and given his current savings, he could not afford anything more expensive. Returning to the dormitory, he found his 3 roommates fast asleep. Lin Bai opened his laptop, completed the startup registration process, downloaded the necessary software, and then logged onto the school forum, accessing his account. His solitary post had accumulated 1,330 comments, most of which were criticisms directed at him. Lin Bai shook his head, dismissing it without concern. That evening, Lin Bai dined with Qin Ruowei, gently touching her face where the bruising had yet to fully fade, his gaze eerily calm. The next day unfolded as any typical school day. After the last class on that Wednesday afternoon, Lin Bai returned to his dormitory, opened his computer, and published a second post, accompanied by a dashing photo of himself making a peace sign, showcasing the Baopai watch gifted by Qin Ruowei with a bright smile. He posed the question, "What do you want me to say?" Immediately, the post stirred up a considerable uproar, echoing the usual vitriol. Yet astute observers would notice the emergence of differing perspectives amid the insults. Some comments expressed a sentiment of normalcy, suggesting that a wealthy and handsome young man would undoubtedly attract admiration. Although such comments were quickly drowned out by the torrent of negativity, thoughts are impervious to submersion, and trends are persistent. While the number of those awake to the truth remained scarce, Lin Bai was resolute. A single spark can ignite a prairie fire. The sole burden on Lin Bai's mind was Li Runan's task. As classmates, she had been entirely indifferent to him throughout the day's lectures, leaving Lin Bai with no opportunity to engage. Only 3 days remained. In 3 days, he would face dire consequences. Lin Bai lamented, looking skyward, uncertain of what to do. Wednesday's routine continued as usual. After the final class that afternoon, Lin Bai once again posted a message, accompanied by another handsome photograph. Thursday followed suit. By Friday, however, the situation began to shift. While the predominant theme of Lin Bai's post remained insults and slander, an increasing number of supportive comments began to surface. "I support you, Lin Bai. Please clarify the situation. I believe the truth is not as portrayed." Such sentiments, while still in the minority, comprised about 1/3 of the comments, a significant improvement from Monday. Lin Bai refrained from responding to any comments or offering explanations as requested, instead sending a message to Luo Gu. It was time to ignite the fuse. Luo Gu replied with an affirmative gesture. Before long, a new post appeared, filled with photographs of Lin Bai working part-time at a milk tea shop, sneaking noodles in a corner, and carrying books while on the job, each image crystal clear. The title read, "I Speak for Lin Bai." The text, approximately 2,000 words long, detailed Lin Bai's arduous journey while working at Luo Ji's establishment. Luo Gu's post refrained from attacking Chen Shuai, even omitting any mention of her name, focusing solely on Lin Bai's personal experiences. The post landed like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating tumultuous waves. Especially since it was Friday, the day before a holiday, the number of students online surged. This timing was, in fact, part of Lin Bai's strategy for Luo Gu to post. Wait, is this Lin Bai? How has he changed so drastically? Indeed, he looked so thin back then. It's quite pitiful, yet he was so ambitious. I adore him. The post quickly attracted a plethora of comments, predominantly sympathetic in tone. Why would someone so wealthy still engage in such hard labor? Yes, why indeed? Could someone please explain? I am utterly curious. Lin Bai himself refrained from elaborating. feeling a rush of urgency. Observing the comments below, he merely smiled. At this juncture, his objective had been achieved. The remaining details would be unearthed by the wider student body, including Chen Shuang's infidelity and materialism. It was merely a matter of time. What Lin Bai did not anticipate, however, was the swift emergence of yet another post. The title alone left him stunned. Chen Shuang, a woman of disgraceful character. Beneath the provocative title was content even more shocking. Numerous intimate photographs of Chen Shuang, including bed pictures, circulated, albeit with mosaics that did not hinder comprehension. I knew it. I thought Luo Gu was unbeatable. Who is this new player? Chen Jia, reclining on his bed, bolted upright upon encountering the post. Lu Xiaobin and Zhao Fongting hastily logged onto the campus forum to witness the unfolding drama. The explosive title paired with the shocking imagery propelled the post to the forefront, accumulating an astonishing number of views. Lin Bai shook his head, having guessed the identity of the poster. It could only be Li Yu. This was not part of his original plan, yet the outcome appeared favorable. What foolishness did I engage in a few days ago? Chen Shuang went on a trip overnight with another boy while I was working part-time at school, and she didn't even mention a breakup. Lin Bai was filled with sympathy. I must kneel before Lin Bai to apologize. No. Can someone tell me which class and dorm Chen Shuang is in? I cannot tolerate this any longer. How can there be such a scoundrel at Jiangqing University? It's ridiculous that we pitted her just days ago and condemned Lin Bai. Indeed, look at Lin Bai. Enduring such immense grievances, he remained silent. Lin Bai, let me embrace you. Don't cry, don't cry. In summary, the winds of change had completely shifted. Ding. Congratulations, host. The side quest Fortune and Misfortune has been completed. Quest reward, Huaxing Yungkex, current stock price, 387 yuan. Estimated peak value, 1032 yuan. Please seize the opportunity. Chapter 40, Racing Against Time. When one is impoverished, they will research any means of earning. Lin Bai had previously delved into the stock market and understood how invaluable this information was to him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed out the door, driving straight to the nearest securities company, expediting the account opening process and transferring all 5,000 yuan he possessed into the account. Not enough. It was still insufficient. Faced with the certainty of profit from stock trading, tripling profits in a week was alluring. The more capital, the greater the returns. 5,000 yuan would yield only a few thousand after a week, far below Lin Bai's expectations. What to do? His first thought was to borrow money. But from whom? His family was out of the question. They had no money. Online loans. As a university student with minimal income, he could not borrow much. Thus, he had to ask someone. Who to ask? Lin Bai's first thought was Luo Gu, and he immediately dialed his number. Hey Lin Bai, how is it going? Haha. How do you plan to thank me? Could you lend me some money, Luo Gu? How much? Whatever you can lend. I need it urgently. Hurry. After a brief silence, Luo Gu replied, all right, I have about 20,000 on hand. I'll transfer it to you now. Thank you, Luo Gu. I'll pay you back within a week at most. No problem. I trust you. Not long after hanging up the phone, Lin Bai received a transfer from Luo Gu. He chose to accept it and deposited the funds into his account. Gazing at the sum of 25,000 in his account, Lin Bai felt it was still insufficient. After much contemplation, he decided to call Qin Ruowei. Having returned home after class, Qin Ruowei expressed that returning early would allow her to come to school sooner and see Lin Bai. On the other end of the line, she was dining with her parents and older brother when her phone vibrated, drawing the attention of her family. Qin Ruowei bit her lip, set down her utensils, and stepped aside to answer the call. What is up, Lin Bai? Ruowei, how much money do you have right now? Qin Ruowei hesitated, not having calculated it before. Approximately 300,000. Why do you ask? Could you lend it to me? I'll pay you back in a week. Sure. Just send me your bank account number, and I'll transfer it. Also, Ruowei, could you ask your dad for a bit more? Huh. What do you need so much money for, darling? To invest in stocks. Invest in stocks? Why the sudden interest? It's quite risky. Don't ask too much, Ruowei. Just do as I say. If you can't borrow it, that is fine too. All right, I'll give it a try. After hanging up, Qin Ruowei received Lin Bai's bank account number and promptly transferred her 300,000 to him. Returning to the dining table with her phone in hand, she took small bites of her food while discreetly observing her father. Just say what you need, Qin Yang said with a hint of irritation as he shot a glare at his daughter. Feeling awkward, Qin Ruowei forced a smile and organized her thoughts before speaking. Dad, Mom, and Gu, could you lend me some money? The three paused in their eating, and Qin Yulong frowned. What about your allowance? Have you spent it all? Qin Ruowei shook her head repeatedly, and after much internal struggle, she chose to be honest. It's not for me. It's for Lin Bai. He needs money to invest in stocks. The three were stunned once more. Investing in stocks? Borrowing money for that? Don't tell me you've already lent him your allowance. Qin Yulong knew his sister well. Qin Ruowei lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers. Lin Bai isn't that kind of person. I trust him. Qin Yulong, exasperated, pointed at Qin Ruowei while looking at their father. Look at this. This is a classic case of love-struck foolishness. I seriously suspect Lin Bai is a scammer. Qin Yang, calm and collected, finally spoke. You can borrow the money. But I want to meet him in person and have him ask me for it directly. Is that acceptable? Dad? Qin Yulong said, bewildered. Qin Yang waved his hand, directing his attention back to Qin Ruowei. All right, you can try talking to him. Meanwhile, after receiving the 300,000 transfer from Qin Ruowei, Lin Bai deposited it into his account and sought out Hua Xingyunku. At that moment, the stock had dropped from 387 to 381, presenting a perfect opportunity to buy at the bottom. Without hesitation, Lin Bai invested all 325,000 into Hua Xingyunku. Brother, I'm risking everything I have, he thought to himself. After purchasing the stocks, Lin Bai received a call from Li Runin. Frowning at the sight of her name, he recalled that she had been sulking for a week without a word. Why was she calling now? Yet, this could work in his favor. With the deadline approaching at midnight, he needed to act swiftly. Hello? Lin Bai, where are you? Upon connecting, Lin Bai could hear the muffled music on her end, causing him to furrow his brow. Where are you? I'm at Piao Miao. Runin, you haven't finished yet? Before she could complete her sentence, the familiar voice of Wang Peichuan interrupted, making Lin Bai realize something was amiss. After the call ended, he quickly searched for Piao Miao on his phone. Piao Miao Bar. It was right in front of the school on the commercial street. Without a second thought, Lin Bai drove straight to Piao Miao Bar. On the way, he received another call from Qin Ruowei. Darling, my dad agreed, but he wants you to ask him for the money in person. Do you have time now? Lin Bai frowned. I might not be able to make it now. How about tomorrow? That works. I'll tell my dad. He'll be waiting for you at home tomorrow. All right, sweetheart, love you. After hanging up, Lin Bai's gaze grew serious as the engine of his car roared. While on his way, he thought about Chen Shuya's recent situation. Luo Gu and Li Yu's recent posts had thrust Chen Shuya into a maelstrom of public opinion. Additionally, the posts contained numerous intimate photos of her, leaving her no room for defense. Bang! The dormitory door swung open, revealing a crowd of girls, all brandishing their phones to snap pictures of Chen Shuya. Startled, she attempted to shield her face with her hands while desperately trying to close the door. Get out. Go away. After locking the door, Chen Shuya slowly slid down against it, tears streaming down her face. Zhou Min and Wang Xiaoli exchanged glances and scoffed. She brought this upon herself. After crying for a while, Chen Shuya stood up in fury and dialed Li Yu's number. But, sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Unwilling to accept defeat, she dialed again, only to receive the same result. It was clear that Li Yu had blocked her. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Keep it down, Chen Shuya. We still have to study, Wang Xiaoli reprimanded, peering out of the door. Zhou Min spat. Those who do evil will meet their own demise. Piao Miao Bar, having opened not long ago, was quite popular among students due to its extensive promotional activities. Chapter 41. The effects of the drug upon entering the bar. Lin Bai was immediately overwhelmed by a mixture of alcoholic and various perfume scents, nearly suffocating him. Under the kaleidoscope of lights, he searched for Li Runin, dialing her number repeatedly. Li Runin's phone was switched off, heightening Lin Bai's anxiety. After searching for a few minutes without success, he spotted Wang Peichuan guiding an unconscious Li Runin out of the bar, accompanied by a few shady-looking boys who did not seem like students. Lin Bai followed closely. Once outside the bar, the atmosphere became significantly quieter. Wang Peichuan patted Li Runin's face. Runin? Runin? Li Runin did not respond, her hands mindlessly tugging at her clothes as she murmured about feeling hot. Wang Peichuan smirked, waving off his friends. Brothers, let us meet again another day. I'll treat you. I'm taking her back to school now. The other boys, aware of Wang Peichuan's intentions, chuckled. What? Are you planning to enjoy her alone? Let us have a taste too, haha. Wang Peichuan frowned. Guys, she's still a student. She's young. I'm just taking her home. Don't think too much of it. Bang. A bottle smashed against Wang Peichuan's head, shattering into pieces. He collapsed instantly, and Li Runin fell into the arms of another bald man. Did you think I didn't see you drugging her? Am I new to this? The bald man yelled, pointing at Wang Peichuan, who was bleeding from his head. Wang Peichuan felt darkness closing in on him, utterly incapable of defending himself. Just as the bald man turned to leave with Li Runin, a massive fist came crashing towards him. Bang! In the next moment, the bald man clutched his nose, stars dancing in front of his eyes as he howled in pain. That hurts. Lin Bai swiftly pulled Li Runin into his embrace and dialed the police. Hello, 110? There's a fight happening at Piao Miao Bar at Jiangxing University South Commercial Street. Yes, thank you. After the call, Lin Bai pointed threateningly at the drunken men who seemed eager to act, lifting Li Runin and departing. No one dared to pursue them. Watching helplessly as Lin Bai led Li Runin away. In the car, Lin Bai placed Li Runin in the back seat and prepared to take the driver's seat. However, she clung tightly to his neck, saying, "I want to be with you, Lin Bai. I love you." Li Runin's clothing had long been torn asunder by her own hands, revealing her figure in a most compromising manner. Lin Bai stood frozen. Emotionally, it felt somewhat inappropriate to take advantage of Li Runin, who had been drugged. Logically, after midnight, he would be irreversibly gone, so why concern himself with notions of chivalry? With this thought, Lin Bai slipped into the back seat, albeit with a newfound caution. He propped his phone on a stand to record a video. "Li Runin, to prevent any misunderstandings, I am recording this as evidence that I did not drug you. You should be grateful to me." As he spoke, Li Runin relentlessly clawed at his clothing, her words sharp and fierce. In the throes of youth, Lin Bai could hardly withstand such provocation. In mere moments, he shed his own garments and tore away Li Runin's. To hell with it. The cramped confines of the car's back seat presented challenges, yet there was a certain allure to the situation. The vehicle was parked along a bustling commercial street, where students passed by, oblivious to the gentle swaying of the car. Over an hour later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Reward, 500 points." Another beep followed. Points threshold met. System upgrade in progress. Attributes panel refreshed. Host, Lin Bai. Strength, 6. Speed, 5. Stamina, 7. Overall rating, average. System level, 3,010,000. Current daily cash subsidy, 10,000. System balance, 5,000. In the back seat of the Mercedes, Lin Bai lay bare, slightly panting. Beside him, Li Runin appeared disheveled. Glistening with perspiration, her cheeks flushed. He had finally upgraded, a daily subsidy of 10,000. With the system's upgrade to level 3, he could now expect a monthly income of 300,000, totaling 3 million a year. Lin Bai suddenly felt the sweetness of existence. "I want more," he mused. As Li Runin's whispers fluttered beside him, Lin Bai's brow arched in surprise, realizing the potency of the drug. Reluctantly, he found himself urged back into action. Later that evening, around 10, the Mercedes came to a steady halt in the parking lot behind the East Campus cafeteria, the sound of the engine fading away. "So, you have no intention of taking responsibility, do you?" In the passenger seat, now dressed and coherent, Li Runin gazed at Lin Bai with misty eyes, biting her lip. Her expression one of poignant vulnerability. Lin Bai furrowed his brow slightly. "You know I have a girlfriend. Just tell me, yes or no?" Li Runin's emotions surged. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, turning to meet her gaze squarely. "Yes," he continued. "You saw the video. Had I not intervened, you would." Before he could finish, Li Runin forcefully pushed open the car door, inadvertently aggravating an injury and gasping sharply. Following this, with a resounding slam, she vanished into the night. Lin Bai shook his head, leaning back in his seat with a sigh of resignation. In terms of feelings, he harbored little for Li Runin. His entanglement with her was purely for the sake of the task at hand. "Speaking of which, Brother Gua, this matter with Li Runin involves you, doesn't it?" Lin Bai directed a query towards the system. He could hardly believe such a coincidence. In the final hours, with seemingly no chance of completing the task, an opportunity had materialized unexpectedly. "Do not inquire into matters not meant for you. Just confirm whether the task was completed," came the system's reply. Lin Bai acknowledged that indeed, the task was accomplished, and he had elegantly sidestepped any responsibilities. Was this not a classic case of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? As for Li Runin, if she felt wronged, so be it. Lin Bai was no saint, incapable of attending to every need. Resolving his thoughts, Lin Bai exited the vehicle and strolled toward the dormitory, dialing Qin Ruwei to finalize the time for his meeting with Qin Yang the following day. Upon returning to his dorm, he found Liu seated in Zhao Fengting's spot, skillfully navigating League of Legends on Zhao's equipment, appearing quite impressive. "Brother Bai is back. Come see how amazing this guy is," Zhao Fengting exclaimed, pulling Lin Bai to observe Liu's prowess. Liu was controlling a character named Cassiopeia, boasting a record of 11 kills and 2 deaths. Although Lin Bai was not well versed in the game, he could discern that Liu's skills were indeed exceptional, far surpassing those of his teammates. After just a few minutes, Liu executed a dazzling maneuver, securing a quadruple kill and leading his team to obliterate the opposing base. Done. Liu clapped his hands, removing his headset, and turned to the others with a smile. "Forgive my humble performance, haha." Zhao Fengting gave him a thumbs up, impressed. Lin Bai returned to his desk, opening his laptop, when Liu approached with an eager grin. "Brother Bai, you saw the post I made, right? What do you think? Pretty loyal, huh?" Lin Bai turned, his penetrating gaze causing Liu to fidget nervously. "Delete it," Lin Bai instructed. The request elicited a chorus of incredulous responses from his 3 roommates. "Why?" Chinja queried, looming behind Lin Bai, his tone rough. "You can't delete it. Brother Bai, have you forgotten how that little vixen slandered you just a few days ago?" Zhao Fengting chimed in. We've been vilified for an entire week. Do you know what we've endured? Zhao Fengting dramatically clutched Li Yu's shoulder, his expression mournful. Lu Xiaobin adjusted his glasses, adding, Is it that you deem it unnecessary? The group collectively turned their attention to Lu Xiaobin. Regardless, I've known Qinshuya since high school. Allowing public opinion to fester could adversely affect her studies, which is not the outcome I desire. They all pondered this. The score had been settled, but none wished to jeopardize Qinshuya's education, least of all Lin Bai. All right, I'll follow Brother Bai's lead and delete the post. Li Yu, ever the impulsive one, immediately retrieved his phone, accessed the campus forum, and deleted the highly rated post. Done, Brother Bai, Li Yu announced. Lin Bai nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Oh, it's nothing. Brother Bai is too polite. If you ever need anything from your little brother, just say the word. Li Yu vowed earnestly. Lin Bai regarded him thoughtfully. Li Yu was clever, cunning, and pragmatic, a quintessential opportunist. Such a person could yield unexpected benefits when wielded wisely, yet could also lead to one's own downfall if mismanaged. By the way, there is indeed something I need to know. Lin Bai's eyes lit up with realization. What do you know about Su Yumeng? At the mention of her name, Li Yu appeared momentarily taken aback, before a mischievous grin spread across his face. Brother Bai, you're not thinking of. Do not ask what you should not. Lin Bai's expression grew serious. Li Yu immediately straightened up. Su Yumeng is the campus belle, every boy knows her. But, to get to the point, she is from the Art and Design Academy, Class 1, second year, residing in Dormitory 101 in the West District. However, she doesn't often stay in the dormitory. If you intend to pursue her, I suggest you frequent the Innovation Park. Innovation Park? What for? Lin Bai inquired, perplexed. Su Yumeng is quite skilled at League of Legends. She formed her own team and has an office there for training and competitions. Lin Bai suddenly understood. He had seen in the forum that Su Yumeng's sole hobby was playing League of Legends, unaware that she also led her own team. I see you're quite adept at this game. What rank are you? Upon hearing Lin Bai's inquiry, Li Yu displayed a hint of pride on her face and wiped her nose. You have certainly asked the right person, Bai Go. I am a dual king in both the national and Korean servers. Though Lin Bai was not particularly adept at the game, he understood that being a king represented the pinnacle of achievement within it, a remarkable feat indeed. Oh, then why did you not join Su Yumeng's team? Does her team not accept new members? Well, I had considered it before, but to put it bluntly, I visited once, and the skill level of those players was abysmal. They couldn't even work together. Let us not even get into that. With the caliber of her team, winning a match? Highly improbable. Lin Bai grasped Li Yu's sentiment and refrained from further inquiry. All right, it's about time. Let's return and get some rest. Sure thing. Bai Go, if you need any assistance, just call on me. I'm your little fan. Lin Bai shook his head in silent exasperation, ignoring her as he retreated into the bathroom with his toiletries. The following day, shortly after 9 in the morning, Lin Bai departed from school, heading straight for Fenglin Town. Before 10 o'clock, he arrived at the foot of a building, where Qin Ruowei had been waiting eagerly. Upon seeing Lin Bai alight from his vehicle, she rushed over and affectionately linked her arm with his. Did you miss me? Lin Bai instinctively recalled the events of the previous night with Li Runin, feeling a twinge of guilt as he gently pinched her nose. Of course. I missed you dearly. Flatterer. Let us go. My father and the others are waiting for you at home. Finally, Lin Bai stepped into Qin Ruowei's home for the first time. The moment he crossed the threshold, he was taken aback by the exquisite decor and layout of her residence. Without the luxury of time to thoroughly inspect, a maid presented him with a pair of slippers, which he promptly donned. Then, under Qin Ruowei's guidance, he entered the tea room. The air was filled with the fragrant scent of sandalwood. Qin Yang, dressed in formal attire, sat at the head of the table, meticulously preparing tea. Upon hearing the door open, he looked up, and Lin Bai locked eyes with him. In that instant, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming pressure, his heart involuntarily racing. Welcome, please have a seat. Qin Yang greeted him with a warm smile, inviting Lin Bai to sit down and pouring him a cup of tea. I hear from Ruowei that you wish to borrow money. How much do you intend to borrow? Lin Bai had expected Qin Yang to inquire about his situation first, perhaps to establish rapport, but instead, he was taken aback by the directness of the question. He instinctively glanced at Qin Ruowei, who stood beside him, smiling cheerfully. Lin Bai paused before responding. What is the maximum amount you can lend me? This time, it was Qin Yang who appeared momentarily stunned, but he soon broke into laughter. Ha ha, you rascal. Borrowing money is fine, but I must know what you intend to use it for. I heard you plan to invest in stocks? Lin Bai had nothing to hide, nodding affirmatively. Indeed, last night, I observed the stock of Huaxing Yongkex and found it rather ordinary. Why are you so certain it will yield profit? Or perhaps I should ask, why are you confident it won't result in a loss? Lin Bai frowned. He certainly could not divulge that a system had assured him of profits. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Uncle Qin, you need not concern yourself with the details. Simply trust me and lend me the money. Naturally, regardless of how confident I may sound, you will have your reservations, so I believe you should place your faith in Ruowei. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, finally regarding the young man before him with seriousness. After a brief silence, he took a sip of his tea. 500,000. When will you repay me? To Qin Yang, Lin Bai was a stranger. For a first meeting to culminate in a loan of 500,000 was no trivial matter. However, Lin Bai shook his head gently, his gaze resolute. Not enough. I require at least 2 million. Qin Ruowei gasped softly, gently nudging Lin Bai. Chapter 43, Entrepreneurship Park. Across the table, Qin Yang chuckled, setting down his teacup. Lin Bai, if you were in my position, how would you respond to a young man you've just met asking to borrow 2 million? I cannot claim to empathize entirely. Each individual's perspective and circumstances differ. I can only assure you that I possess absolute confidence in making a profit. Lin Bai paused before continuing. Thus, for 2 million, I will return you 2 million in 1 week. I can provide a written agreement. Qin Yang remained silent, studying Lin Bai intently, as if trying to discern something profound within his gaze. After several seconds, he spoke. 1 million, and I will not require interest. Consider it an investment in my precious daughter. If it fails, Ruowei will escort you out. With Qin Yang's words laid bare, Lin Bai understood the importance of moderation. After a moment of reflection, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Here is a suggestion. Invest in Huaxingyangkex. Qin Yang smiled, intrigued. Oh, how much should I invest? Invest as much as you can. Pour all your funds into it. Qin Yang was taken aback, as was Qin Ruowei. However, Qin Yang soon laughed, pulling out his phone to initiate a transfer. Minutes later, upon receiving the funds, Lin Bai promptly deposited them into his account and fully invested in Huaxingyangkex. Qin Ruowei watched closely as Lin Bai unhesitatingly allocated the entire 1 million to Huaxingyangkex. Her concern palpable. Darling. Lin Bai's attention was fixated on the stock price of Huaxingyangkex. Compared to the previous day, it had even dipped slightly today. Yet, this did not diminish Lin Bai's trust in the system. Once the purchase was confirmed, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, pulling Qin Ruowei close and planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Qin Ruowei scrambled away, glancing around nervously to ensure no one had witnessed the display. You rascal. Your audacity grows by the day. She playfully poked Lin Bai's nose, squinting with mock reproach. As the two engaged in their playful banter in the tea room, Qin Yang observed his phone, which displayed the stock trading software, showing the price of Huaxingyangkex. Had it truly been as extraordinary as the young man claimed? Perhaps he should try investing a little? With that thought, Qin Yang unwittingly transferred 10,000 into his account and invested it all in Huaxingyangkex. By noon, the maid had prepared a meal, and Qin Ruowei's mother returned home from work. Upon entering and seeing Lin Bai, Wang Xianming greeted him with a warm smile, changing into slippers as she approached him, appraising him from head to toe. Quite impressive. Hello, auntie. Come, sit down for a meal. Do not be shy. Make yourself at home. Wang Xianming gestured for Lin Bai to take a seat, settling beside Qin Yang. Qin Ruowei kept her head down, pushing her food around with her chopsticks. Her ears tinged with embarrassment. Wang Xianming glanced at Qin Yang, then turned her attention back to Lin Bai. Lin Bai, right? Ruowei often speaks highly of you. You are quite exceptional. Thank you, auntie, but I am merely an ordinary university student. The meal passed in a serene and comfortable atmosphere. Qin Yang and Wang Xianming asked fewer questions than Lin Bai anticipated, engaging in casual conversation instead, which made Lin Bai feel at ease. After the meal, Qin Ruowei gathered a week's worth of change of clothes, and together with Lin Bai, they exited. Uncle, auntie, we're heading back to school. Lin Bai waved goodbye to Qin Yang and Wang Xianming as he and Qin Ruowei entered the elevator. Once they had departed, Wang Xianming turned to Qin Yang, a gentle smile gracing her lips. How was he? Qin Yang stepped back into the house, contemplating. Yes, all right, a bit more mature than his peers, though somewhat enigmatic. Wang Xianming raised an eyebrow at her husband's assessment. Oh, this is the first time I've heard you speak so of a university student. As Qin Ruowei did not drive her own car, after leaving Fenglin town, Lin Bai booked a hotel on his phone, driving directly there. Qin Ruowei caught sight of Lin Bai's phone screen, turning her head to gaze out of the car window, her cheeks flushed, yet she said nothing. Upon reaching the hotel, as soon as they entered, Lin Bai swept Qin Ruowei into his arms, and amidst her startled exclamations, the room soon became a scene of springtime. An entire afternoon slipped by, and as dusk approached, the two departed the hotel, returning to school. After escorting Qin Ruowei back to her dormitory, Lin Bai intended to return to his own room for some rest. However, as he passed the cafeteria, he caught sight of a familiar figure from a distance. Clad in pale yet pristine tight jeans and a white short-sleeved t-shirt, her shoulder-length hair danced in the gentle breeze. It was Su Yumeng. Although Lin Bai could not see her face, he was certain that the figure before him was Su Yumeng. She carried a light blue backpack and walked briskly, prompting Lin Bai's curiosity to follow her. Along the way, he was acutely aware of the school beauty's influence. Both men and women along the path cast admiring glances at Su Yuming. There is a saying that while men may find a woman attractive for superficial reasons, when a woman admires another woman's beauty, it is genuine. Su Yuming perfectly exemplified the essence of this statement. Lin Bai trailed her at a distance of about 10 steps. Neither too close nor too far, observing her intently. After a few minutes of rapid walking, Su Yuming turned into a courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Bai looked up and was struck by the sight of the words Jiangxing University Entrepreneurship Park. This was Lin Bai's first visit to the park, and perhaps due to it being the weekend, there were quite a few students coming and going. Lost in thought, he turned back only to find that Su Yuming had vanished from sight. Driven by curiosity, Lin Bai ventured into the entrepreneurship park, which was quite spacious. Estimated to cover over 1,000 square meters, primarily consisting of a ring of red two-story buildings. Each building contained rooms resembling classrooms, and Lin Bai strolled past. Scanning the names on the doors: Xingyi Software Development Company, Limited, Tainwei Media Company, Limited, Yinji Photography Studio. Each room housed a startup company, and he could vaguely see busy figures through the windows. Observing these individuals, Lin Bai felt an inexplicable sense of shame. While some university students squander their time in frivolous pursuits, these people had already begun forging their own paths. Although the likelihood of success for these ventures was slim, at least they were striving for something meaningful. As for him, he had yet to embark on any significant endeavor. Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest details: establish your own business. Time limit: 1 hour. Countdown begins. 59:59. Quest reward: S-level gaming talent. Quest failure penalty: 3 months of impotence. It seemed that the system had heard Lin Bai's silent lament, and the side quest was promptly activated. Staring at the rapidly decreasing countdown, Lin Bai's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. An hour? Beep. Indeed, you read that correctly. But, can the penalty for failure be negotiated? Beep. No. If I were you, I wouldn't waste time talking. Chapter 44. Build a stronger future and achieve greatness again. Lin Bai rubbed his face vigorously. Time was of the essence. He hastened his steps in search of Su Yuming's esports studio. The prospect of acquiring S-level gaming talent was far more enticing than the quest itself. Gaming indeed requires talent, much like Zhao Fengting and Li Yu, who can excel at any game they touch. Yet, no matter how hard he tried to learn, he remained a gaming novice. Once he obtained that S-level talent, he would challenge Zhao Fengting to a duel. It was time to reclaim his honor. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Lin Bai let out a chilling laugh. As he approached a particular room, he finally found Su Yuming's esports studio, Dream Esports Studio, a rather juvenile name that made him chuckle. Faintly, he heard a heated argument emanating from within. After hesitating for a few seconds, he knocked on the door, just as he was about to knock a second time. The door swung open, revealing Su Yuming's furious countenance. Upon seeing Lin Bai, her anger dissipated, replaced by a slight furrowing of her brows. What are you doing here? Just as Lin Bai opened his mouth to explain, a male voice called out from behind Su Yuming. Xiaoming, according to seniority, you should address me as senior. It hasn't been easy to form this team, and we know you're short on funds, but we've never asked you for a dime. It's all for love and passion. But passion can't fill your stomach. There's an excellent opportunity now. If we win the competition, we can earn 50,000 yuan. Do you know how long that would sustain us? The boy seemed oblivious to Lin Bai's presence, fixated solely on Su Yuming. She turned, frowning, and replied, I've said I'm not participating, and that is final. I am the captain of this team. If you're unwilling, you can leave. Su Yuming's bluntness caused Lin Bai to raise an eyebrow. The boy's face turned a ghastly shade of liver color, utterly crestfallen. Xiaoming, how could you say something so hurtful? You know I don't know, and I don't want to know. Leave, Li Yi. As if you've never been part of my team. Faced with Su Yuming's near-cold words, Li Yi was visibly pained, but had no retort. Fine. If you want to leave, then go. Let us see what you can achieve without me. With that, Li Yi stormed past Su Yuming, creating a gust of wind as he exited the room, heading towards the entrepreneurship park's entrance. Lin Bai stepped aside to make way for him, and, once Li Yi was out of earshot, turned to Su Yuming. Do you need something? Su Yuming furrowed her brows at Lin Bai. Lin Bai's gaze drifted past her into the room, which appeared disheveled. 2 rows of desks formed a right angle, with a desktop computer perched atop one, and numerous logos plastered across the walls. No, I'll close the door. Su Yuming was resistant to Lin Bai's presence and made a move to shut the door. Lin Bai quickly propped one hand against the doorframe. I have something to discuss. Su Yuming scrutinized him for a moment before finally retreating into the room and taking a seat. Lin Bai followed suit, sitting across from her. It's rather empty. Where are the other team members? Su Yuming rubbed her temples. We had an argument, and they all left. What? Are you here to watch me make a fool of myself? Lin Bai fell silent, leaning back in his chair and watching Su Yuming lost in thought. After a few moments, he looked up. I heard Li mention that I could ask why you're not competing against the academy next door. Su Yuming dropped her hand and glanced at Lin Bai, her expression tinged with sorrow. How can we compete? They have a full team with 2 masters and 1 grandmaster. Our team only has me as a master. The disparity in strength is too great. There's no chance of winning. Lin Bai suddenly recalled Li Yu's words from the previous night. If there's no cost involved, wouldn't it be beneficial to compete and gain experience? Su Yuming shook her head with a wry smile. I have my reasons for not participating. Do you truly have something to discuss? Seeing Su Yuming's demeanor shifting towards dismissing him, Lin Bai quickly raised his hand. Yes, you mentioned you were short on funds, right? I can be your investor and help you start a club. Together, we can grow stronger and achieve greatness once more. Lin Bai confidently laid out his plan. He had often watched esports competitions, and studios like this one were typically referred to as clubs. Upon hearing his proposal, Su Yuming's initial reaction was one of astonishment, followed by an incredulous smile. However, her tone shifted abruptly. I saw your post on the campus forum a few days ago. You're quite impressive. Chen Shi's departure may not be a bad thing for you. For a man, having money is not the most important thing. What matters is ambition. At least that's what I believe. Su Yuming's lecture left Lin Bai bewildered. However, he soon realized that she had misunderstood him. The post shared by Luo Good detailed his previous part-time experiences, leading Su Yuming to perceive him as a struggling student. This inadvertently indicated that she thought he was broke and merely boasting. Regardless, I appreciate your kindness, but I must prioritize my studies, Su Yuming said, rising with a respectful expression, devoid of any disdain, which deeply moved Lin Bai. As Lin Bai opened his mouth to clarify, a middle-aged man in flip-flops and a tank top walked into the room. A middle-aged man held a notebook in one hand, a cigarette dangling from his lips, the pungent scent of smoke lingering in the air. Lin Bai and Su Yuming both frowned. Little girl, you have already delayed your rent for a whole semester. If you do not pay soon, you will have to vacate the premises. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai glanced at Su Yuming, surprised that rent was still due here. Su Yuming maintained a serious expression, replying, of course, but the rent here is significantly cheaper compared to the outside. After speaking, she approached the man, clasped her hands together, and adopted a humble demeanor. I apologize, Uncle Lu. Could you possibly grant me a few more days? Just a few more days. I promise to pay the rent. Is that acceptable? Uncle Lu shook his head with his eyes closed. No, it's been too long. Every time you come, it's the same story. It's been an entire semester, and there are many other students waiting for this space. You either pay the rent today or vacate today. Do not blame Uncle Lu. I have already been exceedingly lenient. Observing Uncle Lu's expression, Lin Bai nodded slightly. From Uncle Lu's perspective, he had indeed been quite patient. Seeing Su Yuming looking flustered, Lin Bai was about to offer to cover her payment when a loud voice rang out from outside. How much? I'll pay. The three turned in unison to see a young man striding in with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of confidence. He was not particularly handsome, nor was he exceptionally tall, perhaps a little over 1.7 meters, clad in a white shirt and jeans. Yet, there was an unusual aura about him that set him apart from others. Zhao Sun, vice president of the student union of the School of Civil Engineering. Su Yuming, aware that Lin Bai did not recognize him, whispered in introduction. Lin Bai understood, realizing why Zhao Sun had such an imposing presence. He was indeed the vice president of the student union, a position wielding considerable influence in the university. Is he your admirer? Lin Bai quietly inquired. Su Yuming hesitated before giving a slight nod, her expression betraying her inner turmoil and distress. Lin Bai discerned her thoughts. She did not like Zhao Sun and was reluctant to owe him a favor. However, without Zhao Sun's assistance in covering the rent, her esports studio would certainly not survive. It was a dilemma. While the two conversed softly, Zhao Sun approached Uncle Lu, nodding slightly. Uncle Lu, how much is it? I'll cover it. Uncle Lu clearly recognized Zhao Sun and refrained from further comment, flipping through his notebook. It's a total of 17,760. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sun visibly flinched, staring at Uncle Lu in disbelief as he took the notebook from him. How can it be this much? Uncle Lu replied, that includes rent, utilities, and equipment fees. The utilities for this esports studio are substantial. Lin Bai nearly laughed upon hearing this. He understood Zhao Sun's perspective. According to Zhao Sun's calculations, the rent at the entrepreneurial park was already low, around 200 to 300 a month, totaling just over 1,000. This amount was manageable for Zhao Sun, and it would also leave a favorable impression on Su Yuming, making it a win-win situation. However, he underestimated the power consumption of the 5 or 6 desktop computers, as well as the rent for computers, desks, peripherals, refrigerators, and daily necessities. Thus, when he heard the figure of 17,760, Zhao Sun was left dumbfounded. Chairman Zhao, there's no need to trouble yourself. This is my responsibility, and I will handle it. Su Yuming quickly interjected, sensing Zhao Sun's discomfort, but to Lin Bai, it felt somewhat like rubbing salt into a wound. As expected, Zhao Sun's expression darkened upon hearing Su Yuming's words. Well, I don't have enough cash on me right now. Please wait for a moment. I'll go to the bank and withdraw some more. I'll be back shortly. After saying this, Zhao Sun returned the notebook to Uncle Lu and swiftly departed. His deception was transparent, and Su Yuming could easily discern it. Biting her lip, her eyes filled with despondency. Uncle Lu, please give me the payment QR code. Lin Bai stood up, approaching Uncle Lu with his phone in hand. This was the first time Uncle Lu had encountered Lin Bai, a freshman, and with a look of confusion, he retrieved the QR code. Lin Bai scanned it and transferred the 17,760. A notification chimed. Alipay received 17,760 yuan. Uncle Lu finally realized that Lin Bai had indeed made the payment and quickly checked his phone. Did you receive it, Uncle Lu? Thank you for your assistance during this time. I'll treat you to a meal soon. Lin Bai remained composed, and Uncle Lu nodded repeatedly, clearly satisfied. In that case, you two get back to your work. I'll take my leave. After saying this, Uncle Lu turned and left. Lin Bai turned to see Su Yuming staring at him. Her expression one of disbelief. Consider this my first investment. My investment officially begins now. 1,000 a day, give me the payment QR code, and I'll provide you with a week's worth of funds. At this moment, Su Yuming finally processed his words, pointing at Lin Bai. You are not serious. Whether I have money or not is not your concern. Focus on our upcoming venture. Seeing that Lin Bai was not joking, Su Yuming's eyes flickered with caution. So, what do you want in return? Lin Bai had not actually considered this question. His motivation was driven by the task at hand. The countdown continued, leaving only a little over 20 minutes. However, he was quick-witted enough to realize that Su Yuming had misunderstood him again. She had likely encountered individuals like him before, where the conditions for investment revolved around her. After all, no one would dislike a campus belle. But do not misunderstand. I am in a relationship. My purpose for investing is simple, passion. However, investment is investment. We must have a contract and equity in place. I require a 51 stake. Think it over. This is my phone number. Feel free to contact me whenever you've made your decision. Lin Bai took a piece of paper and wrote down his phone number, then stood up to leave, not looking back. Wait. Just as he reached the door, Su Yuming's voice called out to him. Lin Bai paused and turned around. Su Yuming rose and approached him, gazing into his eyes as if trying to discern whether he was lying. Lin Bai maintained a calm demeanor, lacking the hesitance other boys might exhibit in her presence, even bearing a hint of playful teasing. I agree. We can draft the contract now. Are you certain about providing us with 1,000 yuan a day? 1,000 a day is rather unimpressive in the realm of investments, but here in school, many students barely manage with a monthly allowance of 1,000. Meanwhile, Lin Bai's offer would amount to 30,000 in a month. It was no wonder Su Yuming found it hard to believe him. Lin Bai chuckled softly, for he could easily receive a daily subsidy of 10,000 from the system, making it effortless to invest a fraction of that into his own venture. Words alone won't suffice. Let us draft a contract. Lin Bai chose to let his actions speak for him. Su Yuming, no longer hesitating, went to the computer and swiftly typed out a partnership agreement. The agreement contained many clauses that Lin Bai had emphasized, including but not limited to holding a 51 stake, having significant personnel appointment and interpretation rights, and the right to change the team name, among others. That's enough. You didn't say that at the beginning. Lin Bai attempted to add another clause, but was sternly halted by Su Yuming's disapproving glare. Su Yuming's face displayed clear annoyance. Lin Bai's relentless pursuit had clearly irritated her. Lin Bai chuckled foolishly. All right, let's proceed with that. Print it out. Su Yuming shot him a fierce glare, printed 3 copies of the agreement, and they both signed and stamped their fingerprints on them. Afterwards, they exchanged WeChat contacts, and Su Yuming provided Lin Bai with the company's public account. Lin Bai promptly transferred 7,000 yuan into it. The transfer is complete. The immediate priority is to change the name. Dream Team is a terrible name. Before tonight, think of 10 team names and send them to me. Lin Bai quickly adapted to the role, adopting a commanding tone. Su Yuming glared at him. All right. Received, boss. Lin Bai chuckled heartily, waved his hand, and left the room in high spirits. As Lin Bai gazed at Su Yuming's departing figure, he took a few deep breaths and softly repeated to himself, do not be at odds with money. Do not be at odds with money. Do not be at odds with money. Outside the door, a jubilant Lin Bai had just left when a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Side quest completed. Reward. S-Class Gaming Talent activated. As the system's voice faded, memories of past gaming experiences flooded Lin Bai's mind, causing his fingers to involuntarily tremble. So this is how the game is played. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhao Fangting was predictably engrossed in a game. Chapter 46. Is your team formidable? The hero he was controlling was named Ezreal, colloquially known as Easy, with a dismal score of 163. Previously, Lin Bai lacked the S-class gaming talent and could not discern much. However, now that he observed Zhao Fangting's gameplay and awareness, Lin Bai decisively closed his eyes, feeling more distressed than if he had consumed something repugnant. Zhao Fangting's rank was gold, placing him in the lower tier of the overall LOL rankings. Returning to his seat, Lin Bai could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood and approached Zhao Fangting from behind, seizing him by the collar and tossing him aside. Hey, what are you doing, Bai Ge? It's a crucial team fight, wait. Lin Bai ignored him, taking a seat in Zhao Fangting's chair, placing his left hand on the keyboard and his right on the mouse. No, Bai Ge, don't mess around. My score may not look good, but there is still a chance. Let me play, please. I'll do your laundry for a week. Lin Bai paid no heed to his pleas, focusing intently on the game. Soon, Lin Bai seized an opportunity to eliminate the opposing support, narrowly escaping with a sliver of health. Zhao Fangting was momentarily stunned. What? This is possible. As time passed, his score transformed from 163 to 263, 363, 763, 1163, until it finally settled at 2165. Upon concluding the game and seeing the victory screen, Lin Bai exhaled contentedly and rose, patting Zhao Fangting on the shoulder. You still need practice. Zhao Fangting was somewhat bewildered, rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken. Bai Ge, you weren't supposed to know how to play this game. Lin Bai smiled without offering an explanation, returning to his own seat to check his stock portfolio. As the market approached closing, prices remained sluggish, having fallen even more sharply since the morning. Fortunately, with the system's support, Lin Bai felt little anxiety. He glanced at his current balance, 3,316 yuan. Indeed, this was all of Lin Bai's savings. He had squandered approximately 25,000 yuan throughout the day, depleting the hard-earned funds he had accumulated. Fortunately, the system provided a daily subsidy of 10,000 yuan, which he could claim after midnight. Moreover, in a few days, once he sold his stocks, he would no longer have to worry as much. After a quick wash-up, he lay in bed, doing sit-ups while video calling Qin Ruowei. The next day, Sunday, Lin Bai maintained his habit of rising early for a morning run. After finishing his run, he opened the stock app to check the day's trends. Compared to yesterday, the stock price of Huaxing Yunkasi had noticeably rebounded, rising from 377 yuan to 396 yuan, on the verge of breaking the 400 yuan mark. Lin Bai sighed in relief and turned to Qin Ruowei. I'm heading to the entrepreneurial park. Are you coming? Qin Ruowei wrinkled her delicate nose. What is the purpose? I've established an esports club, and I'm in the preparatory phase. I'm going to take a look. Oh, I haven't finished my homework yet. You go ahead, I'll pass. It's too hot. All right. Parting ways with Qin Ruowei, Lin Bai headed straight for the entrepreneurial park. The club's new name had been sent by Su Yuming the previous night, but he had already fallen asleep and had not responded. Arriving at the entrepreneurial park, he knocked on the door of office 108. The door was soon opened by a student with prominent dark circles under his eyes and a messy hairstyle. Holding a bucket of instant noodles, Lin Bai scrutinized him, somewhat taken aback. You must be Boss Lin. After a brief moment, the student spoke. Lin Bai deduced that Su Yuming had informed him and nodded. Yes, you didn't go home? The student smiled and shook his head, stepping aside to let Lin Bai enter. No, I heard from Sister Meng that you invested in our team. Lin Bai surveyed the room's arrangement, which appeared similar to the day before. No, to be precise, I invested in Su Yuming and the club. Where is Su Yuming? The student glanced at the time. She should be arriving shortly. Please have a seat. Lin Bai casually chose a chair and opened his phone to view the 10 new club names Su Yuming had sent him. Fantasy Club, Colorful Cloud Club, Dark Horse Club. Scanning the list, Lin Bai covered his face in exasperation, inwardly lamenting the uninspired choices, devoid of any memorable quality. What is your name? What position do you play? Lin Bai inquired of the messy-haired student. The student wiped his hands on his clothes and extended his hand, grinning foolishly. Fang Dawei, I play support, currently Diamond 1. Lin Bai shook Fang Dawei's hand, nodding slightly. Regardless of anything else, Fang Dawei's attitude was commendable. A series of knocks interrupted them as the student set down the noodle bucket and hurried to open the door. Lin Bai initially assumed it was Su Yuming, but to his surprise, a male student stood outside. The newcomer appeared to be a student as well, with a rebellious demeanor, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a buzz cut. Upon seeing him, Fang Dawei's expression soured. What do you want? The newcomer shot a glance at Fang Dawei, then completely disregarded him as he entered the room. Is Su Yuming not here? He turned to Fang Dawei. Are you looking for Sister Meng? Fang Dawei leaned closer to Lin Bai, whispering, he is the captain of the team from the adjacent academy, Lin Feng, a master rank. Lin Bai understood now. The neighboring institution to Jiangxing University was Jiangxing Mechanical Institute, separated by just a wall. Jiangxing Mechanical Institute was a third-tier college, while Jiangxing University was a first-tier one. Lin Feng, this is our Team S investor. Watch your words. Feng Dawei warned, his expression darkening. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, and after a moment, burst into laughter. Ha ha. An investor? A student? Investing in a bunch of losers like you? Ha ha ha, you're killing me. Faced with Lin Feng's ridicule, Feng Dawei was infuriated, his fists clenched. Yet he felt powerless. Lin Bai, however, remained composed, asking, is your team formidable? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng ceased his laughter, a smile still lingering. Whether we are formidable or not, Su Yuming knows best. Feng Dawei leaned in once more, whispering to Lin Bai. Their team was the runner-up in the last LOL Collegiate Championship. Lin Bai nodded, comprehending the situation. With the rise of LOL, numerous gaming teams had emerged, occasionally engaging in competitions. The Collegiate Championship was one such event, featuring university teams comprised solely of students. Jiangcheng, as a new first-tier city with a population exceeding 10 million, boasted numerous universities. Securing third place among so many institutions was no small feat. What is your purpose for coming here? Lin Bai continued his inquiry. Lin Feng leaned against the computer desk, arms crossed. I heard rumors that Su Yuming is considering disbanding the team, which I find rather uninteresting. So I came to see if it's true. Feng Dawei once again leaned in to whisper to Lin Bai. Lin Feng has a bet with Sister Meng. If Lin Feng loses, he must disband the team. If we lose, Sister Meng becomes Lin Feng's girlfriend. Sister Meng, didn't he agree? Chapter 47. I'm your fan. Bai Ge. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai finally understood why Su Yuming had so resolutely rejected Lin Feng's challenge the previous day. Such a wager, risking one's happiness, was indeed not worth it. Lin Bai furrowed his brow, deep in thought, while Lin Feng shook his head, his expression one of profound disappointment. Students from Jiangxing University. While your grades are commendable, you lack intellect. It is truly disheartening. Very well, I shall seek out other institutions instead. With that, Lin Feng turned to leave. At that moment, Lin Bai's voice rang out, wait. Lin Feng halted, turning back to face him. Lin Bai sat calmly in his chair, gazing steadily at him. Firstly, our team will not disband. Secondly, if you wish to compete, that is acceptable, but the stakes must be adjusted. 50,000 in rewards, the winner takes all. And the loser disbands their team. If that is agreeable, we shall proceed with the match. Upon hearing this, Feng Dawei grew anxious, subtly nudging Lin Bai, who remained unfazed. His eyes fixated on Lin Feng. Surprised by Lin Bai's willingness to accept the challenge, curiosity sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. Do you have the final say in this matter? He retorted, recalling his earlier declaration of being the investor and major shareholder of their academy's team. Do you truly believe you hold the authority? Lin Bai signaled to Feng Dawei. Lin Feng smacked his lips, a clear challenge gleaming in his gaze. Fine. I relish this spirit. I accept the wager. When shall we compete? Lin Bai pondered briefly. Tomorrow is Monday, and we have classes. Next Saturday, at 2 in the afternoon. Best of 5. Excellent. I accept. I hope you will not disappoint me. With that, Lin Feng exited with an air of confidence. Lin boss, why put yourself through this? Our team's strength is simply not on par with Songlong team, Feng Dawei remarked. As Lin Bai turned to him, their eyes met, and Feng Dawei instinctively fell silent. Swallowing hard. If we lack confidence in ourselves, how can we expect others to take us seriously? Especially in the realm of competitive gaming, strength is the foundation of everything. Feng Dawei nodded awkwardly, refraining from further discussion with Lin Bai. The sound of the door opening announced Su Yuming's arrival. Spotting Lin Bai and Feng Dawei, she approached them. What brings you here? She began, only to catch herself, nearly forgetting Lin Bai's current status. Lin Bai rose. I reviewed the team names you sent me last night, and none are suitable. Henceforth, our team shall be named Changing Team. Changing Team? Feng Dawei questioned. Su Yuming, however, quickly grasped Lin Bai's intent and nodded slightly. That works. Lin Bai continued. Furthermore, Lin Feng just left. I have arranged a match against him next Saturday, with 50,000 in rewards. The victor takes all, and the loser disbands their team. What? You? On what basis do you make such a decision? Su Yuming exclaimed, taken aback. Lin Bai turned to her. He came to our territory to provoke us. How long do you plan to hide? Su Yuming opened her mouth to respond, but fell silent, considering an important issue. But our team currently lacks sufficient members. Lin Bai was already prepared for this, knowing she referred to Li Yi, who had departed yesterday. You need not worry about that. I know an exceptional player, and I will ensure he joins our team. As Lin Bai paced the room, the scattered drink bottles and uneaten food containers bore witness to their team's dire circumstances. Do you have time? Lin Bai asked Su Yuming. She hesitated before replying. Yes. What do you need? Come with me to shop for some essential supplies. Huh. Lin Bai then turned to Feng Dawei. Notify the team members to gather here at 1 o'clock for a cleanup. Additionally, find someone to create a logo and sign for changing team. I see a relevant studio nearby that we can approach. After issuing these instructions, Lin Bai looked at Su Yuming. Let us go. As they boarded the Mercedes GLE, Su Yuming realized for the first time just how little she knew about this somewhat domineering junior. Lin Bai disregarded her thoughts as he drove out of the school, heading directly to the nearest shopping mall. Li Runin had been cooped up in her dormitory for days, relying on her roommates to bring her meals. Many times, she had drafted messages but lacked the courage to send them. Reason dictated that she maintain her distance from Lin Bai, avoiding any further contact. Yet, her emotions plagued her, leading her into deep internal conflict, tears streaming down her face. "Oh my Runin, who is that boy? Tell me, and I will help you teach him a lesson," her roommates exclaimed, each expressing their sympathy for her plight. Li Runin wiped her tears vigorously, rising from her bed, her eyes visibly swollen. "Do you really want to know?" The two roommates nodded eagerly. "Tell us. We promised to make him pay." Taking a deep breath, Li Runin confessed, "It's Lin Bai." Around 3 in the afternoon, Lin Bai and Su Yuming returned to the entrepreneurial park, followed by a delivery truck. "Right here, driver." The two movers worked together to carry in the newly purchased double-door refrigerator into room 108. Aside from Feng Dawei, the other two team members were already present. The office had been cleaned, looking significantly better. Once the refrigerator was placed in its designated spot, Su Yuming paid the delivery fee, and the movers departed. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Luo Jian, a jungler currently ranked Diamond 1. Su Qiao, our support, ranked Diamond 3. Feng Dawei you already know. These are the current members of our team." Su Yuming briefly introduced the members, noting that the mid-lane position was vacant following Li Ye's departure the previous day. Lin Bai shook hands with each member, making their acquaintance. "This is Lin Bai, our team's investor and major shareholder." Upon hearing Su Yuming's introduction, Su Qiao paused. "Is he the Lin Bai who recently gained fame on the forums?" Lin Bai awkwardly rubbed his nose, while Su Yuming smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Wow. I never expected to meet you in person. You look just like your photos. I'm your fan, Bai Gu." "Me too. Bai Gu is amazing." Faced with Su Qiao and Luo Jian's enthusiastic reception, Lin Bai felt somewhat flustered. "All right, everyone, please settle down. Let us have a brief meeting." Su Yuming swiftly intervened as the five gathered for the inaugural meeting of Changing Team Club. "I assume everyone is aware of our upcoming match against Songlong Team next week. Do you all have confidence?" Lin Bai initiated the discussion. At his words, Feng Dawei, Su Qiao, and Luo Jian exchanged glances, none speaking up. The silence spoke volumes. And Lin Bai was not surprised by their lack of confidence. He continued, "I understand your reservations. Given that we are currently short a member, I have a suitable candidate on the way. They should arrive shortly." As if on cue, there was a knock at the door. "Speak of the devil," Lin Bai remarked. Feng Dawei opened the door to reveal Li Yu peering in. Upon spotting Lin Bai, her face lit up with joy as she hurried inside. "Bai Gu, you wanted to see me?" Lin Bai gestured to the empty seat beside him, and Li Yu took a seat. "This is the new member I mentioned, Li Yu, who will fill the mid-lane position and fight alongside us." The others turned to Li Yu, who was somewhat bewildered, glancing at Lin Bai. Bai Gu, what is going on?" Lin Bai replied, "I invested in Su Yuming's team, now named Changing Team, and we will compete against Songlong Team next Saturday. We just happen to need someone for the mid lane." "You invested in Meng Jia's team?" Li Yu's voice rose in surprise. The next moment, she stood up, beaming, and shook hands with the others. "Hello, I'm Li Yu. It's a pleasure to meet you all." Just as Li Yu settled back into her seat, Su Qiao suddenly inquired, "What is your rank?" His tone suggested concern about Li Yu's capabilities and the potential for her to be a liability. Li Yu and Lin Bai exchanged a knowing smile, prompting Lin Bai to take the initiative to speak. Li Yu, a dual king in both the national and Korean servers, with a score of 1,000. "What?" Feng Dawei and Luo Jian immediately stood up, their faces a mask of disbelief. Even Su Yuming widened her small mouth, looking at Li Yu with astonishment. Li Yu offered a gentle smile, pulled out his phone, and logged into his gaming account, showcasing the main page to the others. The ownership of a gaming account is indisputable, and as they gazed upon the conspicuous Golden King badge on Li Yu's account, they were compelled to accept this delightful reality. "Now, do you all feel confident about next weekend's competition?" Lin Bai inquired once more. "Absolutely. With Li Yu, the king, leading us, we will undoubtedly leave them in the dust," Luo Jian declared, gesturing grandly, brimming with enthusiasm. Lin Bai regarded him, acknowledging that confidence is commendable, but this game requires a unified team of 5. Thus, for the next few days, after school, you must engage in 3 hours of training matches to familiarize yourselves with each other. The group nodded in agreement. "We also need a substitute," Su Yuming interjected. Lin Bai turned, surprised. "A substitute? Is that really necessary?" Su Yuming nodded. "It is essential. With just the 5 of us, if someone falls ill or faces an emergency, we need a backup. Lin Bai considered this and replied, all right, I shall be the substitute, just in case. The remaining 5 turned to Lin Bai in unison. You? Lin Bai looked innocent. Why not? Is that a problem? May I ask, what rank do you hold by Go? Luo Jian cautiously ventured. Lin Bai pondered, recalling that he had just acquired an S-level gaming talent the previous day while assisting Zhao Fangting, and had not yet had the chance to play on his own account. If his memory served him right, he believed it to be Bronze 3, with no other options available. So Yuming had no choice but to include Lin Bai on the substitute list, where the designation of Bronze 3 seemed rather out of place. Once the meeting concluded, they immediately immersed themselves in training, adding each other as gaming friends and commencing matchmaking. Lin Bai stood behind them, observing. Previously, he could not discern who was strong and who was weak, but now, with the endorsement of his S-level gaming talent, the differences were stark. Li Yu's prowess was unparalleled, exhibiting exceptional growth capabilities, with nearly all the momentum initiated by him. In contrast, Su Yuming played somewhat conservatively, perhaps due to her being a girl. Luo Jian and Su Qiao played in a conventional manner, occasionally faltering, yet Li Yu was quick to mitigate any losses. Brother, how should one interpret this S-level gaming talent? Who is stronger compared to Li Yu? Beep. The S-level gaming talent is akin to the elite among professional players, similar to the renowned Wu Ji and Fei Ku. Li Yu's strength is that of a king. Being a king is merely the threshold to professionalism. Summary: King professional S-level gaming talent. Lin Bai's understanding deepened. Anyone familiar with the game League of Legends would undoubtedly recognize Wu Ji and Fei Ku. They are at the pinnacle of the game, the zenith of human skill. The 5 matched for 2 games, winning one and losing the other. After the second loss, Lin Bai called for a halt and gathered everyone together. What are your impressions from the 2 games? The group exchanged glances, and Luo Jian was the first to speak. I feel a bit out of sync with Li Yu's rhythm. Su Qiao added, me too. Su Yuming frowned. I had issues in the second match. Only Li Yu remained silent, his expression void of emotion. Among those present, only Lin Bai could truly comprehend Li Yu's sentiments. The anguish of being misunderstood is profound. Lin Bai patted Li Yu's shoulder. I need to share something with everyone. From this point forward, Li Yu will serve as the captain of the changing team, and the rest of you must unconditionally obey his commands. Is that clear? The group appeared somewhat taken aback, but soon accepted the decision. Xiaoming, could you step outside for a moment? As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Lin Bai and Su Yuming strolled leisurely side by side. Do you feel it's unfair? Lin Bai initiated. Su Yuming, understanding his implication, gently shook her head. Not at all. The position of captain should rightfully belong to the capable. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Really? Do you think I am petty? Being a captain is quite the burden. Lin Bai internally chastised himself for worrying unnecessarily. That's good. Everything is for the sake of winning the competition. You all will continue training. I shall take my leave now. Okay. They exchanged no further words, parting ways. With Su Yuming returning to the entrepreneurship park and Lin Bai heading back to his dormitory. Brother, have you not completed the main quest to win Su Yuming's favor? Lin Bai pondered aloud on his way back, as he anticipated that given his efforts, Su Yuming should have developed some affection for him. However, beep. No. The system's response was succinct, leaving Lin Bai somewhat exasperated. This senior sister is rather challenging. Upon returning to his dorm, Lin Bai first glanced at the closing stock prices, which were quite favorable, having finally surpassed the 4 yuan mark and rising to 4.21 yuan. Satisfied, he washed up and went to bed. Monday arrived. In the morning, Lin Bai and his 3 roommates attended class as usual. Upon entering the classroom, Lin Bai inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Following the source of this sensation, he spotted the female class monitor, Chao Ying, leading several girls, all regarding him with a predatory gaze. Lin Bai involuntarily shuddered, hastening to the back row and taking a seat, extracting his book and focusing intently, attempting to ignore everything else. The class proceeded smoothly as always. After the first period, Lin Bai prepared to transition to the next classroom, gathering his books. When Chao Ying approached him, wait a moment, Lin Bai. Chapter 49, The Campus Flower and the School Bell. Lin Bai looked up to find Chao Ying standing with 3 or 4 female classmates, all eyeing him with hostility. Lin Bai's throat tightened. Do you need something? Chao Ying's gaze fell upon Zhao Fangting and the others waiting for Lin Bai. You all can leave. I need to discuss something private with Lin Bai. The murderous intent emanating from Chao Ying was unmistakable, and the 3 exchanged glances before fleeing in haste. As they watched the 3 depart, Lin Bai silently greeted them in his mind. Most of the other classmates had vacated the room, and Chao Ying took a step closer. Lin Bai, are you even a man? Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Li Runin, who had her back turned to him, and guessed the situation. Class monitor. I am a bit confused. Don't play dumb with me, Lin Bai. Runin is an innocent girl. If you've compromised her, you must take responsibility. Or else what? Lin Bai found it amusing. Xiaoying was at a loss for words. In truth, she understood that matters of the heart cannot be forced. If Lin Bai truly did not wish to take responsibility, no amount of persuasion would be effective. Class monitor, my encounter with Runin was purely accidental. You know I have a girlfriend. It's not that I don't want to take responsibility, but rather that I cannot. I apologize, class monitor, but class is about to begin. With that, Lin Bai turned and left, offering Chao Ying and the others no chance to respond. As he passed by Li Runin, Lin Bai halted, looking at her. Runin, I owe you more than just responsibility. Whatever else you desire, I will do my utmost to provide it. I truly apologize. With that, Lin Bai departed. And as he neared the classroom door, a frantic scream from Li Runin echoed behind him. I hate you, Lin Bai. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not turn back, resolutely walking away. Upon arriving at the next classroom, feeling rather displeased, Lin Bai approached class monitor Wang Peichuan. Under Wang Peichuan's astonished gaze, Lin Bai grasped his collar and yanked him forward. The other classmates gasped in shock, and Zhao Fangting, Chen Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin quickly rushed over. What happened, Bai Ge? Lin Bai remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed on Wang Peichuan. Wang Peichuan's head was still bandaged from an injury. Due to his guilty conscience, Wang Peichuan dared not meet Lin Bai's gaze, his eyes darting nervously. Lin Bai, this is the classroom. The teacher will be here soon. Please, don't act impulsively. Zhao Fangting and the other two remained silent, having shared a dormitory. They understood Lin Bai well enough to know he wouldn't act without reason. Thus, Chen Zhe pointed at Wang Peichuan and sternly rebuked. What the hell have you done? Wang Peichuan forced a smile, and just then, Chao Ying, accompanied by Li Runin and several other girls, entered the room. Upon seeing the situation with Lin Bai, Chao Ying frowned and approached. What are you doing? Li Runin, with vacant eyes, glanced at the group and took a seat. As if everything happening had no bearing on her. Lin Bai recognized that he couldn't do anything further to Wang Peichuan here, so he ultimately released him. Wang Peichuan, I will not let this matter rest. You better remember that. After delivering this harsh warning, Lin Bai returned to his seat, his mind swirling with complex emotions as the class commenced. With Wang Peichuan's back turned to him, Lin Bai was completely unaware of the venomous glare Wang Peichuan cast at that moment. The morning classes concluded in a distracted haze. In the East District cafeteria, what's wrong? Lin Bai? Qin Ruowei noticed Lin Bai's distracted demeanor and inquired with concern. Lin Bai shook his head. I'm fine. I didn't rest well last night and am a bit out of it. Qin Ruowei, perceptive as ever, helped Lin Bai by serving him some dishes without further thought. After the day's classes ended, Lin Bai returned to the dormitory, dropped off his belongings, and headed to the entrepreneurship park with Qin Ruowei. With the upcoming competition against the Songlong team just days away, Lin Bai needed to keep a close eye on the training of the Changjing team. This would be their first competition, and last year's South third-place finish in the University City Championship would serve as a stepping stone. Arriving at Office 108 of the Entrepreneurship Park, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei heard a cacophony of excited cheers before they even approached. Upon opening the door, the sounds became even clearer. Nice, nice, another round, another round. Su Qiao's voice strained with enthusiasm, his face flushed from excitement. Qin Ruowei looked somewhat taken aback, her gaze immediately landing on Su Yuming, the campus beauty. As two women of striking beauty, a strong sense of rivalry instinctively arose within Qin Ruowei, prompting her to subconsciously tighten her grip on Lin Bai's arm. Timing is everything. It seems I arrived just at the right moment, Lin Bai teased. As the five concluded their match, Liu unscrewed a can of Red Bull and gulped down several swigs. Su Qiao, Luo Jian, and Fang Dawei stared at Qin Ruowei with unabashed admiration. Bro Bai, who is this? Let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Qin Ruowei. The beauty of our foreign languages department, haha. Qin Ruowei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully swatted Lin Bai. Su Yuming also scrutinized Qin Ruowei, sensing the hostility emanating from her. Much like the proverbial two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, Lin Bai had no ulterior motives. He merely wanted to observe the training and ensure no one was slacking off, while also allowing Qin Ruowei to see what he was engaged in, to ease her worries. I'm just here to wander around. Continue with your activities, and if you need anything, just let Xiaoming know. It's much more comfortable now than before, haha. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Bai turned to leave with Qin Ruowei. Wow, Bro Bai, your girlfriend is incredible. TSK, being wealthy has its perks. Who can deny that? Just look at her figure and her face. Do you think I'm invisible? Su Yuming's cold voice interjected. Su Qiao and Luo Jian quickly shrank back, hastily silencing themselves. Sister Ming, while Ruowei is beautiful, she still pales in comparison to you. After all, you are the campus beauty. It would be better if you smiled more often, Liu chuckled nervously. Su Yuming turned her head, casting a stern glare at Liu. He quickly fell silent. Raising his hands, I won't say anything more. Just let it go. Let us move on. On the Central District playground, Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei strolled hand in hand, meandering aimlessly as the warm night breeze enveloped them, creating a delightful atmosphere. The playground was bustling with students engaged in various activities, dating, jogging, playing basketball, and singing, all radiating youthful exuberance. Darling, do you know that Su Yuming is our school's campus beauty? Qin Ruwei suddenly broke the silence. Lin Bai, fully aware of her concerns, tightened his grip. I know. To me, you are the most beautiful. No one can replace you. Sweet words at the right moment were a lesson imparted by the system. Upon hearing Lin Bai's words, Qin Ruwei's expression brightened, the lingering gloom dissipating from her features. At least you understand, she said playfully. Lin Bai, at a loss for words, was about to tease her by tapping her nose when his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Lu Xiaobin. What is going on? Chapter 50. This Lin Bai is a clever man. Bro Bai, where are you? Hurry back. The student council is causing trouble in our dorm. After hearing this, Lin Bai's brow furrowed, confusion evident in his eyes. All right, I'll return immediately. After hanging up, Lin Bai glanced at Qin Ruwei, who had already taken his hand, leading him back toward the dormitory. A few minutes later, upon arriving back at the dorm, he could hear the sounds of an escalating argument. In the third-floor corridor, students from various dorms had gathered at the door, all eyes fixed on room 306. Lin Bai hastily made his way through the crowd and reached his dormitory's entrance. Shut up. I'll kill you. Inside the dormitory, Chunja was evidently furious, having reached his limit. As he raised his fist to strike a bespectacled classmate in front of him, gasps of shock echoed from the crowd. And just as the fist was about to land on the other's face, a large hand firmly grasped it. Chunja looked up to see Lin Bai observing him with a calm expression, gently shaking his head. Bro Bai, you're finally back. Zhao Fengting and Lu Xiaobin rushed forward, both wearing troubled expressions. What is happening? Lin Bai inquired in a low voice. Zhao Fengting stepped forward, pointing at the 3 members of the student council at the door. They're bullying us. They claim we're using forbidden electrical appliances and even found cigarette butts, saying they're ours. They want to cut off our power. Lin Bai frowned. He knew that none of the 4 in their dorm smoked. Furthermore, as for the so-called forbidden appliances, they didn't even have a hairdryer. So where could these alleged appliances be? Turning to the student council members, Lin Bai noticed the leader raising his hand, revealing a cigarette butt. You must be the dorm leader, right? This was found in your dormitory. The regulations clearly state that smoking is prohibited. I believe you are aware of this. Lin Bai's gaze lingered on the cigarette, but in the other's hand for a moment. And what about the forbidden appliances? The student council member pointed to Zhao Fengting's desktop computer. See, I'm not saying you shouldn't act like a student. You're only freshmen. And it's crucial to utilize your time wisely rather than waste it on gaming. The boy stood on a moral high ground, exuding an air of superiority typical of a student council member, a figure that many students despised. How dare you? What is wrong with playing games? Why does it concern you? The regulations didn't state that we can't use desktop computers. Zhao Fengting was infuriated. The boy sneered, rules are rules, and they are established by our student council. Lin Bai intercepted Zhao Fengting, who was on the verge of exploding. At this point, he could ascertain that the other party was deliberately seeking trouble, likely under someone else's instigation. However, Lin Bai was still uncertain about the identity of the instigator, Zhao Sun, Yuan Fengkai, or Wang Peichuan. How long will the power be cut off? Lin Bai refrained from arguing and instead asked a critical question. According to the rules, the power will be cut for 3 days as punishment. 3 days? Damn it. Chunja was seething with rage, swearing incessantly. Lin Bai raised his hand and looked at the boy. We accept the punishment. You may leave now. Bro Bai, Zhao Fengting, Lu Xiaobin, and Chunja spoke in unison. Their faces a canvas of confusion. The boy raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Bai's willingness to engage, his disbelief palpable. Are you implying that you acknowledge your dormitory's violations? If so, we can reduce the 3-day punishment to just 1. Lin Bai cast a cold gaze at his interlocutor, fully aware of the underlying implications, and stepped forward slightly. Listen carefully. We will never concede to the fabricated charges imposed upon us. You know the true circumstances better than anyone else. 3 days it is, and remember, I will uncover the truth behind this matter. In that moment, the boy felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him. He swallowed hard and quickly jotted down notes in his booklet. Very well, since there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. I hope your dormitory takes this as a warning. The student council is only acting in the interest of... Get lost. Lin Bai shouted furiously. The boy flinched, shot a furious glare at Lin Bai, and departed with his companions from room 306. Lin Bai shut the dormitory door, and at that instant, the power went out, plunging the room into darkness. Brother Bai, Zhao Fengting's voice was fraught with sorrow and grievance. Lin Bai, seated in the dark, reflected, I understand your feelings of injustice. When accusations are baseless, it is easy to lash out, but such actions could lead to graver consequences for us, including disciplinary records that could shadow our futures. Perhaps that is precisely what the puppet master behind this wants to see. The puppet master? Brother Bai, are you suggesting? Indeed, the student council would not arbitrarily investigate our dormitory and tarnish our reputation without someone pulling the strings. Lin Bai's words jolted his 3 roommates awake. Bang! Chunja slammed his fist onto the bed frame. I will find that scoundrel and make him pay. Lu Xiaobin, a touch more composed, inquired, who could it be? Who possesses such influence over the student council? Lu Xiaobin's question mirrored Lin Bai's own contemplation. After a moment of thought, he asked, do you know who the president of the student council at the Foreign Languages College is? I believe it's Zhou Tong, a senior, Zhao Fangting replied. All right. Everyone get some rest. I will investigate this matter thoroughly and provide my brothers with answers. Please grant me some time. No worries, Brother Bai. Just let us know if you need anything. In the obscurity of the dormitory, the faces of the others were unseen, their voices the only connection. Lin Bai climbed into bed, noticing his phone had 33 battery left. After responding to Qin Ruawei's concerned messages, he checked the stock trading app to see today's closing prices. The results were quite promising, with a notable increase, bringing the closing price to 498, nearing the $5 threshold. Satisfied, he set his phone aside and began doing sit-ups. Meanwhile, at a barbecue restaurant outside the campus, in a private booth on the 2nd floor, only 2 individuals occupied the space. One was Lin Bai's class monitor, Wang Peichuan. The other, clad in a pristine light blue shirt, his meticulously styled hair parted at an angle, donned glasses, and wore a faint smile as he spoke on the phone. The table was laden with typical barbecue fare and chilled beer. I understand. Keep an eye on them. Wang Peichuan concluded the call and hurriedly filled the man's beer glass. How's it going, Tingu? From Wang Peichuan's address, it was evident that this gentleman was Zhou Tong, the president of the Foreign Languages College Student Council. Lin Bai is astute enough not to fall into any traps. Zhou Tang's mere utterance caused Wang Peichuan's smile to vanish instantly. Tingu, Zhou Tong raised a hand. No need to rush. As long as he remains at the Foreign Languages College and Jiangxing University, he cannot escape my grasp. Upon hearing this, a smile returned to Wang Peichuan's face. Right. Tingu is correct. I was too hasty. How could Lin Bai compare to you? Allow me to toast to you. Tingu. Chapter 51. Move past your brother Bai. The two raised their glasses and drank heartily, prompting Zhou Tong to recall something. And what about your end? Don't forget your promise to me. Wiping his mouth, Wang Peichuan chuckled. Rest assured. Tingu, Li Runin won't escape. I have my eyes on her. And I guarantee she'll be mine within a month. No, within a week. Haha, splendid. As you know, I am in my senior year and must begin transitioning to work. Responsibilities at the university will gradually hand over. If you can truly help me win over Li Runin, I will recommend you for the next presidency of the student council. Is that true? I am incredibly grateful. Tingu. Thank you. I toast to you. This drink is on me. Feel free. The next day, Tuesday, Lin Bai had no classes in the morning and, due to his phone dying, made his way to the dining hall in the East District to recharge it. Luo Ge chatted idly with the female owner of the adjacent store, and a new part-time girl arrived at the Honey Snow Ice City. A charming girl with a fair complexion. Once his phone was charged, he opened it to find a plethora of messages from WeChat and QQ, which he responded to one by one. Lin Bai noticed a message from Li Runin and clicked to open it. Lin Bai, I will ask you one last time. Do you truly want me? Upon reading the message, Lin Bai shook his head in exasperation, wishing he could be an ancient feudal landlord, legally marrying multiple wives. However, in the present day, he reconsidered. With that in mind, Lin Bai began composing a reply. I am sorry, Runin, but I... Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest details. Fair distribution. Win over Li Runin for the second time. Quest reward. 51 shares of Zuinha Industrial Company, Limited. Quest failure penalty. Death. Countdown. 23:59, 59. What? Damn. Lin Bai exclaimed, startling the nearby part-time girl, who dropped her phone in surprise. My apologies, my apologies. Lin Bai quickly apologized and sat back down. Is this a prank? You know I am currently. Beep. Please do not doubt this system. Lin Bai, it is not that I doubt you. It is that I... What about Qin Ruawei? You know she is sincere towards me. I cannot betray her. The last incident could be deemed an accident, but this time, you cannot compel me to act against my conscience. Beep. Reminder to the host. You must change your mindset. A man must love widely. You will not only have Qin Ruawei as your partner, nor will you only have her and Li Runin. Beep. Additionally, the host must understand that a man's love differs from a woman's. Being with Li Runin does not diminish your feelings for Qin Ruawei. Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words in response to the system's assertions, left with no choice but to accept passively. Watching the countdown dwindle, He rubbed his face in despair and exhaled deeply, erasing the message he had just composed. Only 24 hours remained, a single day. He had no classes in the morning, a class in the afternoon, and his evening was free. But what about Qin? Never mind. He would come up with some excuse to manage it. With this thought, Lin Bai took out his phone, navigated to Li Runan's chat, and began typing. Meet me at the school S South Gate at 6:30 p.m. After sending the message, Lin Bai felt utterly drained, as if all his energy had been siphoned away. Ding. His phone pinged with Li Runan's reply. What do you mean? Have you agreed? Speak clearly. What does this mean? I have plans tonight. Can we change the time? All right. I will be there on time. At noon, Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei had lunch together in the dining hall, where Fu Rao and Chun Zhe were also present. Lin Bai cast a curious glance at the two. You too. Chun Zhe grinned innocently. Brother Bai, don't look at me like that. Fu Rao, casual and carefree, slipped his arm around Chun Zhe's. Indeed, we are together now. So what? Is it only permissible for you to flaunt your affection while we cannot share our happiness? Lin Bai was speechless and gave Chun Zhe a thumbs up in high praise. It is indeed necessary to express gratitude to Bai Gu. Had he not introduced me to Xiao Rao, our paths would never have crossed. We should invite Bai Gu to dinner another day. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively, stating that the master leads one to the door. But the journey of cultivation is personal and ultimately relies on oneself, which is quite commendable. By the way, Fu Rao, the reason for bringing you here is to inquire about someone. Are you familiar with Zhou? While Fu Rao was dining, she raised an eyebrow at this question, acknowledging, yes. He is the president of the student union at the Foreign Languages College. Is this regarding the dormitory inspection? It was unsurprising that Fu Rao was aware of this matter. Chun Zhe must have informed her. Lin Bai nodded. I would like to meet Zhou Tong. That's quite manageable. But Zhou Tong is currently job hunting and is rarely on campus, she replied. Job hunting? Lin Bai echoed in surprise. Yes, Zhou Tong is already in his 4th year. It is time for him to start looking for a job. He could either pursue graduate studies or take civil service examinations. As the president of the student union, Zhou Tong possesses advantages in job searching. I have heard that he has already received an offer from Zunhe Industrial, though I cannot verify its authenticity. At this, Fu Rao's words caused Lin Bai to choke, nearly spitting food on Chun Zhe, who sat across from him. Qin Ruwei handed Lin Bai a tissue, asking, what happened? Did you choke? Lin Bai took the tissue, waved his hand, and looked at Fu Rao with a serious expression. What company did you just mention? Please repeat that. Zunhe Industrial, Zunhe Shirya Company, Limited, a prominent company well known in Jiangxing, which recruits annually from major universities here, she explained. Moreover, I have heard that the recruitment criteria of Zunhe Industrial are particularly stringent, with only 10 slots available for top universities. Jiangxing University has merely 3 openings. It was the first time Lin Bai, Qin Ruwei, and Chun Zhe heard of Zunhe Industrial, and upon learning about the scarcity of available positions, both Qin Ruwei and Chun Zhe displayed expressions of astonishment. Only Lin Bai appeared utterly bewildered. Henggu, the reward for that task you mentioned earlier, it is Zunhe Industrial. Isn't it? Beep. Correct. Lin Bai stroked his head, at that moment realizing the substantial reward of this side mission. Shares in Zunhe Industrial, 51 shares. This meant he would be the actual controlling shareholder, the largest stakeholder, and the chairman. He, a freshman, and yet he was the chairman of Zunhe Industrial Company, Limited? Lin Bai, it is not my intention to discourage you, but Zhou Tong is very shrewd. He has spent 4 years in school, while you are merely a freshman. His network is far more intricate than you can imagine. As Lin Bai pondered, Fu Rao's voice interrupted his thoughts. Are you suggesting we simply swallow our frustrations? Chun Zhe frowned, his expression displeased. That is not my intention. I mean to say that currently, you cannot compete with him. What are you thinking? In conclusion, Fu Rao lightly punched Chun Zhe in exasperation. Chun Zhe turned to Lin Bai. What do you think, Bai Ge? I will follow your lead. Seeing this, Fu Rao grew even more frustrated. Picking up her tray, you go with your Bai Ge then. Humph. With that, she stormed off in anger. Chapter 52, The Courteous Zhou Tong. Lin Bai initially anticipated that Chun Zhe would chase after her, but to his surprise, Chun Zhe remained still, staring intently at Lin Bai. Bai Ge, say something. Lin Bai patted Chun Zhe on the shoulder, gesturing towards the departing Fu Rao. Go after her. I assure you that we will not only not swallow our anger, but I also want Zhou Tong to come to us personally to apologize. Chun Zhe hesitated, and Lin Bai urged, hurry. Only then did Chun Zhe rise with his tray. All right, I trust you, Bai Ge. With that, he quickly jogged after Fu Rao. Qin Ruwei witnessed the entire exchange and chuckled. You possess quite a charm. Chun Zhe is utterly devoted to you. Lin Bai was speechless and recalling something. He shifted the topic. Ruwei, I have some matters to attend to this evening. You should have dinner alone and rest early. What are you up to? Just stepping out. I will tell you the details once I am done, all right? Qin Ruwei pursed her lips. Very well then. In the afternoon, After concluding a day of classes, Lin Bai entrusted his backpack to his roommate to take back to the dormitory. As he exited the classroom, he instinctively glanced at Li Runin, and by chance, he spotted Wang Peichuan speaking to her. Lin Bai paid it no mind, leaving the classroom and heading to the East District cafeteria before driving to the South Gate. Arriving at the designated meeting place close to 6:30 p.m., Lin Bai parked his car and scanned the area, failing to spot Li Runin. Without much thought, he waited in his vehicle. As the minutes ticked by 6:50 p.m., Lin Bai sensed something amiss and pulled out his phone to call Li Runin. "Hello, Lin Bai. I'm sorry. I'll be there shortly," came her anxious voice from the other end. However, before she could finish, another familiar voice interrupted. "Yes, here. Runin, just hang up. Hey, don't. Give me my phone back." Watching the call disconnect, Lin Bai felt a surge of irritation. Wang Peichuan again. His grip on the phone tightened unconsciously. This Wang Peichuan had little ability, but was always a nuisance. Lin Bai realized he had not taught him a proper lesson. He dialed again, but this time his call was immediately rejected. Knowing it was Wang Peichuan who hung up, Lin Bai pondered for a moment before dialing Chao Ying's number. "Hello, speak your mind." The connection was established, but Chao Ying's tone was unfriendly, evidently still vexed over Li Runin's situation. "Do you know where Wang Peichuan is?" Without time for explanations, Lin Bai inquired directly. After a brief silence, Chao Ying asked, "Why do you want to know? Just answer my question. No need for unnecessary chatter." Lin Bai's frustration escalated, his tone sharpening. After another pause, Chao Ying replied, "During class this afternoon, I overheard him talking about Xiao Lu's barbecue. I don't know more." Lin Bai did not listen further and hung up, quickly inputting Xiao Lu barbecue into the navigation before swiftly turning the car around, merging into traffic. Meanwhile, at Xiao Lu barbecue, in one of the private rooms on the second floor, Zhou Teng, dressed impeccably in a suit, occupied the main seat, with Wang Peichuan beside him and Li Runin across the table. "Give me back my phone." Li Runin extended her hand, her pretty face filled with intensity. Wang Peichuan shot her a glare. "Runin, do you understand who this is? Our student union president, Chairman Zhou. Shouldn't you be toasting him?" Li Runin's chest heaved violently as she abruptly stood, confronting Wang Peichuan. "I said, give me my phone." Wang Peichuan hid the phone behind him. "Runin, it's impolite to be on your phone in this setting, disrespectful to our guest. Surely you understand this?" As Li Runin opened her mouth to retort, Zhou Teng interjected. "Just give it to her, it's fine." With Zhou Teng's words, Wang Peichuan could hardly argue further and returned the phone to Li Runin. "I'm sorry, Tengu." This Zhou Teng raised a hand to silence him. Addressing Li Runin with a gentle smile, "I apologize, Li Runin. If you wish to blame someone, blame me. I asked him to bring you here, and the method may have upset you. I sincerely apologize." One must admit, Zhou Teng was quite adept after such a statement. Li Runin, who had initially been filled with rage, felt too embarrassed to express her anger. She fell silent and quickly sent a message to Lin Bai, sharing her location in the process. Wang Peichuan, witnessing the entire exchange, wore a look of concern as he glanced at Zhou Teng. "Tengu, Lin Bai might cause trouble." Zhou Teng waved his hand dismissively. "It's all right. Let us place our orders first. It seems like the young lady has matters to attend to, so we should finish our discussion quickly." Zhou Teng's strategy of retreating to advance proved effective, initially intending to leave. Li Runin felt too awkward to do so and had no choice but to sit down. Li Runin, a pure and innocent freshman, stood no chance against the cunning Zhou Teng in the realm of social interaction. Wang Peichuan smiled and nodded in agreement before hastily exiting to place an order. "What do you want from me?" Li Runin stated bluntly, her expression unamused. Zhou Teng offered a gentle smile, his demeanor warm. "I fear you may find this amusing, but today marks the 8th time I have encountered you." Li Runin raised an eyebrow, questioning his meaning. "I first saw you during orientation. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was love at first sight. You may not have noticed me from the car. Since then, I have observed you from a distance during your move-in and military training. I have been pondering how to formally introduce myself, but alas, it seems I startled you in the end. My sincerest apologies." Zhou Teng's words exuded a refined politeness, presenting himself as the epitome of a gentleman. Despite her heart being taken by Lin Bai, Li Runin could not summon any disdain for the young man before her. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Wang Peichuan entered, beaming with a broad smile. Zhou Teng's brow furrowed slightly. Wang Peichuan resumed his seat and began pouring wine for Zhou Teng, only to be halted. "No alcohol today. I must drive later." Wang Peichuan paused, understanding dawning on him as he met Zhou Teng's gaze. He stood up, stating, "I just remembered I have something to attend to. You two carry on. By the way, Runin, Teng has received an offer from Zuan Hashirya. His future is bright, so seize the opportunity." With a wink at Zhou Teng, Wang Peichuan exited the room. Now, only Zhou Teng and Li Runin remained. Li Runin glanced at her phone, noticing Lin Bai had yet to reply, causing her to feel somewhat distracted. She had just sent him an apology along with her precise location, asking him to come pick her up. Outside the room, Wang Peichuan retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, revealing a sly smile reminiscent of a cunning fox. Unexpectedly, as he inhaled, he felt a tightening around his neck, lifting him off the ground before he was forcefully slammed down. The sound of a thud echoed. Cough, cough. Wang Peichuan coughed, smoke escaping his mouth and eyes tearing up. The shattering of a glass bottle followed, accompanied by a sharp pain as his skin was cut. He dared not breathe, merely whispering to Lin Bai, "Please, don't be impulsive." Crimson blood trickled down from the broken bottle, while Lin Bai remained expressionless. "Where's Li Runin?" Wang Peichuan, trembling, pointed towards room 206. Without another word, Lin Bai discarded the shattered bottle and strode purposefully towards room 206. Behind him, Wang Peichuan hesitated for a moment, then turned and fled the scene. Inside room 206, the waiter had not yet delivered the food. Zhou Tong unlocked his phone, displaying his WeChat QR code before turning to face Li Runin. "I startled you today. Let us exchange contact information so I may make it up to you later." Li Runin frowned, about to respond when the door swung open. Upon seeing Lin Bai, her face instantly brightened as she hurried to him. "Lin," a sharp sound rang out. Li Runin, stunned, covered her face in disbelief, while Zhou Tong stood up. Frowning at Lin Bai ignored Zhou Tong, his gaze fixed on Li Runin. "This slap serves as a reminder for your lack of awareness." Li Runin was aware of her misstep, lowering her head innocently. "I didn't know. The class monitor said there were important documents that required my signature, so I came." Lin Bai did not linger on this matter, finally turning to Zhou Tong. Upon recognizing the unfamiliar face, Lin Bai frowned. "Who are you, sir?" Zhou Tong, familiar with Lin Bai, smiled softly. "Lin Bai, it is a pleasure to meet you in person. You are indeed as the rumors suggest, but girls are to be cherished, not struck." Lin Bai scoffed, but quickly inferred the situation. "You must be Zhou Tong?" Zhou Tong nodded. "Indeed." Lin Bai chuckled, surprised that their first encounter would unfold in such a manner. "Zhou Tong, you are soon to graduate. How could you stoop to bully a freshman?" Zhou Tong responded. "I apologize, Junior, but I will also be working in Jiangxing after graduation. That does not preclude me from seeking accountability for you striking my guest." "Accountability, you say?" Lin Bai retorted. In a swift motion, he pulled Li Runin into his embrace, kissing her passionately for several seconds before releasing her. The overwhelming intensity left Li Runin breathless. Burying her face against Lin Bai's chest, her cheeks flushed. "Is this satisfactory?" Zhou Tong's expression darkened, his brows furrowing, fists clenched tightly beneath the table, his nails nearly piercing his skin. "As far as I know, your girlfriend is named Qin Ruowei." "Indeed, she is not my girlfriend. At most, she is merely a mistress." "What of it?" Zhou Tong gritted his teeth, maintaining a facade of calm. "You possess quite the skills, Junior. I must learn from you." Lin Bai replied. "Just so you know, Zhou Tong, do not presume your underhanded schemes escape my notice. I will ensure you come to me on your knees begging for mercy. Remember my words." With that, Lin Bai gestured towards Zhou Tong, taking the dazed Li Runin by the hand as they exited the room. Zhou Tong made no attempt to stop them, watching as they left. 1 minute passed, then 2. The door to the room opened, and the waiter entered to serve the food. "Get out. Get out of here." Zhou Tong slammed his fist onto the table, his expression twisting into a terrifying grimace. Lin Bai drove Li Runin away, finally turning to her face, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. "Are you all right?" Li Runin shook her head. "I'm fine." Lin Bai opened his mouth, hesitating before driving aimlessly down the road. "Stay away from Wang Peichuan. He is not trustworthy. If he contacts you about anything, tell me first." On the way, Lin Bai cautioned Li Runin, who was too naive and easily manipulated. Li Runin remained silent, simply nodding in agreement. "Did you invite me out tonight for a specific purpose?" After a prolonged silence, she finally found the courage to ask. "I booked a hotel. We can discuss it there." "Ah, a hotel?" Li Runin's face instantly flushed. Lin Bai abruptly stopped the car at the roadside, turning to face her. "If you are uncomfortable, you can say so, and I will take you back to school immediately." Lin Bai fixed his gaze on Li Runin, appearing calm, yet internally anxious. If she truly wished to decline, he would not know how to respond. In that moment, he regretted his words. Fortunately, Li Runin did not reject him. With her head lowered, her chin nearly touching her chest, she nodded softly. "Let us go." Lin Bai sighed in relief, restarting the car and merging into traffic towards the hotel. Upon arrival, he checked in and led Li Runin into the elevator, heading straight for their room. As soon as they entered, before Li Runin could steady herself, Lin Bai fiercely embraced her, kissing her passionately. This overwhelming assertiveness left Li Runin feeling disoriented, yet strangely, she found no resistance in her heart. The warmth enveloped her, lifting the weight off her shoulders. An hour later, as the storm subsided, The hotel room was suffused with the intoxicating aroma of hormones and sweat. Lin Bai reclined on the sofa, his mind resonating with the voice of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the side quest. The rewards have been activated, and a representative will contact you tomorrow. Lin Bai exhaled deeply, finally having accomplished the task. With this, the individual surnamed Zhou. Lin Bai clenched his fists, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Observing the exhausted Li Runin sprawled on the ground, an idea struck him. He retrieved his phone, activated the recording feature, and set it up. Noticing Lin Bai's actions, Li Runin's lips quivered. What are you doing? Lin Bai positioned the phone, then returned to Li Runin, lifting her from the ground and tossing her onto the bed. What do you think? No, that's not allowed. Lin Bai ignored her, tugging at her hair from behind. Chapter 54. The Prosperity of the Family Quest. Much later, in the stillness of the night, the hotel room settled into tranquility. Li Runin nestled in Lin Bai's embrace, akin to a docile kitten, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Lin Bai, do you even like me a little? Lin Bai opened his mouth, instinctively about to deny it. However, gazing at Li Runin's obedient demeanor and feeling the softness of her skin, the words simply refused to escape his lips. Noticing his hesitation, Li Runin beamed with delight. No rejection means acceptance. I knew it, he. Lin Bai maintained a stoic expression, but he conceded, since you insist on knowing, I shall inform you. I will not be limited to just you and Qin Ruowei. You should mentally prepare for the possibility of a third, fourth, or even 10th woman. Li Runin's mouth fell open in disbelief. What do you mean, Lin Bai? You don't understand Mandarin? Currently, it's just you and Qin Ruowei, but in the future, there may be others. Li Runin's expression shifted to one of shock. Lin Bai continued, but I will take responsibility for what I must. I can fulfill any material needs you have. To be more specific, I can offer you 50,000 a month. That is my price. Smack. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Runin slapped him, the sound resonating loudly, though the impact was minor. You jerk. Do you think I am that kind of person? Do you think I'm after your money? Lin Bai turned his head, his gaze darkening. He spun back, grasping Li Runin's neck and leaning closer. This is the first and last time. If there is a next time, do as you please, but do not expect to have any connection with me again. With that, Lin Bai abruptly stood, began dressing, and prepared to leave. Seeing him about to depart, Li Runin panicked, wrapping her arms around him and halting his movements. I'm sorry. Lin Bai, don't go, please don't go. Lin Bai, at a loss for words, was about to push her away when the system's voice echoed in his mind once more. Ding. The system has detected that Li Runin is successfully pregnant. The quest, Prosperity of the Family, has been activated. Lin Bai's mind briefly blanked, unable to process the information, followed swiftly by the system's clarification. Ding. Quest details. For every woman you successfully impregnate, you will receive a pregnancy subsidy of 10 million. Upon the birth of a child, you will receive a nurturing subsidy of 30 million. Ding. The system confirms Li Runin's pregnancy. The pregnancy is valid, and a subsidy of 10 million has been issued. Please check your account. The series of system notifications left Lin Bai momentarily stunned. However, this stupor was quickly disrupted by the vibration of his phone. He hastily grabbed it to check. XX Bank. Your account ending in has received an income of 1,000,000,000 yuan. Current balance 1,003,076,700 yuan. Li Runin, positioned behind Lin Bai, inadvertently caught sight of the long string of numbers, her expression frozen in shock, her mouth agape. Lin Bai swallowed hard, silently seeking confirmation from the system. Hey, are you sure? A woman gets 10 million for becoming pregnant? 30 million for giving birth? Ding. This system never lies. With the confirmation received, Lin Bai finally believed it. He turned slowly to meet Li Runin's innocent, yet complex gaze. Ha ha ha, he exclaimed joyfully, lifting Li Runin in excitement and spinning her around. What are you doing? Put me down. After a while, Lin Bai finally calmed down, and Li Runin leaned back into his embrace, her eyes filled with complexity, lost in thought. Lin Bai, can you tell me what exactly you do? Lin Bai, of course, would not divulge the source of his wealth, even though he was currently the chairman of Zhuanhe Shiya. Thus, he replied, do not inquire about my business. What I say holds weight. You have the whole night to contemplate. This time, Li Runin became much more docile, lowering her head and refraining from further questions. Internally, however, a fierce battle raged within her. Li Runin, you have your dignity. You could not possibly be after his money. So what if he is wealthy? You like him for who he is and cannot share him with other women. Absolutely not. But he is indeed very wealthy. I have never seen so much money in my life. 50,000 a month amounts to 600,000 a year. Even if I study diligently and secure a good job after graduation, I would not earn that much. Lin Bai remained oblivious to Li Runin's thoughts and had no desire to know. Remembering something, he turned to her and said, by the way, There is something I feel compelled to tell you. Do you know why I have not used protection? Li Runan's face flushed suddenly. Why? Because I want you to become pregnant. Ah. Li Runan sat up, shocked. What nonsense are you spouting? We're only in our first year. How could I become pregnant? My parents would kill me. If you become pregnant, I will give you 1 million. Upon giving birth, I will grant you 3 million. Rest assured, I will ensure your studies and health during pregnancy are well managed, minimizing any potential disruptions. Lin Bai laid out his plan. Upon hearing his words, Li Runan's mouth fell open once more. The next moment, she abruptly began dressing. Take me back to school. Lin Bai did not object. It was clear that Li Runan had received an overwhelming amount of information that needed time to process. During the journey back, neither spoke as Li Runan stared out the window, her mind elsewhere. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the school. Once Lin Bai parked, they began walking towards the dormitory, just in time to reach the door before it locked. Lin Bai, I misjudged you. You are an unrepentant jerk, a complete scoundrel. Not far from the dormitory, Li Runan halted, cursed, and turned to run away. Lin Bai refrained from retorting. He was indeed a scoundrel, but he also provided much. A normal person would find it hard to resist such temptation. Upon returning to the dormitory, it was dimly lit. 3 roommates had bought candles, and under their flickering glow, Zhao Fangting and the others were gossiping about Zhou Tong. Upon seeing Lin Bai, Zhao Fangting waved him over. Just in time, Bai Gu. We just devised a plan to deal with that scoundrel Zhou Tong. Curious, Lin Bai approached. What plan? The 4 of them huddled together, and Zhao Fangting spoke first. I found out that Zhou Tong just received an offer from Zhuanhe Shiya. Lu Xiaoban added. I've looked into Zhuanhe Shiya. They are quite powerful and have extremely strict hiring criteria. Chunja interjected. Thus, we 3 have decided to write a complaint letter to Zhuanhe Shiya, exposing that bastard Zhou Tong. Let us get him fired. The 3 of them exchanged words, finally clarifying their plan. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai smiled silently and, under their expectant gazes, nodded emphatically. Indeed, I think it's a brilliant idea. Chapter 55, Personal Assistant by Kuei. Bang. It's settled. Let us go. Xiaoban, you handle writing the complaint. Absolutely. Lin Bai chuckled, removed his clothes, and turned to his bed. Before retiring for the night, Lin Bai glanced at the shares of Hua Xing Yunku and was taken aback by what he saw. The price of Hua Xing Yunku had surged from less than 5 yuan yesterday to a staggering 798 yuan within just 1 day. Lin Bai's initial thought was whether he should inject the 1 million provided by the system into the stock market. However, he quickly reconsidered. Even if he bought in at this price, the profits would be minimal. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, as he had numerous avenues for earning money and no longer relied on the unpredictable stock market. Such a dramatic increase in stock value naturally drew the attention of investors. Out of curiosity, Lin Bai opened the comments section for Hua Xing Yunku. It was a classic case of a fleeting rise, and caution was advised for those considering additional investments. A brief scan through the comments revealed a predominance of negative sentiment regarding the stock's future performance. Amused, Lin Bai shook his head, exited the trading app, and sent a message to Qin Ruowei. I'm back, darling. Ah, so early? Where have you been? I was handling some stock transfers, just finished. You haven't slept yet? The two engaged in conversation for about half an hour before Lin Bai turned off his phone and comfortably closed his eyes. Meanwhile, in phone Lin Xiaozhan, Qin Yang was lamenting while clutching his phone, repeatedly hitting his thigh in regret. If only he had listened to that obnoxious kid. The stock had risen from just over 3 yuan to nearly 8 yuan, turning an investment of 10,000 into a profit of 20 to 30,000. If only he had bought more initially. It was no wonder Qin Yang felt such remorse. Having perused the comments section as well, the overwhelmingly negative attitudes left him indecisive, ultimately leading him to choose to sell while he was still ahead. The following day, Lin Bai had only one class from 8:10 to 10:10. During class, Li Ruanan sat in her usual spot in the front row, while Lin Bai and his roommate occupied the last row. Wang Peichuan, sitting in the second row with a bandage around his neck, occasionally glanced back at Lin Bai with a look of trepidation. Li Ruanan appeared haggard, having not rested well the previous night, as she mulled over everything Lin Bai had said. Her pride and dignity made her realize that Lin Bai viewed her merely as a means of reproduction. She was not that desperate. Yet on the other hand, the prospect of 1 million for conceiving and 3 million upon delivery, in addition to a monthly allowance of 50,000, made her calculations quite enticing. If she were to bear Lin Bai's child and see it through, she could effortlessly earn 5 million. This figure filled her with self-loathing. The class concluded amidst the daydreams of many. The bell rang, prompting the teacher to be the first to leave, followed closely by Wang Peichuan, who hurried out. Lin Bai and his roommates typically left last. Once most others had departed, they rose to head downstairs. Lin Bai's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number, indicating it was local to Jiangcheng. He answered, "Hello? Greetings, Mr. Lin. May I ask if you are available? I am your personal assistant, Bai Kuwei." and I need you to sign a few documents in person. Please let me know your location, and I will come to you. Lin Bai suddenly recalled the system's instructions from the previous day and rubbed his forehead. You can come to the east gate of Jiangqing University. Jiangqing University? Very well, Mr. Lin. I will arrive in approximately half an hour. Please wait. After hanging up, Lin Bai handed his backpack to Chunjia, saying, I have something to attend to. I'll step out for a bit. With Bai Kuwei arriving in half an hour, Lin Bai took his time. First visiting the esports studio in the entrepreneurship park. With his funding, the studio had improved significantly, now much cleaner and stocked with a variety of drinks. Since classes were in session, the studio was empty at this hour. After a brief tour, Lin Bai made his way to the east gate of the university. Outside the east gate of Jiangqing University, Lin Bai stepped out and immediately spotted Bai Kuwei among the crowd. She was strikingly noticeable, both in attire and appearance, embodying a distinctive personal style that captivated not only Lin Bai, but also other passing students who cast admiring glances her way. Approaching her, Lin Bai noticed that she was gazing at the entrance, her expression tinged with a hint of nervousness as she occasionally wiped the perspiration from her forehead. Bai Kuwei? Lin Bai called softly. Turning at the sound, Bai Kuwei instinctively frowned upon seeing Lin Bai. Who are you? Lin Bai smiled. I am Lin Bai. We just spoke on the phone. Bai Kuwei appraised him from head to toe, her mouth agape in disbelief. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I didn't realize you were so young. She bowed slightly. Bai Kuwei appeared youthful, as if she had just graduated from university, her demeanor revealing the awkwardness and anxiety of a newcomer in the workforce. The navy uniform clung to her figure, accentuating her curves, and as she bent slightly, her fair skin became conspicuous, stirring the imagination. Lin Bai's thoughts momentarily wandered, and he noticed a number hovering above Bai Kuwei's head. 8. The same score as Qin Ruowei, a beauty worthy of being called the campus flower. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Bai. Did you drive? Let's discuss in the car. With so many students passing by, Lin Bai preferred to avoid any potential complications and took the initiative to suggest moving elsewhere. Yes, I drove. Please, this way. Bai Kuwei, holding documents in her left arm, gestured for him to follow and led the way. Lin Bai followed closely, observing this campus beauty serving as his personal assistant. Bai Kuwei had a commendable physique, slender where it mattered and fuller where appropriate, with no excess. The fitted skirt revealed her long, shapely legs, complemented by black high heels. Her attire was irresistibly appealing to the young university demographic, and Lin Bai was no exception. Bai Kuwei's car was parked not far away, a modest electric vehicle, quite suitable for a young woman. Once inside the back seat, the door closed, and the outside noise faded into silence. Bai Kuwei bit her lip, adjusted her disheveled hair, and her expression briefly showed a trace of discomfort. Mr. Lin, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Kuwei, a recent graduate from Jiangqing University of Finance and Economics, majoring in accounting. I just started working at Zunhe Industrial Company, Limited, as an intern assistant. I am very grateful for this opportunity you have provided. I will make sure to seize it and work diligently. Bai Kuwei quickly delivered her well-prepared introduction, lowering her head in anticipation of Lin Bai's instructions. Lin Bai was astonished, as was Bai Kuwei, who was even more taken aback. In her mind, the chairman of Zunhe Industrial would be a man in his 40s or 50s. She was unprepared for the sight of such a youthful, handsome young man. Chapter 56. There is something wrong with these chopsticks. The stark contrast overwhelmed Bai Kuwei, causing her heart to race. Lin Bai remained silent, engaged in a discussion with the system. Hey, did you arrange this? Beep. Yes, Bai Kuwei is a hidden gem. This system selected her as your personal assistant based on a comprehensive evaluation of her professionalism, appearance, and character. Lin Bai realized that the system's endorsement indicated that Bai Kuwei was indeed an exceptional individual. So, you're an intern, right? How long have you been with the company? Lin Bai inquired. To answer the boss, I just passed the final interview yesterday. Today is my first day. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow, noting the system's impressive efficiency. That's great. We're about the same age. I might even be a few years younger than you. Let's drop the formalities when we're off the clock. Just call me Lin Bai. Oh no, that is absolutely not acceptable, Mr. Lin. Bai Kuwei shook her head vigorously. Lin Bai touched his nose. Then how about this? Just call me Bai Gu. Bai Gu. That seems inappropriate. That's an order. Lin Bai feigned seriousness. All right then, Bai Gu it is. Seeing this, Lin Bai smiled with satisfaction and shifted the conversation. So what brings you here? Bai Kuwei awoke as if from a dream and hurriedly opened the folder in her hands. Mr. Lin, oh no, Bai Gu. The several equity transfer agreements you signed previously still require your signature, along with several major decisions the company has recently made, all of which also need your approval. Bai Kuwei meticulously organized the documents and presented them to Lin Bai with both hands. Gazing at the thick stack of materials before him, Lin Bai felt overwhelmed. So many? Until when must I sign these? Bai Kuei smiled helplessly. Bai Gu, these documents must be signed by you to take effect. Without your signature, the subsequent work cannot proceed. Reluctantly, Lin Bai accepted the pen and began signing one by one. After signing less than half, he set the pen down and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. In the future, you can sign these documents yourself. Only come to me for matters you cannot resolve. Bai Kuei's mouth fell open, her finger pointing at herself. Me? I can't do that, Bai Gu. That is absolutely out of the question. She was genuinely startled. In her imagination, merely passing the interview and entering Zunha Shiya was already a stroke of luck. Becoming the chairman's personal assistant was a dream she dared not even entertain. Now, the chairman was actually granting her signing authority. This was too monumental. Bai Kuei could hardly believe she wasn't dreaming. In truth, Lin Bai understood the considerable power that seemingly simple signing authority held. He was confident in Bai Kuei, backed by the system, which made him comfortable in trusting her with this responsibility. Let's finalize this. When you return, draft a contract for the chairman's signing authority, sign it yourself, and then bring it to me for my signature. Bai Gu this. Lin Bai raised his hand to interrupt her. Just like that. Also, I prefer not to let too many people know my identity, so next time you come to find me, you need not dress so formally. A more casual and natural style will suffice. Bai Kuei nodded. Okay, understood, Bai Gu. By the way, how is the company's current operational status? Besides me, how many shareholders are there? Bai Kuei had prepared for this last night and promptly began to report. The company's current operational status is good. Last year's net profit was 25.8 billion. Besides you, there are 4 shareholders. Xue Xiaoqing holds 25, Wang Chengren holds 10, Qin Yaning holds 9, and Wang Lei holds 5. Lin Bai nodded slightly. He possessed 51 of the shares, and these individuals collectively held 49. Oh, there's one more thing. Are you aware of the ongoing campus recruitment? Lin Bai recalled the matter at hand. Bai Kuei nodded. I am, Bai Gu. I entered through campus recruitment as well. And our school only had 3 spots, of which I was one. Bai Kuei's sudden playfulness took Lin Bai by surprise. Realizing she might have overstepped, she hurriedly lowered her head. I'm sorry, Bai Gu. No, this is quite nice. I like it. Maintain this style, be more genuine. Jiangqing University also has 3 spots, and one named Zhou Teng secured one of them. Do you know him? This question left Bai Kuei momentarily puzzled. She pursed her lips and shook her head honestly. I don't know. Lin Bai reasoned that since Bai Kuei had just joined today, it was understandable she wouldn't know much. He gently patted her shoulder. It's all right. After you return, help me look into this matter and let me know as soon as you have results. Understood, Bai Gu. And don't forget about the chairman's signing authority. I don't have much time for signatures. All right, Bai Gu, I will start preparing. Well then, that is settled. You know my contact information. Reach out anytime. Okay, Bai Gu. With that, Lin Bai opened the car door and exited towards the school. Bai Kuei got out from the other side, watching Lin Bai depart until he vanished into the crowd. Only then did she return to the car, leaning against the seat and clutching her chest. Phew. She then rubbed her face. Am I dreaming? At noon, while dining in the cafeteria with Qin Ruowei, Lin Bai spotted Wang Peichuan, who was also having a meal. After a moment of contemplation, he approached Wang Peichuan and sat down across from him. Wang Peichuan's hand trembled as he held his tray, causing some soup to spill. What are you doing? Lin Bai restrained Wang Peichuan, who seemed ready to flee. Relax. As long as you don't engage in mischief, I have no intention of harming you. Please relay a message to Zhou Teng for me. As fellow alumni, I don't wish to sever ties completely. I hope he feels the same. I want to meet him and resolve our conflicts definitively. You know my number. After delivering his message, Lin Bai lightly patted Wang Peichuan's shoulder and returned to his seat. What have you been up to lately, acting all mysterious? What unsavory deeds are you involved in? Qin Ruowei leaned in, her eyes inquisitive. Lin Bai, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. What unsavory deeds could I possibly be involved in? Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest, harmonious relations. Harmonious relations. Ensure Qin Ruowei is aware of the relationship between the host and Li Runin, and find a way for Qin Ruowei and Li Runin to coexist harmoniously. Time limit. 1 week. Countdown 6 days 23:59. 59. Quest reward. Unlocking attributes for attraction to the opposite sex. Quest failure penalty. Death. The system's voice interrupted Lin Bai's thoughts. After listening carefully to the system, Lin Bai unconsciously tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Snap. The chopsticks broke in two, leaving Qin Ruowei across from him looking puzzled. Lin Bai, what's wrong? Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. Nothing. These chopsticks are defective. Chapter 57. Is this a thing? I'll go get you another pair, Qin Ruowei said, understanding his plight and standing up to leave. At that moment, Lin Bai could no longer contain his frustration and slammed his fist on the table, splattering soup everywhere. Do you really think I'm afraid of dying? Always using that as a threat against me. Beep. It's not a threat, it's encouragement. Ridiculous. Do you want to hear the absurd tasks you issue? making Qin Ruowei and Li Runan aware of each other's existence and coexist peacefully. Does that even make sense? If you want me dead, just say so. Lin Bai was thoroughly fed up. However, beep. I am not human either. Lin Bai, you've got some nerve. Qin Ruowei returned with a new pair of chopsticks and handed them to Lin Bai. Here, hurry up and eat. It will get cold otherwise. Lin Bai accepted the chopsticks. Watching Qin Ruowei eat with her head down, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. It was one thing to cheat on her, but now he had to make her aware. He also had to ensure she accepted the existence of other women and coexisted peacefully. Was he even human? He felt worse than an animal. Lin Bai, do you have something you want to tell me? Woman's intuition indeed exists. Qin Ruowei noticed Lin Bai's unusual demeanor and inquired. Lin Bai hurriedly looked down at his food. No, don't overthink it. Qin Ruowei stared at him deeply but chose not to press further. In the afternoon, Lin Bai had only one class. At 4:20 p.m., after class, as he walked back to the dorm with his roommates, Wang Peichuan jogged up to him. By Ge, Lin Bai frowned at him. He genuinely disliked Wang Peichuan. Unlike Li Yu, who at least had some intelligence, Wang Peichuan was the type who lacked brains and thrived on causing trouble, truly irritating. What do you want? Keep your distance. Chen Jia pushed Wang Peichuan away, his tone warning. By Ge, I contacted Zhou Tong, and he replied. Wang Peichuan waved his phone anxiously. Lin Bai halted, turned, and took the phone from Wang Peichuan, reading Zhou Tong's reply. Who does he think he is? Tell him I have no time. After reading the message, Lin Bai was not surprised, tossed the phone back to Wang Peichuan, and turned to leave. Trouble. He had given Zhou Tong a chance, and since that was the case, there was no need for mercy. At around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Bai Kuei arrived at the school once again. This time, she donned a casual outfit, featuring a loose-fitting, pale yellow shirt on top and light blue jeans paired with pristine white sneakers, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and a small black backpack slung over her shoulder. The two of them once again settled into the back seat of Bai Kuei's compact car, where she produced the drafted authorization contract but hesitated to hand it over to Lin Bai. Noticing her reluctance, Lin Bai took the contract from her hand and asked, What is the holdup? Hey, Bai Ge, this matter is not to be taken lightly. I feel immense pressure, she replied. What pressure? If the sky were to fall, I would be here to support you. What is there to fear? Lin Bai, frustrated, signed his name on the contract and returned the document to Bai Kuei. All right. From now on, you shall be my spokesperson in the company, fully empowered to handle all affairs. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, come back to me. Lin Bai had another reason for this delegation. He lacked the knowledge to manage a company as substantial as Zunhe Shiya. In contrast, although Bai Kuei had just graduated from university, her academic background aligned more closely with the demands of the position, making her a better fit. With the ink dried and the decision made, Bai Kuei stared blankly at the contract, her head bowed, speechless. Suddenly, Lin Bai noticed her emotional state, lifted her chin with his hand, and discovered that she was crying. Why are you crying? Are you unwilling? If you are, you should have said so earlier. Bai Kuei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, turned her face away, shaking her head and wiping her tears with one hand. No, it's not that. I'm just a bit moved. Thank you, Bai Ge, for believing in me so much. I promise I will work hard and not let you down. Lin Bai was speechless, taken aback by her sincerity. By the way, how did your investigation go? I found out, Bai Ge, there is indeed someone named Zhou Tong. Here is his information. He, like me, passed the final interview and received an offer. He will start tomorrow. Lin Bai glanced through Zhou Tong's information. What department is he joining? Management trainee. Zhou Tong has experience as the student council president and is highly valued by the company. He is initially being groomed as a management trainee, with an internship salary of 8K, which will increase to 13K upon confirmation. Lin Bai nodded, recalling Zhou Tong, who had some questionable character traits. We need to consider this matter carefully. Bai Kuei's first reaction was one of surprise, but she quickly understood. I understand, Bai Ge. I will address this issue when I return. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, what is your internship salary? 7K, why? That is too little. Here is what you'll do. Draft a salary increase proposal, write whatever amount you deem appropriate, sign it yourself, and then go directly to finance to verify it. This. Just like that. I have things to attend to. I'll be leaving now. Without allowing Bai Kuei a moment to respond, Lin Bai opened the car door and stepped out, entering the school under her stunned gaze. Bai Kuei felt as though all her fortune had converged within these 2 days. The notion of drafting a salary proposal, writing any amount she wished, and signing it herself was something she had never encountered despite her extensive learning. Naturally, she wouldn't recklessly write a figure of 1 million. It had to align with her capabilities. Elated, she drove away. Later that evening, after dining with Qin Ruowei, the two strolled together on the Central District playground. The area was bustling with students. They walked hand in silence. Lin Bai was preoccupied with numerous side quests. and a day had already passed in the week without him speaking. It wasn't due to fear of initiating conversation, but rather a lack of knowing how to begin. Lin Bai, are you hiding something from me? Qin Ruowei asked suddenly as they walked. Huh, no, why would you ask that? Lin Bai replied, feeling a twinge of guilt as he feigned calmness. Qin Ruowei smiled subtly, and they continued their leisurely walk. Lin Bai, if one day you no longer like me, or if you find someone else, just tell me. I'm not that fragile, and I want to cling to you. A woman's intuition is indeed formidable. Lin Bai believed he had been discreet, yet Qin Ruowei sensed something amiss. Her words pierced Lin Bai's heart with a wave of guilt, prompting him to take her arm and pull her into an embrace. Don't say that, Ruowei. Remember, you will always be the woman I love most, without exception. Qin Ruowei chuckled and wrapped her arms around Lin Bai's neck. I know, and I can feel it. But I need security. I don't know much about you. Everything about you remains a mystery to me. Lin Bai, I understand you must have your reasons for not sharing everything with me, and I want to pry. However, I also wish not to remain in the dark. I am your girlfriend, not an outsider. Her words struck Lin Bai's heart with a painful pang. Chapter 58, I truly am. Indeed, he had kept many secrets from Qin Ruowei, and it was no surprise she would feel this way. In the next moment, Lin Bai released Qin Ruowei and cupped her face, his expression earnest. All right, I will tell you, but you must promise not to share this with anyone else. I prefer not to have too many people aware of my identity for now. Intrigued, Qin Ruowei nodded earnestly. All right. Lin Bai cleared his throat. Actually, Ruowei, I am the chairman of Zuanhashirya. Upon uttering those words, Lin Bai felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he observed as Qin Ruowei's expression transitioned from anticipation to confusion, followed by skepticism, and ultimately anger. In Lin Bai's baffled gaze, Qin Ruowei turned away and walked briskly, her footsteps quickening. Hey, where are you going? Wait for me. Lin Bai chased after her, realizing that she did not believe him and was upset that he had deceived her with such a trivial lie. I truly am. I'm not lying to you. If I were to deceive you, I'd be a little dog. You've always wanted to know my identity, and now that I've told you, you don't believe me. Wait for me, Ruowei. That night, in dormitory 306, darkness prevailed as there was no electricity, the only illumination coming from flickering candles. The report had already been sent to the email of Zuanhashirya, and Lu Xiaobin lay on his bed, reflecting. They will see it. I refuse to believe Zhou Teng can manipulate everything. Exactly, we are not to be trifled with. I refuse to believe that in this society governed by law, he cannot be held accountable. Lin Bai remained detached from their conversation, transferring 50,000 yuan to his mother. It wasn't he that he wished to send more. Rather, he dared not. For his hard-working and honest parents, 50,000 yuan was already an astronomical sum. If he were to send more, they would undoubtedly suspect him of engaging in illicit activities and would be restless. Lin Bai understood his parents too well. Sure enough, within a minute of the transfer, his phone rang. It was his mother calling. He hung up and sent a message. Mom, don't worry. I'm doing some business with my classmates. And this is our earnings. You and Dad can spend it freely. No need to save. I'm currently in a meeting. After sending the message, Lin Bai exited WeChat, set his phone down, and lay back against his pillow, staring vacantly at the dark ceiling, lost in thought. The competition between Zuanhashirya and the esports studio had already given him a headache, and now this unreliable system had thrown in a life-threatening task. Lin Bai's mind became a chaotic mess. Without needing to think, Lin Bai knew that once Qin Ruowei discovered his relationship with Li Runin and learned that Li Runin was pregnant with his child, it would be an explosive revelation. Suddenly, Lin Bai sat upright in bed, the candlelight illuminating his determined eyes. Do you have something to express, Bai Ge? Zhao Fangting, Chen Zhe, and Lu Xiaobin all turned to Lin Bai in unison. No, please, continue your discussion. Lin Bai lay back down, resting his head as he began to reflect. He had nearly forgotten that Li Runin was already pregnant with his child. Qin Ruowei was undoubtedly exceptionally furious upon learning of this matter. However, it did not impede this situation from serving as a breakthrough, a golden opportunity for him to confess to Qin Ruowei. Moreover, he had not forgotten the subplot regarding the family's prosperity. The system had only alerted him about Li Runin's pregnancy, while the more closely related Qin Ruowei had not received such a notification. It was high time to instill some concern in Qin Ruowei. Lin Bai murmured to himself, formulating an overarching plan. The following day, Thursday, presented itself as the most leisurely day of Lin Bai's week, consisting solely of a single physical education class in the afternoon. At around 4 o'clock, after the class concluded, Lin Bai received a call from Bai Kuei. What's the matter? Brother Bai. There's a commotion at the company following Zhou Teng's dismissal. It's quite serious. Do you wish to come by? Upon hearing this, Lin Bai furrowed his brow. What is he causing a ruckus about? I noted that the reason for Zhou Teng's dismissal was his lack of integrity, which does not meet the company's hiring standards. He insists on a formal explanation from the company. Otherwise, he'll resort to arbitration. He is currently making a scene in the lobby. Zhou Teng's sister has also arrived. She is a lawyer, which complicates matters. Lin Bai pondered for a moment before replying. There should be a report regarding Zhou Teng in the company email. Print it out and arrange for it by 5 o'clock. I will meet with Zhou Teng. Understood, Brother Bai. I will make the arrangements. Remember, I prefer to keep my identity concealed. Do not draw attention. Got it, Brother Bai. After hanging up, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, his expression stern as he muttered to himself. Zhou Teng, this is of your own making. Do not blame others. At 4:51, at the headquarters of Jiangcheng Zuinhe Industrial Company, Limited, in the parking lot, a Mercedes GLE came to a gentle stop. Lin Bai exited the driver's seat, and Qin Ruowei stepped out from the passenger side. Indeed, this was a perfect opportunity to prove to her that he was the chairman of Zuinhe Industrial. Wow, is this the headquarters of Zuinhe Industrial? It truly is magnificent. Qin Ruowei exclaimed, gazing at the towering structure of 50 or 60 stories with admiration. This was Lin Bai's first visit to the corporate headquarters, and honestly, the sight before him was quite impactful. Let us go? Lin Bai took Qin Ruowei's hand and strode toward the main entrance of the company. Upon arrival, they found that entry required facial recognition and card verification. Having neither, they were naturally unable to proceed. Just then, a portly security guard in uniform opened the window of his booth and pointed at them, reprimanding, "Hey, you two, what do you want?" Lin Bai turned to him and stated, "I am Lin Bai. I need to go in for a matter. Please open the door." The guard raised an eyebrow, stepping out of the booth to tower over them. "One wouldn't know you're the company chairman with that attitude. No card means you can't enter." Lin Bai frowned, aware that the guard was oblivious to his identity as he had instructed Bai Kuei to keep it under wraps. "You're correct. I am indeed the chairman of Zuinhe Industrial." After uttering this, not only was the guard taken aback, but even Qin Ruowei, who was gripping Lin Bai's hand tightly, appeared somewhat mortified and whispered, "Shall we just leave, Lin Bai?" Lin Bai shook his head, continuing to face the guard. "Open the door and save yourself some trouble." The guard laughed derisively. "Huh, you're just a kid. What big talk? If you're the chairman, then I must be your father. Do you know Wang Chengren?" "Yes, my uncle. Know your place and get lost." Lin Bai's brow furrowed at the mention of Wang Chengren, a name he recalled from Bai Kuei's earlier explanation of the company's equity structure as one of the shareholders with a 10% stake. "Are you a relative? Did Wang Chengren arrange this job for you?" Lin Bai retorted. "Yes, so what? Wang Chengren is my own nephew. You claim to be the chairman. Why not give him a call? Surely you have the contact information of your own shareholders?" Chapter 59, We are quite familiar. Ha ha ha. Young man, you should consider a career in stand-up comedy. I would pay any ticket price to see you perform. Undeterred by the guard's mockery, Lin Bai retrieved his phone, found Bai Kuei's number, and dialed. "Hello, Brother Bai, have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm at the company entrance, but being blocked by a security guard." Understood. I will call the security department immediately. Please hold. My sincerest apologies, Brother Bai." Lin Bai said little more, hanging up and patting the back of Qin Ruowei's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. The guard, watching Lin Bai's calm demeanor during the call, crossed his arms and blocked their path with an air of superiority. Before long, a flurry of footsteps approached rapidly. Moments later, from within the building, a group of 7 or 8 uniformed security guards rushed over. The guard standing in front of Lin Bai immediately straightened up, saluting awkwardly. "Good day, Chief." "Good day, my foot. Get out of my way." The one referred to as Chief was a robust man in his 50s or 60s, quick to open the gate after delivering a curse, bending slightly to smile apologetically. "My sincerest apologies, esteemed guests. Please, come inside." Lin Bai led a somewhat bewildered Qin Ruowei through the entrance, glancing at the nameplate on the guard's chest as he passed, Sun Wankai. Only after Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei had walked away did Sun Wankai regain his composure. Cautiously inquiring of the chief, "Sir, who were those two?" Smack. The chief delivered a sharp slap to Sun Wankai's head. "You nearly got me killed. Useless fool. Get lost." With that, the chief hurried after Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei to guide them. Simultaneously, at Zuinhe Industrial Company, Limited, on the 18th floor in the conference hall, the atmosphere was tranquil and immaculately clean. Zhou Teng sat at a tea table across from a woman, while Bai Kuei served tea to both. Zhou Teng, clad in a pristine suit, his hair slicked back, bore the appearance of a successful individual. Nevertheless, his expression was grim, even dismal. Seated beside him was a woman in her 30s, her long hair cascading down her shoulders, also dressed in uniform, perusing a document. Slap. After finishing the document, the woman slammed it down on the table in frustration. "Is this the reason? Just because of this baseless report, you decide to dismiss Zhou Teng? What kind of reasoning is this?" Bai Kuei maintained a subtle smile, neither servile nor overbearing. "I apologize, Lawyer Zhou, but you must understand that we at Zuinhe Industrial uphold stringent hiring standards, and we cannot allow anyone with a tainted reputation into the company. I understand that. However, you cannot make such a hasty decision based on a single perspective. This is clearly slander. A smear campaign. My brother was the president of the student council during university. His character is well known among both faculty and students. Bai Kuei found herself at a loss for words, pursing her lips. I lack the authority to explain this matter. The chairman will arrive shortly and will address your concerns. Zhou Ting glanced at the time, noting it was already past 5 o'clock, and his expression darkened. Wasn't it agreed upon for 5 o'clock? Where is he? Is the chairman of Xuanhe Industrial this tardy? Bai Kuei was aware that Lin Bai had been delayed by the security guard. Just as she was about to speak, footsteps echoed from outside. In the tea room, Zhou Teng and his sister instinctively rose, their expressions tinged with fear and apprehension. After all, the person entering was none other than the chairman of Xuanhe Industrial. His status and position were beyond their reach. Zhou Teng had never anticipated that the chairman would personally meet with him. He had only stirred up trouble to seek an explanation, never envisioning such an outcome. Bai Kuei stepped outside to greet Lin Bai, Qin Ruowei, and the chief of security. As they approached her, "Assistant Bai, I've brought the individuals, my sincerest apologies." Bai Kuei cast a brief glance at the chief, then turned to Lin Bai, bowing slightly. "I apologize, Chairman, it was my oversight." Lin Bai waved his hand, expressing his disdain for the security guard at the entrance, Sun Wankai. Bai Kuei understood and turned to the minister, who immediately grasped the situation and assured her, "Rest assured, Chairman, I will terminate his employment right away. I'll make the call to arrange it now." Meanwhile, Qin Ruowei stood there, bewildered, as she observed the increasing respect shown towards Lin Bai by those around her, causing her inner resolve to quietly shatter. "Is he inside?" "Yes, Chairman, please." Bai Kuei led Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei into the tea room. As the door swung open, Zhou Teng and a woman inside turned to look, and upon recognizing Lin Bai's familiar face, Zhou Teng's mind momentarily blanked. "Where's the chairman, Bai assistant? Why did you bring a student here?" Zhou Teng pointed at Lin Bai, questioning Bai Kuei. "Allow me to introduce. This is our current chairman of Xuanhe Industrial Company Limited, Mr. Lin Bai." After the introduction, Bai Kuei was about to elaborate on Zhou Teng's identity when Lin Bai interrupted. "No need for introductions. We are quite familiar." With that, Lin Bai took a seat opposite Zhou Teng, who still struggled to accept this somewhat absurd reality, his throat tightening and hands trembling slightly. Nearby, Zhou Teng's sister sat down, picking up the report letter from the table to show Lin Bai. "Mr. Lin, you should be aware of our demands. I am a lawyer, and because of this report letter." The woman was interrupted by Zhou Teng, who bore a grim expression. "Sister, we should leave." At that moment, upon seeing Lin Bai and acknowledging his identity as chairman of Xuanhe Industrial, Zhou Teng understood everything. He was acutely aware of his own actions towards Lin Bai and realized that further entanglement would only lead to humiliation. However, the woman was oblivious to this. Gripping Zhou Teng's arm, "What are you doing? We are defending our legal rights. Why should we leave? We need to go, sister. I will explain outside." Ignoring her protests, Zhou Teng forcibly led her out of the tea room. Once they had departed, Lin Bai finally picked up the report letter to examine it. Indeed, it was the one written by Lu Xiaobin, Chen Jia, and Zhao Fangting, the contents of which Lin Bai was already aware. Without his connections, this report would have been as inconsequential as countless others, sinking into oblivion. However, the situation had changed. "Xiao Bai, remember to respond to the owner of this email with the outcome." Bai Kuei nodded. "Understood, Chairman." "Chairman, since you are here, would you like to convene a board meeting?" Chapter 60, Confession. Lin Bai pondered for a moment, then waved his hand. "Forget it. Let's proceed as I said. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Very well, Chairman, I will see you off. Given this unexpected circumstance, I will ensure all necessary entry and exit documents for the company are handled. Please rest assured, Chairman." On the way back, Qin Ruowei finally grasped the situation. "You are truly the chairman of Xuanhe Industrial?" Her realization was a tad delayed. "I told you." But you refused to believe. While she had been skeptical, the day's events had compelled her to accept the truth. "My goodness, Lin Bai. You are the chairman of Xuanhe Industrial. It's simply unbelievable. How could you be so young?" "I mentioned I was handling the share transfer procedures. On that day, I became the chairman of Xuanhe Industrial. You are the only person I have shared this with." Qin Ruowei recalled that Lin Bai had indeed mentioned this before, but she had dismissed it. The sky outside darkened as they approached Jiangxing University, but Lin Bai did not enter the campus. "Where are you going?" "To the hotel." Qin Ruowei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How annoying. Lin Bai took her to Qingping Lu, where dining and accommodation were integrated, and they stayed in the luxurious VIP room. After over 10,000 words, they collapsed into each other's embrace, breathing heavily, with Qin Ruowei's soft lips brushing against Lin Bai's face, her gaze dreamy. "Darling, you must let me rest next time." Lin Bai chuckled, patting her on the rear, then donned his night attire and moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, letting out a gentle sigh. Shortly after, Qin Ruowei approached from behind, wrapping her arms around Lin Bai's waist. "Darling, is there something you wish to tell me?" Lin Bai indeed had something to say. Seeing her open the conversation, he turned to face her, his expression unusually serious. "Yes, there is something I must tell you." Qin Ruowei bit her lip, suddenly covering her ears and shaking her head. "I don't want to hear it. Please don't say anything." Lin Bai grasped her wrist tightly, pulling her into his embrace, wishing to meld her into his very being. "I cheated." Those simple 4 words sent a chill through Qin Ruowei, rendering her body rigid. Seizing the moment while she was still silent, Lin Bai pressed on. "She is from our class, named Li Runan. She was drugged. Had I not intervened, she would have been violated. I have no feelings for her, but she is pregnant." Lin Bai poured out all his thoughts in one breath, adopting a resigned attitude. Qin Ruowei remained silent, her body trembling slightly, tears streaming down her face. Lin Bai felt a pang of heartache. He understood that this revelation would undoubtedly hurt her. And despite believing he was prepared for her reaction, seeing her in such distress shattered him. "Ruowei, I have always loved only you. My involvement with her was merely an accident, but now she is pregnant." Qin Ruowei forcefully pushed Lin Bai away, her reddened eyes fixed on him. "So what? Do you intend to take responsibility?" Although reluctant to admit it, Lin Bai nodded firmly. "Yes. After all, it is my child." "Huh." Qin Ruowei laughed bitterly, then immediately turned to search for her clothes, hastily dressing. Lin Bai did not stop her, remaining by the window, his voice steady. "Ruowei, I am telling you this because I do not wish to hide it from you. I love you, but I must also acknowledge that I will have many women in the future. I cannot offer you any guarantees. I can only assure you that in my heart, you will always be the irreplaceable one, my eternal singularity. I know it is unfair to you, but I have no choice." The room fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle sound of flowing water and the rustle of Qin Ruowei dressing. Throughout, she did not utter a single word. After finishing, she grabbed her bag and left without looking back. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed as Lin Bai slowly closed his eyes, utterly exhausted. That night, Lin Bai stayed alone in the hotel, not going anywhere. On Friday, he attended 2 morning classes. After the courses, Lin Bai called Qin Ruowei, but the call rang for a long time without an answer. With an expression of resignation, he lost his appetite for food and headed towards the entrepreneurial park. The following day marked the competition against the Tsanglong team, and he needed to check on Su Yuming and her team's training status. Upon entering the studio, Lin Bai found only Su Yuming engaged in an intense rank match. He refrained from interrupting, pulling up a chair beside her to watch. Su Yuming's team was at a slight disadvantage. Turning the tables would be challenging. Just as Su Yuming's character approached the red zone to acquire the red buff, Lin Bai furrowed his brow. "It's best not to go. Be cautious of ambushes." Su Yuming shot him a glare but did not respond, nor did she heed his warning. Consequently, as soon as Su Yuming entered the red zone, 4 opponents emerged from the brush, and in a flash, her screen turned gray. The marksman fell, and the opposing team swiftly ended the match. As Su Yuming gazed at the vivid red word defeat on the screen, she sank wearily into her chair and sighed. Soon after, she remembered that Lin Bai was still by her side and turned her chair to face him. "It's all your fault. You jinxed it." Lin Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated Su Yuming would inquire why he was so certain there was an ambush in the red zone, but instead, she unleashed her frustration. It seemed that beautiful girls were indeed unreasonable. "What do you mean, what? Who told you to speak? You affected my performance, you know? What are you? A mere black iron player, understand?" Su Yuming's tirade left Lin Bai speechless. He shook his head, choosing not to argue, and inquired, "How has training been these past few days?" Upon hearing his question, Su Yuming shook her head. "Not great. It was alright at first. But then Fang Dawei became busy with something, and didn't he show up several times in the evenings? It was just the 4 of us training together." Strangely, as Lin Bai absorbed this news, a flicker of unease crossed his mind. "What was he busy with?" I asked, but he didn't say, and I have no idea. Moreover, he has been in poor condition and irritable during the last few training sessions. Su Yuming's words led Lin Bai to conjure a rather grim conclusion, which he kept to himself. "It's alright, just perform well." Meanwhile, at the nearby Jiangqing Mechanical Technology Institute, in a professional training room, all 5 members of the Tsanglong battle team, including Lin Feng, were engaged in intense training. In addition to the Tsanglong team members, Fang Dawei was present, conversing with the team leader Lin Feng. Chapter 61, Black Iron vs. King. "Rest assured, as long as we win this match, you will not be treated poorly. Here, take this 2,000 yuan. Once we win, I'll share some of the bonus with you." Fang Dawei took a stack of cash from the table, his face adorned with a forced smile. "Thank you, Brother Feng." Lin Feng nodded. "By the way, are you certain that the substitute Lin Bai is only at the black iron level? We can't afford any slip-ups, you know the consequences." Upon hearing this, Fong Dawei raised 3 fingers, his expression serious. Absolutely certain. He is nothing but a black iron player. Aside from having a bit of money and being good-looking, he is utterly useless. All right, you've worked hard these past few days. Once I win Su Yuming over, I will treat you to a nice meal. Thank you, Brother Fong. At 6:30 in the afternoon, at the Changjing Esports studio, all members except Fong Dawei had arrived and began their intense training. With Fong Dawei absent from the main position, the 4 could only match with random players, resulting in unsatisfactory training. After losing 2 consecutive matches, Liu slammed his headset onto the table, collapsing into his chair with an exhausted expression. The others were similarly fatigued. The match against the Canglong team was tomorrow, and with no main player available, it was unbearable for anyone. Lin Bai observed everything and voluntarily took Fong Dawei's seat, logging into his account. Don't forget about me, the substitute. The other 4 turned in unison, their brief flash of surprise quickly replaced by deeper disappointment. Brother Bai, don't mess around. You're just a black iron player. You should just watch. Liu had been sufficiently polite, almost implying that Lin Bai was too weak to qualify. Lin Bai chuckled lightly, unperturbed. Having someone participate was better than losing by default, wasn't he it? Liu spread his hands. That's true, but at least if we are short on numbers, it's better than being beaten by someone like you. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, indicating they shared the same sentiment. Lin Bai recognized it was time to showcase his abilities, so after a brief contemplation, he pointed at Liu. Come, let us have a solo match. Liu thought he misheard and pointed to himself. Me? Are you sure? Stop wasting time. Create a room and invite me. If I lose, you can say whatever you want. If I win, no more complaints. Liu exchanged glances with the others, sharing a smile, while Su Yuming shook her head in disbelief. Rising to retrieve a can of Red Bull from the fridge, continuously attempting to contact Fong Dawei via phone. Su Qiao and Luo Jin appeared quite excited, leaning in to watch the match. Liu nodded. Fine, I have plenty of frustration to release. Let us do it. I want to go easy on you. Best of 3. Saying this, Liu donned his headset, quickly created the room, and invited Lin Bai. Are you sure you don't want to play your main mid-lane position? Lin Bai kindly reminded him during the champion selection phase. Liu waved his hand dismissively without even glancing, instantly locking in Riven, one of the top lane trio. Hurry up and pick. Don't waste time, Liu urged. Lin Bai sighed, surveying the array of heroes on the game interface before ultimately selecting Garen, the Might of Demacia. The moment the others saw Lin Bai pick Garen, they burst into laughter, with Su Qiao teasingly remarking, Brother Bai, is that the only hero you know? Lin Bai ignored him as the game transitioned to the loading screen. The custom game began swiftly, and once in-game, Lin Bai opted for the most stable and conventional starting item, the Doran's shield. In contrast, Liu, brimming with confidence, immediately selected Long Sword and 3 health potions. I'm telling you, Brother Bai, if I don't score a solo kill before level 3, consider it my loss. Lin Bai merely smiled, and the minion waves converged. As Lin Bai entered the lane, Liu focused on last hitting while using his Q ability to apply pressure, preventing Lin Bai from acquiring minions. In Liu's expectations, Lin Bai, at his black iron level, should retreat to the tower and wait for the minion wave to approach, thus gaining an experience advantage. Indeed, Lin Bai retreated, causing Liu to smirk, continuing his pursuit to push Lin Bai back to the tower. However, Lin Bai suddenly halted and retaliated with an auto-attack on Liu. Liu was taken aback. He could hardly tolerate this affront and activated his Q ability to engage Garen in combat. After 3 Q strikes, Garen's health diminished significantly, and Liu anticipated Lin Bai would retreat. To his surprise, Lin Bai remained undeterred, relentlessly attacking him as he ran out of skills. Due to the previous chase being overly aggressive, all of Lin Bai's minions began targeting Liu, making him feel the pressure. Instinctively, he attempted to use Flash to escape. But Lin Bai seemed to predict his intentions, pressing his Q ability for the first time and silencing Liu. Liu was bewildered. Did you just learn that skill? Lin Bai ignored him, igniting his spell, and after landing a final blow, he chose to recall. Riven barely managed to take a few steps before being burned to death by the ignite. What the heck? Behind them, Su Qiao and Luo Jian exclaimed in unison, both astonished. Turning back to Liu, he stared at his gray screen, rubbing his face before looking at Lin Bai. Not bad, Garen specialist, huh? I underestimated you. Let us go again. This time, I won't hold back. The two promptly began their second solo match. This time, Liu was much more serious. And upon confirming that Lin Bai had chosen Garen again, he decisively locked in Darius, the Hand of Noxus. Anyone familiar with the game knew that Darius was a strong counter to Garen, especially before level 6, when Garen lacked any means of retaliation. Yet Lin Bai remained unfazed, switching his summoner spells to ignite and exhaust just before the game commenced. Upon entering the game, Liu wore a grave expression, fixated on the lane. just like the previous match, suppressing Lin Bai and preventing him from gaining experience. This time, Lin Bai did not engage in a direct fight, instead opting to avoid confrontation and waited for the minion wave to reach the tower before beginning to farm steadily. Thus, they continued to trade blows until reaching level 6. And gradually, Liu noticed something amiss. Lin Bai's development and landing skills were not inferior to his own. How could a Black Iron player possess such landing prowess? This was utterly absurd. As Liu became distracted, Garen swung his sword at him, initiating his E ability to spin wildly. Liu did not flee. He had been waiting for this moment to engage, believing that even with Lin Bai's exhaust, he could still win with a bit of kiting. However, Lin Bai executed his skill combo and then retreated, denying Liu the opportunity to continue his attacks. After waiting so long for this chance, how could Liu let it slip? He activated Ghost and chased after Lin Bai. At this moment, Lin Bai decisively placed the debilitation effect on Liu, causing Liu's movement speed to diminish, rendering him incapable of catching up with Lin Bai. Infuriated, Liu felt powerless and had no choice but to abandon the pursuit. Just as he turned back, Lin Bai countered, wielding his great sword and spinning around to strike him again. Damn it, you're going too far, Bai Gu. I will make you pay, Liu exclaimed in frustration, launching into an aggressive confrontation. With a series of blood-fueled combos, he prepared to unleash his ultimate ability to eliminate Lin Bai. At that moment, victory seemed within his grasp. However, just as he was about to execute his ultimate move, Lin Bai's previously withheld Q skill silenced him once more. Damn! With the ignite effect applied, Lin Bai waited patiently as the kill notification appeared, decisively pressing the R key. Demacia! A radiant beam descended, and Liu's screen turned gray once again. The room fell silent, with neither Liu nor Su Qiao nor Luo Jian uttering a word. The three stared at the gray screen, mouths agape in disbelief. Lin Bai stood up and patted Liu on the shoulder. Young man, you still have much to practice. At this juncture, Su Yuming approached with a frown, observing the unusual expressions on their faces. What is going on? Is it really that gratifying to bully someone of such low rank? The trio remained silent. Su Yuming stepped closer to the screen, and upon seeing the result, her eyes widened in shock. You lost? Liu did not respond, feeling as though his very soul had been snatched away. He had lost, suffering 2 consecutive defeats. Su Qiao hesitantly spoke up. Su Yuming turned to Lin Bai, who happened to be sipping from a can of soda while gazing out the window. I initially wished to engage with you all as an ordinary person, yet all I received in return was distance and mockery. Therefore, I shall no longer pretend. I am a master, a professional player. Su Yuming glanced back at Liu, their eyes meeting as he raised his gaze towards Lin Bai. You, deceiver. Liu, also a master, cast aside his initial biases, but the 2 consecutive losses plunged him into self-doubt. In the midst of this self-reflection, he quietly reviewed the matches and arrived at a conclusion. Lin Bai was indeed a formidable expert, surpassing even his own skills. Su Yuming, Su Qiao, and Luo Jian exchanged bewildered glances, puzzled by the sudden turn of events. Liu stood up and quickly approached Lin Bai. What is your rank? Lin Bai shrugged. My rank is not particularly high, as I haven't had time to play ranked matches, but my skill should be somewhat superior. Liu refrained from arguing. As a fellow master, he could not dispute this fact. You trickster. Liu cursed under his breath before turning back to Su Yuming and the others. Bai Gu is indeed stronger than me. With him in our ranks, we can proceed with tomorrow's match. Su Yuming and the others remained perplexed, struggling to grasp this outcome. By the way, Xiaoming, has Fang Dawei made contact? Lin Bai inquired. Su Yuming shook her head. No, his phone was reachable earlier, but it just went straight to voicemail. Lin Bai, now nearly certain of his suspicions, hesitated momentarily before stating, Do not concern yourselves with Fang Dawei. I will take his place and continue the training. The others nodded in agreement, regaining their confidence. Later that evening, around 10 o'clock, the final match concluded. It's been so long since I've won this decisively. Liu stretched, a satisfied smile on his face, and the others shared his sentiment. They played 5 matches, winning all, with 2 of those being comeback victories. In one of the comeback games, Lin Bai, as the master of arms, secured victory through a solo push, while in another, the ahead-of-schedule crocodile dominated the match, ending with a 4-kill finale. If Su Yuming, Su Qiao, and Luo Jian had any lingering doubts before, after 5 games, they were thoroughly convinced of Lin Bai's prowess. In gaming, skill is the ultimate standard and the most effective means to silence critics. Alright, it's about time. Everyone should return and rest. We will gather here at 10 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning. After shutting down the computer, Lin Bai left the studio and headed to the dormitory. On the way, he attempted to call Qin Ruowei several times, but as always, there was no answer. Back in the dormitory, power had finally been restored, and Zhao Fangting resumed his quest for rank. Lin Bai took a shower, climbed into bed, and checked the stock price of Huaxing Yongkexing, which closed at 1,028 yuan. Lin Bai recalled that the system had estimated a peak price of 1,032 yuan. This figure was tantalizingly close, and, considering it was merely an estimate, it was remarkably accurate for a week's time. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai liquidated all his stocks at the price of 1,028 yuan. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX has received 377,625,000 yuan. Current balance 1,380,701,700 yuan. His initial investment of 5,000, Luo GE's 20,000. Qin Ruo's 300,000, and an additional 1 million borrowed from Qin Yang amounted to a total of 1,325,000 yuan. After selling, the net income was 3,776,250 yuan, even after deducting various fees. Staring at the lengthy string of numbers in his bank account, Lin Bai felt an unprecedented sense of security. Subsequently, he transferred 30,000, 350,000, and 100,000 yuan to Luo Gu, Qin Ruo, and Qin Yang respectively. XX Bank. Your account ending in XXXX has spent 110 million yuan. Current balance 1,232,701,700 yuan. After settling all debts, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, resumed doing sit-ups, and then took a rest. The following day, Saturday, at 1:30 in the afternoon, at the Chuanya Garden, Changing Esports Studio. Ready, Captain? We can set off. The 5 members of the team were prepared, each radiating confidence. Let us go. Lin Bai waved his hand, and the 5 of them exited in succession, boarding his Mercedes-Benz, heading straight to the Bingtang Esports Hall outside the campus. Bingtang Esports is the largest gaming hall on the commercial street outside Jiangxing University, akin to a cyber CAF. The facility boasts over 500 high-end computers and offers various cosplay services, with students from nearby universities working part-time. The prices are steep, starting at 50 or 60 yuan per hour. Bingtang Esports has a partnership with the Canglong team, so upon learning that they would compete against the Changing team, they began promoting the event a week in advance. While outsiders might be unaware, gamers were certainly in the know. Thus, when Lin Bai and his team entered the Bingtang Esports Hall, they were met with a throng of people, with barely any space to stand. Bai Ge, over here. Chunja's deep voice called out, and Lin Bai found him, leading Su Yuming and the others over. As Lin Bai's roommate and comrade, Zhao Fongting, Chunja, and Lu Xiaobin naturally came to support the Changing team. Upon arriving, Lin Bai couldn't help but notice the cat ear accessories adorning Zhao Fongting's head, causing him to twitch his lips. I thought you guys wouldn't show up. Just as they were gathering, an unwelcome voice interrupted. Following the sound, they saw Lin Feng striding over with a group of people, exuding an intimidating presence. Lin Feng stepped right in front of Lin Bai, scanning each of them with a piercing gaze before finally settling on Su Yuming. Xiaoming, I heard your team is 1 member short. Are you sure you still want to compete? Don't say I didn't warn you. If you lose, don't come crying to me, he taunted with a smirk. Su Yuming's expression turned icy. Did you orchestrate this? How despicable. She was not naive. She connected the dots regarding Fong Dao's recent unusual behavior and saw through Lin Feng's scheme. Lin Feng raised his hands innocently. Hey, don't speak carelessly. Do you have evidence? No evidence means it's just slander. Be careful. I might just sue you for defamation. How shameless. Su Yuming retorted angrily. Lin Feng smiled silently, his fingers sequentially pointing at the members of the Changing team. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this one seems unfamiliar. I heard your team has a black iron 3 substitute. Could it possibly be him? His laughter ignited a chorus of amusement from those behind him, some even shedding tears from their mirth. Amid the crowd, Zhao Fongting glared at Bai Gu and others, indignantly pointing at Lin Feng. Who do you think you are looking down on? After saying this, Zhao Fongting approached Lin Bai and whispered, Bai Gu, should I step in? At least I am a gold. Without even glancing at him, Lin Bai pushed Zhao Fongting aside. Are you going to fight or not? Lin Bai asked, his expression calm. Of course, we will fight. Are we competing or just engaging in banter? If it's just banter, we concede. Lin Feng paused, and those watching struggled to suppress their laughter. The smile on Lin Feng's face vanished as he nodded repeatedly at Lin Bai. Sharp-tongued, huh? Fine. Since you seek humiliation, I shall oblige. Here's 25,000. Where's your money? Lin Feng waved 3 stacks of cash triumphantly. Su Yuming produced a bag, saying, here. Wow. Willing to spend so lavishly. I am curious whose courage granted you this. Could it be this black iron 3? Lin Bai, exasperated by Lin Feng's incessant chatter, interjected. If you say one more word, we won't fight. Ha ha ha, all right, Lao Zhan. Come collect the money. Lin Feng called out. As a portly middle-aged man emerged from the crowd, the man approached the 2 teams and took the money from Lin Feng and Su Yuming. You may not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jean Dajuan, the owner of the Bingtang Esports Arena, and I will serve as the referee for this match. Once you are ready, please take your seats. After Jean Dajuan's announcement, Su Yuming led the way, and several members proceeded toward the competition area. Lin Feng sneered, following closely behind with his teammates. After both teams were seated, Jean Dajuan set up a barrier around them to prevent spectators from disturbing the players. The arena featured 2 large LCD screens that would broadcast the match in real time, drawing more onlookers to gather around them. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the match commenced, with both sides creating a room and entering the game to initiate the ban pick phase. For those unfamiliar with this game, allow me to provide a brief explanation. The term ban pick refers to the process of banning and selecting champions. In League of Legends, LOL, competitions, teams typically ban champions that their opponents excel at while selecting those they are proficient in and those that are strong in the current meta. In professional matches, each team has 5 ban slots, while for this type of match, each team has 3. During the ban pick phase, the Songlao team first banned Li Yu's best mid lane champion, LeBlanc, as a counter. Lin Bai's team then banned Lin Feng's most skilled champion, Li Xin. In the second round, Songlong team continued to target Li Yu, banning his signature champion, Li Sandra, while Lin Bai's team banned Lin Feng's Jarvan 4. In the third round, Songlong team persisted in targeting Li Yu, banning his champion, Yon. At this point, Lin Bai exchanged glances with his teammates, knowing for certain that Feng Dawei would undoubtedly betray them, as Li Yu's Yon had only recently been utilized during practice, a fact known only to team members. What should we ban? Li Yu inquired, as their understanding of Songlong team was insufficient. The teammates glanced at one another, turning their gaze towards Lin Bai. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai suggested, "How about Pig Girl? She is quite powerful in this version." Li Yu nodded and decisively banned Pig Girl. With the bans concluded, the selection phase commenced. With the changing team picking first, Lin Bai glanced at Li Yu, and they exchanged slight nods, with Li Yu promptly locking in Galio for mid lane. Galio is a team fighting champion, and this choice clearly signaled to the opposing team their intent to engage in team fights. Lin Feng sneered as he selected a combination of Nocturne and Thresh. Those familiar with LOL understand the potency of this combination. When Nocturne activates his ultimate, he gains no vision, rendering Thresh's abilities invisible to the opponents even if he is standing right in front of them. The Changeling team then secured a spider and a barrel for Su Qiao and Luo Jian, respectively, with the barrel serving as the jungler. Finally, Songlong team acquired the powerful bottom lane duo of Leona and Aphelios, while the Changeling team picked Misfortune, leaving Lin Bai's position as the last to be chosen. "Bai Gu, what do you want to play?" Li Yu asked, awaiting his response. Lin Bai fixed his gaze on the opposing team's established composition, pondering for a moment before declaring, "Cardmaster." "What? Cardmaster?" "Top lane." Li Yu, Su Yuming, and others were collectively taken aback. Lin Bai nodded affirmatively, confirmed. "Lock it in." Trusting Lin Bai, Li Yu decisively selected and locked in Cardmaster. Upon seeing this choice, the members of Songlong team erupted in laughter. "What version are we in? And he is still playing Cardmaster top lane." Amidst their taunts, Songlong team chose Olaf for top lane. With the compositions finalized, the game entered the loading screen. The 10 players began to stretch their wrists, don their headsets, and prepared for battle. Once in the game, Lin Bai immediately took charge, instructing, "The opponent will invade the blue zone. Let them be mid, support, and I will go to their blue buff to assist the jungler. Xiao Meng, you hold the tower and withstand the pressure." The team nodded and followed Lin Bai's commands. As expected, after failing to invade the blue zone, Lin Feng furrowed his brow for the first time, attributing it to the Changing team's fortunate streak. The game transitioned into the landing phase. Songlong team's strategy was straightforward, mindlessly targeting Li Yu and denying him any chance to farm. Fortunately, Li Yu had chosen a team fighting champion, so suffering some losses would not have a significant impact. 7 minutes into the landing phase, dire news emerged from the bottom lane. Su Yuming and Luo Jian had been killed, suffering a heavy loss in minion count. This prompted a collective sigh from the internet CAF. Yet, the sigh soon morphed into disbelief when they witnessed the spectacle. What the heck? Olaf was solo killed by Cardmaster? Indeed, in the game, the camera had not initially focused on the top lane until a kill notification prompted the broadcaster to shift the view. The sight was shocking. Olaf, who should have had the advantage against Cardmaster in lane, found himself with over 30 less minion kills and had been solo killed. How was this even possible? The audience was baffled, as were the members of the Songlong team. What on earth is happening? Lin Feng reprimanded, his confusion evident. "Sorry, Captain, I underestimated him." "It's fine. I can turn it around," came the reply. "Be careful." The game continued, with both sides locked in a 1-1 score, and the economic gap was nearly equal. What the heck? Olaf was solo killed again. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony erupted from the audience as they observed Olaf, now just a corpse lying in Summoner's Rift. What is going on? Lin Feng could no longer contain his frustration, voicing his displeasure loudly. I don't know, Captain. This guy is as slippery as an eel. I can't land my skills. Then stop trying to fight. Just stay under the tower and wait for me to gank. Got it. Is this really a Black Iron player? Chapter 64. I hope you honor your bet. The consecutive solo kills shifted the focus of the camera back to the top lane. At 9 minutes, Card Master acquired his first item, Blade of the Ruined King. Upon seeing this item, everyone finally understood it was an AD Card Master. Lin Feng also noticed Card Master's equipment, and an unsettling feeling gripped him. Just focus on farming. I'll look for breakthroughs elsewhere. The game progressed, and Lin Bai calculated the time, suddenly activating his ultimate for no apparent reason. Card Master's ultimate grants global vision, leaving the audience puzzled as to why Lin Bai suddenly used it. Was it a mistake? The next moment, Lin Bai's intentions became clear, just as he activated his ultimate. In the river's brush near the bottom lane, the lurking Thresh and Nocturne became visible. Thresh and Nocturne unleashed their ultimates, but thanks to Card Master's ultimate providing vision, Su Yuming, Luo Jian, and Su Qiao swiftly retreated toward the tower, while Liu began to move towards the bottom lane, signaling that a team fight was imminent. As the ultimate skill of the Nightmare concluded, the Songlong team gathered 4 members to execute a decisive assault on Su Yuming and Luo Jian under the tower. In a critical moment, Liu unleashed his ultimate ability, successfully thwarting Songlong's offensive and resulting in the demise of Nightmare. Damn it, that was reckless. What the hell? Olaf has been solo killed again. This guy is throwing the match. While a team fight erupted in the bottom lane, Olaf was slain for the 3rd time in the top lane, leading to the inevitable fall of the already weakened tower to Card's hands. With Card's early development, Lin Feng's face turned ashen as he observed the 2.5 items on Card within less than 15 minutes. Everyone, converge on the top lane. Disrupt Card's growth. Yes. As Lin Feng commanded his troops, Lin Bai also ordered, Xiao Ming, Luo Jian, head to the top lane. Understood. Card appeared in the top lane, leading the minion wave, when suddenly darkness fell. Nightmare activated his ultimate once more. Don't mind me. Stay under the tower. Lin Bai shouted. He then activated his ultimate and flew away, causing Nightmare's skill to miss. Damn it. Lin Feng slammed his fist on the table, fuming with rage. After the dawn broke, the members of the Songlong team witnessed Card in the mid lane, fervently demolishing the tower alongside Galio, leading to the swift destruction of the mid lane's first tower. Damn it. How infuriating. Ha ha ha. Well played, Brother Bai. Following the demolition of the mid lane's first tower, Lin Bai decisively teleported to the bottom lane while the 4 members of Songlong were returning to defend the mid lane, swiftly taking down the bottom lane's first tower as well. Thanks to Card's physical build, the tower destruction speed was extraordinarily rapid. What the hell? This was clearly Songlong's initiative to attack, yet we've lost 2 towers ourselves. At this moment, Lin Feng finally grasped the purpose of Lin Bai's card. As time progressed, the Songlong team's vision became severely constrained after losing 3 outer towers, compounded by Olaf's 3 solo deaths leading to a deteriorating mentality, resulting in several critical team fights being lost. Ultimately, when the clock struck 21 minutes, the Songlong team's 3 lanes were breached, and the super minion army loomed ominously. Lin Bai, alongside his teammates, effortlessly secured the Baron, concluding the match with a final wave. Woohoo! We won! Luo Jian and Su Qiao leaped with excitement, cheering loudly. Lin Bai and Liu exchanged fist bumps and shared a smile. Su Yuming exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Do you even know how to play? Is it that hard to stay alive? Damn it. On the opposing side, Lin Feng kicked his chair, pointing at the top lane while cursing vehemently, disregarding all semblance of dignity. The top laner hung his head, fists clenched tightly. Damn it. I specifically chose you for the counter pick. And you got solo killed 3 times. Do you even deserve to be on this team? Damn it. Lin Feng angrily kicked his chair and stormed out for a smoke. 10 minutes later, the 2 teams commenced the second match. Without elaborating on the game process, Lin Bai's card was banned, and Liu's signature champion, Yon, was released, which they decisively claimed. Lin Bai chose top lane gangplank, adhering to his usual 4-1 split push strategy. With the superlative personal capabilities of Lin Bai and Liu, the Songlong team completely lost lane control, signaling the downfall of their jungle. The butterfly effect spiraled out of control, and the second game ended in an even more thorough defeat than the first, with Changjing team demolishing Songlong's base in merely 16 minutes. Damn, a bunch of useless fools. Useless. Lin Feng was on the verge of a breakdown, incessantly cursing, his voice hoarse. In contrast, on Lin Bai's side, we have one last match. Let us give it our all. The 5 of them exchanged fist bumps, brimming with fighting spirit, as it was a best-of-5 series. Lin Bai and his teammates needed to secure 3 victories. In the third match, the already severely affected Songlong team was utterly powerless, being defeated in just 13 minutes as Changing team raised their base. As the match concluded, the final score read 30. Yay! We won! We won! Haha! Su Qiao, Luo Jian, and Li Yu shouted in exuberance, with Su Yuming also wearing a beaming smile. Nearby, Chun Zhe and the others had somehow managed to bring in a banner that read, Changing team is awesome. Lin Bai shook his head in bemusement, maintaining his composure as he approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder. Ultimately, victory relies on raw strength. Underhanded methods are not a sustainable strategy. Did you think bribing Feng Dawei would secure your success? I hope you fulfill your wager. Lin Feng remained silent, fixated on the computer screen, which still displayed the words defeat. Lin Bai said nothing more and turned to Zhang Dajuan, extending his hand. Money. Zhang Dajuan glanced at Lin Feng, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately handed over a total of 50,000 yuan to Lin Bai under the scrutinizing gazes of many. Lin Bai weighed the money in his hand before tossing it to Li Yu. Distribute it, 10,000 each. My share will treat everyone to a feast tonight. Woohoo! Brother Bai is formidable. Brother Bai is awesome. Amidst the revelry, Luo Jian and Su Qiao rushed towards Li Yu to claim their share. As university students, 10,000 yuan was quite a substantial amount. What about us? We also contributed. We can't be left out of the dinner. Chun Zhe and his companions also hurried over, and Lin Bai certainly did not forget them. Everyone gets a share? We'll dine together tonight. Ha ha, great. Brother Bai is amazing. As the crowd cheered, Lin Bai heard the system's voice in his mind. Congratulations, host. The main quest to gain Su Yoming's favor has been completed. Quest reward, 5,000 points, now effective. As everyone celebrated, Lin Bai paused, then turned to Su Yuming. Their gazes met, but Su Yuming quickly averted her eyes, returning to her previous icy demeanor. Clearing his throat, Lin Bai smiled silently, knowing full well that despite all his efforts, he had not garnered Su Yoming's affections until now. Winning the match had finally completed the quest, which he could only describe as arduous. The group surrounded Lin Bai as they exited the internet CAF, while the spectators had mostly dispersed. On the Songlong team's side, Lin Feng remained seated, his chest slightly heaving. Captain, a teammate cautiously approached. Chapter 65, do not speak of him in such a manner. Lin Feng wearily waved his hand. Do not call me captain. From today onwards, the Songlong team is disbanded. Captain, I said do not call me captain. Lin Feng suddenly turned, his gaze fierce, reminiscent of a wolf on the brink of rage. The teammate fell silent, ceasing further insistence. Lin Feng turned to leave, stopping after a few steps. By the way, call Feng Dawei to see me. Understood, brother Feng. Nightfall descended. At a barbecue KTV outside the school, on the 3rd floor of a large private room, Zhao Fengting and Li Yu were singing off-key, evoking disdain from others. Outside the room, Lin Bai stood at the end of the corridor, dialing Qin Ruowei's number once more, only to be met with silence again. The countdown for the side quest Harmony Brings Wealth had 3 days and a little over 3 hours remaining. If the countdown expired without Qin Ruowei answering the phone or accepting Li Runen's existence, what then? Cough, cough. Brother, is this the result you wanted? For the first time, Lin Bai attempted to smoke, choking on the smoke to the point of tears. I understand women well. You still have a chance. However, you do not understand humanity or the people of Huaxia. This time, the system did not respond. Perhaps Lin Bai's words held some truth. What are you thinking? Why not go inside and play? While lost in thought, Su Yuming softly inquired from behind. Lin Bai turned, wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes. Smiling as he replied, it's my first time smoking. I'm not quite good at it. Su Yuming shot him a disapproving glance, snatching the cigarette from him and extinguishing it underfoot. Stop smoking. It's harmful to your health. The dim corridor lights cast a colorful glow, rendering Su Yuming ethereal and stunning, leaving Lin Bai momentarily spellbound. Main quest triggered. Main quest, secure first blood against Su Yuming. Quest reward, 5,000 points. Lin Bai was left speechless, inwardly muttering, let us survive these 3 days first. Thank you, Lin Bai. Su Yuming stood beside Lin Bai and inexplicably uttered a phrase. Lin Bai understood what Su Yuming meant and chuckled. Are you relying solely on words? Su Yuming turned her head, her expression shifting from initial confusion to annoyance. You. Once given an inch, take a mile. Aren't you afraid I might inform your girlfriend? Lin Bai shrugged, unfazed. Not at all. The more girlfriends I have, the merrier. His candid remark struck Su Yuming as exceedingly irresponsible, prompting her to leave with a disdainful retort about him being a scoundrel. That night, everyone indulged excessively, Lin Bai included. The next day, his biological clock awakened him at 6:30 in the morning, and he felt utterly miserable from the hangover. Forcing himself out of bed, he splashed cold water on his face, gradually regaining some clarity. The dormitory echoed with loud snores as Lin Bai dressed and headed out for a run. At the familiar Southern District playground, after completing 4 laps, he lay on the grass to rest, gazing at his running shoes. The familiar track evoked vivid memories of Qin Ruowei in her athletic attire. 3 laps and you're already like this? Can you handle it? I'll take off first. You rest. What are you staring at? I'm borrowing this. Remember to return it when you have money. I bought this for you. What can I do if you don't lose it? I'll wear it. I'm willing. Memories flooded Lin Bai's mind like a tide, tormenting his nerves with unbearable nostalgia. Unlike Qin Shuya, Qin Ruowei was beautiful, kind, intelligent, and gentle. How could he have lost such an almost perfect girlfriend? Slap. He struck himself in frustration, filled with regret. It's all your fault. You wretched system. Return my Ruowei. Beep. Request invalid. Just as Lin Bai was on the verge of losing his mind, an unfamiliar man approached him. With a crew cut, dressed in a black shirt, casual trousers, and black leather shoes, adorned with a luxurious watch, he exuded an air of wealth. Lin Bai looked up, feeling a peculiar familiarity in the man's face. The man sat down beside Lin Bai and introduced himself. I am Qin Yulong, Qin Ruowei's elder brother. Lin Bai was taken aback, turning to face the man. Elder brother? Qin Yulong raised his hand. Stop right there. Who are you calling elder brother? Lin Bai was speechless, unable to respond. Qin Yulong leaned back, closing his eyes to breathe in the fresh morning air. I have no ulterior motive in finding you. Don't be nervous. I just want to convey something. Ruowei is my biological sister, cherished by our entire family since childhood. If you dare to hurt her or let her suffer, don't say I didn't warn you. With that, Qin Yulong stood up, performed a few stretching exercises, and turned to leave. Wait, elder brother. Lin Bai, as if awakening from a dream, called after Qin Yulong. Qin Yulong paused, glancing back at Lin Bai. What now? Lin Bai ignored him and approached. Is Ruowei doing well? Qin Yulong scrutinized Lin Bai with curiosity. Don't you already know how she is? Lin Bai faltered, left speechless. I've delivered my message, kid. I'll be keeping an eye on you. Qin Yulong pointed to his own eyes, then to Lin Bai, before departing. This time, Lin Bai did not pursue him, watching Qin Yulong walk away. At a certain moment, from a certain distance, Lin Bai finally recalled something, realizing. Isn't he the person from the National Flag Guard sitting on stage? The weekend without Qin Ruowei left Lin Bai feeling lethargic, languishing in bed with the air conditioning, pondering his next steps. He remained idle until lunchtime, when his stomach growled in hunger, prompting him to rise and seek food. Coincidentally, his phone rang at that moment. Assuming it was Qin Ruowei, he quickly answered, only to be met with disappointment upon realizing it was Li Runin. What's wrong? Are you so reluctant to take my call? On the other end, Li Runin's voice conveyed a hint of disappointment. No, do you need something? Lin Bai struggled to muster the energy for banter. Mayan hasn't he come? Lin Bai paused slightly at her words but quickly recovered, stating, what I mentioned, have you thought it over? If not, I'll go buy medicine this afternoon, as compensation. I'll give you 100,000. Post-coital contraceptives can be harmful to a woman's body. Besides, are you a fool? It's been too long. The pills are ineffective. Li Runin sounded angry, hanging up abruptly. Lin Bai felt bewildered. He wasn't well versed in such matters and didn't dwell on them, heading out towards the cafeteria. Meanwhile, in Li Runin's dormitory, after hanging up, she kicked a chair in frustration, as if it were Lin Bai. The dormitory door opened, and Xiaoying entered with 2 meals, handing one to Li Runin. Here, look at you lately, you've lost weight. With only Xiaoying and Li Runin in the room, they began to eat, although Li Runin seemed distracted. What is on your mind, Runin? You're not still thinking about that scoundrel, are you? What is so good about him? Don't say that about him. Li Runin instinctively frowned, rebutting. Chapter 66. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the cub. Xiaoying was taken aback, then pointed at Li Runin. Well, little Nan. You really are hopeless. Li Runin herself was unsure why she defended Lin Bai, lowering her head to push her food around, feeling conflicted. Sistering, let me ask you something. I have a friend, quite beautiful, who recently encountered a wealthy man. He told her that if she gets pregnant, he'd give her 1 million, and if she gives birth, 3 million. She's very confused about what to do. What do you think? Xiaoying, with chopsticks in her mouth, widened her eyes in astonishment. Is there really such a good thing? A good thing? Of course it is. Think about it. 1 million for getting pregnant, 3 million for giving birth. The whole process takes just a year, earning 4 million in a year. That is 4 million. Do you know what that means? Of course, that man clearly sees your friend as a breeding tool. In my view, stabilize him first. And once she's really carrying his child, then get the money. Li Runin was taken aback by Xiaoying's reasoning. You mean? Exactly. Take the 1 million for an abortion, then claim it was an accidental miscarriage. He won't be able to do anything. After hearing this, Li Runin stood up, her expression grave. No, absolutely not. Xiaoying looked at her in confusion. Runin, are you saying your friend isn't actually you? Li Runin hastily denied it. How could it be? She asked, genuinely a friend from my hometown. I'm full. I'm going out for a walk. With that, she packed her nearly untouched lunch and left the dormitory. At a bench by the park lake, Li Runin sat, gazing at the water as she contemplated. Chao Ying's suggestion was indeed a feasible one, but she overlooked a crucial point: Li Runin's feelings for Lin Bai. If Li Runin didn't love Lin Bai and was merely motivated by money, her actions could be justified. However, Li Runin was deeply in love with Lin Bai. She could never sacrifice their child for money. Moreover, this child was her only means of competing with Qin Ruowei. She couldn't let go of it. With this thought, Li Runin's expression gradually became resolute, and she had made her decision. At the Eastern District cafeteria, after eating, Lin Bai received another call from Li Runin. I agree. But there's a condition. Lin Bai was not surprised by the outcome. In that case, I can't stay at school indefinitely, so I need an apartment. Not too expensive. Just near the school. Li Runin's request was reasonable, and Lin Bai had no reason to refuse, promptly agreeing. Fine, where are you? I happen to have time this afternoon to check out some places. Around 1:30 in the afternoon, a Mercedes GLE exited Jiangxing University. Inside the car, Li Runin sat in the passenger seat, gazing out the window while Lin Bai drove. Simultaneously on the phone, Bai Kuei's voice resonated through the car's Bluetooth. Brother Bai, in accordance with your request, I have conducted a selection, and Tao Li Shui Xiang is the most suitable option. It is located approximately 3 kilometers south of Jiangxing University. Personally, I recommend the stacked villa model, priced around 30,000 per square meter. All right, I understand. Thank you for your efforts. Is everything running smoothly at the company these days? Everything is normal, Brother Bai. Very well, then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Bai navigated to and drove there. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Bai and Li Runin entered the sales office of. This newly opened development primarily offers spacious apartments and stacked villas, set in a picturesque environment that is highly favored by users. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by a female sales representative. Dressed in uniform, she approached them with a polite smile. Hello, may I ask if you have made an appointment? Lin Bai shook his head. It was his first time purchasing a home, and he was unfamiliar with the process. After a moment's thought, he replied, please provide an introduction. Certainly, gentlemen, please follow me. The sales representative guided them to the community model display, using a laser pointer to illustrate as she explained. Her professionalism was commendable. And after about 10 minutes, Lin Bai turned to Li Runin. Let's go with the stacked villa, it's more spacious. Unexpectedly, Li Runin shook her head without hesitation. No, a spacious apartment will suffice. Why not choose the stacked villa? Lin Bai inquired, puzzled. Li Runin looked at him, her eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. I would be frightened living in such a large place alone. Lin Bai understood her unspoken words, pursed his lips, and turned to the sales representative. Then let us go for the spacious apartment. Is there still availability in the building by the lake? Yes, sir. You have excellent taste. That building offers the best views among all the units. However, the price is slightly higher, at 28,888 per square meter. Does that suit you? Lin Bai mentally calculated. Assuming 3,000 per square meter, 100 square meters would cost 3 million, while 200 square meters would be 6 million. Although this amount represented nearly half of his current savings, he nodded resolutely. You must spend to gain. Once Li Runin gives birth, the system rewards 30 million. It's worth it. All right. Can we view the actual apartment? Of course, sir. I will fetch the keys. Also, bring the contract along. If everything is satisfactory, we shall sign. Certainly, sir. Please wait a moment. The sales representative, surprised by Lin Bai's agreeable demeanor, hurried off to prepare the contract. Half an hour later, they arrived at Building 6, Apartment 301N. The apartment was fully furnished, requiring only the purchase of some appliances and furniture to be ready for habitation. The living space was expansive, with a total area of 206 square meters and large floor-to-ceiling windows offering views of the Jiangxing Bridge, a splendid sight. With just one glance, Lin Bai made his decision, handing his bank card and ID to the sales representative. This one, let us sign the contract. The sales representative beamed with delight and promptly began the signing process. After more than half an hour, a notification from the bank appeared on Lin Bai's phone. Your account ending in XX has been debited 6,070, 528. 00 yuan, current balance 62, 564, 890. 00 yuan. Lin Bai felt a pang of regret as he realized the total cost was approximately 5.95 million yuan, including various taxes and fees, along with 3 years of property management fees, gas fees, and so forth. Having completed the procedures, Lin Bai received the password to the apartment. Once the sales representative departed, he immediately changed the password, programming both his and Li Runin's fingerprints. I should inform you, I might just be late. I'm not certain if I'm pregnant. Should I go to the hospital for a checkup? In the room, only Lin Bai and Li Runin remained. Upon hearing her words, Lin Bai chuckled softly and shook his head. No need. The system had already informed him of Li Runen's pregnancy after their last encounter, so a hospital visit was unnecessary. For now, you can stay in the dormitory. I will arrange for furniture and appliances and help you move. In the elevator, Lin Bai's tone left no room for argument. Li Runen bit her lip and nodded. Remembering something, Lin Bai took out his phone and transferred 1.05 million yuan to Li Runen. The notification read, "Your account ending in XX has been debited 1,050,000 yuan. Current balance 52,064,890,000 yuan. I just transferred some money to you. 1 million is for the pregnancy and 50,000 is for this month's nutritional expenses. Buy whatever you wish to eat. Take care of yourself." Chapter 67. I, a woman, am better than you, a man. Li Runen stared at the over 1 million displayed on her phone, utterly bewildered. As a first-year student, the magnitude of that figure was unprecedented, and to claim she was not excited would be a blatant falsehood. Understood, she replied softly, suddenly realizing that perhaps this situation wasn't so bad after all. Upon returning to school, the sky had darkened. Lin Bai attempted to contact Qin Ruowei several times, but as usual, there was no response. After dinner, he strolled alone around the central playground, his mind occupied with the events of the day. He calculated that he had spent nearly 7 million in just one afternoon. Previously, he had thought such wealth would be endless. Now, he realized how naive he had been. He needed to earn more. Lin Bai sighed, recognizing that he would require even more funds in the future. This amount was insufficient. At that moment, he recalled the system's main quest, to conquer Su Yuming in a single encounter. The reward was 5,000 points. Lin Bai had begun to grasp the workings of the system, based on its pattern, when he leveled up to level 4. His daily allowance would likely be 100,000. By extension, at level 5, it would be 1 million per day, at level 6, 10 million, and at level 7, 100 million. This was calculated on a daily basis, not monthly or yearly. Lin Bai suddenly felt he might be losing sight of his priorities. The most crucial aspect of the system was to focus on the main quest and level up. As for the family prosperity side quests, while they appeared to offer substantial rewards, they could not compare to the tangible benefits of leveling up the system. Certainly, it was evident that the challenges of advancing through the system would only become more arduous. But how could he achieve a single encounter with Su Yuming? Considering Su Yuming's temperament, accomplishing this task would not be easy. One step at a time, Lin Bai reflected, relieved that there was no time constraint on the main quest. By the way, time. Suddenly, Lin Bai remembered that only one day remained until the deadline for completing Qin Ruowei's side quest. This meant that by midnight tomorrow, if he had not fulfilled the side quest, it would be game over. Once dead, there would be no chance to reconsider. With this thought in mind, Lin Bai resolved to seek out Qin Ruowei the following day, which would be Monday. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, in the garden beneath the girls' dormitory, Qin Ruowei and Li Runen were engaged in conversation. This afternoon, Lin Bai took me to buy a house and even gave me over 1 million for prenatal expenses. As she spoke, Li Runen gently caressed her abdomen, a triumphant smile illuminating her face under the streetlight. Qin Ruowei's expression remained calm, her gaze lingering on Li Runen's belly for a moment. You should know he has no feelings for you. Isn't it somewhat shameless to leverage a child against him? Li Runen laughed. No. I'm not coercing him. I'm just a freshman. I didn't want this either. It was Lin Bai who insisted I have the baby, claiming he would take responsibility. I'm truly at a loss for words. Despite her words, her face radiated happiness. Qin Ruowei's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. You're talking nonsense. He wouldn't. Are you not his girlfriend? Why not simply ask him? Li Runen retorted. Thanks for the reminder. I will ask. Qin Ruowei, filled with indignation, stood up to leave but paused after a few steps, turning back. Li Runen, the one Lin Bai truly loves is only me, and it will always be me. With that, she resolutely departed, vanishing into the night. Li Runen watched Qin Ruowei disappear, her expression shifting from joy to defiance. Humph. The one carrying his child is me, not you. Monday arrived. As the school bell rang at noon, Lin Bai stretched lazily, gathering his books as he prepared to dine with a few roommates. Bai Ge. Zuanhe Shirya has replied. Lu Xiaobin's excited voice broke through, prompting Chen Zhe and Zhao Fangting to lean in. No way. Did Zhou Teng really get dismissed? Bai Ge, come look. Our report worked. Zhou Teng has been fired. Haha. Lin Bai, though aware of the situation, feigned ignorance and glanced at the email, giving the trio a thumbs up. Impressive. The email had only arrived today due to the recent weekend holiday. The three were elated, clamoring for a nice meal, when suddenly, someone entered the classroom. Lin Bai, focused on tidying his pants, felt Chen Zhe nudge him and looked up towards the door. Ruowei? Upon seeing Qin Ruowei, Lin Bai's expression turned excited as he quickly approached her. Where have you been these past few days? Do you have any idea how many calls I made to you? Qin Ruo Wei, the beauty of the department, attracted the attention of all remaining students in the classroom, including Li Ruonan. Qin Ruo Wei remained silent, her gaze shifting from Li Ruonan to Lin Bai. Did you bring your ID? Lin Bai, puzzled, stammered. No, it's in the car. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Bai was taken aback. Huh, why are we going to the Civil Affairs Bureau? To get married. The classroom fell silent, all students staring at the two, while Lin Bai's mind went blank. Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest. Marry the right person first. Choose Qin Ruo Wei as your spouse and register your marriage with her. Quest Reward 1. A villa at Longshu Manor. Quest Reward 2. A wedding gift of 30 million. Only Lin Bai could hear the system's voice, and the reality of marriage left him even more bewildered. What are you standing there for? Are you unwilling? Qin Ruo Wei frowned, tugging at Lin Bai. Lin Bai, regaining his senses, vigorously shook his head. No, of course. I wanna, but what about your parents? My affairs are my own. Are you going or not? I'm more of a man than you. You have 3 seconds to decide. 3. Qin Ruo Wei's provocation worked well, and Lin Bai grasped her hand tightly. Let's go? With that, Lin Bai pulled Qin Ruo Wei towards the door. Behind them, Li Ruonan finally reacted, rushing out of the classroom to block their path. No, Lin Bai, you can't marry her. Lin Bai frowned at Li Ruonan. What are you doing? Li Ruonan looked extremely anxious, shaking her head repeatedly. No way. You can't marry her. Li Ruonan understood all too well that if Qin Ruo Wei and Lin Bai obtained their marriage certificate, they would be a legitimate couple, rendering her, even with Lin Bai's child, in a precarious position. To put it bluntly, she would be nothing but a mistress. Aware of Li Ruonan's thoughts, Qin Ruo Wei glanced at Lin Bai. You have 3 minutes to resolve this. I will be waiting downstairs. With that, Qin Ruo Wei left without hesitation. Lin Bai turned to Li Ruonan, taking a deep breath. Li Ruonan, I've told you many times, our relationship is merely transactional. I have no feelings for you. Chapter 68, Longshu Manor. Li Ruonan's face turned pale. Then what are we? What does my child mean? Li Ruonan's voice rose, drawing the attention of several students peering in from the classroom and curious onlookers from other classes. Lin Bai's expression darkened. I believe I've made myself clear enough. Li Ruonan, if you continue to make a scene, I regret to inform you that I will provide you with compensation and take you to the hospital for a procedure this weekend. With that, Lin Bai left decisively, not allowing Li Ruonan a chance to respond. Leaning helplessly against the wall, Li Ruonan slowly slid down, tears streaming silently. Downstairs, Lin Bai approached Qin Ruo Wei, and neither spoke as they headed towards the East District cafeteria. In the parking lot, Lin Bai drove with Qin Ruo Wei in the passenger seat as they exited the campus. During the busy lunch hour, they encountered some traffic. While waiting at a red light, Lin Bai turned to Qin Ruo Wei, his voice tinged with reproach. Why didn't you answer my calls? Do you have any idea how much I missed you? Qin Ruo Wei turned, her eyes red-rimmed, sniffing. You answer my questions. If you dare lie to me, you'll never see me again. Lin Bai nodded earnestly. Ask away. Why let Li Ruonan give birth to the child? Lin Bai hesitated for a moment. Because of family rules. It's not just Li Ruonan. Anyone who conceives my child must give birth, or the consequences can be severe. Qin Ruo Wei wiped her eyes, seemingly accepting this explanation, and continued questioning. What exactly do you do? Clearly wealthy, yet you take on part-time jobs? Why wear such tattered shoes, pretending to be poor? Why? Because of a family trial. Qin Ruo Wei looked puzzled. A family trial? Lin Bai steeled himself to explain. I come from a prominent family with its headquarters abroad. Our family has a rule. Upon reaching adulthood, one must undergo a trial at the grassroots level. Upon completion, one receives a monetary reward and is recognized as part of the family. My time just entering university marked the beginning of my trial. Qin Ruo Wei's gaze reflected skepticism, as this explanation did seem rather fantastical. However, it logically aligned with all the irregularities surrounding Lin Bai. Noticing Qin Ruo Wei's silence, Lin Bai tentatively asked, So, are we getting married? He feared that this might be a fleeting impulse on Qin Ruo Wei's part. Marriage was a significant commitment, especially since they were only freshmen. Yes, of course we are, Qin Ruo Wei declared. Lin Bai, let me tell you, no matter how many women or children you have in the future, I must remain the only legitimate wife. Do you hear me? As she spoke, Qin Ruo Wei's eyes shimmered with tears, as if burdened by immense sorrow. Lin Bai felt a surge of compassion and pulled her into an embrace. All right, I promise you. In the afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Lin Bai and Qin Ruo Wei stepped out of the Jiangxing Civil Affairs Bureau, each holding a red booklet embossed with the words marriage certificate in gold lettering. This was facilitated by last year's adjustments in Huagua's marriage policies, allowing couples to register with just their ID cards, avoiding the cumbersome requirement of a household registration book. Looking at the photos on the marriage certificate, Qin Ruo Wei finally smiled. strutting towards the parking lot with an air of pride. Behind them, Lin Bai was in conversation with the system. Beep. The 30 million wedding gift has been credited to the host account. Please proceed to Longshu Manor Building 9 before midnight tonight to complete the property registration. This afternoon? Then I need to take a leave. Lin Bai recalled. By the way, Wagu, has the side quest about harmonious relationships been completed? Beep. No, still a bit short. Please work hard. Countdown 8, 4, 7, 1, 1. Hearing this, Lin Bai felt a surge of frustration. This harmonious task required Qin Ruowei to be aware of his situation with Li Ruonan, needing her and Li Ruonan to coexist peacefully. Given their current state, achieving that in under 9 hours seemed impossible. Wagu, are there any specific criteria for this harmonious coexistence? Can you provide some hints? Beep. Hint. If Qin Ruowei and Li Ruonan acknowledge each other's existence, the task will be considered complete. After receiving the hint, Lin Bai sprinted to catch up with Qin Ruowei. Wife, let us discuss something. You bought a villa at Longshu Manor? On the way to Longshu Manor, upon hearing this revelation, Qin Ruowei's voice rose in disbelief, her expression stunned. Lin Bai feigned innocence. Yeah, what's wrong? Qin Ruowei, speechless, brushed her hair back. Do you have any idea how much a square meter at Longshu Manor costs? Around 200,000. The residents within that place are inconsequential to you. Upon recalling that Lin Bai is the chairman of Heesher Industries and a scion of a prominent family, Qin Ruowei felt a sense of relief. Lin Bai scratched the back of his head, genuinely unaware of the exorbitant price of Longshu Villa. At 200,000 per square meter, 100 square meters would amount to 20 million. Given that it is a villa, it should span at least 400 to 500 square meters, right? When calculated this way, Lin Bai could not help but gasp in astonishment, finally comprehending why Qin Ruowei reacted with such surprise. Turning his attention back to the matter at hand, Lin Bai addressed her. Darling, now that we are married, concerning Li Ruonan, I previously stated that I would not concern myself with how many women you have outside, nor how many children you bear. I am your sole legal wife. Lin Bai's eyes darted, implying, so, you have accepted the existence of Li Ruonan, am I correct? Qin Ruowei retorted. Does it matter if I say I do not accept it? Lin Bai, feeling exasperated, urged, just tell me directly whether or not you accept Li Ruonan's presence. With a glare filled with disdain, Qin Ruowei enunciated each syllable, accept. Humph. Lin Bai let out a long sigh of relief, finally settling the matter with Qin Ruowei. Now, only Li Ruonan remained to be addressed. Longshu Villa is situated over 10 kilometers from Jiangqing University, nestled within the city's third ring. The moment Lin Bai entered the grounds of Longshu Villa, he finally grasped why property prices here were so steep. The entire estate is built on a small island in the midst of a lake, surrounded by Bio Lake, with numerous bridges traversing its surface, and lotus leaves gracefully unfurling. As they drove through the second bridge into Longshu Villa, they headed straight for Building 9. Upon arrival, a man in his 30s, dressed sharply and wearing glasses, was already waiting outside Building 9. He was Zhou Bo-song, the lawyer responsible for processing Lin Bai's property documentation. The system had meticulously handled everything. All that remained was for Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei to affix their signatures. Gazing at the villa before him, Lin Bai was overwhelmed with excitement that words could scarcely express. The villa was not of the antiquated style, but rather exemplified a minimalist Italian design, featuring a uniquely crafted facade with 3 stories of upright walls. Zhou Bo-song guided them through the villa, and the couple could not contain their admiration. Lin Bai's initial estimate had been somewhat conservative. According to Zhou Bo-song's introduction, the villa's total area was 779 square meters, calculating at 200,000 per square meter. This villa was valued at a staggering 1.5 billion. Thank you so much, Brother Gua. Lin Bai expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Within the villa, all household appliances and furniture were provided, constructed from top-quality materials, allowing for immediate occupancy. After touring the entire villa, Zhou Bo-song presented the contract, and both Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei signed it together. Congratulations, Mr. Lin and Ms. Qin. The formalities are complete. This villa now belongs to both of you. Qin Ruowei, curious, inquired, is there anything else, Mr. Zhou? Zhou Bo-song hesitated. No, that would be all. Very well. Then, Mr. Zhou, you may take your leave. Zhou Bo-song nodded slightly and departed. Just then, Qin Ruowei seized Lin Bai's shoulder, turning him around, and in the next moment, Lin Bai felt a soft embrace. During Qin Ruowei's 2-day absence, Lin Bai had nearly gone mad with longing. She, too, felt the same. A brief separation felt like a new marriage, especially after just completing their marriage registration. Sparks ignited swiftly. Hurry, make me pregnant, dear husband. Fast forward to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Ruowei lay languidly on the bed, the luxurious silk duvet in disarray. Lin Bai, holding his phone, composed a message to Li Ruonan. Qin Ruowei and I have registered our marriage. If you regret it now, you still have time. Either accept reality and welcome Qin Ruowei's presence. Or as I've mentioned, I will not claim any money from you. Consider it your compensation. After sending the message, Lin Bai set his phone aside and gathered Qin Ruowei into his arms. Darling, how are you feeling? After a brief rest, the couple dressed and left the house, driving towards the university. Although this place was splendid, it was too distant from the school, and morning traffic was a nightmare, necessitating early rises. Therefore, they decided to stay on campus from Monday to Friday and return home on the weekends. When they returned to their dormitory, it was already past 7 in the evening, and Lin Bai had yet to receive a response from Li Ruonan. With less than 5 hours remaining, anxiety consumed him. Reluctantly, Lin Bai called Li Ruonan directly. Come down to the parking lot. All right. Li Ruonan replied calmly before hanging up. Lin Bai sat in the car, waiting. Approximately 10 minutes later, Li Ruonan arrived. Taking a seat in the passenger seat, Lin Bai noticed that she had clearly been crying and hesitated before asking, "What have you decided?" Li Ruonan did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, she turned to Lin Bai and asked, "Do you have even the slightest affection for me? Please answer." "Yes. But it's not much. It depends on your actions," Lin Bai replied succinctly. Li Ruonan appeared dissatisfied with this answer, revealing a bittersweet smile. "No matter what, I will never compare to Qin Ruowei in your heart, will I?" "No," he confirmed. "If that is the case, why do you want me to bear your child?" "Why? You ask too many questions. I've said you have the choice to refuse. The power lies with you." "You scoundrel." "I know." The two fell into a brief silence. After 2 or 3 minutes, Li Ruonan softly said, "Let me see your marriage certificate with her." "I didn't bring it." "It's at home." Li Ruonan gazed at him. "Lin Bai, don't you think what you're doing is shameless?" Losing patience with Li Ruonan's incessant accusations, Lin Bai, under her startled gaze, seized her neck and pulled her closer, his tone harsh. "Li Ruonan, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Have I given you too much leeway? If Qin Ruowei can accept you, why can't you accept her? If that is the case, I will take you to the hospital right now." With that, Lin Bai forcefully released Li Ruonan, started the car, and prepared to exit the parking lot. After driving a few meters, he halted the vehicle. Inside, Li Ruonan clung tightly to Lin Bai's arm, tears streaming down her face. I accept. I do not want to terminate the pregnancy. Congratulations, host. The side quest Harmony Brings Wealth is complete. The female attributes panel feature is now activated. Upon hearing the notification of the task completion, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, slumping back into his seat. Observing Li Ruonan's tear-stained face beside him, Lin Bai felt a pang of sympathy, but there was no alternative. He could only proceed as necessary. "Listen, whatever you desire, I will provide. If you disobey, I can abandon you at any time. Li Ruonan, this is my final warning." Li Ruonan's remaining resolve crumbled under Lin Bai's words, and she nodded helplessly, tears continuing to flow. Lin Bai recalled the system's recent reward and silently called out, "Brother Gua, check Li Ruonan's attribute panel." Received. Name: Li Ruonan. Age: 19. Beauty score: 7. Favorability towards host: 80. Lin Bai had currently unlocked only the beauty score and favorability attributes, resulting in a rather streamlined attribute panel. Noticing that Li Ruonan harbored an 80 in favorability towards him, Lin Bai felt a twinge of guilt. It seemed rather cruel to treat a girl who loved him so deeply in such a manner. Yet this was the only means by which he could ensure his survival before midnight. "Move to the back," Lin Bai instructed, then opened the car door and stepped out, climbing into the rear seat. In front, Li Ruonan, with tear-drenched eyes, appeared somewhat bewildered. "Huh." Lin Bai grasped her arm, supporting her waist, and gently yet firmly lifted her from the passenger seat to the back. Realizing what Lin Bai intended to do next, Li Ruonan instinctively glanced out the window. The cafeteria was nearby, bustling with students coming and going. "No, this cannot happen here." Lin Bai disregarded everything else and seized Li Ruonan's neck, kissing her fervently. By 9 o'clock in the evening, Lin Bai returned to his dormitory. Zhao Fengting was engrossed in a video game, Lu Xiaobin was tinkering with a gadget, and Chunzhe was engaged in a lengthy phone conversation with Fu Rao. After taking a shower, Lin Bai climbed into bed, pondering over the tasks at hand. With all side quests completed, only the main mission of defeating Su Yumeng remained. Thus, the pressing matter was to devise a strategy to win over Su Yumeng. However, Lin Bai and Su Yumeng were not from the same academy, and their encounters were infrequent. Recently, they had opportunities to meet due to competitions, but now that the contests were over, he could hardly approach her directly, as that would appear too forward and frighten her away, leading to the opposite of his intentions. What should he do? Just as Lin Bai was at a loss, his phone rang. He initially assumed it was a message from Qin Ruowei, but upon glancing at it, his brows furrowed in surprise. It was a message from Su Yumeng, asking, "Could you lend me some money?" A smile slowly crept onto Lin Bai's lips. It seemed fortune had favored him at a moment when he was seeking an excuse to get closer to Su Yuming. How much? He replied. 100,000. Su Yuming's response was swift, indicating she had been waiting by her phone. Lin Bai's first reaction to this sum was one of bewilderment. What could Su Yuming possibly need such a large amount for? He refrained from inquiring further and simply replied, all right, when are you available to meet and discuss? How about 3 p.m. tomorrow at the Central District CAF? Sounds good. Chapter 70. All men are the same. After sending the message, Lin Bai set his phone down, envisioning Su Yuming's captivating beauty, and soon drifted into slumber. The next day, at 3 p.m., he arrived at the Central District CAF, conveniently located within the Entrepreneurship Park and in close proximity to the esports studio. Upon entering, Lin Bai found Su Yuming already waiting. She waved as he stepped through the door. The CAF was relatively quiet, and Lin Bai took a seat opposite her, his gaze intently admiring her. She wore a somewhat worn but impeccably clean white t-shirt, her silky black hair cascading naturally over her shoulders like that of a celestial being fallen to earth. Out of curiosity, Lin Bai checked Su Yuming's attribute panel. Name, Su Yuming. Age, 20. Attractiveness score, 95. Favorability towards host, 40. A favorability score of 4 was pitifully low compared to Li Runan's, yet understandable under the circumstances. Why do you suddenly need so much money? Lin Bai asked, breaking the silence. Su Yuming tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gazed out the window. My brother was in a bike accident and needs money. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Oh, how serious is it? A broken leg and a concussion. My brother is fully responsible, and the other party is demanding 100,000. If we can't pay, he'll end up in jail. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai stroked his chin, deep in thought. This was merely Su Yuming's side of the story. While he believed her, he couldn't shake off the feeling that she was withholding something from him. Where are you from? What does your brother do? What's his name? Su Yuming looked at Lin Bai, her brows slightly furrowed. Do you not trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. As the lender, isn't it reasonable for me to know these details? Su Yuming continued to gaze out the window. I'm from Xiangshui town. My brother's name is Su Zhonghao, and he is in his final year of high school. With this revelation, Lin Bai finally understood Su Yuming's urgency. For a high school senior, incarceration could ruin his future. Lin Bai noted down the information Su Yuming provided and contemplated before responding. I can lend you 100,000, but when will you repay me? Su Yuming lowered her head. She knew her family situation best. As a university student, it would take an eternity for her to earn that amount without resorting to dubious means. I'm sorry for bothering you, she murmured, clearly hurt, and began to rise with hurried steps. As she passed Lin Bai, he grasped her wrist. I didn't say I wouldn't lend it to you. Why are you in such a rush? Su Yuming met his gaze, her sorrow cleverly concealed. I can't repay it. Even if I could, it would take a long time. Lin Bai chuckled and gestured to the seat across from him. Sit down. With no other choice, Su Yuming reluctantly returned to her seat. Lin Bai then stated, 100,000 is nothing to me. If you spend one night with me, I will give you 200,000. The moment the words left his lips, Su Yuming shot up, disbelief etched on her face. You are shameless. I thought you were different from other boys. Clearly, I was mistaken. All men are the same. With that, her favorability plummeted from 4 to 0 in an instant, revealing her genuine nature. Lin Bai remained unfazed. Do you know what 200,000 signifies? Are you not going to save your brother? You needn't worry about that. After hurling her retort, Su Yuming turned to leave, not allowing Lin Bai a chance to persuade her otherwise. If you come to your senses, feel free to seek me out. My offer stands indefinitely. Lin Bai called after her without turning back. Su Yuming's expression soured as she hastily exited. After she left, Lin Bai shook his head with a smile, pulled out his phone, and dialed Bai Kuei's number. Hello, Bai Gu. Please help me look into someone. Su Zhonghao, a senior from Xiangshui town in Jiangxing. Understood, Bai Gu. I'll get back to you shortly. After ending the call, Lin Bai took a small sip of his classic latte, a smile gracing his features. As long as she needed money, he would have her right where he wanted her. Money may not be omnipotent, but a lack of it is indeed crippling. Just like Su Yuming's current predicament, short of selling her body, acquiring 100,000 in such a short time was nothing short of a pipe dream. As a second-year university student, her most valuable assets were her beauty and her body. As a normal man, Lin Bai saw nothing shameful in his request. Those who engage in illicit affairs under the guise of kindness are the truly shameless ones. How bitter, Lin Bai remarked, glancing at his coffee, wiping his mouth with a napkin, and frowning as he prepared to leave. The temperature in Jiangxing had dropped significantly following the National Day holiday. While the north still enjoyed a lingering autumn, Jiangxing seemed to plunge straight into winter overnight, with everyone swiftly swapping their summer attire for winter clothing. Lin Bai donned a shirt and 9-point pants, drawing curious glances from passing students, who regarded him with a hint of madness. Lin Bai felt unfazed. He didn't think it was that cold. An hour later, while rummaging through his dormitory for winter clothing, Lin Bai received a call from Bai Kuei. I found him. Bai Gu. There is indeed a Su Zhonghao, a senior, but it seems he's recently encountered some trouble. With the others in the dormitory absent, Lin Bai pressed the speakerphone button and continued to sort through his clothes while asking, what kind of trouble? Su Zhonghao was involved in a serious bike accident a week ago. The other party is still in the hospital, and Su Zhonghao has been classified as a malicious assailant. He is currently in custody. Isn't he a student? Su Zhonghao just turned 18. He is now an adult. Lin Bai's realization dawned upon him. You just mentioned malicious assault. Yes, the victim's name is Liu Xiaojun, a local thug from Xiangshui town. His father runs a sand business and has been quite a bully in the area. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai deduced the situation. Please send me the location of the police station where Su Zhonghao is being held. That's all I need to know. Understood. Bai Gu, I've sent the location to your phone. After receiving the location, Lin Bai hung up and checked his schedule. Today was Wednesday, and tomorrow was Thursday, with only a few classes. Having made his decision, he donned an outdated down jacket he had brought from home and stepped out. Xiangshui town was just over 50 kilometers from Jiangcheng, not far at all. By 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Bai's Mercedes pulled up at the entrance of the detention center in Xiangshui town. He stepped out, his black trench coat billowing in the cold wind. On his way through the shopping mall, Lin Bai purchased a black trench coat that harmonized splendidly with his height of 1.82 meters and his robust physique. Xiangshui town, located to the north of Jiangcheng city, is a mere 50 kilometers away, yet its temperature is significantly lower than that of Jiangcheng. Hello, I am here to find someone. Lin Bai announced loudly as he approached the guard station. A police officer stepped out and inquired whom he was seeking. Su Zhonghao. The officer glanced at Lin Bai, made a note, then opened the automatic door, allowing Lin Bai to enter while he himself took a walkie-talkie back into the guard station. The detention center of Xiangshui town was not large. Upon entering, Lin Bai walked straight into the central building. The temperature inside was considerably warmer, with air conditioning running and 2 police officers on duty. You must be Lin Bai. Please fill out this form, one officer instructed. Placing a document in front of him before turning to fetch a key, Lin Bai rubbed his hands together and picked up the pen to begin filling out the form. Most of the information requested was commonplace, but one section regarding his relationship with the detainee left Lin Bai uncertain. After a moment of hesitation, he wrote brother-in-law in that space. Once completed, Lin Bai handed the form to another officer, who glanced at it and pointed in the direction from which the first officer had come. That way, go straight ahead and take a left. Thank you, Lin Bai replied, following the officer's directions into the depths of the detention center. This was his first visit to such a facility, and it was vastly different from the prisons depicted on television. This way, came the call from an officer ahead. Lin Bai jogged forward and entered the room where the officer was stationed. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a young man sitting upright in a chair, clad in the detention center's distinctive uniform. The moment Lin Bai laid eyes on him, he frowned and turned to the officer. What is going on? Did you beat him? Before the officer could respond, the young man spoke up. Who are you? What do you want? With a buzz cut and a visible bruise on his left eye, he exuded an air of nonchalance and a strong delinquent vibe. The officer looked at Lin Bai in confusion. You don't know each other? No, who is he? The young man replied, agitated. As the officer continued to ponder the situation, Lin Bai approached the young man and lightly slapped the back of his head. Shut up. The young man, taken aback, rubbed the spot where he had been struck, exclaiming, what the hell? Lin Bai turned to the officer. Apologies, I am his brother-in-law. His sister and I are classmates. The officer finally understood and pointed at Su Zhonghao, whose legs were restless. Behave yourself. Su Zhonghao, infuriated, retorted, he is not my brother-in-law. I don't know him. Who the hell are you to claim that? Get lost. Lin Bai pressed down on his shoulder, and despite Su Zhonghao's attempts to resist, Lin Bai's strength rendered his struggles futile. After subduing Su Zhonghao, Lin Bai turned to the officer. Once I pay, I can take him home, correct? The officer nodded, confirming this was indeed the case, as Su Zhonghao was the responsible party in the matter. The other party was demanding a compensation of 100,000 yuan, and failure to pay within a week would result in his transfer to Xiangshui town prison. Forget it. I won't pay. I have no money. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Su Zhonghao shouted defiantly. The officer seemed accustomed to Su Zhonghao's temperament and refrained from arguing. All right, where do I pay? The officer asked, looking up. You're here to pay? Su Zhonghao froze and then shoved Lin Bai. Who needs your money? Get out of here. I'll take responsibility for my own mess. It has nothing to do with anyone else. Lin Bai realized for the first time that Su Zhonghao might not be as hopeless as he appeared. His reckless behavior seemed to mask something deeper. Let us talk outside, Lin Bai suggested with a glance at the officer, who understood and stood to lead the way outside, with Lin Bai following closely behind. Su Zhonghao trailed after them, and Lin Bai turned, pointing at him. Stay put. For once, Su Zhonghao remained silent, visibly swallowing hard at Lin Bai's stern demeanor. Lin Bai followed the officer out to the office, where he paid the 100,000 yuan fee, received the bail release certificate, and signed several documents. The entire process took just over half an hour, and finally, all the formalities were completed. Outside the detention center, Lin Bai walked ahead, while Su Zhonghao lagged behind until they reached Lin Bai's Mercedes-Benz. "What? Is this your car? Quite impressive you're loaded," Su Zhonghao remarked, running his fingers over the car's sleek surface, still maintaining his casual attitude. "Get in," Lin Bai instructed, taking the driver's seat while tossing his recently exchanged winter coat to Su Zhonghao, who was still clad in a thin school uniform. "Put this on." Su Zhonghao glanced at the coat with a disdainful expression. "What is this? It's so ugly." As Lin Bai pretended to reclaim the coat, Su Zhonghao quickly dodged and began to put it on, laughing. Ignoring him, Lin Bai drove toward the town center. "Now, tell me why you hit Lu Xiaojun," Lin Bai inquired, taking the initiative in the conversation. Su Zhonghao, rummaging around, paused in surprise before retorting. He had it coming. If he didn't die, it was just his luck. Lin Bai shot him a glance. "I asked why you hit him. Do you have a grudge against him?" Su Zhonghao frowned. "You haven't even introduced yourself. Let me make it clear. I have no money, so don't expect me to pay for anything." Lin Bai shook his head, speechless. "I am a friend of your sister." "A friend of my sister? You're just bragging. You might as well say you're one of her suitors," Su Zhonghao scoffed. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. "How are you so sure?" Su Zhonghao waved dismissively. "Please, I'm used to it. But you're not bad. At least you're not that annoying. Hey, can you stop for a moment? Can you buy me a pack of cigarettes?" Lin Bai stopped the car at a roadside shop, handing Su Zhonghao 100 yuan. "Go buy it yourself." "Wow, generous. Consider it a loan from me." Su Zhonghao laughed heartily as he opened the car door and dashed into the store. Moments later, he emerged with 2 bottles of cola and a pack of cigarettes Lin Bai did not recognize. As they resumed their journey, Su Zhonghao rolled down the window and quietly smoked, neither of them speaking for a while. At a certain moment, Su Zhonghao broke the silence. "My sister is quite beautiful. Many are interested in her, Lu Xiaojun being one of them. She excels academically and left for university. After that, Lu Xiaojun kept asking for my sister's contact information and even threatened my parents at home, claiming that if my sister didn't marry him, he would harm them." As Su Zhonghao recounted this, his demeanor was remarkably calm, and it was precisely this calmness that made Lin Bai acutely aware of his helplessness and anger. "A week ago, I got home after evening classes and found my dad had been beaten. Lu Xiaojun did it. That night, I went looking for him. I was on my electric bike and crashed into him the moment he got out of his car. What a pity. If I had a car, I would have run that son of a bitch over," Su Zhonghao exclaimed, crushing the cigarette butt and tossing it out of the window. With the events laid bare, Lin Bai empathized with Su Zhonghao, recognizing the struggles of his own less than affluent family, which had often been bullied by villagers. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. "Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest. Utilize available resources to completely eradicate the Lu family's influence in Xiangshui town. Deadline, 1 month. Quest reward. Activation of the female purity attribute." Purity? What is that? Lin Bai was intrigued by this new term. Beep. Female purity corresponds to the number of romantic partners a woman has had thus far. The system's explanation was rather vague. Yet Lin Bai was no longer an innocent young man and suddenly understood. Beep. Find a way on your own. In the span of a month, the influence of the Lu family in Xiangshui town was eradicated. The task appeared straightforward yet intricate. For others, such as Su Zhonghao, accomplishing this mission would be akin to scaling a mountain, but for him, it was merely a matter of time. "Tell me about Lu Xiaojun's background. I hear his family runs a sand factory?" Lin Bai inquired with genuine curiosity. Su Zhonghao nodded, affirming that Lu's Baihe sand factory was the largest in Xiangshui town. Lu's father, Lu Jinkai, had once been a ruffian in his youth. Over the years, due to governmental crackdowns, he had moderated his brazen behavior. Lu Jinkai maintained a clandestine partnership with the town's mayor. Su Zhonghao acknowledged the foolishness of their situation, but for ordinary folk like them, all they could do was fight for survival. Lin Bai agreed, nodding in understanding. "Forget about this matter. Focus on your studies. The college entrance examination is approaching next year." Su Zhonghao scoffed coldly. "Let's see if I even make it to that point. College entrance exam? What a joke." Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. "Are you worried that Lu Xiaojun will retaliate against you?" "It's not a matter of worry. It's inevitable. But it's fine. I have nothing to lose. If he wants to come after me, let him. I am not easily bullied." There was a rugged determination about Su Zhonghao, a protective aura that shielded him. Being at the bottom rung of society, he relied on this fierce spirit to safeguard himself and his family. His words struck a chord with Lin Bai, a realization he had not previously considered. As they approached the town center of Xiangshui, shops still operated at around 10 in the evening. Lin Bai parked at a restaurant. leading Su Zhonghao inside to order a few signature dishes. During their wait, Lin Bai excused himself to the restroom, finding a secluded corner to call Bai Kuei. Brother Bai? Does the company have any capable individuals? There was a pause on the other end before Bai Kuei replied. Brother Bai, are you asking if we have bodyguards? Yes, indeed. Do we? The company does not offer bodyguard services, but we have a partnership with a security company. If you need, I can inquire. Please do so now. The price is not an issue. All right, Brother Bai, I will contact you shortly. After hanging up, Lin Bai washed his hands and returned to the table. Upon his return, he found Su Zhonghao had vanished, leaving only a note on the table. In confusion, Lin Bai picked it up and read, "Thank you for today. I've gone home. You should attend to your matters. By the way, the 100,000 yuan is a loan from me to you. As long as I am alive, I will repay you." After reading the note, Lin Bai shook his head in resignation, acknowledging Su's ambition. When the dishes arrived, Lin Bai, famished, quickly devoured his meal. Just as he was finishing, he received a call from Bai Kuei. "I've secured a deal, Brother Bai, with Panlong Security Company. It's too late today, so you can go directly tomorrow to discuss pricing and sign the contract. Thank you for your hard work." After ending the call, Lin Bai polished off the remnants of his meal, wiped his mouth, and departed. A little over half an hour later, just before 11, Lin Bai returned to Jiangxing. The dormitory was locked, so he went to the apartment he had purchased in Tali Shuixiang. Gazing at the empty room, he remembered that he had yet to follow through on his plans to buy furniture and appliances. I feel utterly stretched thin. Can one person truly manage all this? Lin Bai lamented. Currently, he had only Bai Kuei to assist him, and many tasks were ill-suited for her involvement, necessitating his direct engagement. The critical aspect was that he still had classes to attend. Academics took precedence. Beep. Side quest activated. Side quest. A hero needs 3 helpers. A hero needs 3 helpers. Within the stipulated time, seek out suitable companions to share the host's burdens. The system will display the target's loyalty attributes to assist in discernment. Quest duration, 1 week. Quest reward, unlocking loyalty attributes. Lin Bai's eyes brightened, appreciating the system's perceptiveness. Excellent. It's a commendable system. Beep. You're too kind. On Thursday, after finishing his classes, Lin Bai opened his navigation app and drove straight to Panlong Security Company, located 17 kilometers away. After about half an hour, he arrived at the outskirts of Jiangxing, near Jiangxia District. The so-called headquarters of Panlong Security resembled a school, with a guard booth at the entrance manned by a serious-looking bodyguard in a suit. "I'm sorry, sir, but could you please present your identification?" Lin Bai produced his ID, confirming his previous appointment. The man inspected the document, raised the barrier, returned the ID, and gestured for him to proceed. "Just head straight ahead. The building across the parking lot is it." "Thank you." Upon entering the company and parking, Lin Bai walked into the building, where he could faintly hear the sounds of training and chanting in the background. Inside, a suited bodyguard greeted him and escorted him to an office on the 2nd floor. There, a rugged man in a camouflage vest awaited him. "You must be Lin Bai, the one who called yesterday?" "Yes, that's me," Lin Bai confirmed. The man scrutinized him closely, noting his youth. "Are you still a student? Are you looking for bodyguard services?" "Yes," Lin Bai replied tersely, feeling somewhat out of his depth as he had never before sought bodyguard assistance. "How many do you need, and what level of service are you looking for?" "Here is our price list." The man handed Lin Bai a sheet detailing the costs. B level at 500 per day for a package price of 12,000 per month. A level at 1,000 per day for 28,000 per month. AA level at 2,000 per day for 55,000 per month. AAA level at 3,000 per day for 88,000 per month. And S level, which was currently unavailable. The content of the form was straightforward. Yet Lin Bai was unclear about the distinctions between the various levels. He inquired, what are the differences between B level and A level? There are internal assessments that determine the bodyguard's level based on specific criteria, but it's rather complicated. Lin Bai grasped the general concept and considered Lu Xiaojun and Lu Jiankai merely a bunch of small-time thugs from a town. An A-level bodyguard would suffice, so he decided, I'll take 2 A-level bodyguards, both at the package price. The man raised an eyebrow. All right, please fill out this form. Lin Bai took the form, glanced over it, and began to fill it out. In the employer section, he wrote Su Zhonghao's name, but hesitated when it came to the identification number. Their SA situation. This employer is a high school senior, and he doesn't know I'm arranging bodyguards for him. I also don't know his ID number. No worries, just fill out what you can, and leave the rest blank, the man reassured him. Lin Bai nodded, completed the remaining information, and handed the form back. The man took the form, stood up, and extended his hand. Hello, I'm Xue Qian, the manager of Panlong Security Company. Thank you for your support, Mr. Lin. We require a 50 upfront payment, with the remaining 50 due upon task completion. Lin Bai shook Xue Qian's hand, feeling the strength in his grip. Calloused palms suggesting a life of labor and a reassuring presence. Show me Xue Qian's loyalty rating. Beep. Acknowledged. Xue Qian, loyalty rating, 95 points. Seeing this score, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Such a high loyalty rating was self-evident in its significance. That sounds good. But I have a small request. Please protect him discreetly. Unless absolutely necessary, do not let Su Zhonghao know about this. Xue Qian smiled, understanding the request. Subsequently, Lin Bai scanned the payment of 28,000 yuan, with the remaining amount to be settled in a month. After receiving the funds, Xue Qian became even more courteous and opened a computer interface filled with photos and detailed information of various bodyguards. Mr. Lin, please take a look at our company's current roster of 18 A-level bodyguards. Feel free to make your selection. Lin Bai glanced at the time. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. He surveyed the densely packed information, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "No need, you can make the arrangements. Let us just exchange contact information." "Certainly, Mr. Lin, that is entirely feasible." Lin Bai added Xue Qian on WeChat, engaged in a brief conversation, and then departed from the security company. After watching Lin Bai's card disappear from view, Xue Qian clenched his fist and promptly pulled out his phone. "Xiao Chun, come to my office with Lei Zi. We have work to do. Hurry." Upon returning to school, Lin Bai parked his car and hurried to the classroom, managing to arrive just before the teacher. "Brother Bai, where have you been these past few days? You've been elusive," Zhao Fangting inquired as he approached. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively, grabbed the unopened bottle of mineral water in front of him, twisted off the cap, and gulped down several mouthfuls. "Hey." In the front row, Li Runin sat quietly, engrossed in her book. After their previous in-depth conversation, she had fully accepted the reality and ceased her noisy antics. At 5:50 in the afternoon, classes concluded. Lin Bai and his 3 roommates left the classroom and were just about to head downstairs when they spotted a graceful figure in the distance. She stood there silently, capturing the attention of everyone passing by, akin to a swan illuminated by a spotlight. Damn, isn't that Su Yuming? As the belle of Jiangxing University, she was well known. Even more audacious, a bold male student mustered the courage to approach Su Yuming and ask for her contact information, with predictable results. Su Yuming spotted Lin Bai from afar and began walking toward him. Aware of Lin Bai's relationship with Su Yuming, his roommates instinctively dispersed, their movements synchronized in a rare display. Other students who had not yet left were watching, including Li Runin. Under the collective gaze, Su Yuming approached Lin Bai. "Let's have a meal together." The 4 words were less an inquiry and more a habitual directive she was unaware of. This habit could be attributed to those who pandered to her, not Su Yuming herself. Lin Bai rolled his eyes and replied, "I'm sorry, but I have plans to dine with my wife." Having said that, he turned to leave, the sound of a heart breaking echoing in the air. Su Yuming furrowed her brow and jogged after him. "I apologize, that's not what I meant." Lin Bai understood her intention. "It's fine. Do you have something to discuss? You went to Shangshui town. The bail money for my brother was provided by you, correct?" Lin Bai knew Su Yuming would eventually discover this matter, and there was nothing to deny. "Yes, you previously questioned why you should help me?" Lin Bai was aware of the unfinished thought in Su Yuming's mind. He paused, turned back, and smiled slightly. "My promise still stands." Su Yuming was momentarily taken aback, but then understood what Lin Bai meant, her cheeks flushing inexplicably. Watching Lin Bai's retreating figure, she pursued him once more. "Let us have a meal together." Lin Bai felt perplexed and checked Su Yuming's affection level towards him. 5. Oh. Just yesterday it dropped from 4 to 0, and now it has risen to 5. Clearly, this incident has made quite an impression on Su Yuming. "I will dine with my wife. If you don't mind, you may join us." "I don't mind, of course not, as long as your girlfriend is agreeable." On the 3rd floor of the East District cafeteria, the gaze of the entire cafeteria was fixed on a particular table, with expressions ranging from envy, jealousy, resentment, frustration, to eagerness. Lin Bai sat on one side with Qin Ruowei, while Su Yuming occupied the opposite seat. This scene, featuring a campus beauty alongside 2 stunning women sharing a meal with a single male, was a sight to behold and envied by many. Qin Ruowei maintained a calm demeanor, occasionally assisting Su Yuming with her food, embodying grace and gentleness to the fullest. "I have met your brother, and I have a general understanding of your family's situation. Focus on your studies, and do not worry about anything else." Faced with Su Yuming's repeated expressions of gratitude, Lin Bai found himself at a loss and could only offer comfort. Su Yuming lightly moved her chopsticks over her meal. "For you, 100,000 yuan may seem trivial. A mere trifle, but for me, it is different." After saying this, Su Yuming raised her head, her gaze resolute, as if she had made a significant decision. "I will seriously consider what you said and respond after reflection. I am full. I will take my leave now. You two enjoy your meal." With that, Su Yuming gathered her tray and left the scene, almost fleeing. Lin Bai chewed his food, and beside him, Qin Ruowei squinted and asked, "Not bad. You've hooked up with the campus beauty so quickly. I'm quite curious. What kind of deal have you struck?" Lin Bai felt a chill run down his spine as he hastily consumed his meal, mumbling, "Let us just eat." Qin Ruowei did not press further. After a few bites, she casually remarked, "My father wants to meet you this weekend." Lin Bai nearly choked on his food and turned to look at Qin Ruowei, who appeared nonchalant as she continued to eat. Lin Bai guessed what was coming and stammered, "Will I get hit?" Qin Ruowei chuckled, "Not necessarily. It depends on your performance. By the way, we are going home tonight, to our home. You've been acting strangely lately. What is going on? Have you been stimulated?" Lin Bai smiled. Qin Ruowei regarded him, her brows furrowing. "Yes, I've indeed been stimulated. If Li Runin can bear your child, so can I." Lin Bai felt a bead of sweat form. "Ruowei, you really don't need to overthink this. Besides, we are still students. I care. I am a woman. What is wrong with being a student? Is Li Runin not one? Have you finished eating? If so, let us head home. Right away, right away. Nighttime. Longshu Manor." On the soft, large bed, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei lay entwined, their bodies bare. Qin Ruowei's face still bore the rosy hue of their recent intimacy, irresistibly alluring. "Brother, has Ruowei not conceived yet?" Lin Bai mentally communicated with the system, filled with questions. Logically, given their numerous encounters, Qin Ruowei should have been the first to conceive. Yet the opposite was true. It was Li Runin who succeeded at her first attempt. Beep. "No, that shouldn't be. Why not?" Beep. "Qin Ruowei's body is too weak." Hearing this result, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. "Too weak? Can it be remedied?" Beep. "Yes, just increase your exercise." Relieved, Lin Bai turned to Qin Ruowei, caressing her delicate skin, and gently suggested, "Let us go to the school gym together sometime and get a membership." Qin Ruowei looked up, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Why the sudden interest in fitness? Is it about my body? As she said this, her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a glare. "Do you think I need to exercise? You want me to be miserable?" Lin Bai was at a loss for words. "It's not about me needing to exercise. It's you. Your body is too fragile." Qin Ruowei rolled her eyes, pointing at Lin Bai. "Oh, so you think I'm fat, do you?" Lin Bai chuckled oddly. "It's so you can withstand the rigors." Realizing his intention, Qin Ruowei shot him another glare, then climbed onto Lin Bai, tossing her long hair. "Tonight, I will challenge you." The next day, Friday, after a full day of classes, Lin Bai drove Qin Ruowei to Fenglin Town after school, stopping by a shopping mall where they spent over 60,000 yuan on gifts. This was their first official meeting with her parents, and Lin Bai took it very seriously, purchasing an expensive suit. In the suit's embrace, Lin Bai appeared even more composed and handsome. Shortly after 8 in the evening, they arrived at the entrance of the community in Fenglin Town. From a distance, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance, with sounds of an argument rising. "You damn security guard, do you really think you're something? Get lost. What's wrong with me going back to my own home?" A group of individuals staggered, clearly having indulged in excessive libations. At the entrance of the community, a man dressed in a security uniform stood in front of them, exhibiting a courteous demeanor. "I apologize, sir, but I just inquired and the resident of Building 2, Apartment 202, does not wish to meet you and your friends. Please return. Do not put me in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, the intoxicated men became visibly displeased. The leader stepped forward and lightly slapped the security guard's face twice. "Do you know who I am? Do you believe that one phone call could have you unemployed? As a security guard, you ought to have some discernment." The guard maintained a professional smile, yet anyone with clear insight could perceive that his patience was waning. "I'm sorry, sir, but please refrain from physical contact. If you persist, I will have to call the police." "Call the police? Are you trying to intimidate me? Do you think I am easily frightened?" The guard recognized that reasoning with a group of drunks was futile and took out his phone, preparing to dial. At that moment, the man before him swatted the guard's phone from his hand, pointing at him. "You think you're being generous? Do you believe I won't destroy you?" Having endured continuous bullying, the guard's patience reached its breaking point, his fists clenched tightly. "Pick it up." The man, assuming he misheard, leaned in closer. "What did you say?" Bang. Without further ado, the guard lifted his fist and struck the man in the face, who fell to the ground, clutching his face and rolling in agony. The man's companions rushed forward, encircling the guard, their raucous laughter merging into a cacophony. Lin Bai halted his vehicle, while Qin Ruowei frowned at the unfolding scene. Have these people lost their minds? A little alcohol, and they forget themselves. I'm calling the police. Lin Bai did not stop her as she reached for her phone. His gaze fixed intently on the entrance of the community. There, 4 or 5 young men lay sprawled on the ground, while the guard stood in scathed save for his fallen cap. "Call the police. Hurry up," shouted one of the men. "You've got guts." The guard clapped his hands, stepped aside, and retrieved his phone just as more security personnel arrived. Upon witnessing the scene, A burly man, presumably the head of security, gestured to the younger guard, instructing others to assist the drunken men to their feet. Lin Bai flashed his high beams, and several guards signaled their apologies before escorting the drunken group aside, clearing the main road. As Lin Bai drove closer, Qin Ruowei spoke to the guard, and he lowered the window, fixing his gaze on the young guard who had previously been involved in the altercation. The young guard met his gaze. Name, Jian. Age, 28. Loyalty, 90. The impressive loyalty rating delighted Lin Bai, but with the gate now open, he had more pressing matters to attend to and temporarily set this incident aside as he drove in. At Qin Ruowei's home, Lin Bai stood outside with various bags in hand, his expression slightly tense. Noticing his discomfort, Qin Ruowei smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, my parents won't bite. With that, she placed her hand on the fingerprint scanner, unlocking the door. As the door swung open, a rich aroma of food wafted out, prompting Lin Bai's stomach to grumble after a long afternoon. Mom and Dad, I'm back. Qin Ruowei stepped in first, with Lin Bai following closely behind. The moment he entered, the sights of the room tightened his chest, even with his usually composed demeanor. In the kitchen, the housekeeper was preparing a meal, while in the living room, Qin Yang lounged on the central sofa watching television. Qin Yulong, whom Lin Bai had met before, donned a camouflage tank top, showcasing his well-defined muscles as he exercised with a strength training tool on the balcony. Besides the two, there was another man Lin Bai had never seen before. Around 30 years old, dressed in a white polo shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, nonchalantly crossing his legs next to Qin Yang. The instant Lin Bai entered, all three turned to face him, their gazes sharp and penetrating, the atmosphere plummeting to an icy silence. Lin Bai swallowed hard, forcing a smile. At this moment, Qin Ruowei's mother, Wang Xianming, emerged from the bedroom, carrying a platter of freshly washed fruit. Oh, Ruowei and Xiao Bai are back. Come, sit down. With Wang Xianming's warm invitation, the tension in the room eased significantly. She took the items Lin Bai had brought and headed into the bedroom, leaving the living room in silence. Qin Yulong set down his training tool, taking a seat beside Qin Yang, while the unfamiliar man sat on the opposite side from Lin Bai, with Qin Ruowei beside him, creating a tense triangle. Lin Bai felt as out of place as a bride on her wedding day, fidgeting uncomfortably. Fortunately, Qin Ruowei broke the ice, playfully chiding, Dad, brother, what are you doing? We had an agreement. Qin Yulong raised his hand. You go help your mom tidy up. Second brother, be obedient. Reluctantly, Qin Ruowei cast Lin Bai a supportive glance before exiting the living room and entering the bedroom. With her departure, Lin Bai found himself isolated, facing the imposing stares of the three men. He awkwardly greeted, Hello, uncle. Hello, brothers, it's good to see you again. Chapter 75, A Shift in Attitude. The three men remained silent, the atmosphere growing increasingly strange. Lin Bai nervously fidgeted with the fabric of the sofa, feeling an unprecedented tightness in his chest. He surmised that the unfamiliar man must be Qin Ruowei's elder brother. What was this? An interrogation? However, reflecting on it, perhaps it was warranted. Their precious daughter had just begun her university journey, and here he was, having swept her off her feet, not only dating, but also marrying her. Yu Haven T met my elder brother. Allow me to introduce Qin Yuzhua, the president of Zhuophone Media Company. Qin Yulong spoke first, providing Lin Bai with an introduction to the identity of Qin Yuzhua, confirming Lin Bai's earlier speculation. Lin Bai nodded slightly. Hello, elder brother. Qin Yuzhua's expression was rather indifferent. You must be Lin Bai. You do look quite handsome. No wonder Ruowei would do something so foolish. The implication in Qin Yuzhua's words was unmistakable, causing Lin Bai to furrow his brow slightly, choosing not to respond. Qin Yulong sipped his tea, breaking the silence. Do you remember what I told you last time? Just a few days have passed, and you've already taken my sister away. It seems you didn't take my words seriously. Lin Bai remained silent, fully aware that anything he said at that moment would be a misstep. You are both freshmen. There is still a long road ahead, and you will encounter many people. I can understand if Ruowei, as a girl, makes a foolish choice, but you, as a young man, should consider these matters. Qin Yulong continued. Now that you are married, what if Ruowei becomes pregnant? What about her studies? Have you considered her future? And you? Qin Yuzhua added, as a student, I know you have a little money. But do you think that's enough to secure a carefree life? Can you provide Ruowei with happiness? The two brothers launched into a relentless barrage of questions directed at Lin Bai. He lowered his head, humbly accepting their critiques without uttering a single word. Enough. The marriage is already established. Discussing this now is pointless. Finally, Qin Yang interjected, effectively silencing the two brothers. They both took a deep breath, casting glances at one another, their expressions far from pleased. Qin Yang turned to Lin Bai. Don't take it to heart, Xiao Bai. They watched Ruowei grow up, and it's natural for them to feel frustrated under the circumstances. Please try to understand. Lin Bai certainly comprehended, Otherwise, he wouldn't have endured their scrutiny without retort for so long. It's quite understandable. However, returning to the matter at hand, since you are already married, there are certain essentials you must have. Where's the house? Where do you plan to buy? Qin Yang finally broached the crucial topic. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuzhua interjected, pointing at Lin Bai with a threatening tone. Let us be clear. Ruo Wei cannot marry far away. The house must be in Jiangcheng. Lin Bai pressed his lips together and said, Uncle, elder brother, second brother, I have purchased that house at Longshu Zhuangyuan. Bang! As Lin Bai's words left his lips, a sharp sound pierced through the air. The teacup in Qin Yulong's hand shattered, porcelain fragments scattering across the floor. Qin Yang wore a similarly dazed expression, while only Qin Yuzhu furrowed his brows tightly. What a brazen young man. Do you even know where Longshu Zhuangyuan is? Are you aware of how expensive the houses there are? Qin Yang also frowned and remarked, Xiao Bai, I understand your intention to leave a good impression, which is commendable. But you must be more honest. Lin Bai was at a loss for words and had no choice but to take out his phone, locate the purchase contract signed with the lawyer that day, along with the property information, and handed the phone to Qin Yang with both hands. Uncle, please take a look. Qin Yang glanced at Lin Bai, took the phone, and simultaneously, elder brother and second brother leaned in to see. The property information was quite clear, and after reviewing it, their expressions began to shift. Qin Yulong exclaimed, What? It really is Longshu Zhuangyuan. Qin Yuzhu added, What? 779 square meters? In contrast to the shock of his brothers, Qin Yang focused on the names inscribed on the property information, which were Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei. Upon seeing this, Qin Yang felt considerably reassured and returned the phone to Lin Bai. Cough, cough, not bad. It seems I underestimated you. From the trio's reactions, Lin Bai concluded that Qin Ruowei had not disclosed his identity as the chairman of Zunhe Industrial to them. This was perhaps for the best, as it would spare him from unnecessary complications. Dinner is ready, everyone. Let us eat, called the housekeeper as she approached with a broom. Qin Yang was the first to rise, smiling as he waved his hand. Come, let us eat. The group left for the dining room, and at that moment, Qin Ruowei and Wang Xianming emerged from the bedroom, while the housekeeper began to clean up the shattered teacup. With the house at Longshu Zhuangyuan as a foundation, the Qin family's attitude towards Lin Bai improved significantly, including that of Qin Yuzhu and Qin Yulong. Xiao Bai, now that you two are married, when do you plan to hold the wedding ceremony? At the dinner table, Wang Xianming posed this pivotal question. To be honest, Lin Bai had indeed contemplated this matter. And after a moment of thought, he replied, My plan is for this winter vacation. I will bring my parents to Jiangcheng then. Qin Yang and Wang Xianming exchanged a glance, visibly pleased. Yes, it is essential to meet the in-laws. Xiao Bai, please arrange a time for us to meet your parents. Lin Bai nodded. Yes, I will arrange it as soon as possible. Since matters have progressed this far, as Ruowei's elder brother, I must contribute as well. You now have the house. As for your career, you are still in school, so there is no rush. As for a car, feel free to let me know what you desire. Elder brother and second brother will buy it for you. Lin Bai repeatedly waved his hands. No. I already have a car. That Mercedes downstairs? No way. It's too low end. Let us replace it. You don't need to worry about it. Second brother and I will handle it. Just don't be picky, okay? Qin Yuzhu waved his hand, his expression serious. Lin Bai was rendered speechless, glancing at Qin Ruowei, who simply smiled and continued eating. The meal concluded amidst lively and harmonious chatter. After dinner, Qin Yang, with an air of mystery, led Lin Bai into the study. Xiao Bai, do you have any promising stocks to share with Dad? Lin Bai initially thought it was something significant, but upon hearing this, he offered an awkward smile and replied, Not at the moment. I will inform you when I discover a good opportunity. Seeing this, Qin Yang had to suppress his own thoughts. All right, Xiao Bai, you must treat Ruowei well in the future. Understood, Dad, I will. Later that night, around 11 o'clock, Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei departed, driving home. How was it? Did my family make things difficult for you? Qin Ruowei asked with a charming smile. The mere mention of this made Lin Bai feel irritated, and he gently pinched Qin Ruowei's delicate nose. And you? Where were you hiding while your dad and brothers were interrogating me? Oh, I'm so sorry. My mom wouldn't let me go out. I'm really sorry. Qin Ruowei apologized profusely. Lin Bai, of course, held no ill will towards her. As the car moved forward, upon exiting the community gate, Lin Bai caught sight of someone standing beneath a streetlight in the distance. The figure, holding a suitcase, crouched on the roadside, smoking a cigarette, looking forlorn. Lin Bai recognized him as the security guard who had fought with a few drunkards when he entered earlier. Chapter 76. I miss you so much it's driving me mad. From the looks of it, he must have been dismissed. Remembering something, Lin Bai drove up to the man, rolled down the window, and spoke. Ji Yan. The man stood up, looking at Lin Bai with confusion. Who are you? Ji Yan had a buzz cut and wore a jacket. Have you been let go? Lin Bai asked. Ji Yan frowned, recognizing Lin Bai, and offered a bitter smile, nodding. Yes. Can you drive? Lin Bai inquired. Ji Yan nodded slowly. Yes. I need a driver. The annual salary is 200,000. Are you interested? Lin Bai stated plainly, leaving not only Ji Yan stunned but also Qin Ruowei, who lightly nudged Lin Bai and whispered, "What are you doing?" Lin Bai gave her a reassuring glance while looking at Ji Yan. So what do you say? Ji Yan rubbed his buzz cut. Sir, are you joking? Do I look like I'm joking? Ji Yan was taken aback, but in the next moment, he stood upright and saluted sharply. Former soldier Ji Yan. Thank you, sir. What is your name? Lin Bai smiled. I am Lin Bai. Get in the car. Ji Yan nodded, placed his suitcase in the trunk, and took a seat in the back of the Benz. Lin Bai started the car, driving into the night. In under half an hour, they arrived at Longshu Zhuangyuan and parked in the garage of Building 9. Ji Yan followed Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei into the villa, utterly awestruck by its opulence. Qin Ruowei went upstairs to freshen up, while Lin Bai led Ji Yan to the tea room on the first floor and said, "Both my wife and I are students, and we have limited time due to classes. There are many tasks I cannot attend to. Tomorrow is Saturday. You will accompany me to the furniture market to buy some items, which we will then deliver to Tali Shuexiang. Here are the car keys. You can drive it when you have free time, and you may stay in that room. I only have one request. Be at my beck and call. Can you do that?" Lin Bai succinctly laid out his requirements. Ji Yan stood straight, his expression serious. "I guarantee to fulfill the task." The next moment, Ji Yan's expression turned slightly awkward. Mr. Lin, could I possibly get an advance on my salary?" "Sure, I can give you an advance of 50,000. Is that sufficient?" No, that is too much. 5,000 will do." Ji Yan hurriedly waved his hands, startled. "Give me your payment code." Lin Bai scanned Ji Yan's payment code and transferred 50,000. Staring at the credited 50,000, Ji Yan rubbed his buzz cut, as if in a dream. "This is my number. Is there anything else? If not, you may rest." "Nothing else, Mr. Lin. In the future, you need not call me Mr. Lin. Just call me Lin Bai or Bai Go." "All right, Bai Go." Ding. "Congratulations, host. Side quest A hero has 3 helpers completed. Task reward, loyalty attribute activated." Having successfully brought Ji Yan into his fold, the side quest was finally accomplished. Lin Bai went upstairs just as Qin Ruowei emerged from her shower. Wrapped in a towel, she radiated warmth, her skin a rosy hue reminiscent of a ripe peach, making it hard to resist the urge to take a bite. Upon seeing Lin Bai's gaze, Qin Ruowei instantly understood his thoughts and dashed into the room, with Lin Bai closely following behind. After skipping over a considerable number of words, Lin Bai embraced Qin Ruowei from behind, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. Go. Check Qin Ruowei's loyalty attribute. Before making this decision, Lin Bai felt a twinge of apprehension, as Qin Ruowei was currently his only official wife. He was certain that she cherished him deeply and trusted her character, yet loyalty was an uncertain quality. Ding. Qin Ruowei attribute panel. Qin Ruowei, age 19. Possesses an aesthetic score of 80, with a mere 10 for her fondness and loyalty towards the host. Having perused Qin Ruowei's attribute panel, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, finally at ease, and succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, after a bout of morning exercise, Qin Ruowei appeared utterly exhausted. Lin Bai refrained from disturbing her, rising to leave and heading to the furniture market with Ji Yan. In the span of a single morning, nearly 200,000 yuan was spent, and Lin Bai managed to acquire all the furniture he could recall. The remaining items would be delivered to his residence by the store. Just as Lin Bai was preparing to return home, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, he recognized the voice on the other end. It was Su Zhonghao, Su Yuming's younger brother, the senior high school student. "It's me, what's wrong? There has been an incident. My sister has been taken away by Lu Xiaojun." At this alarming news, Lin Bai instantly straightened up, exclaiming, "What happened?" He then glanced at Ji Yan, urging him to drive to Xianshui town without delay. Ji Yan nodded, asking no further questions, and accelerated, the Mercedes roaring forward. Su Zhonghao's frantic voice on the phone was chaotic and disjointed, making it difficult to comprehend. After hanging up, Lin Bai dialed Xue Qian's number. "Hello, can you reach the 2 bodyguards you arranged?" "Yes, Mr. Lin, what can I do for you?" The employer, Su Zhonghao, has an elder sister named Su Yuming, who has just been taken by Lu Xiaojun. Please ensure they keep a close watch on her. We cannot afford any mishaps. Understood, Mr. Lin. I will relay your instructions immediately. After finalizing these arrangements, Lin Bai called Su Zhonghao again to gather more details. After a tense 15 minutes, he finally pieced together the events. Just yesterday, while Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei were returning home, Su Yuming had also returned to her hometown. Concerned about her father's beating and her brother's troubles, Su Yuming was apprehensive. However, upon her return home, trouble found her. Lu Xiaojun, accompanied by several individuals, had come to Su Yuming's residence, seeking retribution and bullying her. Although Lin Bai had assisted Su Zhonghao financially, Su Zhonghao could hardly swallow this insult. Moreover, Lu Xiaojun's intentions were not solely for the 10,000 yuan owed to Su Zhonghao, but were primarily focused on Su Yuming. Upon encountering Su Yuming, Lu Xiaojun's actions were predictable. It was only at noon, after returning home from school, that Su Zhonghao learned of the incident from his parents and immediately contacted Lin Bai. With the circumstances clarified, Lin Bai gazed out the car window at the retreating scenery, his expression chilling. Meanwhile, at Lu's residence in Xiangshui town, Lu Jiankai's sand and gravel factory stood as the largest in the area, having garnered considerable wealth over the years, allowing him to reside in the finest villa in Xiangshui town. As Lu Jiansai's only son, Lu Xiaojun was indulged and had often wielded his influence over others. Lu Xiaojun's private residence was located in the Banshui Bay Villa district. Smoke filled the first-floor hall, where a group of young men played cards and engaged in games, while several scantily clad women occasionally emitted sickening giggles. The second floor, however, was much quieter. Xiaoming, do you know how much I've missed you during this time? I'm nearly going mad with longing. Chapter 77. Is it not enough? In a corner of the second-floor bedroom, Su Yuming huddled, clutching a baseball bat, her pale face marked by terror. Stay back. Opposite her, Lu Xiaojun sat on the bed, lighting a cigarette while slicking back his greasy hair. His exposed skin was covered in red spots, presenting a ghastly sight, and he appeared emaciated, his face bearing a sickly pallor. Xiaoming, can't you see the affection I have for you? Stay with me, and I'll provide a grand home for our parents and buy your brother a luxury car. You two can enjoy a life of opulence and wealth. Su Yoming's chest heaved with anxiety. She understood that provoking Lu Xiaojun was perilous and softened her tone. Lu Xiaojun, I have no feelings for you. Love cannot be forced. Please let me go and spare my family. I beg you. Lu Xiaojun smirked, slowly shaking his head. It seems I have been too lenient with you. In all of Xiangshui town, no woman I desire has dared to reject me, except for you, Xiaoming. With that, Lu Xiaojun brutally extinguished his cigarette on the floor and approached Su Yuming. Seeing this, she raised the baseball bat. Don't come any closer. I will strike. Lu Xiaojun licked his lips, taunting. Go ahead, strike me. I dare you. He lunged toward her. In a panic, Su Yuming shut her eyes and swung the bat wildly, striking Lu Xiaojun in the ribs. Lu Xiaojun, having recently suffered a rib fracture from an earlier incident with Su Zhonghao, felt the impact intensify his pain, causing him to grimace in agony. Yet, along with the pain came an overwhelming rage. He seized the bat and flung it aside. Just as he was about to pounce on her, suddenly, bang, the bedroom door was violently flung open. Lu Xiaojun frowned and turned to see an unfamiliar man standing in the doorway. Who the hell are you? Are you looking for trouble? Lu Xiaojun spat angrily. The man at the door remained silent, quickly confirming Su Yuming's identity before rushing in and effortlessly tossing Lu Xiaojun aside. Lu Xiaojun crashed to the floor, the pain forcing him to wail and groan. The man approached Su Yuming, inquiring under her anxious gaze, Are you Su Yuming? Su Yuming nodded, Yes. Come with me. The man turned and exited the bedroom. Although Su Yuming was unaware of his identity, she recognized that staying here was far more dangerous. Without a second thought, she hurriedly followed him. Outside, as Su Yuming descended the stairs behind the man, she realized the hall was in disarray. The men and women who had previously gathered were now nowhere to be seen, leaving only 2 or 3 unconscious men on the ground. At the entrance, the man opened the car door, and Su Yuming climbed in. He took the passenger seat, while another person occupied the driver's seat, driving away. Once they were on the road and Su Yuming had regained her composure, she mustered the courage to ask, Excuse me, who are you? The man glanced back slightly. Do not ask too many questions, we mean you no harm. At the only 4-star hotel in Xiangshui town, the man led Su Yuming inside and told her, Stay here. You will soon learn everything. Do not wander, it is safe here. After saying this, the hotel door closed, plunging the room into silence. Su Yuming seated herself on a chair on the balcony, still wary and recalling her harrowing experience, beads of cold sweat forming on her back. Meanwhile, Lin Bai and Ji Yin finally arrived in Xiangshui town. After confirming Su Yuming's location, Ji Yin drove directly to the hotel. Before the vehicle had even come to a halt, Lin Bai leaped out, instructing, Wait for me in the car. Inside the hotel room, Su Yuming curled up on the sofa, trembling in fear. Shortly, the doorbell rang, causing her to flinch. Her eyes filled with tension and anxiety as she glanced toward the door. It's me, Xiaoming, open the door. Hearing Lin Bai's familiar voice, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Yuming's face as she dashed to the door, flinging it open. As the door swung wide, Lin Bai and Su Yuming locked eyes. And in that moment, all her unease, fear, and grievances found an outlet. She threw herself into Lin Bai's embrace, clinging to him and sobbing uncontrollably, terrified that he might vanish. Lin Bai felt the slight tremor of Su Yuming's body and gently patted her back, soothing her. It's all right. It's all right. After several minutes, Su Yuming finally calmed down. Su Zhonghao arrived at the hotel and, after confirming that Su Yuming was unharmed, stormed out in a fit of rage, intent on confronting Lu Xiaojun. Su Yuming quickly stepped in front of the door to block her brother's path, frowning as she admonished him to return. Go back. Haven't you caused enough trouble? Su Zhonghao was stubborn, but he was obedient to his sister. Upon hearing her words, he turned his face away. That scoundrel. I will eventually make him pay. With that, Su Zhonghao returned to the room and sat down again. Lin Bai stood on the balcony of the inner room, gazing down at the nightscape of Xiangshui town. His expression calm as he contemplated strategies to deal with the Lu family. The system had made it clear that he must utilize the resources currently at his disposal. Presently, the only resource he could employ against the Lu family was Zuanhe Industrial. With this thought in mind, Lin Bai dialed Bai Kuei's number. It was already late at night, and Bai Kuei should have been asleep. The phone rang for quite some time before it was answered. Hello, Brother Bai? Bai Kuei's voice came through, sounding noticeably groggy. Lin Bai replied, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but I have something important to discuss. No worries, Brother Bai. Please go ahead. Lin Bai gathered his thoughts and inquired. Does the company have any demands in the area of sand and gravel? Yes, Brother Bai. Our company's business is quite extensive, with several real estate subsidiaries that all require sand and gravel supplies. Is there a good sand and gravel factory you would recommend? Realizing Bai Kuei had misunderstood his intent, Lin Bai's lips curled into a slight smile. Quite the opposite. Is there a sand factory in Xiangshui town, Bai Hashachong, with which the company collaborates? Please hold on. I will check on my computer. Lin Bai patiently waited. A few minutes later, Bai Kuei returned to the line. Yes, Brother Bai, we have several projects in Xiangshui town, and all our sand and gravel procurement is done through Bai Hashachong. That's good to hear. Is there a way to eliminate Bai Hashachong completely, ensuring they can never recover? On the other end of the line, Bai Kuei fell silent, clearly taken aback by the request. After 5 to 6 seconds, he replied, Yes, Brother Bai. With our company's scale, getting rid of a small sand factory is quite easy. However, may I ask why? No reason. Just tell me how long it will take to eliminate Bai Hashachong. I can grant you all necessary permissions. Let me calculate. Approximately 1 month. That won't do. I'll give you 2 weeks. Can you manage that? The system had only allotted Lin Bai a month, and several days had already passed. He could not afford to extend Bai Kuei's time frame. 2 weeks is feasible. Good. If you need my assistance, feel free to call. Absolutely. Brother Bai, I can handle the business side, but from what I know, the owner of Bai Hashachong has connections with the mayor of Xiangshui town. Leave that to me. Understood. Brother Bai. After hanging up, Lin Bai exhaled deeply, gazing out at the twinkling neon lights, his expression growing serious as he murmured, Lu Xiaojun, Lu Jiankai. He then called Ji Yan, who was waiting for him in the car downstairs. Brother Bai, Xiao Yan, look into the mayor of Xiangshui town. Can you take care of this? If not, I will find someone else. I can handle it, Brother Bai. You may not know, but I was a scout in the army. You can trust me with this. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow at this unexpected revelation. All right, stay safe and keep in touch. Understood. After concluding the call and finalizing all arrangements, Lin Bai left the inner room and entered the living room. Su Zhonghao had finally been persuaded by Su Yuming and was sulking on the sofa, his expression displeased. I apologize for causing you trouble, Lin Bai. Su Yuming approached Lin Bai, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her expression filled with remorse. Lin Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Thankfully. Your brother informed me. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Upon hearing Lin Bai's almost confessional statement, Su Yuming lowered her head, tightly pressing her lips together. You can rest here tonight. Don't worry, it's very safe. I'll take you back to school early tomorrow morning. Su Yuming nodded obediently without speaking. Meanwhile, Lin Bai noticed Su Yuming's fondness for him had increased from 5 to 7 points, clearly a result of the recent crisis. After Su Yuming went into the inner room, Lin Bai approached Su Zhonghao, who offered him a cigarette. Thank you. I owe you a favor. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment before accepting the cigarette. Just one. Su Zhonghao blurted out, his eyes widening in surprise. Don't be ungrateful. Last time you helped me out, so make it 2. Lin Bai smiled slightly, lighting the cigarette with Su Zhonghao's lighter and taking a deep drag. Having had prior experience with smoking, he found it somewhat more tolerable this time, though it still stung. They sat in silence, and out of curiosity, Lin Bai inquired within his system. Display Su Zhonghao's loyalty level. Beep. Received. Name, Su Zhonghao. Age, 18. Loyalty, 10. Coughing violently upon receiving this result, Lin Bai extinguished the remaining half of the cigarette. Su Zhonghao frowned at him. If you can't smoke, then don't waste my cigarettes. Lin Bai ignored his mockery, staring incredulously at Su Zhonghao, whose loyalty level was unexpectedly perfect. What did this mean? It implied that Su Zhonghao was not easily swayed in his affections. Once he committed to someone, he would be 100% loyal and would never betray them. Considering his future ambitions and the people around him, be it Bai Kuei, Jian, or the two bodyguards from the security company, none could compare to the closeness Su Zhonghao's loyalty afforded him. With this realization, Lin Bai quickly made up his mind. Placing a hand on Su Zhonghao's shoulder and adopting an unusually serious tone. How are your grades? Su Zhonghao shot him a sideways glance. Don't bring that up. Lin Bai chuckled. Forget about that. Work with me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy a life of luxury. What do you say? Su Zhonghao recoiled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of wariness. You're acting a bit strange today. Just so you know, I will absolutely not help you pursue my sister. Give up on that thought. Lin Bai was speechless, shooting Su Zhonghao an exasperated look. Do I need your help to pursue your sister? If you don't hinder me, that would be more than enough. Then what are you trying to do? Don't look at me like that. Lin Bai was utterly at a loss for words. Getting up and giving Su Zhonghao a light smack on the head. Let's talk about something more practical. If you follow me, you'll buy a car in a month, a house in 3 months, and I guarantee you'll earn $1 million in a year. Think it over. Su Zhonghao rubbed his head, looking skeptical. Sure, keep dreaming. Lin Bai, uninterested in further banter, plopped down onto the only couch. I'm going to sleep. Hey, if you're sleeping there, where am I supposed to sleep? Hey. The following morning, Lin Bai was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Qin Ruowei calling. Hello, darling. Nearby, Su Zhonghao, who had been sleeping on the carpet, stirred at the sound of the word darling and turned over, attempting to return to sleep. The next moment, Su Zhonghao's eyes flew open, and he sat up straight, staring incredulously at Lin Bai. You're married. Lin Bai replied. I have something to attend to in Shangshui town. I'll be heading back today. It's nothing to worry about. Bye, moi. After hanging up, Lin Bai glanced at the time. It was 8:15 in the morning. Still early. He intended to sleep a bit longer when Su Zhonghao approached him. You're married? Lin Bai kept his eyes closed, murmuring, MHM. The next instant, Su Zhonghao yanked Lin Bai up by his collar, his expression fierce and teeth bared. You bastard. You're married and still pursuing my sister. Lin Bai furrowed his brow and gently pushed Su Zhonghao's hand, causing him to tumble onto the sofa. With this commotion, Lin Bai lost his inclination for sleep, straightening his wrinkled clothes and frowning as he spoke. Could you refrain from being so impulsive? Matters concerning adults are best left to the grown-ups. I will kill you. Su Zhonghao screamed, charging at Lin Bai once more. In the inner room, Su Yuming, who had just finished washing up, was startled by the noise outside and opened the door. Upon stepping out, she gasped slightly at the sight. On the sofa, Lin Bai was atop Su Zhonghao, firmly restraining his hands, rendering him immobile in a peculiar position. Lin Bai, you scoundrel. I will kill you. Let me go? Let me go? Su Yuming, finally processing the scene, hurried to the front. What on earth are you two doing so early in the morning? Seeing her, Lin Bai released Su Zhonghao, cleared his throat, and reassured her, it's nothing, just morning exercises. Lin Bai, you bastard, I will kill you. Freed from his constraints, Su Zhonghao lunged at Lin Bai again. But Su Yuming stood in his way, frowning as she admonished, go back. Are you rebelling? Su Zhonghao's chest heaved violently, panting as he pointed at Lin Bai, who was hiding behind Su Yuming. Sister, you are still protecting him. Do you know, he is already married. Chapter 79. Which class is Wang Dekun in? Su Zhonghao gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. I know. The words Su Yuming uttered next froze the anger on Su Zhonghao's face, leaving him motionless. What? I said I know. I know he is married, Su Yuming reiterated. Su Zhonghao instinctively glanced at Lin Bai, who winked at him with a smile. No, you all. Then you. Children should not meddle in adult affairs. If you have that idle time, you might as well focus on your studies. Hearing the words echoed from Lin Bai, Su Zhonghao's mind struggled to comprehend. Lin Bai then spoke, are you ready? If so, let us depart. Su Yuming turned around. This is troublesome. I will wash my face. A few minutes later, after washing his face, Lin Bai left the hotel with Su Yuming and Su Zhonghao. There was a bus from Shangshui town to Jiangcheng, conveniently departing in the morning, with a ticket priced at 30. The group took a taxi to the bus station, where Su Yuming instructed Su Zhonghao before entering the station, with Lin Bai following closely behind. After walking a few steps, he recalled something, turned back to Su Zhonghao, and gestured as if to make a phone call. What I said still stands. Think it through and feel free to call me anytime. After speaking, Lin Bai entered the station behind Su Yuming. Watching the two enter the station, Su Zhonghao, filled with rage, kicked the nearby trash can before turning to leave. The bus swayed along the road towards Jiangcheng, covering the 50-plus kilometers in less than an hour. Su Yuming wore a mask, a habit of hers when venturing outside, primarily due to her almost ethereal beauty. When did you find out I was married? Lin Bai could not help but ask, having refrained from inquiring earlier at the hotel. It seemed he had not informed her about his marriage to Qin Ruowei. I don't know, Su Yuming responded quietly, gazing out the window. Lin Bai was somewhat taken aback and stole a glance at Su Yuming. Are you not angry? Why should I be angry? You are so handsome and wealthy. Any woman would adore you. And do you like me? Lin Bai retorted with a smile. Su Yuming looked at Lin Bai, then quickly averted her gaze. What difference does it make whether I like you or not? You are already married. Her statement was factual, causing Lin Bai to wipe his face in mild frustration, internally rebuking the system. It's all your fault. And look where we are now. The system chimed in. Beep. Host's perspective has broadened. Who says one can only have one wife? Nonsense. In Huagua, it is a monogamous society. That is the law. Beep. Laws exist to regulate the masses. Throughout human history, the capable have always had more, and the wealthy can have multiple wives, even today. Host, do not let societal laws constrain your thinking. The system's remarks struck Lin Bai like a revelation, illuminating his thoughts. Indeed, throughout Huagua's history, polygamy had persisted. Monogamy was a modern legal implementation primarily to safeguard the interests of the populace. Continuing with the old customs would lead to a surplus of bachelors, increasing social instability. Moreover, who among the wealthy did not possess several wives? It was merely that the general public remained unaware. That makes sense. Lin Bai sincerely praised. Beep. Recognizing one's mistakes allows for improvement. Lin Bai ceased his argument with the system and turned his attention to Su Yuming. I will not have just one wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, passengers around them turned to look, and an elderly man nearby even gave him a thumbs up. His expression, one of admiration for youth. Su Yuming was momentarily taken aback, giving Lin Bai an admonishing glare. What nonsense. I am tired. I am going to sleep. With that, Su Yuming leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and feigned sleep. Lin Bai recognized her act, but chose not to expose it. A subtle smile gracing his lips as he felt quite content. The emotions of Su Yuming, feigning sleep, were incredibly complex. Until now, she had believed that Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei were merely in a romantic relationship. The moment she heard Su Zhonghao declare Lin Bai's marriage, she experienced a fleeting moment of suffocation. This discomfort lingered until Lin Bai proclaimed that he would not have only one wife, transforming her gloom into a bright, clear sky. Admittedly, Su Yuming understood that such thoughts diverged from moral standards and felt shame, yet matters of the heart often transcend morality. Naturally, Su Yuming's modesty prevented her from expressing such feelings. After about 50 minutes, the bus arrived at Jiangqing bus station. The two disembarked and took a taxi to Jiangqing University. Passing by the Walma shopping mall, Lin Bai suddenly remembered something. Driver, please stop. The taxi slowed to a halt, and under Su Yuming's curious gaze, Lin Bai suggested, shall we step out for a bit? I can buy you something. Su Yuming was momentarily taken aback, then her expression turned cold. I do not need anything. The moment Lin Bai's words escaped, he sensed trouble brewing. Indeed, Su Yuming was exceptionally proud and self-respecting. Otherwise, with her beauty, designer bags, luxury items, and opulent vehicles and residences, acquiring things would be effortless. Though he had good intentions, he inadvertently touched upon Su Yuming's sensitive spot. She did not scold him, but her tone was notably frosty, which was commendable in itself. Let us continue, driver. My apologies. The taxi resumed its journey towards Jiangqing University. Lin Bai proceeded to check Su Yuming's attributes. Beep. Received. Name, Su Yuming. Age, 20. Beauty score, 9. Affinity towards host, 75. Loyalty, 95. Upon reviewing Su Yuming's attribute panel, Lin Bai nodded repeatedly, feeling quite pleased. However, he could not help but feel troubled. The more proud Su Yuming became, the more challenging it would be to complete his main quest, and the elevation of the system's level seemed an uncertain prospect. He needed to devise a plan. After arriving at Jiangqing University, the two parted ways, with Lin Bai returning to his dormitory. Having not rested well the previous night, he took a nap that lasted until noon. Shortly after waking, Lin Bai received a call from Ji Yan. I have discovered the truth. Bai Gu. You will be astonished. Hurry up and tell me. Don't keep me in suspense. All right, Bai Gu. The mayor of Shangshui town is named Wang Dekun, 49 years old. He appears to be upright, but has engaged in numerous shady dealings behind the scenes. He has a mistress in Jiangqing, residing in Building 18, Unit 1801 of Honghua Yuan, who is a third-year student at Jiangqing Minzu University. I have heard she is recently pregnant and is currently in a dispute with Wang Dekun. Wang Dekun ascended to his current position with the support of his father-in-law. His wife, the deputy director of the Jiangqing Cultural and Tourism Bureau, keeps a tight rein on him, remaining blissfully unaware of his extramarital affair. Were she to discover the truth, it is likely that Wang Dekun would lose his esteemed position as mayor. After listening to Ji Yan's account, Lin Bai smiled, expressing his appreciation for the effort. Where are you now? On my way back to Jiangqing. I should arrive in about half an hour. Please meet me at the east gate of Jiangqing University. Let us confront Wang Dechuan's mistress together. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Bai rose from his bed. At that moment, Chen Jia poked his head in. Brother Bai? Which class is Wang Dekun from? Chapter 80. I'm sorry, I have a boyfriend. Lin Bai exclaimed. Get back to sleep. Half an hour later, Ji Yin arrived at the east gate of Jiangxing University, and Lin Bai entered the car. Initially planning to visit Honghua Yuan, Lin Bai suddenly changed his mind halfway. Forget it, let us just go home. All right. The car altered its course towards Longshu Manor. Upon returning home, Lin Bai noticed an additional luxury vehicle in the garage. A single glance revealed it to be a Mercedes-Benz Maybach S680. Wow. Lin Bai exited the vehicle and circled the brand-new Maybach, overwhelmed with admiration. The classic two-tone Maybach, with its lower body in burgundy and upper in silver gray, exuded an air of sophistication. Anyone with even a modest understanding of automobiles would recognize that this vehicle's base price exceeds 3 million yuan, with the total cost nearing 4 million. Undoubtedly, it stands as one of the pinnacle luxury cars. Gazing at this magnificent machine, Lin Bai felt the nearby Mercedes-Benz GLE pale in comparison, almost becoming repugnant. Ji Yin beside him was equally mesmerized. At that moment, Lin Bai faintly heard a murmur of voices emanating from the villa and surmising the situation. He strode into the hall. Ah, brother-in-law, you're back. Did you see the car? What do you think? Indeed. Lin Bai approached the Qin brothers, Qin Yuzhua and Qin Yulong, shaking hands with each. This is too extravagant. What am I supposed to do with this? Qin Yuzhua waved dismissively. Oh, it's just a car worth 3 or 4 million. Compared to your house, it's hardly significant. Qin Yulong added. One cannot say that. We are family now, and family should not speak in halves. Exactly. Family should not speak in halves. Here, take the keys. Qin Yuzhua placed the car keys into Lin Bai's palm, wearing a broad smile. At that moment, Qin Ruowei emerged from the kitchen with a plate of fruit. Oh, you're back. I was just about to call you. Lin Bai nodded, glancing at the two brothers. I just moved in recently, and Haven Tea found a housekeeper yet. No need to trouble yourself. Yulong and I have matters to attend to. We must leave soon. Let us have a meal together another day. With that, the two brothers departed the villa without further delay. Outside the villa, a Porsche Cayenne was parked, belonging to Qin Yulong. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Bai turned to Ji Yin. Look for someone to hire as a housekeeper, someone of good moral character. Understood. Brother Bai, and you can drive that Mercedes from now on. It'll be more convenient for errands. Thank you, Brother Bai. The following day, Sunday, during midday, Lin Bai could hardly contain his excitement as he drove the Maybach, taking Qin Ruowei to Jiangxing University. Perhaps due to psychological factors, Lin Bai felt that driving the Maybach was distinctly different from other vehicles, drawing countless glances as they navigated the streets. This greatly satisfied his already modest vanity. Upon arriving at the university's entrance, even without an entry permit, the gatekeeper respectfully opened the gate, allowing Lin Bai entry into the campus. Such are the privileges granted by luxury vehicles. Naturally, Lin Bai still proceeded to the security office to obtain an entry permit. The moment the Maybach pulled into the security office, the few personnel present rushed out, forming a neat line, as if awaiting the arrival of a high-ranking official. As Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei stepped out of the car, Director Yuan Hai recognized Lin Bai and pointed at him. You are Lin Bai, a student, correct? Lin Bai smiled and nodded. Director Yuan, you recognized me so quickly? Oh no, how could I forget? I apologize for the inconvenience. But I need a new entry permit since I've changed cars. No problem at all. Xiao Wang, hurry and assist Lin Bai with his permit. Please follow me. Lin Bai, inside for some tea. Before finishing even a cup of tea, the entry permit was ready. Lin Bai made an excuse to leave and, together with Qin Ruowei, parked the vehicle in the usual spot. The sight of the two-toned Maybach drew the attention of numerous students, who marveled at its beauty. The week's classes proceeded as usual, with no notable events occurring. Another weekend arrived, and Lin Bai finally received a call from Bai Kuei. I've taken care of it, Brother Bai. Just like many sand pits, the Baihe sand pit is also relying on leveraged loans, owing the bank several tens of millions. Thanks to Wang Dechuan's influence, the loan was approved quite smoothly. I investigated the Baihe sand pit's operational status and discovered significant issues. Their actual mining area exceeds the permitted area by 9 times, severely damaging the local ecology of Shanshui town. Subsequently, I submitted a report to the relevant authorities under the name of Zuanhe Industrial, which is likely to attract attention. Several real estate companies cooperating with Baihe Sand Pit have unilaterally terminated their partnerships. Once this bomb detonates, the tens of millions owed to the bank will be enough to crush Lu Jiankai. Of course, during this process, we need you to handle Wang Dechuan's side to ensure he doesn't interfere. His involvement would greatly diminish the effectiveness of our plan. After hearing Bai Kuei's description, Lin Bai nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You can rest assured regarding Wang Dekun. I will manage that. Yes, promptly. Based on my estimation, the Baihe Sand Pit should already be on the brink of collapse. Understood. After ending the call, Lin Bai glanced at the time, informed Qin Ruwei, and drove out. At Honghua Yuan, he handed a packet of 1916 cigarettes to the security guard, who opened the gate, allowing the Maybach to enter. Arriving at Building 18, Apartment 1801, Lin Bai knocked on the door, waiting expectantly. Soon, the door swung open, revealing a girl in pajamas, her initial joy fading upon seeing Lin Bai, a stranger. "Who are you?" "I'm Lin Bai, a freshman at Jiangxing University. May I have a word with you?" Upon hearing Lin Bai's introduction, the girl frowned. "I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend." As she prepared to close the door, Lin Bai swiftly wedged his foot in. "Let us discuss Wang Dekun or his wife." At the mention of Wang Dekun's name, the girl's demeanor shifted noticeably, caught in hesitation. "I have limited time. Let us get straight to the point. What do you want?" In the living room, Lin Bai settled onto the sofa while the girl, clad in slippers and pajamas, sat opposite him with her arms crossed defensively. Her wariness palpable. Lin Bai began to speak. Chen Kursin, 22 years old, a junior at Jiangxing Minzu University's College of Art and Design, originally from Guizhou Province. You met Wang Dekun early last year and have been in a clandestine relationship ever since. You've been investigating me? Chen Kursin stood abruptly, her expression shifting between surprise and suspicion. Lin Bai raised a calming hand. "Please sit. I assure you, I have no interest in your personal feelings. Constrained by circumstance." Chen Kursin pondered before reluctantly taking a seat. "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 81, The Storm Approaches. Lin Bai chuckled lightly. "That question is one I should be asking you. What do you truly desire? To see Wang Dekun divorce his wife?" Chen Kursin furrowed her brow. "Are you sent by Wang Dekun? That old man. Where is he? Let him come himself. Coward." Lin Bai quickly waved his hands. No, you misunderstand, Chen. I merely wish to confirm one point. Are you aware of Wang Dechuan's true identity?" Chen Kursin frowned and shook her head. "Unbeknownst to me, he has never confided in me about these matters. All I am aware of is that he possesses a formidable wife. However, what does that make me? At this moment." As Chen Kursin instinctively touched her abdomen, her expression reflected profound sorrow. "I know you are already carrying Wang Dechuan's child, and you desire for him to divorce his wife. Correct? We can assist you, without charge." Chen Kursin looked up suddenly, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Is this true? Who are you really?" "My identity is inconsequential. What matters is that our goals align, and that should suffice, should it not?" Despite these words, it was evident that Chen Kursin did not fully trust Lin Bai. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "I will call him now." Lin Bai contemplated for a moment, then gestured for her to proceed. Upon receiving permission, Chen Kursin picked up her phone and dialed Wang Dechuan's number. The phone rang for an extended period before finally being answered. "What do you want? Did we not agree that you should not call me unless it was important? I will reach out to you. There is a strange individual at home." As she spoke, Chen Kursin noticed Lin Bai reaching for her phone, and she slowly placed it into his hand. Lin Bai answered, "Hello, Mayor Wang. My name is Lin Bai. I apologize for contacting you in this manner. What do you want?" On the other end, Wang Dechuan's voice was steady, imbued with an air of authority cultivated through years in politics. "I would like to meet with you, Mayor Wang. Is that possible?" There was a brief silence before Wang Dekun responded, "Leave your number. I will be in Jiangxing tonight for a meeting." With the call disconnected, Lin Bai shook his head and returned the phone to Chen Kursin. "My number is 188. Meanwhile, in a private room of a Hunan restaurant in Shanshui town, there were only two individuals present. One, clad in an administrative jacket and wearing glasses, appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, exuding an air of authority, none other than Wang Dekun. The other, a balding man with small eyes and a plump face, was Lu Xiaojuan's father, Lu Jiankai. "Whose call was that, Brother Wang?" Upon Wang Dechuan's entrance, Lu Jiankai, with keen awareness, filled Wang Dechuan's glass, feigning casual curiosity. Wang Dekun downed the drink in one gulp, furrowing his brow. "I do not know. Let us discuss your affairs instead. Why are you being so reckless, knowing the recent scrutiny?" Lu Jiankai continued to refill Wang Dechuan's glass. "Brother Wang, you know my work. It is clear that someone is framing me from behind." Wang Dekun exhaled deeply, sensing something amiss, and raised his glass once more. "I have other matters to attend to. Wait for my news. I will speak with the bank." "Very well, Brother Wang. Please take care. Allow me to see you out." Lu Jiankai, with utmost deference, escorted Wang Dekun to the ground floor. As Wang Dekun entered his Audi and vanished from sight, Lu Jiansai's smile faded like the receding tide. After rummaging through his belongings and finding his phone, he dialed Lu Xiaojuan's number, which was saved under a derogatory label. The phone rang endlessly without answer, aggravating Lu Jiankai, who turned and re-entered the restaurant. Simultaneously, at Su Yoming's residence, located in an old 6-story building in Shanshui town, the first floor was nearly filled with people. Su Zhonghao was bound hand and foot, lying on the ground, his face marred with visible bruises. Despite this, he fixed a fierce glare on Lu Xiaojun, who sat on the nearby sofa, his eyes filled with a burning desire for vengeance. A blood-stained kitchen knife lay discarded on the floor, and several of Lu Xiaojun's associates bore visible injuries. "Xiaojun, please. Spare us. I beg you." Su Zhonghao's mother pleaded incessantly, nearly on her knees. Su Zhonghao's father, though in a similar state, remained seated on the sofa. "Why must you oppose me? I only wanted Yoming's phone number. Why will you not provide it? Why will you not give it to me?" Lu Xiaojun's voice escalated into a furious roar, revealing his extreme agitation. The little teddy dog barked incessantly, standing guard in front of Su Zhonghao's family. The incessant barking vexed Lu Xiaojun, who waved dismissively, insisting, "Kill it. Make it silent." One of his subordinates approached, fetching a rope to bind the dog, then raised it forcefully, slamming it onto the floor. "No. Ugh." Witnessing this, Su Zhonghao and his mother cried out in unison, their eyes filled with rage. Yet, the surrounding individuals seemed deaf to their pleas, continuing to slam the dog onto the floor until it lay motionless, blood oozing from its mouth and nose. Su Zhonghao struggled fiercely, the ropes cutting into his skin, blood spilling onto the floor. Lu Xiaojun remained coldly indifferent, poised to take further action when the door swung open. "Brother Jun, Uncle Jinkai has been searching for you. It seems urgent." Hearing this, Lu Xiaojun frowned, glancing back at Lu Xiaojun and his parents, pointing at them. "For now, I will let you go. I shall return tomorrow." With that, Lu Xiaojun stood and left, his followers trailing behind. Once the group departed, Su Zhonghao's mother hurriedly untied his father, then released Su Zhonghao from his bindings. Free from his restraints, Su Zhonghao rose indignantly, seizing the bloodied kitchen knife and bursting through the door. "Ahao, come back." His mother chased after him, but could not keep pace. Su Zhonghao, armed with the knife, rushed out, just in time to see the taillights of Lu Xiaojun's departing vehicle. With a fierce strike, he plunged the knife into a nearby tree. "Lu Xiaojun, I will kill you." With a furious shout, Su Zhonghao hailed a passing car. "Driver, hurry. Follow that vehicle." In Jiangcheng, at the Hongxiang restaurant. "Are you threatening me?" Wang Dekun narrowed his eyes at the young man across from him, attempting to mask his unease with anger. Lin Bai, seemingly calm as he picked up his chopsticks, felt an inner turmoil. At merely 19 years of age, facing the mayor of Xiangshui town was undeniably intimidating. The system intervened at the perfect moment, alleviating Lin Bai's anxiety. This is not a threat, merely a well-intended warning. "Mayor Wang, your rise from humble beginnings to your current position has not been easy. Do not allow yourself to falter now. Furthermore, while we may not know each other well, you should understand the importance of preventing losses. Lu Jinkai has committed numerous illicit acts over the years. His removal should bring you relief, should it not?" Wang Dekun narrowed his eyes, asserting, "My dealings with Lu Jinkai are merely professional. I am unaware of your insinuations. If you choose to remain ignorant, so be it. I have no desire to waste my breath on your performance." In summary, Lu Jinkai and his family must face dire consequences. Should you dare intervene, I assure you, your wife will promptly receive Chen Kerson's ultrasound report. With that, Lin Bai wiped his mouth with a napkin, rose, and departed. Wang Dekun made no attempt to retain him. Once Lin Bai vanished through the door, he retrieved his phone. "Assist me in locating an individual named Lin Bai." "Yes, just the name. Make haste." In Xiangshui town, Lu Xiaojun's convoy halted at the entrance of his villa, where Lu Xiaojun disembarked and entered, followed by his bodyguards in succession. Shortly thereafter, a taxi pulled up, and Su Zhonghao, brandishing a kitchen knife, exited and made a beeline for the villa's entrance. The taxi driver, upon witnessing this, hastily turned around and sped away from the scene. Just as Su Zhonghao approached the villa, an unfamiliar man suddenly appeared, blocking his path. "Halt! Go back!" Su Zhonghao, confirming he did not recognize the man before him, brandished the knife. "Step aside. This does not concern you. Do not compel me to act." The man remained unmoved, and with at least 10 bodyguards surrounding Lu Xiaojun, attempting to enter would be akin to seeking death. "This does not concern you. Step aside." The bodyguard stepped forward in a decisive stride, disarming Su Zhonghao of his kitchen knife, followed swiftly by a swift strike that rendered him unconscious. He carried Su Zhonghao on his shoulder and escorted him to his doorstep. Upon arrival, the bodyguard knocked lightly on the door and retreated. Su Zhonghao's mother opened the door, visibly relieved to see her son, and along with his father, they assisted him into the house. Outside the community, 2 unfamiliar men exchanged glances, their tension easing. "Lazy. Do you think this might be a bit over the top?" one asked. "The orders are to ensure Su Zhonghao's safety. Everything else is irrelevant," came the reply. Later that Friday night, Lu Jinkai persistently dialed Wang Dekun's number, yet no one answered. "Dad, this can't be a coincidence, right? There's definitely someone behind this," he exclaimed. "Shut up. It's all your fault. I warned you to tone it down, and look where we are now." Satisfied, Lu Jiancai's temper flared. What does this have to do with me? You're the one breaking the law, not me. Why are you losing your mind? Lu Jiancai raised his hand and struck Lu Xiaojun, who crumpled to the floor, nearly losing consciousness. What are you doing? His wife rushed over to help Lu Xiaojun, her face filled with concern. Lu Jiancai pointed at his son on the floor, his tone laced with disappointment. Look at him. How could I have raised such a failure? Ugh. Lu Xiaojun's eyes brimmed with resentment and defiance. Suddenly, a loud knock interrupted the family quarrel. Lu Jiancai hurried to the door. Who is it? Hello. We are from the Municipal Land and Resources Bureau. You are Lu Jiancai, the head of Baihe Sand Plant, correct? Please open the door and cooperate with our investigation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiancai's face drained of color as he stumbled back. I'm not Lu Jiancai. You have the wrong person. Mr. Lu, please open the door. If you refuse, we will be forced to break it down. At the same time, police sirens blared, and Lu Jiancai rushed to the balcony. Outside, he saw the area surrounded by flashing police lights. Shortly after 11 that night, Lu Jiancai, Lu Xiaojun, and the entire Lu family were escorted into a police vehicle, which drove away. Concurrently, the Baihe Sand Plant was sealed, all ongoing projects halted, and actions completed with remarkable swiftness, resembling a thunderous storm. A convoy of several police cars raced past, with the Lu family confined within. As they approached an intersection, a dump truck suddenly barreled out from the side, catching the police car unawares. The blaring horn pierced the air as the heavily loaded truck tipped over, crushing the police vehicle that contained the Lu family, burying it beneath the rubble. Quick! Ambulance! Call 120. You up front, hurry down and help. Panic ensued at the intersection. Understood, came the response. In a nondescript room in Jiangqing, a bearded man hung up the phone and turned to Wang Dekhan, who was enjoying a massage. The task is complete. The entire Lu family is gone. Good work. By the way, have you looked into Lin Bai? Yes, Lin Bai's identity is rather intriguing. Oh, in what way? Wang Dekhan asked, puzzled. The bearded man continued. On the surface, he is just an ordinary college freshman. However, in reality, he is the chairman of Zuinha Industries. What? Wang Dekhan sat up abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief. The bearded man continued. Moreover, his girlfriend, no, I should say wife, is the only daughter of Qin Yang. They just registered their marriage last week. Qin Yang, the one from the education department? The bearded man nodded, affirming, yes, he is the deputy director of the education department. He has two brothers, one serving in the military and the other running a business. Wang Dechuan's forehead began to sweat. He wiped it away and called out to the masseuse, could you lower the air conditioning? It's too hot. After barking at the masseuse, he nervously stepped aside, lighting a cigarette with trembling fingers. Lin Bai is quite close to Su Yumeng, isn't he? Wang Dekhan inquired without looking back. Yes, came the confirmation. With this assurance, Wang Dekhan made a decisive resolution, pointing his cigarette at the bearded man. Lin Bai is someone we absolutely cannot offend. Not only must we avoid conflict, but we must also cultivate a relationship with him. Su Yumeng's family is struggling, right? Let us arrange a worry-free job for her father and her mother as well. Oh, and she has a younger brother. I'll handle this personally. As he spoke, Wang Dekhan extinguished his cigarette and hurriedly departed, with the bearded man following closely behind. On Saturday, shortly after 9 in the morning, Lin Bai's phone rang. Groggy, he answered, hello? Brother Bai, the Lu family issue has been resolved. But there was a little complication. Lin Bai's sleepiness dissipated as he leaned against the headboard. What complication? The Lu family encountered a car accident on their way to the police station. All three perished. Lin Bai's brow furrowed immediately. His instincts told him that such a coincidence was highly suspect. The Lu family has been up to no good for years. Why would they die now? It seems too convenient. Chapter 83, The Anxious Su Yumeng. What do you think? Lin Bai asked Bai Kuei. I don't know. This matter is no longer our concern. Perhaps Lin Bai is overthinking it. This could simply be a tragic traffic accident, with the Lu family just having bad luck. All right, you've worked hard. I'll send you a bonus at the end of the year. Thank you, Brother Bai. After hanging up, Lin Bai walked to the balcony and pulled back the curtains. The weather outside was splendid, the sky a brilliant blue. He stretched lazily, feeling invigorated. Ding. Congratulations, host, side mission completed. Reward, purity attribute has been unlocked. The system's notification felt surreal to Lin Bai as he gazed at his hands, struggling to comprehend that the once mighty Baihe Sand Plant had vanished overnight. And the mastermind behind it all was none other than him, an ordinary freshman. Is this the taste of power? For the first time, Lin Bai savored the essence of authority. During the day, Qin Ruwei rested at home, while Lin Bai drove to the east gate of Jiangxing University. Outside the east gate, Li Runin struggled with her luggage, her hands full with bags. Once everything was packed into the car, they headed straight for Taoli Shuexiang. Wow, this car looks so impressive. It must be quite expensive, Li Runin exclaimed, admiring the luxurious interior of the Maybach from the passenger seat. Lin Bai smiled without offering an explanation. I've already arranged the furniture at Taoli Shuexiang. You'll be living there from now on. This afternoon, we'll buy you a vehicle for getting around. What? A car? But I don't have a driver's license yet. Lin Bai hadn't considered this and lightly tapped his forehead. He contemplated having Li Runin get her license. It was convenient and inexpensive for college students, but upon noticing her flat abdomen, he thought better of it. Oh, it's fine. It's not far. I can just ride a bike, Li Runin assured him, sensing his hesitation. Lin Bai gently caressed her cheek. Don't worry. Once the baby is born, I'll arrange for you to get your license and buy you a car. Li Runin smiled sweetly. Okay. Upon entering their new home and witnessing the refreshed room, Li Runin bounced with joy, like a child, eagerly sharing her plans with Lin Bai. Seeing her beaming face, Lin Bai embraced her and lifted her onto the dining table. Li Runin instinctively wrapped her arms around Lin Bai's neck, aware of his desires, and gently leaned her face against his chest. Today, she wore a black skirt paired with white stockings. Lin Bai wasted no time, flipping Li Runin over, lifting her skirt, and caressing her gently. After a series of passionate moments, in the bedroom, Li Runin traced circles on Lin Bai's chest with her fingers, her face flushed and alluring. By the way, darling, what are your thoughts on our class's upcoming social event with Class 1 of the Civil Engineering Department next weekend? Lin Bai tilted his head, his expression puzzled. Social event? What social event? Li Runin lifted her gaze, shot him a look, and lightly tapped his nose. You haven't been paying attention to the class group messages at all, have you? The notice was sent out on Friday. Lin Bai was at a loss for words. He had been preoccupied with various matters, shuttling between Xiangshui Town and Jiangcheng, leaving him little time to check the class group notifications. Who initiated it? Wang Peichuan. Lin Bai furrowed his brow and inquired. Li Runin shook her head. No, it was Lin Miao. She got herself a boyfriend from Class 1 of Civil Engineering and thought it would be beneficial to arrange a social event to help our classmates find partners since there are more girls in our department and more boys in theirs. Both class leaders agreed. Lin Bai contemplated this and realized it made sense. Then we probably don't need to go, right? Oh, but everyone has to attend. It's specified in the notice. Lin Bai fell silent, but chose not to elaborate further. Just then, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his mother's call. After exchanging glances with Li Runin, he stepped onto the balcony to answer. Mom, Xiao Bai, how are you adjusting to school? Are you eating well? Is it cold? Listening to his mother's incessant chatter, Lin Bai couldn't help but smile. If there is anyone in this world whose love is selfless, it is undoubtedly that of a mother. I'm doing well, Mom. How about you and Dad? Have you received the money I sent? After transferring 20,000 yuan to his parents last time, Lin Bai had been sending them smaller amounts intermittently. He was hesitant to send too much, fearing it might startle them. Yes, we received it. Don't worry. Your father and I are saving it for your future wife. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai's expression darkened. Mom, there's no need to save. I have my own money. You can spend what I send you without worry. He felt helpless. Yet he understood that his honest and simple parents had always been this way, and it was hard to change. With winter approaching and his parents having little farm work to keep them busy, Lin Bai made a decision. Mom, since you and Dad have some free time, why not come to Jiangcheng? I can show you around. After a brief silence on the line, his mother's displeased voice came through. Look at you. Just because you've earned a bit of money, you think you're above us. Your father and I are fine. Focus on your studies. And when you come home for the break, I'll make you something delicious. This response was entirely within Lin Bai's expectations. His parents had never ventured beyond the mountains. And for them, the towering buildings and bustling streets of Jiangcheng were sights they had only seen on television. Experiencing it firsthand, they had never considered it. However, Lin Bai felt differently. He now had the means to provide for them, and it was only right to let his parents enjoy some comforts. Mom, it's settled. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to pick you and Dad up. Wait for my call. With that, he hung up before his mother could continue her chatter. Our uncle and aunt coming to Jiangcheng. Li Runin, having approached him from behind, wrapped her arms around Lin Bai and asked softly. Yes, that's the plan for now, but they may not come. Oh, feeling her soft embrace, Lin Bai couldn't help but react. On Monday, the cycle of classes resumed. Su Yuming had been feeling restless these past few days, often losing focus in class, her mind wandering to the image of that rascal Lin Bai. As the campus belle, she had never lacked admirers and even felt somewhat immune to them, believing herself devoid of romantic feelings. Until she met Lin Bai, he had come to her aid during a crisis, contributing both financially and physically to defeat the formidable Songlong team. The third encounter? Oh yes, just that morning, she received a call from her younger brother, Su Zhonghao. In a state of excitement, he informed her that the Liu family had perished in a car accident. Moreover, the mayor of Xiangshui Town personally visited her home, arranging respectable jobs for her parents and allocating 70,000 yuan for housing renovations. It could be said that overnight, Su Yuming's life and that of her family had been irrevocably transformed. Chapter 84. Who is that fool downstairs? Although Lin Bai seemed uninvolved in this process, a woman's intuition told her it had to be him. Su Yuming was human too, capable of feelings. She could not overlook Lin Bai's selfless contributions. That rascal. Why did he have to say that? Su Yuming scribbled Lin Bai's name repeatedly on paper, her frustration evident. The class ended amidst her tumultuous thoughts. During the lunch break, as she packed her books to leave for a meal, a group of stylishly dressed boys entered the classroom. Hey, are you Su Yuming? The leader, sporting golden hair, a black jacket, and Martin boots, twirled a Ferrari keychain on his finger while leaning against a desk, addressing Su Yuming with a defiant expression. Su Yuming frowned slightly. She had grown accustomed to such encounters and, with her bag in tow, headed for the door. It's none of your business. Just as she reached the threshold, two boys blocked her path. You've got some attitude, huh? We're talking to you, don't you hear? Su Yuming raised her head, her expression icy. Move aside. The two boys exchanged surprised glances. Wow, she's quite feisty. At that moment, the golden-haired boy, referred to as Wen Xiao by his companions, sauntered over to Su Yuming's side, eyeing the two blocking her path. What are you doing? Don't scare her. Step aside. The two boys smirked at each other and moved aside, allowing Su Yuming to exit the classroom without a word. After she left, the two boys approached Wen Xiao, one exclaiming, "She's even prettier than that campus belle from Minzu University." Wen Xiao licked his lips, grinning. I like someone with attitude. And what of it? In the end, they all bowed to Wen Xiao's handsome charm. One of the lackeys flattered. Wen Xiao lightly slapped him, exclaiming, "Didn't you hear the bad grammar? If you don't have the education, don't try to be like me and nitpick. Let us go back." All right, Wen Xiao, what is the plan now? What else? The usual method. Leading the way, Wen Xiao and his companions departed. Later that evening, around 7, in the East District cafeteria, Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei were having dinner while scrolling through their phones. Wow, darling, look at this, how romantic. Qin Ruwei excitedly handed her phone to Lin Bai. He glanced at it and was instantly taken aback, widening his eyes as he took her phone and enlarged the video. The scene depicted outside a dormitory at Jiangqing University, where the ground was adorned with roses arranged in a heart shape, candles lit, and a red Ferrari parked nearby. A boy stood in the center of the heart, holding flowers and loudly confessing his feelings, surrounded by curious students. I am Wen Xiaoxian. I like Su Yuming from the second class of the art and design department. The boy repeatedly proclaimed this, oblivious to the strange looks from bystanders, displaying remarkable courage and audacity. Of course, to many girls, Wen Xiaoxuan's gesture was simply too manly and romantic. However, the most significant aspect was that his object of affection was Su Yuming. Damn it, my house has been robbed. Across the table, Qin Ruowei noticed the change in Lin Bai's expression and wore a mischievous smile. Are you angry? Lin Bai awkwardly chuckled, clearing his throat. What do I have to be angry about? Here is your phone. After returning her phone, Lin Bai lowered his head, consuming his food absent-mindedly. Qin Ruowei could easily see through his thoughts and shot Lin Bai a disapproving glare. Look at you, just go for it. Lin Bai looked up, bewildered. Huh? Oh, what are you talking about? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I am about to regret this immediately. Lin Bai stood up and planted a kiss on Qin Ruowei's cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, my dear wife. You are the best. After saying that, he dashed away. Qin Ruowei wiped her face, utterly speechless. On the way to the West District dormitory, Lin Bai called Su Yuming. What is it? Su Yuming's voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, came through as the call connected. Lin Bai, oblivious, asked, Who is that idiot downstairs? I don't know. I have no idea, she replied. Lin Bai could vaguely hear Wen Xiaoxuan's voice on the other end. I will be downstairs in about 5 minutes. You should get ready to come down. Why? Are you going to imitate him? Su Yuming's voice unexpectedly carried a teasing tone. Am I out of my mind? Just come down. On her end, Su Yuming pouted, Fine. No need to be so fierce. After hanging up, her mood brightened instantly, and she began to gather her things. Meanwhile, downstairs, Wen Xiaoxian, perhaps tired from shouting, put down the loudspeaker and signaled to a few of his underlings. They had long been prepared and, upon receiving their cue, lit the fireworks. When Xiaoxian continued to raise the loudspeaker, Su Yuming, I know you can see this. It's a surprise I prepared for you, and I hope you like it. Boom. The fireworks exploded in a riot of colors above the school, drawing gasps from the crowd. Su Yuming noticed the fireworks outside and turned her head to glance, murmuring, How wonderful it would be if you were the one setting them off. A few of Su Yuming's roommates leaned out the window to watch the fireworks, each one more excited than the girl of the hour herself. Wow, Xiaoming, look. It's so beautiful. Yes. Xiaoming, why don't you go down for a moment? It's so romantic. Su Yuming maintained a blank expression while packing her belongings, offering no response. On the other side, as Lin Bai approached the location, he too saw the bursting fireworks, his expression darkening further. Finally, Lin Bai arrived at the site of the event, where a crowd of students had gathered, blocking the entire road. He parked the car a little further away and dialed Su Yuming's number. "I'm here. Come down." "Okay." Time passed as Lin Bai waited, not feeling bored because he could watch Wen Xiaoshuan's frenzied antics not far away. "Su Yuming, I really like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" With the fireworks as a backdrop, Wen Xiaoshuan's confession was particularly moving, causing some female students to tear up, wishing they could be Su Yuming and say yes to him. Just then, someone shouted, "Look, the school beauty is coming down." This stirred a wave of excitement, and everyone turned to see Su Yuming walking slowly out of the dormitory. When Xiaoxian also spotted her, exchanged knowing glances with his companions, and approached her with a bouquet in hand, the crowd trailing behind. At last, when Xiaoxian and Su Yuming stood face to face. "You finally came down, Xiaoming. I'm sorry for using this." A honking sound suddenly interrupted Wen Xiaoxian, and he turned back, his expression freezing upon seeing the car behind him. Chapter 85. If it's not my first kiss, I don't want it. Other students also noticed the Maybach sedan, gasping in waves. As everyone had gathered towards the dormitory, the road finally cleared, allowing Lin Bai to park his car by the roadside, lower the window, and wave at Su Yuming, who was opposite Wen Xiaoxian. "Get in the car." Su Yuming was taken aback. She had just been looking for Lin Bai's previous Mercedes GLE, but hadn't found it, and was puzzled. "Who the hell are you? Are you looking for trouble?" Before Su Yuming could move, one of Wen Xiaoshuan's underlings pointed at Lin Bai and started cursing. But as soon as he finished, Wen Xiaoxian, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang forward and kicked the underling to the ground. "You think you can just talk like that?" The underling, turning over to look at Wen Xiaoxian, wore a pitiful expression. "Brother one, shut up. Get out of the way." After scolding the underling, Wen Xiaoxian turned to Su Yuming. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Su Yuming took a step forward, slowly walking towards the Maybach. No one dared to stop her. The reason was simple. Who would dare to obstruct the woman of a Maybach owner? Upon reaching the car, Lin Bai got out and, in a gentlemanly manner, opened the passenger door for Su Yuming. He assisted her into the car, closed the door, and then made his way to the driver's seat. As the car was leaving, Lin Bai pointed at the dazed Wen Xiaoxian not far away. The fireworks were quite nice. After saying this, Lin Bai chuckled lightly as the Maybach drove away. Silence. A dead silence enveloped the scene. The students exchanged glances between Wen Xiaoxian and the departing Maybach, gradually dispersing. "Hey, were those fireworks set off by you?" A patrol car from the security office, with its lights flashing, arrived at the scene, and several security guards got out, surrounding Wen Xiaoxian. Wen Xiaoxian raised his hands. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Do you realize that your actions severely disrupt the normal lives of the students? This is a school, not a place for fireworks. Is that really necessary, brothers? I just set off some fireworks. Who are you calling brother? Move." Thus, when Xiaoxian was pushed onto the patrol car by the security guards and taken away. Behind him, his underlings exchanged glances. "What do we do now?" "How would I know? You ask me, and I'll ask who?" Outside, on the road, the Maybach drove aimlessly ahead. In the passenger seat, Su Yuming leaned back against the seat, the flickering neon lights outside casting beautiful reflections on her face. "Those fireworks were quite impressive," she suddenly remarked. Lin Bai smirked and, while waiting at a traffic light, composed a message on his phone and sent it to Ji Yan. "Busy explaining things to your wife, are you?" Su Yuming, not even glancing at him, stated it as a fact rather than a question. Lin Bai set down his phone and drove towards Jiangxing Bridge. "I never explain anything to women." Su Yuming turned her head, frowning at him. "You know that's male chauvinism, right? Only the weak would cater to women. The strong are always chauvinists." "You." Su Yuming wanted to retort, but found no words to counter. "You can be taught." Lin Bai silently thanked the system in his heart. Perhaps unable to find a retort against Lin Bai, Su Yuming turned her gaze back to the window, changing the subject. "You were behind the Liu family's incident, weren't you?" Lin Bai turned abruptly, realizing the gravity of her words. Su Yuming sighed and looked at Lin Bai. "Lin Bai, do you like me?" Without hesitation, Lin Bai nodded. "Of course, I like you. You are the school beauty. What boy wouldn't like you? Be serious. What do you like about me?" Once again, faced with such a question, Lin Bai inwardly grumbled and replied, "I like your face and your long legs." Su Yuming frowned. "Is that all? Are you really that superficial?" Lin Bai found himself at a loss for words. "What do you want me to say? That I like your soul? Would you believe that? All matters of affection begin with looks and are loyal to character. We don't know each other well enough. Do you want me to say I admire your personality and character? Sorry, I can't say that. To put it bluntly, I actually don't care about your character. I only care about your looks." Su Yuming opened her mouth, unable to refute him. She felt deeply offended, yet strangely couldn't muster any anger. Instead experiencing a different sensation. The two fell silent as Lin Bai continued driving, arriving at Jiangxing Bridge, where they stopped by the Yangtze River. The night view along the river was stunning, with neon-lit boats gliding slowly across the water and the tall buildings on both banks shimmering in colorful lights. Su Yuming rolled down the window, leaning on the ledge, feeling the cold wind outside, her gaze distant. Lin Bai, you are already married. What about Qin Ruowei? Su Yuming's words almost accept Lin Bai's attitude. Lin Bai could easily discern this and laughed, saying, I have mentioned before that I will not have just one wife. You might find it hard to believe, but it was she who sent me here tonight. Su Yuming turned her head in surprise. Just then, Lin Bai's phone vibrated. He answered, understanding the situation, and hung up. Su Yuming looked puzzled and asked, what was that about? Lin Bai gazed at her, a smirk on his lips. Did you not say you like fireworks? I have prepared some. Before he could finish, a magnificent firework erupted in the distance by the river, bursting forth in a kaleidoscope of colors. Boom, boom, boom. Following the first, there came a second and third. Countless fireworks exploded above the Yangtze River, painting the night sky in vibrant hues. People eagerly took out their phones to capture this beautiful moment. Inside the car, Su Yuming stared at the fireworks, her pupils reflecting the brilliant colors. Do you like it? Lin Bai inquired. Su Yuming turned to him, her gaze fixed. Just as Lin Bai felt a pang of guilt, Su Yuming leaned in, cupping his face and kissing him. Their lips met, the softness momentarily causing Lin Bai's mind to stall, though only for an instant. He quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arms around Su Yuming's waist and responding to her kiss. Her kiss was innocent and inexperienced. Her cheeks flushed a deeper red than the fireworks that lit up the night sky. After what felt like an eternity, they finally parted, both breathing heavily. Su Yuming lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Bai's eyes. This is my first kiss. Lin Bai gently stroked her hair. If it weren't your first, I wouldn't want it. Su Yuming glared at him, then began to straighten her clothes. The fireworks continued to burst in the night sky, a stunning display. Around 9 in the evening, the Maybach slowly rolled into the school, stopping beneath Su Yuming's dormitory. Lin Bai and Su Yuming exited the vehicle. Lin Bai noticed several familiar figures, Wen Shaoxian and his underlings, who were busy cleaning up the mess they had made with the fireworks. Chapter 86. Fear of the Thief's Obsession. Wen Shaoxian also spotted Lin Bai and Su Yuming, sniffing slightly. Lin Bai smiled and approached Su Yuming, possessively wrapping his arms around her waist, lifting her chin, and kissing her. A mix of emotions, shame, excitement, sweetness, and reassurance, swirled in Su Yuming's mind, flushing her cheeks. Not far away, Wen Shaoxian watched the couple kiss brazenly before him, gripping the broom tightly, his eyes fierce. Brother Wen, this is too much. And he won't stop. After 2 or 3 minutes, they finally separated, and Lin Bai playfully patted Su Yuming's behind. Go on up. Su Yuming, her head bowed, turned and scampered into the dormitory. As Lin Bai turned to re-enter the Maybach, a voice called out to him. Wait a moment, classmate. Lin Bai turned to see Wen Shaoxian approaching with a few of his friends. Is there something you need? Don't be nervous. I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Wen Shaoxian, a junior at Jiangxing University of Finance. Noticing Wen Shaoxuan's outstretched hand, Lin Bai did not take it, and simply replied, Lin Bai. After that, he settled into the driver's seat. Just before driving away, he rolled down the window and warned, Su Yuming is my girlfriend. Today is the first time, and I hope it will be the last. With that, he started the engine and prepared to leave. At that moment, Wen Shaoxian declared, I want to compete with you fairly. Seeing his serious demeanor, Lin Bai shook his head in disbelief and drove off. Do as you wish. Damn, so arrogant. Brother Wen, I can't stand for this. Once the Maybach had driven away, his underlings expressed their frustrations. Wen Shaoxian remained silent, his gaze icy, muttering Lin Bai's name under his breath. After parking the car, Lin Bai walked toward the dormitory while simultaneously texting Qin Ruowei. Many might wonder why he didn't just complete the main task during such an opportune evening. Lin Bai had the same thought, but he knew it was impractical. Patience is a virtue, especially for someone like Su Yuming, who was slow to warm up. Upon returning to the dormitory, Chun Zhe was his usual self, chatting away with Fu Rao, while Lu Xiaobin continued tinkering with his gadgets. Zhao Fangting, however, looked despondent. Aren't you playing games? Lin Bai casually inquired. Zhao Fangting wore a face of despair, pouting. Brother Bai, I strongly condemn the second brother's behavior of flaunting his love. It's infuriating. Lin Bai glanced at Chun Zhe, then turned to Zhao Fangting, chuckling. How does their phone conversation affect you? It's so annoying. Lu Xiaobin chimed in without looking up. It's obvious he has a girlfriend. I'll find one tomorrow. I'll make phone calls every night too. Zhao Fangting's irritated expression was oddly endearing. Lin Bai changed out of his clothes and headed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, he emerged feeling refreshed. At that moment, Zhao Fangting approached mysteriously, pulling Lin Bai to the balcony. Brother Bai, I need to discuss something. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Bai guessed what was coming. What is it? Just say it. Zhao Fangting, looking embarrassed, hesitated, Could you lend me some money? Lin Bai thought to himself, as expected. How much? 1,000. 1,000 yuan was a negligible sum for Lin Bai now, and he nodded. All right, I'll transfer it to you after I finish drying my hair. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Bai. I'll pay you back as soon as I receive my allowance next month. Lin Bai smiled, no rush. But you should consider how to find a girlfriend. Playing games all the time won't help. Spend more time in the library and join some clubs. You're bound to find someone suitable. Understood, Brother Bai. I'll heed your advice. After drying his hair, Lin Bai climbed into bed and transferred 1,000 yuan to Zhao Fengting. His phone buzzed with several messages from Qin Ruowei, Su Yuming, and Li Runan. Lin Bai began replying one by one. This might be the only drawback of having multiple girlfriends, the considerable time and energy required to maintain these relationships. After finishing his messages, he set his phone down and completed 300 sit-ups before sinking into slumber. The next day, after having lunch with Qin Ruowei and sending her back to the dormitory, Lin Bai received a call from Su Yuming. Where are you? In the dormitory. What is up? Come shopping with me this afternoon. I know you have no classes. Her tone left no room for argument. Lin Bai rubbed his nose. All right. I'll head over now. After hanging up, he wasted no time and drove straight to the West District dormitory. On the way, the Maybach continued to attract attention. Arriving at Su Yuming's dormitory, Lin Bai immediately spotted a familiar figure, Wen Shaoxian. He stood there with a bouquet of roses, looking dapper, next to a striking Ferrari. Su Yuming spotted Lin Bai's car from the window, grabbed her backpack, and stepped outside. Seeing her, Wen Shaoxian eagerly approached. Xiaoming, Yet. Su Yuming seemed oblivious to Wen Shaoxian's presence, walking right past him to Lin Bai's Maybach, where she hopped into the passenger seat. At that moment, when Shaoxian finally noticed Lin Bai, his expression shifting through various emotions. So, you're using me as a shield? Lin Bai teased, glancing at Su Yuming in the front seat. Su Yuming's face flushed. What? If you don't shield me, who will? Lin Bai pondered this and said nothing further as he started the car and drove away. Behind them, when Shaoxian watched Lin Bai take Su Yuming away, his fists tightening before he eventually got into his own car and followed closely. Jiangxing University was not far from the Walma Mall, and as they headed there, Lin Bai noticed Wen Shaoxian's flashy yellow Ferrari tailing them closely, impossible to ignore. Su Yuming also spotted Wen Shaoxian and frowned, remarking, this person is truly bothersome. He has been yelling incessantly outside the dormitory building since morning, driving me mad. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai furrowed his brows, contemplating that a solution was indeed necessary to address the nuisance that was Wen Shaoxian. There is a saying that goes, it is not the thief that one fears, but rather the thief's lingering thoughts. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Worma shopping mall, where Lin Bai parked in the underground garage and entered the mall alongside Su Yuming. Wen Shaoxian trailed closely behind, maintaining a distance of approximately 10 steps, neither too far nor too near. Hey, do you find this amusing? Lin Bai could no longer contain his irritation and turned around to reprimand him, his expression decidedly displeased. Wen Shaoxian rubbed his nose and retorted, what is it to you? Is Worma your family business? Lin Bai paused, pointed at Wen Shaoxian, and chose to ignore him. As they passed a women's clothing store, Lin Bai glanced at Su Yuming's inexpensive attire and took her inside. It was evident that this was Su Yuming's first visit to such an upscale boutique, and she appeared somewhat awkward, particularly upon seeing the price tag of 1,999 yuan at the entrance. Her demeanor shifted dramatically. Lin Bai, let us leave. She gently tugged at Lin Bai's arm, her tone humble. At that moment, Wen Shaoxian, who had followed them into the store, scoffed disdainfully. It's just a piece of clothing. If it were me, I could buy the entire store for my girlfriend if she liked it. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, reminding himself not to engage with the foolishness of Wen Shaoxian, and focused on Su Yuming. The more she reacted this way, the more it troubled Lin Bai. He gazed intently into her eyes and stated emphatically, previously, you could decline my kindness, but now, as my girlfriend, it is only natural for me to treat you well. Afterward, Lin Bai affectionately ruffled Su Yuming's hair, just as a saleswoman in a form-fitting skirt approached. Hello, may I assist you three in selecting a style? The saleswoman's eyes scanned Lin Bai, Su Yuming, and the lingering Wen Shaoxian, clearly perceiving them as a cohesive group. Her gaze lingered on Su Yuming, revealing unabashed admiration and envy. It was evident that even as a woman herself, Su Yuming's beauty was striking. Lin Bai understood that Su Yuming would not select anything on her own, so he took her by the hand and leisurely browsed through the store. As they rounded a corner, a dazzling white gown adorned with diamonds caught Lin Bai's attention. The experienced saleswoman, recognizing Lin Bai's interest, promptly began to extol the virtues of the dress, detailing its style, material, and design. Su Yuming also admired the gown, and despite her efforts to conceal it, Lin Bai could discern a glimmer of desire in her eyes. As the price was not listed, Lin Bai inquired, how much is it? The saleswoman beamed. You are quite fortunate today. We are offering an 88% discount for this dress as part of our promotional event, and today is the last day. Lin Bai interjected impatiently. Just tell me the price. The saleswoman hesitated, replying, Sir, the original price of this gown is 18,888 yuan. However, after the discount, she was quick to clarify, fearing the price might scare off the customer. Just then, when Xiaoxian's voice chimed in, as persistent as ever, a dress costing 20,000 is suitable for Xiaoming. I'll buy it. Wrap it up for me. The saleswoman's expression brightened as she rushed over to Wen Xiaoxian, all smiles. You truly have an eye for quality. Are you certain you wish to purchase this dress? Wen Xiaoxian, with a defiant expression, promptly produced his bank card, pinched between two fingers, and presented it to the saleswoman, declaring, Charge it. The saleswoman, elated, replied, Of course, right this way, sir. Wen Xiaoxian's intervention caused the saleswoman to completely overlook Lin Bai and Su Yuming. Lin Bai, at that moment, had no time to concern himself with Wen Xiaoxian, as he was processing the system's voice in his mind. Beep. Side quest triggered. Side quest. Tenfold cashback. Use your strength to overpower Wen Xiaoxian and make him recognize the gap between you and the host. Use your strength. Within the stipulated time, all expenses incurred by the host for Su Yuming will be refunded at 10 times the amount. Countdown. 3 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. The system's explanation was succinct. What did that mean? If Lin Bai spent 100, the system would return 1,000. If he spent 10,000, he would receive 100,000. With this understanding, Lin Bai's mind raced as he observed the dwindling countdown. Noticing the saleswoman preparing to process Wen Xiaoxian's card, he shouted, I'll offer 30,000. The saleswoman, who had nearly placed the card on the reader, froze and stared blankly at Lin Bai. Not only was the saleswoman taken aback, but Su Yuming was also stunned, and even Wen Xiaoxian frowned. I'll bid 50,000. Wen Xiaoxian refused to back down. 100,000. Lin Bai asserted without hesitation, decisively raising the bid. The saleswoman's gaze darted between the two, her face almost blooming with joy. Wen Xiaoxian ceased to raise his bid. Narrowing his eyes at Lin Bai, let me advise you. Do not pretend to be affluent, or else. If you don't want to bid, then keep quiet. Lin Bai shot back, unyielding. Though he said that, Lin Bai's mind was fervently urging, continue bidding. Keep it going. Because according to the side quest's attributes, the more he spent, the more he would earn. Why not revel in it? At that moment, Su Yuming gently tugged at Lin Bai's sleeve. Lin Bai met her gaze, reassuring her, this amount is inconsequential to me. As long as you like it, I would even pluck the stars from the sky for you. Upon hearing these words, Su Yuming felt enveloped in sweetness. Women are inherently sentimental. No matter how irrational she might find it, the emotional value she derived was undeniably gratifying. The saleswoman's gaze shifted back to Wen Xiaoxian. After a moment's consideration, Wen Xiaoxian ultimately waved his hand dismissively, sneering, let him be the fool if he wishes. Implicitly, he forfeited his bid. Lin Bai silently lamented the lost opportunity, yet time was of the essence. He took Su Yuming to the counter, presenting his bank card. Swipe it. Quickly. Of course, sir. Right away, the saleswoman responded, taking the card and swiftly processing the transaction, deducting 100,000 yuan. XX Bank. Your account with the last 4 digits has been charged 10,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,510,648, 900 yuan. Beep. The system detected that the host has spent 100,000 yuan on Su Yuming. The expenditure is valid. The system will return 1,000,000 yuan. Funds have been credited. Please check. XX Bank. Your account with the last 4 digits has received 1,000,000 yuan. Current balance, 3,610,648, 900 yuan. Seeing the notification from his banking app, Lin Bai was elated. Hurry. The saleswoman, not daring to delay, quickly wrapped the dress in an exquisite box and presented it to Lin Bai with both hands. Here you go, sir. Please take it. Lin Bai accepted the package and, hand in hand with Su Yuming, exited the clothing store. Outside, Su Yuming looked at the hurried Lin Bai, concern etched on her face. Lin Bai, is something wrong? If there's an issue, we can go back. Lin Bai turned. We are not going back. As he spoke, his eyes swept over Su Yuming and noticed she was still carrying her backpack from school. How could a girl, especially one as stunning as her, be without a luxury handbag? An idea sparked in Lin Bai's mind as he scanned the area and spotted a luxury Chanel boutique nearby. He eagerly pulled Su Yuming along, exclaiming, quickly. Su Yuming, bewildered, could only follow Lin Bai as he led her onward. Wen Xiaoxian continued to follow behind. Watching the two rush toward the Xiangnizi store, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he hastened to catch up. Hello. Where can I find the most expensive handbag in your store? Upon entering, Lin Bai wasted no time and went straight to the point. There were two female sales associates in the store who exchanged glances before approaching him. "Hello, may I ask who you are? Bring me your most expensive handbag. Quickly." Lin Bai interrupted the sales associate. Urgency etched across his face. Chapter 88, Shopping Spree. The two sales associates exchanged another glance, and one of them hurried away, returning shortly with a black box. "Sir, this white crocodile leather handbag is currently our most expensive item, priced at 188 million yuan, adorned with 334 diamonds. Designed by a renowned designer." Swipe the card. Lin Bai promptly produced his bank card, embodying extravagance to the fullest. When Xiaoxian, who had just entered, happened upon this scene and could not help but swallow hard, his throat tightening. "Lin Bai, that's far too expensive. No, I can't accept it." Su Yuming was taken aback by the price. Nearly 2 million. Could she ever earn such a sum through a lifetime of honest work? It was no different for Wen Xiaoxian. Although he was wealthy, he also had his limits. Spending tens of thousands was trivial for him, especially since he drove a few million yuan Ferrari, yet a 2 million handbag was beyond his courage and means. Lin Bai's greatest concern was Su Yuming's potential rejection, for if she declined, the money would not be returned. Thus, he cupped her face in his hands, his gaze filled with affection. "Xiao Ming, from the moment I laid eyes on you, I have been enamored. I have longed to treat you well, to give you everything I can, to ensure you are the happiest woman in the world. Previously, I lacked the qualifications, but now it is different. I can finally treat you right. Moreover, you must believe me, this amount is insignificant to me." His heartfelt confession deeply touched Su Yuming's tender heart. Just as she was moved, Lin Bai embraced her and winked at the sales associate. The associate immediately understood, taking the bank card to process the payment. XX Bank, your account ending in the last digits has been charged 1,880,000 yuan. Current balance 3,422,648,900 yuan. Beep. Detected that the host Su Yuming spent 188 million yuan. Transaction effective. System cashback of 18.8 million yuan. Already credited. Please check. XX Bank, your account ending in the last digits has received a deposit of 18,800,000 yuan. Current balance 5,302,648,900 yuan. Sure enough, the cashback from this one handbag nearly doubled Lin Bai's bank balance. He was utterly enchanted by the sensation of his balance soaring. After approximately 10 minutes of Lin Bai's incessant urging, the handbag was finally packaged, and he exited the Shanghai Z store, holding the box. Immediately afterward, he led Su Yuming into the Ferragamo women's shoe store. Ferragamo, an upscale Italian brand, was notoriously expensive, beyond the means of most small, affluent individuals. This time, however, upon entering, Lin Bai did not inquire about the most expensive shoes. Instead, he and Su Yuming began browsing, with the sales associate closely following. This one, and that one. Pack them up. During the entire process, Lin Bai had the sales associate pack any pair of shoes that caught his eye, while Su Yuming appeared as a dazed marionette, following him closely. After nearly half an hour, XX Bank, your account ending in the last digits has been charged 34,591,000 yuan. Current balance 4,956,738,900 yuan. Beep. Detected that the host Su Yuming spent 3,459,100 yuan. Transaction effective. System cashback of 34,591,000 yuan. Already credited. Please check. XX Bank, your account ending in the last digits has received a deposit of 34,591,000 yuan. Current balance 8,415,838,900 yuan. Looking at the neatly arranged boxes of shoes at the counter, Lin Bai took out his car keys and handed them to the sales associate. In the downstairs parking lot, A3 area, please place them in the car. Having spent so much in the store, the sales associate was more than happy to oblige, taking the keys with both hands. Certainly, sir. I will come back for the car keys shortly. With that, Lin Bai took Su Yuming's hand and continued to leave, turning to enter the adjacent Nike shoe store. The shoes he had just purchased were mostly high heels, and as a student, Su Yuming could not possibly wear them to class every day, especially in winter. Thus, they spent another half hour, spending over 30,000 yuan on 11 pairs of casual and sneaker styles. As in the previous store, Lin Bai brought the car keys to the sales associate, instructing her to load the purchased shoes into the car. Next, Lin Bai and Su Yuming entered the Boziding down jacket brand store, spending over 500,000 yuan to buy 8 different styles of down jackets. After exiting the down jacket store, Lin Bai glanced at the time. 2 hours, 28 minutes, and 36 seconds. The countdown continued to decrease. What should we buy next? They were on the 3rd floor, and Lin Bai instinctively looked down at the 1st floor lobby, where he spotted gold and silver jewelry, his eyes lighting up as he took the elevator down with Su Yuming. At first, Su Yuming had resisted and worried. silently calculating how much Lin Bai had spent on her. However, after acquiring so many items, she had lost track of the total and had become numb. A mere tool being led by Lin Bai. In the first floor lobby, Lin Bai and Su Yuming approached the gold and jade jewelry counter, where Lin Bai scanned all the items on display, pointing to a gold bracelet. This one, and this jade pendant, this necklace, and that pair of earrings, and this hairpin. Packed them all up and swiped the card. Believing he had already been sufficiently restrained, Lin Bai thought that, had he not feared shocking Su Yuming and the staff, he would have bought everything in the store. Even so, the staff wore a perplexed expression. In all her years of service, she had never encountered such an extravagant customer. Could you please get one of each of those 3 small accessories? Su Yuming pointed at 3 small trinkets in the display case, each priced around 1,000 yuan. Lin Bai, though puzzled, did not question her further due to the time constraint. XX Bank. Your account ending in the last digits has been charged 139,690,000 yuan. Current balance 9,145. 838, 900 yuan. Beep. Detected that the host Su Yuming spent 1,396,900 yuan. Transaction effective. System cashback of 13,969,000 yuan. Already credited. Please check. XX Bank. Your account ending in the last digits has been charged 1,396,900,000 yuan. Current balance 105, 427, 389 yuan. Finally, the balance had surpassed the 100 million mark. Lin Bai felt tears welling up at the sight of his bank balance. 100 million. To put it plainly, this amount could sustain a lifetime of indulgence. Overcome with emotion, Lin Bai cupped Su Yuming's face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. How can you be so beautiful? Su Yuming blushed, wiping her mouth and lowering her head. Stop buying things. I'm hungry. Let's go eat. As the sales associate packaged the items, Lin Bai checked the countdown again, noting that there was still over an hour remaining. They had bought nearly everything possible. What else was there to purchase? Suddenly, it struck him. Car. House. Slapping his forehead, Lin Bai chided himself for not thinking of this sooner. With just over an hour left, buying a house was out of the question. He could only focus on a car. Do you have a driver's license? Lin Bai turned to Su Yuming and inquired. Su Yuming nodded gently, affirming that she had just passed her driving test in the first half of the year, but had yet to drive. Do you have your ID card? Yes, it's in my backpack. Hurry up. Please be quick. Lin Bai urged the female sales associate. Chapter 89, We Aren't Going Back Tonight. Moments later, the female associate finished packaging the jewelry, and Lin Bai, laden with bags, departed alongside Su Yuming, heading straight for the parking lot. Upon returning to the car, the trunk and back seat of the Maybach were crammed with an abundance of shopping bags. Su Yuming buckled her seatbelt and said, Lin Bai, please stop buying things. It frightens me. This heartfelt expression stemmed from her anxiety about the extravagant items all purchased by Lin Bai. Lin Bai caressed her face, assuring her, all right. I promise this will be the last item. Su Yuming, not wanting to dwell on it, nodded earnestly. Lin Bai started the car, and they exited the underground parking lot. The automobile city of Jiangxing lay over 20 kilometers away in the southeast region, yet Lin Bai drove swiftly, reaching their destination in mere minutes. During the drive, he realized that when Xiao Xian, who had been tailing them, had mysteriously disappeared. This was a relief, sparing him from any further annoyance. The Maybach parked outside the Porsche dealership, drawing the attention of all the sales staff within. When they saw Lin Bai and Su Yuming disembark, the handsome man and the ethereal beauty prompted several salespeople to rush toward the entrance. Lin Bai, you said this would be the last item. It can't be. Yes, a car. I assure you this is the final acquisition. Su Yuming was at a loss for words, but she protested. This is too expensive, Lin Bai. I don't need a car right now. Taking her hand, Lin Bai replied, once you have a car, you will naturally need it. Reluctantly, Su Yuming allowed herself to be led into the store once more. Hello, sir. Are you here to look at cars? Welcome, you too. Please have some water. Have you previously explored our Porsche brand? Any particular models that catch your eye? They were surrounded by several salespeople who chattered excitedly. Lin Bai, pressed for time, had no patience to dawdle. He guided Su Yuming through the Porsche showroom, pointing to a Porsche 911 and asking, do you like this one? Su Yuming shook her head. Not really. It's too ostentatious. Lin Bai nodded and continued walking, pointing to a Porsche 718. What about this? I don't like sports cars. Her reluctance stemmed from the exorbitant price of such vehicles. Lin Bai moved on, finally indicating a burgundy Panamera. Let's go with this one. Just as Su Yuming prepared to voice her concerns, Lin Bai handed over his bank card. The nearest salesperson, quick on the uptake, reached for it. But at the crucial moment, Lin Bai retracted it. Can you complete all the paperwork in an hour? The sales associate appeared stunned. An hour? Well, those who had purchased a car understood that the process was often tedious, typically requiring 2 to 3 hours. An hour would indeed be a challenge. As the sales team hesitated, a voice from the second floor declared, "I can do it. I'll handle it." Everyone turned to see a slender woman in work attire with short hair descending the stairs. Upon her arrival, the salespeople surrounding Lin Bai and Su Yuming dispersed with an understanding nod. While descending, the woman spoke on the phone, already preparing the necessary paperwork. "Hello, sir. I am Chai Lu. Time is of the essence. Please follow me." Without further ado, she led the way. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow and followed her with Su Yuming. After settling into a conference room, Chai Lu placed some contracts before Su Yuming and hurried off to print materials while simultaneously calling the vehicle administration office, multitasking with impressive efficiency. Fortunately, as Lin Bai was purchasing the car outright, the process was less convoluted and therefore quicker. After an hour and 3 minutes, Chai Lu returned. "Sir, madam, I am pleased to serve you. From now on, the latest Panamera GTS 40 belongs to Ms. Su Yuming." Beep. System detected an effective female consumer spending 1.78 million. The transaction is valid. A rebate of 17.8 million has been credited. Please check your account. XX Bank. Your account ending in the last 4 digits has received 1,780,000,000 yuan. Current balance is 121,447,389 yuan. Finally, after a rushed but successful completion of all procedures, Lin Bai grasped Chai Lu's outstretched hand, expressing, "Thank you for your hard work." Chai Lu raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear the word hard work from a client, which was a first for her. Noticing her reaction, Lin Bai curiously glanced at Chai Lu's attributes panel. Name, Chai Lu. Age, 22. Beauty score, 75. Affection for host, 2. Loyalty, 10. Purity, 2. The attributes were clear, with loyalty standing out significantly among the rest, indicating various implications. "Mr. Lin, Ms. Su, here is my business card. Should you have any questions or need assistance during your vehicle use, feel free to call me." Lin Bai accepted the card, thanking her. Additionally, "Could you arrange for the car to be delivered to the parking lot at the west gate of Jiangxing University?" "Certainly, sir." "The parking lot at the west gate of Jiangxing University, correct?" "Yes." As they left the Porsche dealership. Beep. Time's up. Congratulations, host. On completing the side mission for tenfold cashback, the function has now expired. Lin Bai stretched his arms and yawned contentedly, relishing the moment. "Ah, this feels wonderful." Observing him, Su Yuming bit her lip, lowering her head, lost in thought. For hours passed, and as evening approached, it was nearly dinner time. Lin Bai drove Su Yuming to Qingping Lu restaurant. In a luxurious VIP room, they sat across from each other, indulging in a sumptuous feast. Su Yuming, with a modest appetite, barely touched her food, engrossed in her knife and fork, lost in her own world. Lin Bai, having enjoyed his meal, patted his belly and asked, "Are you full?" Su Yuming, still not looking up, softly replied, Then let's head back and rest. After a day of excursions, you must be exhausted." As he spoke, Lin Bai rose, donned his jacket, and prepared to leave for school. Just as he reached for the door, he felt a softness press against his back. "Lin Bai, tonight. We aren't going back." Upon hearing this, Lin Bai instantly understood, feeling a rush of warmth surge through him, causing an involuntary reaction. He turned to see Su Yuming. Her head lowered, unable to meet his gaze, her flushed ears betraying her feelings. In the vigor of youth, faced with the initiative of a stunning beauty, Lin Bai could hardly contain himself. Without hesitation, he lifted Su Yuming and pressed his lips against hers, moving toward the bed in the private room. Chapter 90. A delightful cooperation. "Husband, be gentle. I'm afraid." "Rest assured, I will be very gentle." Inside the room, a do not disturb sign glowed with a soft amber light, enveloping the atmosphere in an enchanting haze, intermingled with the sounds of newfound intimacy and fervent cries. Beep. Congratulations, host. On completing the main mission, you have received a reward of 5,000 task points. After 30,000 words, Lin Bai and Su Yuming nestled together, gazing at the tear stains lingering at the corners of Su Yuming's eyes, filling Lin Bai with deep compassion. He lowered his head and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, whispering an apology for the turmoil he had caused her. Su Yuming softly shook her head, her gaze drifting to the crimson spots on the pristine white sheets, remaining silent. After the initial impulsiveness had cooled, Lin Bai understood that the primary reason for Su Yuming's sudden willingness to agree to this matter was the extravagant spending spree he had indulged in all afternoon. By the day's end, he had spent over 10 million on her. Although he had earned over 100 million, Su Yuming was unaware of this. All she knew was that Lin Bai had lavished more than 10 million on her. Such a sum was not lost on her. She was no fool. Recognizing that her most valuable assets were her beauty and body, which could hardly fetch such a price even if sold, coupled with her genuine affection for Lin Bai, It was clear why she accepted his extravagant gestures. Thus, what was left for her to hold back? Once the metaphorical window was shattered, Su Yuming felt a great sense of relief. She lifted her gaze to Lin Bai, her beautiful eyes fluttering. How do you intend to explain this to Qin Ruowei? Lin Bai playfully pinched her chin, retorting, what should I say? That she has a sister with whom she can share the joys of life? Su Yuming shot him a flirtatious glare, wrapping her arms around his waist, and declared, I will not speak to you anymore. Lin Bai merely chuckled and remained silent, engrossed in examining the upgraded system attribute panel. System upgrade. Current attribute panel. Host, Lin Bai. Strength, 7. Speed, 6. Endurance, 8. 80 minutes. Overall rating, above average. System level, 40100000. Daily cash allowance, 100. 000. System balance, 255,000. As Lin Bai had surmised, with the system upgraded to level 4, the daily cash allowance had increased to 100,000. Of course, given his current savings, this daily allowance seemed less significant. Nevertheless, no one could resist the allure of money, and Lin Bai was no exception. Concurrently, the points required for further upgrades had also escalated, indicating a greater challenge ahead. Go, what is the maximum level you can achieve? Lin Bai inquired, voicing a long-held curiosity. Beep. This system comprises 3 forms, 10, 20, and 30, each with a maximum level of 9, serving different purposes. The current system belongs to Form 10, with the core mission, to make the host wealthy. And what are the second and third forms? What are their purposes? Beep. The secrets of the heavens cannot be divulged. Upon unlocking the second and third forms, the host will naturally understand. Lin Bai suddenly comprehended and ceased to ponder further, counting silently on his fingers. The highest level of 9 would imply a daily allowance of 100 million. He gasped in astonishment. What is it? Su Yuming noticed Lin Bai's unusual reaction. Her curiosity piqued. Lin Bai ruffled his hair in excitement and leaned down to plant a kiss on Su Yuming's face. How have you been resting? Huh? Su Yuming's eyes widened in surprise, quickly stepping back. No, this cannot happen again. Lin Bai, with a mischievous grin, drew closer, lifting Su Yuming and carrying her to the floor-to-ceiling window. No, someone might see. 80 minutes later, around 10:30 in the evening, a weary Su Yuming drifted into a deep slumber. Watching her fluttering eyelashes, Lin Bai felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. Simultaneously, he experienced a hint of unreality, as if caught in a grand dream. It was hard to believe that the enchanting girl beside him, the campus belle of Jiangxing University, had truly become his. In the past, that impoverished youth who worked part-time at a milk tea shop and had been cuckolded by a gold digger would never have dared to dream of such a life. All of this was due to the system. Its emergence had transformed his existence. Go. Thank you for choosing me. Lin Bai silently expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Beep. No need for courtesy. The system does not appear without reason. We are mutually chosen, fulfilling each other. A pleasant collaboration. Lin Bai smiled, his lips curling upward. A fruitful collaboration. In stark contrast to the romantic abundance on Lin Bai's side, another scene unfolded in a room adorned with ancient charm. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic sound of a wooden fish resonated continuously. The room housed an incense altar, where a statue of an unrecognizable deity, fierce and adorned in dark gold with 3 heads and 6 arms, was enshrined. An elderly man in a traditional long gown sat cross-legged on a mat, repeatedly striking the wooden fish with a mallet, murmuring incantations that were barely discernible. Behind the elder, Wen Shaoxian knelt upright on another mat, his expressions of discomfort suggesting he had been kneeling for quite some time. At last, the elder concluded his chanting, set aside the wooden fish, and bowed reverently 3 times, followed by Wen Shaoxian, who mirrored his actions. Look at your prospects, the elder chided Wen Shaoxian before exiting the room and entering the living area, pouring himself a glass of water. Grandfather, this girl is truly stunning, and I am serious about her. The elder glanced at Wen Shaoxian, who was familiar with his grandson's temperament, and remained silent, pondering for a moment with a furrowed brow. With your abilities, capturing a girl should not be difficult, right? It's not difficult, but you don't understand, grandfather. There's a boy, incredibly wealthy, driving a Maybach, who spent over 10 million on her just yesterday afternoon. Hearing this, the elder's eyes finally sparkled with interest. Oh, a student? Yes. When Shaoxian nodded emphatically, he is a freshman named Lin Bai. I've looked into him. He doesn't seem to have much of a background. The elder scoffed. You are still too young. No background. A 20-year-old kid could not possibly have that much wealth or drive a Maybach. That is why I came to you, When Shaoxian implored, approaching the elder like a child. The elder sighed in exasperation, eyeing him. Fine, I will handle it. Wait for my news. Haha, I knew grandfather would come through for me. You're the best. The elder, resigned yet indulgent, ruffled Wen Shaoxian's hair, saying, "It's getting late. You should rest. What are you two discussing?" Just then, the door swung open, revealing a girl peeking in. With rosy lips and pearly teeth, she wore a simple white gauze dress, her dark hair elegantly tied back, and her striking ice blue eyes were remarkably unforgettable. Had Lin Bai been present, he would have been utterly captivated by her stunning beauty. She was breathtaking. Her features, contours, and even the way her eyes opened and closed possessed an indescribable allure. Chapter 91. Who were you with last night? In contrast to Su Yoming's cold and ethereal beauty, the girl before them resembled a fairy, untouched by the mundane world. Upon seeing her, the elder's face darkened with additional worry as he shoved Wen Xiaoxian aside. Go away. Go away. I want to sleep. Don't bother me. Wen Xiaoxian chuckled and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. Outside, he led the girl toward another room in the distance. Though it was nighttime, streetlights illuminated their path. Under the glow, one could faintly discern a sprawling manor, complete with bridges, flowing water, and pavilions. Brother, are you planning something again? The girl questioned, hands on her hips and a pout on her lips. When Xiaoxian playfully swatted her on the head, saying, "Is that how you speak to your brother? Why are you running around at this late hour? Hurry and go to sleep." With that, he dashed away before she could respond. Hey, a night filled with dreams. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Lin Bai assisted the unusually walking Su Yuming as they exited the Qingping Lu Hotel, driving toward the university. I just transferred you 250,000. Use it for now, and let me know if you need more. Lin Bai transferred all the funds from the system subsidy to Su Yuming. Su Yuming responded with a gentle murmur, choosing not to elaborate. Upon returning to school, the first task was to assist Su Yuming in moving her belongings. Both Su Yuming and Lin Bai had no classes during the first period, allowing ample time for this endeavor. Wow, Xiaoming, have you made your purchases? Oh, a crocodile leather bag from Xiaongnaizi, and Ferragamo high heels. Who is this, Xiaoming? The girls, possessing a keen understanding of luxury goods comparable to a male's knowledge of cars, gazed in astonishment and envy at Su Yuming. Despite her usual indifference to such matters, a hint of joy and pride welled up within her. Allow me to introduce my boyfriend, Lin Bai, a freshman at the Foreign Languages College, Su Yuming declared, linking her arm with Lin Bai as she introduced him to her three roommates. The trio gasped in unison, their expressions a mixture of shock and curiosity. Wait, you're that person from the campus forum, the one who was cheated on? One of them exclaimed, pointing at Lin Bai. His face darkened momentarily, but he managed an awkward smile and nodded. Ahem, that would be me. The confirmation only piqued their curiosity further, and they were eager to gossip with Su Yuming for the rest of the day. Su Yuming rummaged through one of her bags, producing 3 small trinkets she had previously purchased, handing them out to her roommates. Here, these are gifts from Lin Bai for you. Wow, solid gold. One exclaimed. Goodness. Lin Bai, you are too impressive. My boyfriend has never given me such an extravagant gift. Lin Bai glanced at Su Yuming, catching her eye, and he finally understood the reason behind her purchase of those trinkets. He affectionately draped his arm around her shoulders, his eyes filled with gratitude. You all carry on. I have a few more things to move, he said before departing the dormitory to take on the role of a mover. Once Lin Bai left, the 3 roommates immediately surrounded Su Yuming, chattering incessantly. After several trips, Lin Bai finally completed the task of moving all her items. With time running short before their next class, he bid farewell to Su Yuming and her roommates and returned to his own dormitory. Wow, Xiaoming. Lin Bai treats you exceptionally well, doesn't he? Is he really that wealthy? All this combined must be worth several million. Su Yuming, unconcerned with such matters, chose not to be modest when it came to Lin Bai's reputation. She pulled out a set of keys for a Primera and waved them. 1.2 million. Wow. Xiaoming, could you possibly share half with me? I beg you. Su Yuming recognized her roommates were joking and playfully replied, not a chance. The 3 roommates then playfully tackled her, engaging in a light-hearted scuffle. During lunch in the East District cafeteria, Lin Bai dined with Qin Ruowei, who was poking at her meal. So, who were you with last night? Lin Bai, aware that Qin Ruowei would eventually learn the truth, felt a twinge of anxiety. Su Yuming, he said, forcing the words out while focusing on his food, unable to meet her gaze. Qin Ruowei was not surprised at all, chuckling softly. Well, at least you were honest, you didn't deceive me. The more relaxed she appeared, the more uneasy Lin Bai felt. He set down his chopsticks and grasped her hand. Ruowei. She looked up at him, also setting down her chopsticks, gently caressing his face. I know, you don't have to say anything. As long as you love me and come home often, that should suffice, right? Lin Bai nodded earnestly. Rest assured, no one can ever replace your position in my heart. Qin Ruowei smiled and resumed her meal. By the way, my mother messaged me last night, asking when Uncle and Annie are coming to Jiangcheng. Lin Bai suddenly recalled and calculated the timing. This weekend, I will have Ji Yin pick up my parents. I will arrange it now. Qin Ruowei beamed. Great. Let us have both our parents over for a reunion dinner. All right. But let us not refer to them as your parents and my parents. They are our parents. Qin Ruowei blushed and playfully added a piece of meat from her bowl to Lin Bai's. Focus on your own meal. Lin Bai chuckled. Dear, let us head home tonight. Understanding his intentions, Qin Ruowei nodded slightly. That night, at Longshu Manor, Qin Ruowei, panting and flushed, lay atop Lin Bai, who tenderly stroked her damp hair. At that moment, the system announced, system detected that Qin Ruowei has successfully conceived. Pregnancy confirmed, and a subsidy of 10 million has been issued. Please check your account. Listening to the system's voice, Lin Bai felt a sense of accomplishment, finally realizing Qin Ruowei's dream of becoming a mother. You've worked hard, my love, he said, his tone filled with affection. During the initial days of the week, Lin Bai frequently took Qin Ruowei to the school gym to exercise. And with her existing habit of running, the results were remarkable. Qin Ruowei lay motionless like a puddle of clay, letting out a faint sound. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, lifted her head to fix her disheveled hair, and looked at Lin Bai. Darling, since you and Su Yuming are together now, should we let her move in? Lin Bai hesitated. That might not be appropriate. Qin Ruowei shot him a knowing glance. You secretly wish for that, don't you? Lin Bai awkwardly chuckled, realizing that the thought of sharing a bed with both Qin Ruowei and Su Yuming was undeniably enticing. I assure you, Su Yuming is merely a girlfriend, while you are my wife. It's a different matter altogether. I know. You need not worry. If I allow her to move in, I am confident that she won't threaten my position. As she spoke, Qin Ruowei's cheeks flushed and her voice dropped. I can't manage you alone. Lin Bai chuckled, acknowledging her sentiment. With the system's enhancements, his stamina had reached an impressive 80 minutes, an intensity that might be overwhelming for someone around 20 years old. Are you serious? She shot him a glance. If that's the case, then forget it. Wait, I will discuss it with her another day. Qin Ruowei was astute. Though she might not be the most beautiful, her standing in Lin Bai's heart was unparalleled and irreplaceable. Her beauty and their initial experiences together were significant. But what truly set her apart was her kindness and intelligence. Her approach, seemingly lenient towards Lin Bai, ultimately deepened his affection and reliance on her. In ancient times, her behavior would undoubtedly reflect the mindset of a queen. Suddenly, Lin Bai's phone vibrated. He picked it up to see it was Zhao Fangting calling. Curiously, he answered, What is up? Hey, Bai Gu, are you busy right now? Zhao Fangting's tone sounded somewhat unnatural. Not busy, what is the matter? Bai Gu, could I possibly borrow some money again? Relieved that it was merely a request for a loan, Lin Bai responded, Sure, how much do you need? 2,000. Don't worry, Bai Gu, I will pay you back soon. No rush, I'll transfer it to you now. Anything else? That is all, Bai Gu, thank you. Don't mention it. After hanging up, Lin Bai proceeded to transfer 2,000 yuan to Zhao Fangting. Qin Ruowei observed quietly, a slight furrow forming in her brows, though Lin Bai remained oblivious. The next day, Friday, after concluding a day of classes and returning to Longshu Manor, Lin Bai called Ji Yin. Where are you? Almost there. Bai Gu, 10 minutes. All right, drive slowly and be safe. After hanging up, Lin Bai returned to the living room of the villa, where a multitude of guests had gathered, including Qin Yang, Wang Xueming and his wife, as well as Qin Yuzhua, Qin Yulong, and the three siblings of Qin Ruowei. Qin Yang surveyed the decor of the room, where Qin Yuzhua and Qin Yulong were engrossed in a PS4 game on the sofa, while Wang Xianming and Qin Ruowei were presumably chatting in the bedroom. The housekeeper was busy in the kitchen, the rich aroma of cooking wafting throughout the space. After finishing a phone call, Lin Bai entered the living room, observing the two brothers engaged in their game. Although he had never played the game before, his SSS-level gaming talent allowed him to grasp the mechanics after just one viewing. Let me have a go. Lin Bai decisively snatched the controller from Qin Yulong and began to challenge Qin Yuzhua. Brother-in-law, have you played this game? Don't blame me for being tough on you. Here comes my attack. Initially, Qin Yuzhua paid Lin Bai no mind, but 3 minutes later, witnessing his 3 lives dwindling while Lin Bai barely lost any health, he was nearly infuriated enough to crush the controller. You sly Lin Bai. Playing the fool, are you? Lin Bai stood up with a smile, responding, You flatter me. Ding dong. The doorbell interrupted their banter, and Lin Bai knew his parents had arrived. Eagerly, after months apart, he rushed to open the door. Outside, his mother Lu Xiaojuan carried a snakeskin bag over her shoulder, her hair streaked with gray and her expression somewhat reserved. His father Lin Qingshan donned a vintage suit from the 1990s, his cleanest and most presentable outfit. Ji Yin stood behind Lin Bai's parents, wearing a warm smile. Dad, Mom. After more than a month apart, Lin Bai missed his parents dearly and embraced his mother tightly. Upon seeing him, Lu Xiaojuan's restraint vanished, replaced by a beaming smile as she patted Lin Bai's back repeatedly. All right, there are so many people watching. Lin Bai felt a lump in his throat. stepping aside to welcome his parents inside. As soon as they entered, Qin Yang and Wang Xianming, accompanied by Qin Ruowei, approached with outstretched hands and broad smiles. Greetings, dear in-laws. It is a pleasure to meet you. I hope all is well. Lin Bai's father and Qin Yang shook hands, their eyes filled with confusion. After exchanging a glance with Lu Xiujuan, Lin Qingshan turned to Lin Bai. Understanding his parents' bewilderment, Lin Bai took Qin Ruowei's hand and stepped forward. Mom, Dad, let me introduce you to Qin Ruowei. She is my classmate and also my wife. We have registered our marriage. His parents' mouths fell agape in astonishment at this revelation. Qin Ruowei, momentarily taken aback, glanced at Lin Bai but remained silent, appearing quite reserved as she slightly bowed. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Qin Ruowei. Her introduction snapped Lin Bai's parents out of their shock. Lu Xiujuan, recalling something, placed her snakeskin bag down and gently pulled Lin Bai aside, lightly patting him on the shoulder. You little rascal, have you grown wings? You didn't even discuss such an important matter with your father and me. Lin Bai recognized his misstep. He had indeed intended to inform his parents, but had been searching for the right moment. Today felt like the perfect opportunity. Mom, what do you mean, Mom? You still remember I am your mother? Don't you know our family circumstances? Lu Xiujuan exclaimed. That girl. She isn't someone from our background who can be brought into our family. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai finally understood his parents' concerns. Not far away, the Qin family exchanged glances, their eyes betraying their own worries. Especially Qin Ruowei, who, noticing Lu Xiujuan's demeanor, began to fret, fearing she would not be accepted. Lin Bai, aware of her unease, leaned closer to his mother's ear and whispered, Mom, I have good news. Ruowei is pregnant, and you will be a grandmother. Lu Xiujuan exclaimed in surprise, her voice rising. Immediately, she pointed at Lin Bai and moved over to Qin Ruowei, her face alight with joy. Ruowei, is it? You are truly lovely. Have you eaten? Are you hungry? That little rascal hasn't bullied you, has he? If he does, you tell Mom. I will help you take care of him. Smack. Just as she mentioned taking care of him, Lin Qingshan playfully slapped Lin Bai's head. You little rascal. With such significant news, why didn't you tell us sooner? Your mother and I were completely unprepared. Are you trying to embarrass us? His words ignited laughter among everyone, dissipating the previous tension. Dinner is ready. The housekeeper's voice rang out, and both families courteously took their seats at the dining table. It was the first time Lin Bai's parents visited the big city and entered such a luxurious villa, and they moved cautiously, fearful of bumping into something. Observing their cautious demeanor, Lin Bai felt a pang of discomfort. Mom, Dad, I'm earning money now, and this house is mine, fully paid for. It belongs to our family. Such a magnificent house. It must cost over $1 million, right? Lin Bai and Qin Ruowei exchanged knowing smiles and nodded. Yes, not too expensive. Just over $1 million. Everyone was aware that Lin Bai was being generous with his words, but no one chose to contradict him. Come, dear in-laws. Let us raise a glass tonight and make up for the drinks we missed. Qin Yang opened a bottle of wine, warmly pouring for Lin Qingshan. Although Lin Bai's parents were dressed simply, the Qin family showed no signs of disdain or mockery. This was a testament to Lin Bai's strength and the Qin family's own refinement. Mom and Dad, I invited you here for 3 reasons. The first is to inform you that I am married. The second is that I plan to hold a wedding ceremony during the winter break. One in our hometown and another in Jiangqing. After finishing a glass of wine, Lin Bai shared his plans with his parents. Lu Xiujuan nodded eagerly. Yes. We must do it. We need to collect the red envelopes from these years. Only Lin Bai understood that his mother was concerned about the child growing inside Qin Ruowei. After all, the baby was steadily developing. The third matter is, Mom, Dad, I am now financially stable, and you should live here from now on. It is very spacious. This time, Lu Xiujuan and Lin Qingshan did not agree immediately. They exchanged glances, their thoughts in sync. Lin Qingshan spoke first. Silly boy. Your ability to earn makes your mother and me very happy, but we have spent most of our lives in our hometown. How can we just leave? Yes, Lu Xiujuan added. Moreover, we are getting older and cannot be of much help. The best we can do is not to be a burden. But rest assured, when you have children in the future, I can come over to help take care of them. Lin Bai had anticipated his parents' responses and was not surprised. All right then. How about this, Dad? I will give you some money and send a few workers to renovate our hometown house so that you and Mom can live comfortably. And I will feel at ease. Once again, his parents exchanged glances, and this time they did not refuse. All right, we will do as you say. Lin Bai smiled. Let us eat. Mom, try this fish. It's a specialty of Jiangqing. With everything laid out, the two families began to bond, particularly under the influence of alcohol. As Qin Yang and Lin Qingshan quickly became close companions, the atmosphere was warm and joyful. Meanwhile, Qin Ruowei observed Lin Bai's parents closely, and while others were reveling, she quietly made her way to the balcony on the second floor. Noticing Qin Ruowei's absence for a while, Lin Bai climbed upstairs and embraced her from behind. What are you thinking about? Qin Ruowei slowly turned, her eyes deep and infused with an air of mystery. Aren't you going to explain things to me? Lin Bai was taken aback. Huh? Explain? You mentioned that your family is abroad and that you are undergoing trials, Qin Ruowei stated. Lin Bai froze, slowly recalling that he had indeed told her a lie to soothe her concerns, only to forget it completely. Seeing Lin Bai silent and looking down, Qin Ruowei turned to gaze out the window, her voice soft. Lin Bai, I understand that you must have your reasons for concealing this from me, but they do not know. Lin Bai suddenly lifted his head, his eyes resolute. Qin Ruowei furrowed her brows, uncertain. Lin Bai nodded, acknowledging that he had only recently learned about family matters. From your perspective, do you think my parents would believe me if I shared this with them? Qin Ruowei frowned once more, remaining silent. It is indeed true that my parents are unaware of these family issues. The relationships involved are quite intricate. Trust me. I will provide you with a satisfactory explanation. Qin Ruowei gazed earnestly into Lin Bai's eyes, and in that moment, he nearly faltered. Lies are like this. One falsehood requires countless others to sustain it. Generally, the only solution to such dilemmas is to transform the lie into reality. Finally, Qin Ruowei took the initiative to embrace Lin Bai, whispering softly, Darling, I don't care about family matters or your wealth. I only wish for your honesty. Is that all right? All right. On Saturday, shortly after 10 in the morning, Lin Bai took Qin Ruowei and his parents out for a shopping excursion. Ignoring his parents' objections, Lin Bai purchased numerous garments for both of them, filling the trunk of the Maybach to the brim. By 4 in the afternoon, the family returned to Longshu Manor. Dad, come with me, Lin Bai called his father, Lin Qingshan, leading him to the garage, where his mother, Qin Ruowei, and Ji Yin followed closely behind. Apart from his parents, both Qin Ruowei and Ji Yin understood Lin Bai's intentions, their faces adorned with smiles as they observed quietly. A large vehicle sat in the garage, cloaked beneath a cover, obscuring its identity. Leaning against the car, Lin Bai asked, Dad, do you remember that car magazine from my childhood? Lin Qingshan laughed, recalling, of course. You little rascal saved for a month just to buy that magazine. You nearly drove me mad when I found out. Lin Bai chuckled, reminiscing about a rainy day spent at their ancestral home, where he had inquired about his father's favorite car. You said your favorite was the Ford Raptor, claiming it was the car a man should drive, capable of traversing even the roughest mountain roads with ease. Lin Qingshan sniffed, his eyes glistening with emotion. At that moment, Lin Bai rose and dramatically removed the cover from the vehicle, revealing a pristine, dark red Ford Raptor. Dad, it's yours now. Lin Bai solemnly presented the car keys to his father. Overwhelmed by the sight of the keys, Lin Qingshan could no longer contain his emotions, turning away to hide his face as his shoulders shook with silent sobs. Lu Xiujuan approached and gently patted Lin Qingshan's shoulder. Accept your son's heartfelt gesture. That old three-wheeled vehicle is due for retirement. Her words of comfort were effective, and Lin Qingshan composed himself, returning to Lin Bai with a smile. He took the keys and enveloped Lin Bai in a hearty embrace. Well done, son. You've surpassed your father. What is the saying? A man's greatest affirmation comes from his father. Hearing his father's praise, Lin Bai felt a weight lift from his shoulders, smiling in relief. That evening, Lin Bai drove his parents and Qin Ruowei to Qin Yang's home for another harmonious gathering. On Sunday, around 11 in the morning, the dark red Raptor was parked at the villa entrance, its trunk laden with the clothes Lin Bai had purchased for his parents, along with gifts from the Qin family. Study well. Even though you're married, don't neglect your education. Lin Qingshan reminded one last time. Understood, Dad. Drive safely. I've arranged for the construction team to come in 3 days. I will contact you then. Got it. Spend the money I've given you. Don't hold back. I have plenty. Lu Xiujuan shot Lin Bai a sharp look, warning him not to boast about his wealth. All right, son, Ruowei, we're leaving. With a wave, his father vanished around the corner, the growl of the Raptor echoing as they departed. Watching his father's car fade from view, Lin Bai exhaled deeply. In his plans, there were less than 3 months until winter break. If they began renovations on the ancestral home now, it would be ready just in time for their wedding. Meanwhile, over 30 kilometers from the center of Jiang City lay Yunwu Mountain, a scenic area that also served as a residential district. The mountain hosted only 8 estates, emphasizing spaciousness and seclusion, nestled amidst dense forests and enveloped in mist. At the estate marked by a plaque reading Wenfu, an elderly gentleman in traditional attire walked slowly ahead, with Wen Xiaoxian leisurely following behind, occasionally feeding the koi in the pond. I've investigated. This young man is indeed peculiar. Peculiar? How so? Wen Xiaoxian inquired, puzzled. Lin Bai was just an ordinary student over a month ago, with parents who were common farmers, surviving on a mere 500 yuan monthly. 500? Per month? Wen Xiaoxian was taken aback. The difference between 510 million is nothing short of astronomical. The elder nodded. Exactly, which is why I find it strange. In just over a month, he has amassed at least 100 million through stock trading, finance, and funds. More importantly, he is also the chairman of Zuinha Industries. As for how he became the chairman, I've yet to uncover that. Zuinha Industries? The very one indeed. It's the same group your brother dismissed. When Xiaoxian scratched his head in confusion. The company my brother rejected? That's quite odd. Such a transformation in just over a month. After much contemplation, I can only conclude one reason. What reason? When Xiaoxian's expression grew eager, the elder halted, tossing the last of the fish food into the pond before turning to Wen Xiaoxian. Luck. Luck? Indeed, I can think of no other explanation. When Xiaoxian began to understand. So he lacks any significant background, right? Not exactly. His wife, Qin Ruowei, does possess some connections, but that's inconsequential. I know her. I met her father, Qin Yang, and her brothers, Qin Yuzhua and Qin Yulong, at a previous banquet. The elder affirmed. Yes, there's nothing to be wary of. Pursue your endeavors freely. If anything goes awry, I'll cover for you. At the elder's words, when Xiaoshuan's eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. Understood, Grandpa. The elder, still slightly apprehensive, pointed to his head and advised, always think things through. Don't rush headlong into situations. Do you remember my teachings? When Xiaoxian smiled, replying, Of course, I remember. Avoid acting impulsively. Rest assured, Grandpa, I have already begun my plans. That is best. Go ahead. The yellow Ferrari sped along the mountain road toward Jiang City. On Sunday evening, Lin Bai and Qin Ruwei returned to campus, each heading to their respective dormitories. Where are they? Lin Bai entered and queried Zhao Fangting and Chen Jia, who were lounging on the empty beds. Fu Rao, on the phone, poked his head out, replying, Xiao Bin went to the school science fair. He created some gadget to show off. What about Lao Zhao? I'm not sure. He hasn't returned to the dorm for 2 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai didn't dwell on it. He changed clothes, climbed into bed, and began chatting with Su Yumeng on his phone. University life was already vibrant and varied, with each individual navigating their unique social circles. Before long, the dormitory door swung open, and Lu Xiaobin returned, carrying a small box. Lin Bai leaned out, observing as Lu Xiaobin heavily dropped the box on the floor and angrily sat down, grabbing a large bottle of mineral water from the table and gulping it down. What is going on? Lin Bai inquired, puzzled. At this moment, Lu Xiaobin noticed that Lin Bai was also present and wiped his mouth. Don't even mention it. That bunch of fools in the school's science and technology department drives me insane. Lin Bai, intrigued by his words, got out of bed and approached him. He opened a box on the floor and pulled out a robot approximately 30 centimeters tall, examining and fiddling with it. Did you make this? Lu Xiaobin gazed at the robot, his eyes suddenly reddening. Yes, I have always loved tinkering with such gadgets since I was young, but researching this is quite costly. Many essential components and designs require money. Without funds, I cannot proceed. I initially planned to take it to the school's technology exhibition, hoping to attract investment. However, those fools at the exhibition completely disregarded my explanations and insulted me, claiming my robot was trash. My robot is not trash. As he spoke, Lu Xiaobin could no longer hold back, wiping away tears, looking utterly aggrieved. At that moment, Lin Bai once again heard the system's voice in his mind. Beep. Main quest triggered. Main quest. Revitalize the nation through technology. Revitalize the nation through technology. Invest in Lu Xiaobin's technological products and establish a company. Quest reward, 50,000 points. Although Lin Bai did not fully understand these matters, the system's acknowledgement indicated that Lu Xiaobin's unassuming robot had promising potential. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Bai gently grasped Lu Xiaobin's shoulder. Are you foolish? If you need money, just tell me. Lu Xiaobin sniffed. I know you have money, Bai Ge, but that is your money, and it's a different matter. Lin Bai was speechless, yet he also recognized a different side of Lu Xiaobin. I can invest in you. Lu Xiaobin turned around abruptly, remnants of tears in his eyes. Huh, Bai Ge, really? After the initial shock, Lu Xiaobin immediately stood up, gazing intently at Lin Bai. Bai Ge, trust me. I promise you won't be disappointed with your investment. I don't need much, just 100,000. That would be sufficient. Observing his worried expression, Lin Bai chuckled and shook his head. 100,000 is hardly enough. As your angel investor, I have decided to make an initial investment of 1,000,000. Upon hearing this, Chen Jia, who was on the upper bunk, suddenly poked his head out. How much? Lu Xiaobin was equally stunned. Bai Ge, don't scare me. This is just the angel round investment. I will increase the investment based on your product's performance in subsequent rounds. I will cover Series A, B, and C financing. Of course, I do have a requirement. That is, I must have absolute control of the company. Lu Xiaobin and Chunju exchanged glances, and Lu Xiaobin nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. I don't care how much I earn. I just want to create something. I just want to bring my robot to life. Lin Bai nodded, patting Lu Xiaobin's shoulder. All right. I heard you are in the process of changing majors these days, right? What are you planning to switch to? During the first year of university, there are opportunities for students to change majors, providing a second chance for those seeking to adjust their paths, which requires an examination. Lu Xiaobin nodded. Yes, I plan to switch to the mechanical engineering department. It's more suitable for my development. Lin Bai thought this made sense. Lu Xiaobin is a typical science student, and being in the foreign languages department is indeed unsuitable. I support you. In the next few days, find an office space. Once you have it sorted, let me know. I will arrange for the company formation. After the company is established, I will transfer your investment funds to the company account. Lu Xiaobin, shedding the gloom he had when he entered, excitedly shook Lin Bai's hand. Thank you, Bai Gu. This is just the beginning. Let us work hard. While they were speaking, Lin Bai's phone rang. It was a call from Zhao Fangting. Lin Bai signaled to Lu Xiaobin and walked to the balcony to answer. Where have you been? The door is about to be locked, and you're still not back? Behind him, Lu Xiaobin and Chunju exchanged glances, guessing that it was Zhao Fangting on the other end. Bai Gu, can I borrow some more money? Hearing Zhao Fangting's request for money, combined with his absence from the dormitory for several days, Lin Bai finally sensed something was amiss. Where are you? How much do you need? I'm at a hotel with my girlfriend, Bai Gu. Don't worry, it's fine. Can you lend me 30,000 this time? Initially, Lin Bai felt pleased to hear that Zhao Fangting had found a girlfriend, but his subsequent words plunged Lin Bai into deep suspicion. Firstly, as a university student, even if one has a girlfriend, a girl who hasn't entered society typically doesn't spend much money, and some girls even support their boyfriends. Secondly, Zhao Fangting borrowed 1,000 the first time, 2,000 the second time, and now he was asking for 30,000. Zhao Fangting's monthly living expenses were only 1,500, so asking for 30,000 raised serious concerns about what he was up to. It wasn't that Lin Bai couldn't afford it. It was that he sensed something was off. After pondering for a long while, he finally replied, All right, I will transfer it to you now. After hanging up, Lin Bai operated his phone to transfer 30,000 to Zhao Fangting, holding his phone and gazing out the window in contemplation. A night passed without a word. The next day, Zhao Fangting indeed did not return to campus, leaving Lin Bai, Chenjia, and Lu Xiaobin to attend class together. Notably, Li Runan, the class beauty, seemed to have come to a realization, no longer hiding her feelings, sitting next to Lin Bai in class and unabashedly showing affection. Conversely, Lin Bai often found himself feeling awkward. After a day of classes, in the evening, Lin Bai and Su Yuming had dinner and spent over an hour on the playground before returning to the dormitory. Upon returning, Lin Bai discovered Zhao Fangting sleeping on his bed, emitting soft snores. The three of them did not disturb him. Thus, around 9 o'clock, nearing 10, Zhao Fangting's phone alarm went off. Immediately, Zhao Fangting jumped out of bed, washed up, greeted the three of them with a smile, and then left. What is up with this guy these days? Chenjia muttered. Lin Bai quickly followed suit, getting out of bed. You two get some rest. I'll go take a look. After saying this, Lin Bai left the dormitory. Lin Bai was about 30 meters away from Zhao Fangting. Since it was nighttime and Lin Bai was intentionally concealing himself, Zhao Fangting did not notice. Zhao Fangting exited through the southeast gate, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and merged into the flow of traffic. Lin Bai also hailed a taxi, following closely behind the one Zhao Fangting boarded. The driver, who had initially appeared drowsy, instantly perked up and sped away. Hold on tight. Thus, Lin Bai trailed Zhao Fangting, maneuvering through twists and turns before arriving at a secluded residential area where the taxi stopped. Zhao Fangting got out, paid, and hurriedly ran into the residential area, with Lin Bai closely following. Lin Bai surveyed the old neighborhood, his eyes filled with suspicion. At this point, Lin Bai was almost certain that Zhao Fangting was not actually with a girlfriend. The dilapidated entrance of the building had no security. Zhao Fangting approached one of the buildings, cautiously glanced behind him, and then entered. Lin Bai waited for several seconds before following him in. There was no elevator, and Zhao Fangting's figure had already vanished. Lin Bai ascended the stairs slowly, searching diligently. On the top floor, just as Lin Bai thought he had lost him, he heard chaotic sounds coming from a room with a tightly closed door. Pressing his ear against the door to listen, Lin Bai's expression suddenly changed. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Almost immediately, a voice inquired from within, Who is it? Looking for someone, Lin Bai replied. There's no one here you're looking for. Scram. The people inside had no intention of opening the door. Lin Bai understood that these individuals were inherently cautious and would not open the door easily. He stepped back 2 paces and kicked the iron door. Bang. The loud noise abruptly silenced the commotion inside the room. Ignoring it, Lin Bai took 2 more steps back and delivered another powerful kick to the door. Bang! The iron door buckled under Lin Bai's 2 kicks. Finally, he raised his foot. The enhanced strength of his body, modified by the system, unleashed its maximum power. Boom! The iron door suddenly collapsed, dust swirling in the air. Lin Bai charged into the room, scanning the surroundings. It was an ordinary residential space with a layout of 3 rooms and a hall, filled with swirling smoke and occupied by a crowd, roughly estimating around 30 to 40 individuals. In a room filled with the sounds of mahjong and jiajinhua, it was evident that this was a den of gambling. Everyone present turned their gaze towards the newcomer, Lin Bai, including Zhao Fangting. Upon recognizing Lin Bai, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Fangting's face, quickly followed by a desire to conceal himself among the crowd, fearful of being noticed by Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai had already spotted him and swiftly approached, seizing Zhao Fangting's arm and urging him towards the exit. Let's go? Zhao Fangting's expression was one of resignation, under Lin Bai's formidable strength. He had no choice but to comply as he was pulled along. Just as they reached the doorway, 2 burly men adorned with tattoos blocked their path. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lin Bai remained silent, while Zhao Fangting stepped forward with a forced smile. Brother Hu, Brother Long, please don't be angry. He is my roommate. This is a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. The 2 men frowned, sizing Lin Bai up. You've got some guts, huh? If you want to leave, pay off his debts and the entrance fee. Lin Bai sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, but he was not short on cash. With a mindset of resolving the issue through monetary means, he inquired, how much does he owe you? The men exchanged glances, and one of them produced a ledger, pointing to Zhao Fangting. Including principal and interest, it totals 1,272,867 yuan. We'll waive the 50 cents. Isn't that generous? Before Lin Bai could respond, Zhao Fangting's face transformed in disbelief. How can it be so much? Aren't you extorting money? The men chuckled coldly. Extorting? We're just taking what you owe us. What's the problem? Their demeanor was clearly one of intimidation. Lin Bai was not one to be trifled with. Given the circumstances, he saw no need for further discourse. I have no money. The men burst into laughter. One of them stepped forward and yanked Zhao Fangting closer. Get your phone out. Zhao Fangting's throat tightened as he trembled and retrieved his phone, handing it over. Unlock it, you fool. What's wrong with you? Under their threats, Zhao Fangting complied, unlocking the screen and passing it to them. The man took the phone and checked Zhao Fangting's Alipay, WeChat, and bank account balances, transferring over 10,000 yuan to his own phone. Then, in an even more infuriating turn of events, he downloaded a loan app onto Zhao Fangting's phone and tossed it back. Here, register your information. You can borrow 8,000 here, and don't forget Huabei and Jibei. Borrow as much as you can. Zhao Fangting held the phone, aghast. This is too much. A resounding slap followed, causing Zhao Fangting's face to swell instantly. Damn it. Just borrow the money and stop talking. Zhao Fangting, clutching his face, fell silent as their attention shifted to Lin Bai, who was told, your phone, hand it over. Lin Bai hesitated for a moment, a smile playing on his lips as he unlocked his phone and handed it over. The man regarded him with an approving expression, pleased with Lin Bai's compliance. He began the same procedure on Lin Bai's phone, checking the balance. Upon seeing the amount, his eyes widened in astonishment. Good heavens! The other man leaned in, and upon seeing the sum, mirrored the same expression. In the next instant, they looked at Lin Bai with fervent eyes, akin to sharks sensing blood, and immediately began transferring funds. During the password entry phase, the man handed the phone back to Lin Bai. Password. Chapter 96. What do you want as an explanation? Lin Bai took the phone, chuckling coldly, and delivered a swift kick to the man's chest. The impact sent the man crashing into the wall, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he lost consciousness. The second man, caught off guard, found his hair gripped tightly by Lin Bai, who slammed his head into the mahjong table. The table shattered, and the man was left bleeding profusely. The entire sequence of events transpired in mere seconds, leaving the other occupants of the room in stunned silence as Lin Bai dispatched the 2 tattooed men with ease. He casually discarded the man and picked up the ledger, beckoning a dazed Zhao Fangting over. Fire. After a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fangting retrieved a lighter and handed it to Lin Bai. Be brother Bai. Lin Bai ignited the lighter, placing it beneath the ledger. Just as the flames were about to consume it, a middle-aged man, leaning on a cane, emerged from the bedroom, clad in leopard print pajamas. He was followed by a man and a woman. The man wore a black tank top, sporting long hair and a well-defined physique, while the woman, heavily made up, exuded an alluring charm. Upon seeing the newcomer, the gamblers in the room visibly tensed, revealing that this limping man was likely the leader of the den. Young man, you really shouldn't burn that ledger. The man approached Lin Bai with a calm demeanor. Lin Bai met his gaze in silence. the ledger resting on the lighter as flames flickered, smoke rising. His action spoke volumes about his resolve. Observing this, the muscular man behind the leader threw a punch directly at Lin Bai's face, the force of the blow formidable. Lin Bai discarded the ledger, his right fist clenched, refusing to back down as he met the attack head-on. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with power. The man, seasoned and skillful, fought with precision, while Lin Bai relied on sheer strength and speed. After a few minutes of fierce combat, the man, having endured a solid hit from Lin Bai, stumbled against the television wall, finally showing signs of defeat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Bai advanced with a knee strike aimed at the man's heart, a blow that could prove fatal. Yet, at that critical moment, a metallic click echoed as a gun's barrel pointed at Lin Bai. He halted, turning to face the alluring woman, who brandished a pistol with a smirk. Quite impressive, isn't it? Please, continue. The appearance of the firearm cast a pall over the room, with Zhao Fangting's legs turning to jelly. Even Lin Bai felt the tension in his muscles. Although the system had enhanced his physique, he was not invulnerable to bullets. An overwhelming sense of impending doom filled the air as Lin Bai's throat tightened, and he slowly raised his hands. The woman glanced at the limping man, who approached with a grim expression, leaning heavily on his cane. It's only natural to repay debts. Not only have you failed to pay, but you've also burned my ledger. An explanation is required. Lin Bai had no intention of providing an explanation, his gaze fixated on the gun just 20 centimeters from him. In the blink of an eye, the woman felt a momentary blur before pain shot through her wrist, causing her to drop the gun. Suddenly, the world flipped, and Lin Bai seized her, slamming her to the ground. The impact echoed through the room as she coughed up blood, her energy waning. Lin Bai picked up the fallen gun, turning it towards the limping man's forehead. What do you want as an explanation? The man was taken aback, furrowing his brow at Lin Bai. Lin Bai, you're just a student. Think carefully about the consequences. Lin Bai frowned. How do you know my name? The man's expression faltered, and he changed the subject. I can overlook the ledger incident. Let's consider this a fortuitous encounter. Allow me to introduce myself, Luo Tong. Lin Bai regarded the man's outstretched hand with a cold smile, casually tossing the gun out of the window before approaching Zhao Fangting. Let's go. With that, Lin Bai strode towards the exit, and Zhao Fangting quickly followed suit. Behind them, the room full of onlookers watched in silence, none daring to intervene. After their departure, Luo Tong surveyed the disarray in the room, his expression darkening as he limped back into the bedroom. Behind him, a woman struggled to rise from the ground and followed the man inside. The bedroom had been transformed into a tea room, where Luo Tong occupied the main seat, lighting a cigar. Luo Gu. They never mentioned that this kid could fight so well, said the man in the tank top, clutching his chest, his expression one of pain. The woman wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth with a tissue, remaining silent. Luo Tong did not respond. After squinting in contemplation for a moment, he took out his phone, found a number, and dialed. When Xiao, Lin Bai just arrived, but I was unable to retain him, my apologies. Although he was on a call, Luo Tong's expression remained sincere, filled with regret. This Lin Bai is quite formidable. Both Xiao Wu and Yan Zi have sustained injuries. Whatever was said on the other end prompted Luo Tong to sit up. All right, I understand, Wen Xiao. After hanging up, Luo Tong turned to the injured duo. You two should return to rest. It is no longer safe here. We must relocate. Yes. Outside the dilapidated residential complex, by the roadside, Zhao Fangting stood behind Lin Bai, lowering his head, speaking in a humble tone. I'm sorry, Bai Ge, I deceived you. Lin Bai remained silent, his hands tucked in his pockets as he waited for a taxi, the palms of his hands trembling slightly. In the heat of the moment, fueled by adrenaline, he had not fully grasped the situation. Now, as he regained his composure and reflected on the terrifying experience, he was drenched in cold sweat. That was a gun. These people actually had guns. He was merely a freshman, having only seen firearms in television dramas, yet tonight, he encountered them in reality. How did you come to know them? Lin Bai endeavored to calm himself. Zhao Fangting dared not conceal the truth and recounted the events as they unfolded. Just a few days prior, Zhao Fangting had played a game of Jia Jinhua in a student's dormitory, winning over 500. Like many gamblers, having won money, he became greedy and, under the introduction of another student, met these individuals. Initially, Zhao Fangting was winning, but after several days, not only had he lost all his winnings, but he also incurred debts of over 100,000. Deeply ensnared by the gambling vice, Zhao Fangting believed it was merely bad luck, continuously seeking to recoup his losses, only to sink deeper into despair. What was that student's name? Which class was he in? As Lin Bai regained his composure, he began to ponder. Everything seemed too contrived. And coupled with Luo Tong's mention of a name inside, he keenly sensed something was amiss. Class 3, his name is Yulong. Just then, a taxi arrived, and Lin Bai signaled for it, the two of them getting in. The school dormitory had already turned off the lights and locked the doors. Lin Bai booked a standard room in a commercial district, sharing it with Zhao Fangting for the night. The following day, Tuesday, under Zhao Fangting's guidance, Lin Bai arrived at Class 3's dormitory to find Yulong Chapter 97, A New World. Yulong was asleep, and Lin Bai seized his hair, yanking him from the bed and throwing him onto the floor. Who the hell are you? Are you seeking death? Yulong, bleary-eyed, glared at Lin Bai, cursing loudly. Lin Bai placed a foot on Yulong's arm, applying slight pressure, causing Yulong to emit a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Answer my questions, or you will bear the consequences. The other residents of the dormitory peeked out, each wearing various expressions as they observed the two. Who sent you? Speak. Lin Bai's tone was chilling. I don't know what you're talking about. Yulong attempted to remain defiant, but Lin Bai increased the pressure on his foot, eliciting another agonizing scream from Yulong. I'll talk. Please let go. Sob. Lin Bai eased his grip slightly, but did not withdraw. Yulong glanced at Zhao Fangting behind Lin Bai. It's Zhao Xin. He told me to bring Zhao Fangting in. Upon hearing this name, Lin Bai instinctively furrowed his brows, feeling an unsettling familiarity. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Bai suddenly recalled Zhao Sun, the vice president of the student council from the civil engineering department. They had crossed paths at the entrepreneurship park. At that time, Zhao Sun intended to impress Su Yuming by paying for her expenses, but fled when he learned she needed a considerable amount of money. Lin Bai had thought he would have no further dealings with Zhao Sun, but it appeared he had underestimated the situation. What was his purpose? What benefits did he offer you? Lin Bai continued his inquiry. I don't know. He just told me to bring Zhao Fangting in. Didn't he mention why? And there were no benefits involved. Just avoiding trouble with him was good enough. Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. Are you that afraid of him? Of course. Zhao Sun is the big shot in the civil engineering department. He has dozens of followers. After acquiring this information, Lin Bai released Yulong, observing him carefully. Now, call him and arrange a meeting. Yulong dusted off his clothes, a bitter expression crossing his face. Can you not involve me in your matters? At the sight of Lin Bai's warning gaze, Yulong immediately fell silent, retrieving his phone from the bed, reluctantly dialing Zhao Sen's number. The call rang a few times before being hung up, followed by a message from Zhao Senator. Speak if you have something. Yulong looked at Lin Bai, uncertain of how to respond. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Where do you usually meet? We mainly chat online. We've only met in person once. Do you know which dormitory he resides in? Yulong shook his head. As first-year students, we have no right to know where the student council president lives. But I've heard he doesn't live on campus. Doesn't he live on campus? Then where does he stay? Yulong scratched his head. I don't know. Ow. Lin Bai bent Yulong's wrist, causing his entire body to bend in pain, his expression one of agony. You had better cooperate. Lin Bai warned. Let go. I know a place. Lin Bai released him, and Yulong rubbed his wrist, retreating a few steps, visibly frightened. Zhao Sun has a club where all the members of the Meihua Society gather. They throw parties there every weekend. Meihua Society? Lin Bai asked, puzzled. It's a student group organized by Zhao Sun himself, with a considerable number of members, several hundred, in fact. There's an entry requirement, and members must pay dues. Lin Bai's expression darkened like stormy waters. Where's the club located? In the Taoli Shuixiang Villa area, Building 11. Taoli Shuixiang. Lin Bai's voice rose. The apartment he had purchased for Li Runin was indeed in Taoli Shuixiang, though it was a flat. He had almost bought a villa there. Yulong nodded, yes. Beep. Side quest 1 activated. Side quest, establish your own campus force and destroy the Meihua Society. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Upon hearing the system's reward, Lin Bai raised an eyebrow. ISNT it only main quests that offer point rewards? Beep. Side quest rewards activated upon reaching system level 4. Lin Bai realized, reflecting that relying solely on the meager rewards from main quests would take ages to reach level 9. Having gleaned all the information he sought, Lin Bai did not further torment Yulong and returned to the dormitory with Zhao Fangting. The other 2 residents were present, and without wasting words, Lin Bai gathered them together and got straight to the point. Brothers, I wish to establish a force, an organization akin to the Meihua Society. Chunzhe, Lu Xiaobin, and Zhao Fangting exchanged glances. Chunzhe asked, Boss, what is the Meihua Society? Lin Bai turned to Zhao Fangting, who understood and relayed the information he had just received from Yulong. After hearing Zhao Fangting's account, Chunzhe scratched his head. I'm not trying to discourage you, Bai Go, but that Zhao Sun is the vice president of the student council. Lin Bai tilted his head. So what if he is the vice president? He is still just a student. I support Bai Go, Lu Xiaobin declared. Me too, Zhao Fangting added. Chunzhe continued scratching his head. Then what shall we name our organization? Lin Bai pondered for a moment, then spoke. New World. New World? The 3 echoed in unison. Lin Bai nodded emphatically. Yes. It is precisely the new world. I aim to dismantle the existing rules of the Meihua society and restore a brand new, clear, and fair world to our school. Beep. Side Quest 2 activated. Side Quest. Establish a new world council, the supreme decision-making body of the new world. Progress, 17. Quest reward, 10,000 points. With the name of Lin Bai's new world finalized, the system promptly issued the corresponding side quest. A smile graced Lin Bai's lips as he turned to the three individuals before him, intending to invite them to join the council. However, he hesitated and ultimately refrained from speaking. The trio were merely freshmen, and the system had made it abundantly clear that the council bore significant responsibilities. At present, they evidently lacked the requisite capabilities. Would you three consider joining the new world? The three exchanged glances, and Lu Xiaobin was the first to raise his hand, declaring, I wish to join. Lin Bai nodded, followed by Chun Zhe and Zhao Fangting. I join. I too shall join. Lin Bai responded affirmatively. Excellent. With that, the new world is officially established. Beep. Side Quest 3 triggered. Side Quest. Determine the headquarters address of the new world. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Beep. Side Quest 4 triggered. Side Quest. Design the emblem of the new world. Quest reward, 10,000 points. Listening to the system as it announced the side quests, Lin Bai understood that this was akin to a step-by-step guide on how to initiate his endeavors, for which he felt immense gratitude. He had initially contemplated assigning the task of designing the new world emblem to the three, but upon reflection, he realized none possessed the requisite talent for such a task. After a moment's thought, he decided against it. I shall step out for a moment. Your sole task now is to promote the reputation of the new world. The three looked at one another, and Lu Xiaobin cautiously raised his hand, saying, Brother Bai, I am still searching for the company address. Lin Bai nearly forgot this crucial matter, which was indeed part of the main quest. Continue your search. I entrust this task to you too.